Audiobook title Reborn as a 10-year-old Wasteland Queen 01 to 175 ongoing original title from agricultural scholar to Wasteland survivor. I transmigrated into a 10-year-old's body and built a secret empire while keeping a low profile. Part 01 Chapter 1 Time Travel. Mom, how is little sister? Is it serious? A young man's voice urgently asked. Fanner, quiet down. Don't disturb your sister. The doctor said that if your sister wakes up tonight, she won't be in any life-threatening danger, a woman explained in a hoarse voice. Orla Kinetic, feeling groggy, heard the conversation between the mother and son. Mom, little sister, Fanner, doctor. These words flashed quickly through Orla Kinetic's mind, and she wondered with some confusion if they were talking about her. But her parents had divorced long ago, and she had grown up with her grandparents in the countryside, so she didn't have any older brother. This most likely wasn't about her. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, a tearing headache struck without warning. Countless fragmented life scenes, interactions with unfamiliar people, and scattered, shallow knowledge rushed into her mind like a bursting flood. Wasteland world, various mutated plants and animals, ragged scavengers, base 58, the Varmer Syndicate, siblings, mercenary groups eliminating mutated plant, and the short life of a 12-year-old girl also named Orla Kinetic. Fragments of memories collided and merged with Orla Kinetic's own original memories in her mind. After a few breaths, the truth, like a cold winter, shattered Orla Kinetic's simple understanding. The two sets of memories overlapped and fused, causing Orla Kinetic, who had just shown a hint of consciousness, to fall unconscious again from the pain. However, the unconscious Orla Kinetic did not notice that in her blood-stained left palm, she was tightly clutching a little stone the size of a soybean. At this moment, however, the little stone had no color. The door was suddenly flung open, and a middle-aged man with a full beard rushed in, followed by a boy of 15 or 16 and another of 13 or 14. Gwendolyn, how's Sierra? Mom, how's little sister? The three asked simultaneously. Gwendolyn turned to look at the three noisy people and softly chided. Lower your voices. Sierra just had surgery and hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said if she wakes up tonight, she'll be fine. Arthur Kinetic's tightly furrowed brows did not relax at his wife's explanation. Instead, they creased even more deeply. She'll be fine if she wakes up tonight. What if she doesn't wake up? Then wouldn't that mean Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, who were behind Arthur Kinetic, looked at their motionless sister lying on the bed, their worried faces mixed with deep anger. Dad. Mom, I heard that little sister was tricked into scavenging today by that damn girl Kavita Varmar with her sweet talk. Damn it, my sister has never gone scavenging in her life. Who gave her the guts to trick my sister into going scavenging? No, I have to go teach that damn girl from the Varmer Syndicate a lesson. How dare she trick my Lucian Kinetic's sister into scavenging? I don't care if she's a girl. I must show her what's what, otherwise she'll keep bullying little sister. Lucian Kinetic cursed angrily. Arthur Kinetic let out a low growl, stopping Lucian Kinetic's next actions. Dad. The three boys shouted in unison, their three pairs of eyes all looking at Arthur Kinetic, with astonished expressions on their faces. Gwendolyn also looked at Arthur Kinetic with surprise. Who was the one who doted on Orla Kinetic the most in this family? If Arthur Kinetic was second, then no one dared to claim first. Arthur Kinetic. Gwendolyn couldn't help but call out softly, her eyes filled with doubt and confusion. Arthur Kinetic glanced at the four of them and simply said, "This is a hospital. We'll talk about it when we get home." After Gwendolyn and the three Moo family brothers exchanged glances, they all stopped speaking and turned to look at the pale little girl on the bed. The 12-year-old girl, with her delicate, smooth, porcelain white skin, hardly looked like a girl living in the Wasteland world. This girl was the pampered daughter sister of the entire Moo family, but the usually charming and well-behaved little girl was now lying silently on the hospital bed, her small face pale. No one knew that the little person on the bed now had a soul that had long been replaced by a female university student from Blue Star with the same name. After receiving all the little girl's memories, Orla Kinetic was speechless and unwilling to wake up. It was the year 5055, and Blue Star had long been destroyed by a sea of meteorites. In the Wasteland world, temperatures were abnormal, radiation was severe, and the soil and water sources were heavily contaminated by radiation. To survive and adapt to the current environment, humans had also undergone some changes. The humans of the Wasteland world consisted of naturally awakened espers, genetic enhancers boosted by gene-awakening potions, and ordinary people. In the Wasteland world, there were no rural towns. To resist mutated plants and animals, humans banded together, living in various bases protected by energy shields established by powerful espers. Of the entire vast blue star, humans occupied only 1% of the territory, having established 99 bases. The other areas were either high radiation wilderness or endless oceans. The 99 bases were numbered from 1 to 99. Each base was further divided into 5 districts: Central City A, B, C, D, E, Inner City A, B, C, D, E, and Outer City A, B, C, D, E. The 5 districts of Central City were home to the aristocratic families and high-level espers level 7 to level 9 espers of each base, along with their direct relatives. The 5 districts of Inner City housed the wealthy magnates and mid-level espers level 4 to level 6 espers and their direct relatives. As for the Outer City, it was home to mercenary groups and low-level espers level 1 to level 3 ability users and their direct relatives. Outside the Outer City, there was also the Shantytown, which was a slum. It was chaotic, mostly inhabited by ordinary people who had not awakened their ability, as well as genetic enhancers who had taken gene-awakening potions, and their relatives. At the junction of Central City and Inner City were the military's Guard Corps, the Central City Management Center, and the Exchange Center. At the junction of Inner City and Outer City were the military's low-ranking guard teams, the Inner City Management Center, and the Exchange Center. At the junction of Outer City and the Shantytown lived the Outer City City Defense Force, mercenary groups, and hunting squads, as well as the Outer City Management Center and Exchange Center. The Mu family lived in Outer City C District. The patriarch Arthur Kinetic and his wife, Gwendolyn, had 3 sons and 1 daughter: eldest son Caspian Kinetic, second son Julian Kinetic, third son Lucian Kinetic, and youngest daughter Aureli Kinetic. Arthur Kinetic was a level 1 esper. Because he had been severely injured, his ability could no longer advance, so he found a job in the Outer City City Defense Force, serving as a squad leader. Gwendolyn was a genetic enhancer, working at the Exchange Center. Caspian Kinetic was also a genetic enhancer, having just joined the Lion mercenary group as a mercenary. As for Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, neither of them had awakened their ability. The Mu family was currently working hard to accumulate points, preparing to buy gene-awakening potions to make them genetic enhancers. However, gene-awakening potions were too expensive and too scarce, making it difficult for a family like the Mu family to gather enough points to purchase them in a short time. Chapter 2: Grey Pebbles. In every human base, ability levels are managed very strictly, and the residency qualifications between various cities are extremely rigorous. High-level espers can live in the Inner City and Outer City, but low-level espers are not qualified to move into the Inner City and Central City. Arthur Kinetic's eldest brother Alistair Kinetic and Alistair Kinetic's family all live in District D of the Inner City. Leveraging Alistair Kinetic's connections, Arthur Kinetic secured a position in the City Defense Army, earning 800 base points every month. His daily job was to patrol the Outer City and arrest and punish those who violated the base's laws and regulations. This job was safer than joining a mercenary group, and their income was stable. Gwendolyn worked at the Outer City Exchange Center, making 500 base points a month. This was still a good job that Arthur Kinetic spent a lot of money and begged people to snatch. From Arthur Kinetic to Lucian Kinetic, the Mu family had always pampered and protected Aureli Kinetic, who had been sickly since childhood, growing up in constant fear that Aureli Kinetic might suffer even the slightest mishap. The warm snippets of life flashing through Aureli Kinetic's mind left her somewhat stunned and envious, as this was family affection she had never enjoyed before. However, she also couldn't quite figure out what the Mu family was thinking. In such a cruel wasteland world, was this kind of spoiling right or wrong? After all, they couldn't possibly be by Aureli Kinetic's side every second of the day. In the wasteland world, one must not only guard against mutated plants and mutated animals, but even more so against people who had lost their humanity. In Aureli Kinetic's mind, this naive little girl was provoked by a few sharp words from Kavitra Varma, the little girl of the neighbouring Varma syndicate, and unpreparedly followed the 2 siblings Devdars Varma and Kavitra Varma to scavenge in the wilderness. A little girl who had never left the Outer City went scavenging in the wilderness for the first time and died at the hands of a mutated plant. Aureli Kinetic discovered that the mutated plant had originally been attacking Kavitra Varma, who was standing in front of her. It was just that at the very last second, Devdars Varma, who was standing beside her, pushed her out with a palm strike to block in front of Kavitra Varma. Consequently, the innocent little Aureli Kinetic was wrapped up by the branches of the mutated plant, and the 2 siblings of the Varma syndicate seized the opportunity to escape successfully. When little Aureli Kinetic was dragged to the roots by the mutated plant to be absorbed as nutrients, she was rescued by 2 parsing mercenaries. The reason these 2 mercenaries saved her was also because they recognized her identity and wanted to do a favor for the Mu family. Devdars Varma Kavita of armor. You caused the death of little Orelai Kinetic. I will definitely avenge little Orelai Kinetic for this. Wash your necks clean and wait. When the day comes when I have the strength, that will be the time for you to go down below and see little Orelai Kinetic. Orelai Kinetic silently recited the names of the two in her mind and secretly swore an oath in her heart. As soon as the sentence was finished being silently recited in her mind, a sense of relief and joy came from her mind, as if little Orelai Kinetic also agreed with this thought. Although Orelai Kinetic had already regained consciousness, she did not open her eyes right away because she did not know how to face the Moo family. Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn were all right. They were already middle-aged, 20-something years older than her, and she could still manage to call them Mom and Dad. For her, a graduate student in her 20s, to call the three teenage boys Caspian Kinetic, Julian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic older brothers was really a bit difficult for her. Thinking like an ostrich, she figured that if she didn't open her eyes, she wouldn't have to face this awkward situation. All 5 members of the Moo family guarded the bedside, and over an hour quickly passed. Mom, why hasn't little sister woken up yet? Should we invite a doctor to come take a look again? The impatient Lucian Kinetic couldn't help asking with concern while reaching out to pull Orelai Kinetic's left hand, wanting to feel his younger sister's body temperature. Dad, look at what little sister is holding in her hand. Lucian Kinetic asked strangely, holding Orelai Kinetic's tightly clenched left hand. The gazes of several people turned uniformly to Orelai Kinetic's left hand. Hearing this, Orelai Kinetic also hurriedly searched in her mind to figure out what little Orelai Kinetic was holding in her left hand. A green energy stone. When the mutated plant was destroyed by the mercenaries, little Orelai Kinetic grabbed it at the roots of the mutated plant while in a coma. Having looked at little Orelai Kinetic's memories, Orelai Kinetic finally understood that the reason this body hadn't completely lost its vitality was probably because of this green energy stone. It was just a pity that while the vitality was there, the soul had already scattered, allowing her otherworldly soul to take advantage of it. Orelai Kinetic closed her eyes, carefully feeling the energy stone in her palm, and soon she discovered that the energy stone didn't have any abnormalities. At this time, Lucian Kinetic had already pried open Orelai Kinetic's left hand, and a small grey little stone appeared before everyone. This is small grey little stone. Why is little sister clutching it in her hand? Also, there is blood on little sister's hands. But how come there are no wounds? Could it be someone else's blood? Lucian Kinetic muttered softly. Lucian Kinetic was young, and didn't react immediately, but the well-informed Arthur Kinetic recognized at a glance that the shape of the small grey little stone was clearly an energy stone, except that strangely, there was currently no energy inside the energy stone. Yuner, don't make a sound. Bring the little stone in your younger sister's hand over. Arthur Kinetic instructed in a low voice. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's instruction, Lucian Kinetic raised his head and saw Arthur Kinetic looking at him with a serious expression, and his heart stirred. Although Lucian Kinetic was young and lacked experience, he was not stupid. On the contrary, he was the smartest among the 3 brothers of the Moo family. Lucian Kinetic didn't ask why, but instead carefully removed the small grey little stone from Orelai Kinetic's hand, and then handed the small grey little stone to Arthur Kinetic's outstretched palm. Arthur Kinetic carefully looked at the small grey little stone, and then under 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, he nodded, confirming everyone's guess. Having received confirmation, all 4 of them turned their heads to look at the little person on the bed. Seeing that she couldn't get away without waking up, Orelai Kinetic could only slowly open her eyes, and a few hazy faces gradually became clear in her blurry vision. Dad, Mom, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Orelai Kinetic's voice was hoarse, as if her throat had been grated by sandpaper. Seer, you're awake. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Gwendolyn hurriedly asked with concern. Thirsty. Orelai Kinetic's body couldn't move, so she could only reply with a hoarse voice. All right, don't rush, Seer. Dad will pour you some water. Speak less. Hearing his daughter say she was thirsty, Arthur Kinetic hurriedly picked up the cup on the bedside table, poured a cup of warm water from the kettle, and carefully handed it to Gwendolyn for her to feed Orelai Kinetic water. Orelai Kinetic opened her mouth, took a few small sips, and then stopped drinking. At this time, Caspian Kinetic had already pressed the call bell by the head of the bed, and the doctor had rushed over. Dr. Emmett, my daughter has already woken up. Could you please take a look and see if she is out of the danger period? Seeing the doctor approaching, Arthur Kinetic hurriedly requested. All right, Captain Moo, rest assured. I will definitely check carefully. Dr. Emmett agreed with certainty. Thank you, Dr. Emmett. If there is anything needed in the future, as long as I, Arthur Kinetic, can handle it, Just speak up, Arthur Kinetic said with a sincere expression on his face. Chapter 3: Escaping Danger. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's words, Dr. Emmett nodded knowingly, not holding Arthur Kinetic, a city defense squad leader, in high regard. As a level 3 Wu-type ability healer, he had nothing to ask of Arthur Kinetic. The reason he gave Arthur Kinetic face was because Arthur Kinetic's older brother in the inner city, a level 5 ability powerhouse, could indeed help out a lot. Many things that could not be bought in the outer city could be easily bought in the inner city. For this point alone, he would grant Arthur Kinetic a favor. This was the benefit of having backing. Arthur Kinetic naturally understood this logic as well. However, he had been close with Alistair Kinetic since childhood. After growing up, his job, house, and wife were all arranged single-handedly by his eldest brother Alistair Kinetic, so he naturally dared to make promises with full confidence. Otherwise, relying solely on himself as a level 1 Esper, it would be impossible for him to have this capability. After a thorough examination, Dr. Emmett smiled and said, Captain Mu, your daughter has passed the dangerous period, and she just needs to recuperate quietly from now on. However, she was injured by a mutated plant after all, so for the past recent period, she needs to eat more low-pollution food to nourish herself. If she drinks nutrient solutions, it is best to drink high-grade nutrient solutions. Those primary nutrient solutions do not help her physical recovery much. Hearing Dr. Emmett's definitive reply, the Mu family collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Dr. Emmett. Arthur Kinetic grasped Dr. Emmett's hands and thanked him with an excited expression. It is only right. This is my duty as a doctor. Dr. Emmett exchanged a few polite words and then hurried away. After the doctor's examination, Orlar Kinetic closed her eyes wearily and fell back into a deep sleep. Mom, why did little sister close her eyes again? Why won't she talk to us? Seeing Orlar Kinetic fall asleep again, Lucian Kinetic asked Gwendolyn with some concern. It's fine, Una. Your sister is too seriously injured, and her body is weak. Sleeping can help her recover, so you don't need to worry, Gwendolyn placated. Hearing Gwendolyn's explanation, the three brothers of the Mu family finally revealed a trace of a shallow smile on their faces. Now that the doctor has confirmed Seer is fine, all of you go back. I will keep vigil at the hospital tonight. Tomorrow daytime, you two brothers Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic come replace me to take care of Seer at the hospital. But Dad and your older brother both have to work tomorrow and won't have time. Understand? Gwendolyn arranged in a low voice. MHM, got it. We come over early tomorrow morning, and will definitely take good care of little sister. Mom, you can rest assured, Julian Kinetic guaranteed with a solemn expression. Toward this second son who had always been taciturn, Arthur Kinetic, and Gwendolyn felt at ease. Although this son spoke little, he handled matters steadily, had a calculating mind, and had never broken his word on anything he promised. In the evening, Arthur Kinetic and the three brothers of the Mu family had already gone back. Gwendolyn had been busy all afternoon. Upon learning that Orlar Kinetic was out of danger, her tightly strung nerves finally relaxed. The result of relaxing was that a sense of fatigue washed over her, and Gwendolyn fell asleep slumped beside Orlar Kinetic's hospital bed. In the middle of the night, Orlar Kinetic slowly woke up. At this moment, she didn't look like someone who had been attacked by a mutated plant at all. Although Orlar Kinetic had never lived on the Wasteland world, from the memories of the original Orlar Kinetic, she understood that her recovery was too fast and somewhat abnormal. She carefully sensed her body once, and finally, she felt a thread of green energy as thick as a hair strand inside her body. What is this? Could this be the energy inside the green energy stone? However, how did this energy enter the body? In little Orlar Kinetic's memories, she had not awakened an ability. In the Wasteland world, ordinary people generally awakened an ability between the ages of 5 and 10. If someone hadn't awakened an ability after the age of 10, they were generally confirmed not to be an Esper. Such people could purchase a gene awakening potion before the age of 18. After taking it, there was a 30% chance they would become a genetic enhancer. A genetic enhancer was more than 3 times stronger than an ordinary person in both speed and strength, and their survival rate increased by 50%. This was also the reason why everyone rushed to purchase the gene awakening potion. Little Orlar Kinetic was now 12 years old. Before the age of 10, she hadn't awakened any ability. She didn't care about not awakening an ability. The Mu family protected her too well. To put it nicely, she was innocent. To put it harshly, she was ignorant of the hardships of the world. Awakening an ability was also 1 in 10,000 in the Wasteland world. That was just awakening an ability. As for ability upgrading, that was even more difficult. Upgrading from a level 1 Esper to a level 3 Esper was somewhat easier. For a level 3 ability to want to upgrade to level 4, that was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. In the entire base 58, there were thousands of primary level 1 to level 3 Espers, but there were only dozens of intermediate level 4 to level 6 Espers. And as for advanced level 7 to level 9 Espers, there were only 4. Kinetic couldn't figure it out, and stopped thinking about it. Instead, she cautiously controlled that wispy bit of energy to slowly wander through her body, and finally, this wispy green energy disappeared inside her body. Regarding abilities, Kinetic didn't understand, and little Kinetic didn't understand either. She hadn't awakened an ability, and the Mu family only had Kinetic as an Esper, with no one to communicate with, so little Kinetic didn't know what Espers were like. However, although Kinetic didn't understand, she was, after all, a graduate student who had read quite a few books. She had already guessed that she had most likely awakened a Wu-type ability, but because it violated the common sense of the Wasteland world, Kinetic currently did not plan to tell the Mu family. Little Kinetic had just lost her life, and Kinetic did not want to risk standing out right now. Base 58, Outer City, District C, Mu family courtyard. Dad, are we just going to let little sister's grudge go like this in the Mu family living room? Lucian Kinetic asked unconvincedly. Let it go. Daring to bully my Kinetic's precious daughter. I don't care who he is. It is impossible to let it go easily. However, to deal with people from the Varmer Syndicate, we need to plan carefully before taking action, so as not to let the Varmer Syndicate catch a handle on us, and end up turning things around to make us suffer a covert loss. Moving against those little bastards of the Varmer Syndicate, Devders Varmer, and that little vixen Kavita Varmer, doesn't matter much. However, a few days ago I heard that the Varmer Syndicate's eldest son, Karen Varmer, has already broken through level 1 in his metal-type ability and become a level 2 Esper. Therefore, before we make a move, we must find a good retreat path to avoid falling into a trap, Kinetic said with a gloomy expression. Hearing Kinetic's analysis, Caspian Kinetic, Julian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic fell silent. In the Wasteland world, out in the wilderness, there were so many mutated plants and mutated animals. As long as one was a little careful, getting rid of a person or two by tampering slightly and staging it as being killed in an attack by mutated plants and mutated animals, no one would investigate it at all. But inside the base, there were cameras and monitors everywhere, and city guards patrolled. If one wasn't careful and left behind evidence, that would be a troublesome matter. Not to mention that the Varmer Syndicate now also had a level 2 Esper. Chapter 4 Concealment. Dozens of meters away from the Mu family, Devders Varmer and Kavita Varmer were hiding in a corner with panicked expressions on their faces. Little brother, what should we do? That fake Kinetic didn't die. She was saved by someone. Why? Even a mutated plant couldn't kill her. Kavita Varmer's delicate little face twisted into a ferocious expression at this moment. Looking at his unrecognizable sister, Devders Varmer's heart tightened. How could his sister turn into such a person with this kind of expression? Wasn't she always well-behaved and sensible? Kavita Varmer, what are you talking about? When did you ever see Kinetic today? You have been scavenging with me from beginning to end today, and you haven't had any contact with anyone, including Kinetic. Understand? Devders Varmer said sternly. Kavita Varmer was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. When they left the city together with Kinetic today, Kinetic wanted to prevent the Mu family from blaming Devders Varmer and Kavita Varmer. When exiting the city gate, she intentionally did not go with the Q siblings, but instead left the city gate alone. The three of them gathered at a place 1 mile away from the city gate. Little brother, you're still the smart one. You had already thought of a way to clear us of suspicion. Kavita Varmer practically admired her little brother to death. All right. Stop flattering me. Remember what I said. No matter who asks, it's all the same. Devders Varmer instructed anxiously. Kavita Varmer hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Little brother, can't we even tell Mom, Dad, and Big brother? If they ask, are we still not going to tell them? Devders Varmer looked at Kavita Varmer with a cold gaze, not saying a single word, but expressing his meaning crystal clear. Under Devders Varmer's gaze, Kavita Varmer's voice gradually became softer and softer, as if speaking even slightly louder would put her in mortal danger. This look is so terrifying, it makes all the hair on my body stand on end. Little brother, I know. After Kavita Varmer stuttered her reply. At this moment, no one understood how terrible Kavita Varmer's emotions were right then. Fear, terror for so many years. This was the first time she had seen this side of Devders Varmer. Devders Varmer and Kavita Varmer did not know that it was precisely because of their deliberate concealment that Orlar Kinetic was given time to grow. Otherwise, given the identity of the Weimar Syndicate's eldest brother as a level 2 Esper, he would still have had a chance to deliberately find an excuse to frame the Mu family. One could only say that everything was up to fate. In the hospital, when Orlar Kinetic opened her eyes once again and saw the white walls of the hospital, her fluke mentality was finally completely extinguished. All night, she had been praying to the gods and Buddhas in her heart, saying that this was merely a dream. When she woke up from the dream, she would definitely be in her rented apartment, and she would still be at Orlar Kinetic, living in an era where food and clothing were not lacking. However, this white colour that stunned her eyes painfully made her understand that all of this was not a dream. She, a female graduate student living in Blue Star in 2030, had time travelled to the suffocating and collapsing wasteland world of 5055. This realisation made Orlar Kinetic wish she could go scavenging again and die once more. Perhaps by dying once, she would go back. Unfortunately, she knew that this idea was impossible to realise in a short time. Since she had come, she would take it as it came. After her frustration, Orlar Kinetic tried in her mind to feel that trace of green energy from yesterday. The energy was still there, but it was still only as thick as a hair, without growing even a bit. Sigh, I don't even know how to grow the energy. It looks like I have a lot to learn in the future. After checking her ability, Orlar Kinetic pondered again in her mind what caused her to travel here from Blue Star all of a sudden. Could there be some medium on her body? Thinking of this, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help but call out in her heart, "System, Tomsy, Brother Tom." After a moment, with not the slightest reaction, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help muttering in her heart, "Sigh, it seems the system isn't the one who sent me over." Then could it be a space? Don't novels all say that time travel comes with a Newcomer gift bag? It's impossible for me to be so unlucky that after time traveling once, there's not a single reward. Space, please answer if you hear this. After several more consecutive calls, there was still no movement at all. Damn it, when other people time travel, they are either young misses in powerful and noble aristocratic families, or parasites living off wealthy and opulent families. How come, when it gets to me, I was inexplicably brought to this wasteland world where world order has collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars have drastically changed, and people are barely clinging to survival? This is simply outrageous beyond words. What on earth is the ghost thing that brought you here? Once I find it, I will definitely give it a piece of my mind. Orlar Kinetic muttered resentfully in her heart. Whenever she thought of how the soil and water sources were heavily radiation polluted, causing all animals and plants to mutate wildly just to survive, with those mutated animals and plants growing on average more than 10 times larger, and their lethality instantly skyrocketing, Orlar Kinetic shivered all over. She was afraid. She wanted to cry. She wanted to return to Blue Star. This side of the world had long since become completely unrecognizable, and human living space was repeatedly plundered, occupied, and squeezed by mutated animals and plants. Nowadays, the human race could usually only live within the energy protective shield established by the base. Wanting to go out to look for food, they could only leave early and return late, avoiding the high radiation areas in the wilderness. Otherwise, once exposed to the sun in a high radiation area for more than 10 minutes, an Esper-infected person would appear, causing their ability to drop, while a genetic enhancer would experience gene collapse. Even when scavenging in moderate radiation areas during the day, one had to pay attention to the scavenging time. Between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. at noon, those 2 hours were the high radiation time. People who went out scavenging could not be directly exposed to the sun during this period either, because doing so would likewise result in heavy radiation pollution, turning them into an Esper-infected person or someone with gene collapse. Thinking that she would also go out in the future to risk her life and fight against mutated animals and plants, Orlar Kinetic S body couldn't help but tremble. Her body's trembling woke Gwendolyn, who was lying by the bedside keeping vigil. "Seer, what's wrong with you? Is it hurting again? How about Mom goes to find a doctor to prescribe a little painkillers?" Gwendolyn looked at Orlar Kinetic and asked with concern. Gwendolyn's concern interrupted Orlar Kinetic, who had been searching for the reason for her time travel in her mind. "Mom, no need. It doesn't hurt. I just had a dream earlier. No need to look for a doctor. Doctors are quite busy too. It's not good to keep bothering them." As soon as Orlar Kinetic finished speaking, her heart skipped a beat with a thud. Damn it, how could I say words like that? Little Orlar Kinetic is a 12-year-old girl who grew up under the protection and pampering of her parents and brothers. She doesn't understand these things at all. Orlar Kinetic wished she could reach out and slap herself a few times. This damn mouth of hers blurted out trouble in one go. Hearing Kinetic refusal, Gwendolyn was somewhat puzzled. Just as she was about to ask Kinetic where she had heard such words, the sound of the door opening interrupted her. Chapter 5 Discharge. A young doctor walked in, followed by a female nurse. Ward rounds, the young doctor said with a calm expression. Kinetic saw that it wasn't Dr. Emmett from yesterday, and a crazy idea popped into her head. Discharge. She had to be discharged immediately. Her body was basically healed because of its sliver of green energy. This strange phenomenon couldn't be discovered by the hospital. Otherwise, she might be taken by the base to be sliced up for research. Having figured this out, she obediently cooperated with the young doctor's examination. When the routine checkup was over, Gwendolyn asked worriedly, "Doctor, how is my daughter? Does she need to take a purification potion to cleanse the radiation infection left by the mutated plant in her body?" Hearing Gwendolyn's inquiry, the young doctor looked at her with some surprise, then looked down at the examination results in his hand. He shook his head and explained, "No need. Your daughter's body is recovering very well. The mild radiation infection in her body doesn't require a purification potion. The body's immune system will naturally resolve it in a few days." Hearing the young doctor's explanation, Gwendolyn's face showed a look of doubt. Seeing this, Kinetic cried out inwardly, "Oh no, I can't let Gwendolyn keep asking." She quickly changed the subject and asked, "Doctor, since my body is fine now, can I be discharged today? I want to go home to recuperate." "Sure. With your condition, you can definitely be discharged. It just so happens that hospital beds are in short supply. I'll issue a discharge certificate for you right away, and you can leave today." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the ward. Looking at the young doctors retreating back, Gwendolyn's face showed an expression that was both confused and angry. Her daughter clearly almost couldn't be saved yesterday, yet this bullshit doctor came for an inspection today and said she was fine and could be discharged. What kind of bullshit doctor is this? No. Could it be that there's something wrong with her daughter's body and the hospital is afraid of taking responsibility, so they deliberately found a greenhorn doctor to push for her discharge? Gwendolyn paced back and forth in the ward, her mind conjuring up countless dramatic scenarios. Kinetically on the bed. Seeing the shifting colours of Gwendolyn's face from pale to white to dark, she reminded her in confusion, "Mom, what's wrong? Didn't the doctor say I could be discharged? Why aren't you packing yet? Also, shouldn't you notify Dad and my brother? If they don't know I'm being discharged, they might come to the hospital later for nothing. That would be such a waste of time." Hearing Kinetic's words, Gwendolyn suddenly snapped back to reality. That's right. She didn't know why the doctor was letting her be discharged, but if she asked Kinetic, maybe he would know. Besides, even if he didn't know, they could always ask Dr. Emmett. Kinetic, a young doctor, just came to the ward for rounds. After checking, he said Zia could be discharged today. "Brother John, what do you think the hospital means by this? Zia was in such a serious condition yesterday. She almost didn't wake up. Today, the doctor says Zia's body has no problems, and she can be discharged. In just one day. How could their story change so much? This is too ridiculous. Do you think they're hiding something from us?" As if she had found her pillar of support, Gwendolyn hurriedly recounted the entire process of the morning's ward round to Kinetic over the phone, word for word. Kinetic was also stunned on the phone. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Gwendolyn, you and Sear stay put. I'm coming to the hospital right now." The bracelets in the Wasteland world are wristwatches uniformly produced by the base. They can make video calls and send voice messages, and most importantly, they are an indispensable life support tool for people in the Wasteland. Hidden within the bracelet is a thin needle used to identify the radiation pollution levels and toxins in plants and animals. It also serves as a tool for online savings and transactions. Transactions and the exchange of points are all handled through the bracelet, so it is very important. Half an hour later, Kinetic rushed into the ward. Before Kinetic could speak, Gwendolyn spoke first. "Kinetic, do you think we should call Dr. Emmett and ask him to help give Zia another thorough examination?" Kinetic was about to answer when Kinetic, lying on the bed, grew anxious. If that Dr. Emmett from yesterday came over, wouldn't her secret be exposed? What if he found something? Wouldn't she be in danger then? "No, there's no need, Mom and Dad. I don't think it's necessary. Dad, go help me handle the discharge procedures. The smell of the hospital is too unpleasant. It makes me feel like vomiting." Kinetic urged impatiently. Hearing Kinetic's urgent urging, Kinetic's heart stirred. His eyes snapped toward Kinetic on the bed. Her pale little face and black, naturally curly hair were no different from his daughter in the past. If there was one thing different today, it was her gaze. Zia's gaze in the past was clear, simple, and ignorant. But now, the simplicity and ignorance in Seer's eyes were gone, and even the clarity had faded quite a bit. All that remained was calmness, persistence, and a hint of depth. Depth? Arthur Kinetic shook his head. Was he crazy? How could he see a hint of depth in his daughter's eyes? When Arthur Kinetic looked again, Aurelia Kinetic's gaze hadn't changed, and she didn't even mean to hide it. Arthur Kinetic's heart skipped a beat. He knew that after this ordeal, his simple and kind daughter had changed. Perhaps this wasn't bad, after all. There would always be times when the family couldn't protect her, Arthur Kinetic comforted himself. However, at the thought that his daughter's change had almost cost her life, the anger in Arthur Kinetic's heart surged again. Gwendolyn, pack up. We're being discharged. I'll go handle the discharge procedures. We'll talk about everything when we get home. Arthur Kinetic stopped Gwendolyn from continuing to ask for reasons and turned to handle the discharge procedures. After Arthur Kinetic left, Aurelia Kinetic breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she had to leave the hospital as soon as possible. While Gwendolyn was packing, she was still muttering her dissatisfaction with the hospital's decision. Soon, Arthur Kinetic finished the discharge procedures. With Arthur Kinetic carrying Aurelia Kinetic on his back, the family of 3 walked out of the hospital. Yes, no matter how much Aurelia Kinetic protested, Arthur Kinetic insisted on carrying her out of the hospital. Leaving the hospital gates, they came to an old tricycle. This was the Moo family's mode of transportation, usually used by Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic when they went out scavenging. Today, to pick up Aurelia Kinetic from the hospital, Arthur Kinetic had driven it over out of concern for her health. The door opened, and Arthur Kinetic carefully placed Aurelia Kinetic into the tricycle's cabin. Gwendolyn put the things in her hands inside, and got in as well. Arthur Kinetic drove the tricycle, rushing quickly toward home. He had countless questions that needed explaining, but it wasn't safe outside, so he could only suppress them and wait until they got home to ask. Aurelia Kinetic knew Arthur Kinetic was suspicious, but there was no other way. For her, a 20-something graduate student from an agricultural university, to pretend to be a simple 12-year-old girl and act cute in front of the Moo family was just too difficult. She could only silently say in her heart, "This little lady simply can't do it." Chapter 6 Confession. In the living room of the Moo family, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn sat on a double sofa, both of them looking uniformly at Aurelia Kinetic sitting on a single sofa, looking like they were waiting for Aurelia Kinetic to give a reasonable explanation. Seeing the two of them, with the posture of a 3-judicatory joint trial, a trace of helplessness flashed through Aurelia Kinetic's heart. She brewed her emotions for a moment, and after a few breaths, she softly opened her mouth and asked, "Dad, you're in a spur. Under what circumstances did you awaken your ability back then? Is there anything special after awakening the ability?" Awaken the ability. Hearing Aurelia Kinetic's question, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn both exclaimed in unison, "Seer, why did you suddenly ask this question? Did you awaken an ability?" Arthur Kinetic stared closely at Aurelia Kinetic, asking eagerly. Seeing Arthur Kinetic's eager look, Aurelia Kinetic was somewhat surprised. "Dad, don't rush to change the subject. You haven't answered my question yet." Finishing her words, Aurelia Kinetic looked at Arthur Kinetic with some dissatisfaction. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Aurelia Kinetic's small face, Arthur Kinetic suddenly came to his senses, realizing he had acted too eagerly and forgot to answer his daughter's question. He eased his expression, and then fell into memories. "I awakened my ability when I was over 9 years old. As for the specific reason back then, I can't remember it clearly now. That day your eldest uncle, which is my eldest brother Alastair Kinetic, he is a level 3 Asper, and a small skill beast tide appeared in the wilderness, so he went to participate in eliminating the mutated beast tide. When he came back, he brought back a bear paw of a mutated black bear, and your grandfather specially stewed the bear paw and let me eat it. At that time I didn't understand much, ate half of the bear paw by myself, and then it became miserable. There was too much energy in the mutated beast meat, and I ate my fill too much, directly running a fever, and falling into a coma for 3 days. After waking up, I found that a huge amount of energy was running amok in my body. Speaking of which, it's funny, I didn't realize at the time that I had awakened an ability, and even loudly shouted that I was going to die. I was going to explode." After Arthur Kinetic finished speaking, as if he also felt that he was very funny at that time, a trace of a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Bear paw, energy, running amok. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's memories, Aurelia Kinetic softly repeated several key words. "Dad, put that way, the ability you awakened is a string-type ability. Does your ability have a color?" Aurelia Kinetic continued to ask. Seeing Aurelia Kinetic's unrelenting and inquisitive look, Arthur Kinetic did not hesitate and replied, "Seer, abilities are divided into elemental abilities, mutated abilities, and basic abilities. Elemental abilities are the 5 types of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mutated abilities are the 5 types of wind, thunder, ice, dark, and spiritual. Basic abilities are relatively numerous, including strength, speed, and so on. Among these, only elemental abilities and mutated abilities have colors. For example, the color of the metal type ability is golden, the color of the wood type ability is green, the color of the water ability is blue, the color of the fire type ability is red, and the color of the earth ability is yellow. The color of the thunder type ability is purple, the color of the wind type ability is colorless, the color of the ice ability is white, and the color of the dark ability is black. Of course, the color of the ability is also affected by the ability level. The higher the ability level, the purer the color. After Atherkinetic finished speaking, he no longer urged or questioned eagerly, but instead looked with shining eyes at Kinetic, who was deep in thought. None of their 4 children had awakened an ability, and Atherkinetic and Gwendolyn had been extremely worried about this matter in their hearts. For family, if there is no Esper, it is a very serious matter. Decades later, or perhaps not even waiting for decades, once the only Esper in their family passes away, the Mu family would no longer have an Esper to prop it up, and it would quickly decline. The ultimate result would be that in a few years, or a dozen or so years later, they would be eliminated from the outer city and reduced to scavengers in the Shantytown. Because a family without an Esper does not even have the qualification to purchase a Gene Awakening potion. Unless you've made a huge contribution to the base, perhaps you will have a chance to obtain a purchase qualification. The Wasteland world is a world with distinct levels. Without an Esper, nor a genetic enhancer, in the outer city, there is simply no good job. Without a job, there is no income. Continuing in this cycle, naturally, one would be eliminated from the outer city. Such a scene was similarly staged in the inner city. It's just that once Espers are promoted to level 4, they obtain more resources, and the situation will be a bit better. After a long time, just when Atherkinetic and Gwendolyn were waiting almost without hope, Kinetic's Lily opened her mouth. Dad, Mum, I don't know if this situation counts as awakening an ability. After waking up in the hospital, I felt a stream of energy in my body, but this energy was not as turbulent as Dad said, but only as thin as a hair. At that time, I tried to direct this trace of energy, and found that after it circulated through my body, it all returned to a seed the size of a grain of rice, and the colour of the seed was green. Hearing Kinetic's narration, Atherkinetic excitedly stood up from the sofa immediately. Seer, you very likely awakened a wood-type ability. Atherkinetic's voice was even a little trembling, and his eyes were full of surprise. The combat power of the wood-type ability might be a bit weaker than other abilities, but there is an ability seed in your body, which is a sign of ability refinement. As for what you said about only having a very thin trace of ability, I guess it must be because you were injured, and the wood-type ability activated the repair function. You must know that the wood-type ability has healing and purification functions. Gwendolyn's eyes also turned red with excitement. That's great. The next generation of the Mu family has hope. As long as Seer is here, Caspian Kinetic and the others all have hope. Watching Atherkinetic and Gwendolyn so excited, Kinetic felt a bit strange in her heart. She also knew that Espers who awaken are rare, but hearing the meaning in Gwendolyn's words, how could it still involve some next generation? Not understanding means naturally not pretending to understand. Adhering to the principle of asking when not understanding, Kinetic opened her mouth to ask the doubt in her heart. Mom, what does my awakening and ability have to do with my brothers? Does it mean that in the future I can take care of them like eldest uncle? Kinetic asked with a puzzled face. Atherkinetic sat back down and patiently explained, Seer, inside the human base, many things are not open to ordinary people. Most directly, for example, the Gene Awakening potion. Only Espers are qualified to purchase it, and there is also a quota limit. Like your dad me, a level 1 Esper only has 1 purchase quota. The higher the level, the more purchase quotas there are. As for the Gene Awakening potion, for your second and third brothers, your eldest uncle's side promised to give 1 purchase quota. Back then, I was planning to go to the black market to purchase the remaining 2 quotas. This kind of purchase qualification, especially for families with many Espers in the inner city who can't use them up, they will quietly take them out and sell them. But this kind of opportunity is rare, and the price is naturally very expensive. After listening to Atherkinetic's explanation, Kinetic only had 1 sentence she wanted to say in her heart. This rule is truly fucking awesome. It's properly strong people getting stronger, ordinary people having even less hope, thoroughly being trampled at the very bottom. Dad, how can an ability level up? Lorelei Kinetic only muttered a complaint in her heart, and then asked about the matter of ability advancement. After all, a little rookie like her was not qualified to meddle in these matters. Chapter 7: Refusal to Submit. Seer, do you still remember what happened in the wilderness? Arthur Kinetic asked in a low voice. I remember. That morning, the siblings Kavitra Varma and Devdars Varma were going scavenging and happened to run into me at the door. Kavitra Varma mocked me for staying home playing all day without earning a single credit for the family, calling me a good-for-nothing parasite of the Moo family. She also taunted me for not daring to go scavenging with them. I was so angry that I went along with them. I originally thought I'd find something good to bring back and give you a surprise. But speaking up to this point, Lorelei Kinetic felt too embarrassed to continue. Little Lorelei Kinetic not only failed to bring a surprise to the Moo family, but she actually lost her life. In the end, it was her own soul transmigrating over, giving the Moo family a huge scare instead. Later, to save her, they spent a lot of credits at the hospital. She guessed that Arthur Kinetic probably didn't have many credits left in his hands right now. Otherwise, even without a tricycle today, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic wouldn't have insisted on going out scavenging. You had to know that transportation was very important for scavenging in the wilderness. Without a vehicle, one couldn't go far at all, and nearby areas were swept clean by scavengers every day, leaving nothing to pick up. Besides, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic were neither Espers nor gene-enhanced humans. Going scavenging on foot was still very dangerous. Seeing Lorelei Kinetic looking embarrassed and awkward, Gwendolyn hurried to comfort her. It's all right, Sia. Credits can be earned back once spent. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. On the contrary, this time you accidentally awakened an ability, which is a pleasantly surprising big event. However, Sia, even though the result was good, it was far too dangerous. You can't go scavenging with others again next time. If you really want to go scavenging, just go with your brothers. Alright, don't worry. We won't stop you from scavenging in the future, but with your second and third older brothers there, your parents will feel more at ease. In reality, Gwendolyn was worried that if she stopped her daughter from going to the wilderness to scavenge, she would sneak off by herself again. That would be too dangerous. No one could be luckier enough to be saved every single time. Mum, I definitely won't go with anyone else again. I won't even trust acquaintances. You don't know, but back then Kavitra Varma was originally standing at the very front, and the mutated plant was attacking her. In the end, at the critical moment, Devdars Varma pushed me in front of Kavitra Varma, so I became the one directly facing the mutated plant. In the end, I was dragged over by the mutated plant and almost became its nutrients. Lorelei Kinetic didn't hide anything at all and told them everything that happened. After listening to Lorelei Kinetic's words, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn looked at her helplessly. This matter was their fault. They had protected their daughter too well, leaving her with no sense of precaution. However, hearing their daughter explain it like this, they didn't even have a legitimate excuse to confront the Varma Syndicate. The behavior of the Varma Syndicate siblings was at most selfish, pushing Lorelei Kinetic to act as a human shield. But this kind of thing was commonplace in the Wasteland world. In the wilderness, for a little food, all sorts of bizarre and dangerous things frequently happened, and everyone had long grown accustomed to it. Hearing that Lorelei Kinetic was dragged to the roots by the mutated plant, Arthur Kinetic suddenly remembered the small grey stone in Lorelei Kinetic's left hand. Sealer, do you still remember the little stone you held in your hand? Arthur Kinetic asked in a deep voice. A voice in the dark told him that the key to his daughter being able to awaken her wood-type ability was this little stone. The little stone, hearing Arthur Kinetic's question, a scene flashed through Lorelei Kinetic's mind. She nodded and said softly, I remember. That small green stone dropped from the dirt when the mutated plant was pulled out of the soil by Whip. While struggling desperately, I accidentally grabbed it. A small green stone's ear. Did you remember correctly? What you grabbed back then was a small green stone, not a small grey stone. Arthur Kinetic asked in a trembling voice. Dad, I didn't remember wrong. Precisely because it was glowing green, I was able to grab it out of all that dirt. To grab it, my hand was even cut by the mutated plant and bled, Lorelei Kinetic said with absolute certainty. See now, I think I've guessed the reason you awakened your ability, Arthur Kinetic said with a delighted face. Although he had guessed it in his heart earlier, he didn't have solid evidence. Now, he could basically be certain that his daughter awakened her wood-type ability because she absorbed a large amount of wood-type energy. This discovery made Arthur Kinetic's heart surge with excitement. Could it be that absorbing a large amount of a specific elemental energy allowed one to awaken the corresponding elemental ability? No, it couldn't be that simple. If awakening an elemental ability were that simple, wouldn't Espers be everywhere? Arthur Kinetic sat on the sofa overthinking a storm of ideas, but ended up with no clue at all, so he finally had to give up guessing. Oh, Dad, you know why I awakened my ability? Hearing her father's words, Orlar Kinetic asked curiously. Seer, if nothing unexpected happened, you were able to awaken your ability because you grabbed a wood-type energy stone. The wood-type energy stone in your hand not only healed the wound on your hand, but through that wound, your body absorbed a large amount of wood-type energy, causing you to unknowingly awaken your wood-type ability. Arthur Kinetic shared his theory with a delighted face. After listening to Arthur Kinetic's analysis and theory, Orlar Kinetic pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement with his deduction. Arthur Kinetic, since Seer has awakened a wood-type ability, hurried to the base management office to report it so the base can register it. In the future, with another Esper in the family, we'll get an extra share of many hidden benefits. Gwendolyn reminded him with a joyful look. No, we can't report it to the base. Orlar Kinetic hurriedly intervened in panic upon hearing Gwendolyn's reminder. Why? Gwendolyn asked in complete astonishment upon hearing Orlar Kinetic's refusal. Seeing the identical astonishment on both of their faces, Orlar Kinetic sighed. With a serious little face, she asked in return, Dad, Mom, at what age do people awaken an ability? 5 to 10 years old. Everyone knows this common sense. When you went to school, didn't your teacher teach you that? Gwendolyn's blurted response instantly silenced Arthur Kinetic, who was about to answer. Orlar Kinetic looked at the two of them and continued asking, How old am I this year? 12. Seer, what's wrong with you? Did you even forget how old you are? Gwendolyn found her daughter's questions rather odd and questioned her displeasedly. Arthur Kinetic, however, came to his senses at this moment. That's right, his daughter was 12 years old this year, yet she had awakened an ability. Such an anomaly would hardly fail to attract the attention of interested parties. If an investigation were conducted then, his daughter might. Arthur Kinetic didn't dare overthink it. Looking at Orlar Kinetic, who seemed full of confidence, he spoke up and asked, Seer, what plans do you have? Say them out loud so we can see if they're feasible. Orlar Kinetic cleared her throat and said, I want to conceal the matter of my ability first, don't even tell my brothers, and then look for some energy stones that can help upgrade my ability to raise it to rank 1 as soon as possible. Only after I advance to rank 1 Esper will I find a suitable opportunity to report it to the base. We can tell the outside world that I awakened my ability at age 10, but because I hadn't ranked up, I was too embarrassed to report it. That way, it won't be too eye-catching, nor will anyone suspect anything unusual. Awakening an ability at age 10 is within the normal range, which will prevent suspicion from interested parties. Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn exchanged a glance, feeling that Orlar Kinetic's idea was feasible. Chapter 8, Absorbing Energy. It's just that energy stones are hard to come by. Arthur Kinetic frowned. In this wasteland world, energy stones were already rare, and corresponding elemental energy stones were even harder to find. Orlar Kinetic bit her lip and asked in confusion, Can a wood-type ability user like me only absorb wood-type energy stones? And when I was in school, the teacher said that most energy stones on the market have no attribute, and attributed energy stones are very rare and precious, right? Yes, your teacher was right. 99% of energy stones have no attribute. Espers can absorb energy from them, but this method of absorption wastes a lot of energy. Since you have a wood-type ability, absorbing a corresponding wood-type energy stone will be much more effective, Arthur Kinetic explained carefully. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's explanation, a solemn expression unsuited for her age appeared on Orlar Kinetic's face. Dad, Mom, if all else fails, I can go to the wilderness to try my luck. Maybe I can find a wood-type energy stone. No way, that's too dangerous. Gwendolyn immediately objected, still shaken by what had happened before. Orlar Kinetic took Gwendolyn's hand and said, Mom, I'm an Esper now too. Sooner or later, I'll have to step outside the base. Besides, with my ability to protect me, if I'm careful, I won't get into trouble so easily. Plus, I'll be with second brother and third brother. We won't go anywhere dangerous. Arthur Kinetic thought for a moment and nodded. Seer makes sense. We can't keep her from going to the wilderness forever. Let her start in areas that mercenaries have already cleared. Those places aren't as dangerous. Although Gwendolyn was still worried, she knew she couldn't stop her. After thinking for a moment, she turned and walked into the bedroom she shared with Arthur Kinetic. Soon, she came out holding a small cloth pouch. Seer, absorb these energy stones first to boost your ability a bit before going out to scavenge. I remember the autumn grain harvesting starts in about 10 days. When the time comes, Follow Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic to scavenge in the autumn grain fields protected by your eldest brother Caspian Kinetic-S mercenary group. That should be safer. Taking the small cloth pouch from Gwendolyn, Lorelei Kinetic-S eyes turned red. This was probably the Moo family's last emergency stash, yet Gwendolyn handed it over without hesitation for her safety. Thank you, Mom. With that, she threw herself into Gwendolyn's embrace. Holding Lorelei Kinetic, Gwendolyn's eyes finally turned red as well. She had long felt that her delicate daughter, who woke up in the hospital, was no longer clinging toward her. Suspicions had crossed her mind, but looking at that face identical to her daughter's, she suppressed them. Gwendolyn hadn't told anyone about this trace of suspicion, not even Arthur Kinetic. Seer, be careful when you absorb energy. Start with a little bit, and take it slow. Most importantly, as soon as you feel full of energy inside, or even feel a slight swelling pain, stop immediately. Do you understand? Whatever you do, don't force yourself to absorb more, Arthur Kinetic reminded her. Okay, I'll remember. I'm heading back to my room then. With that, Lorelei Kinetic turned and walked toward a small room, which was hers. Entering her room, she pulled out the small cloth pouch and poured out the energy stones inside. There weren't many energy stones, only 3, 1 large and 2 small, all white in colour. Out of curiosity, Lorelei Kinetic used her wristband to measure their energy values. Beep, energy value 869. This was the largest one, with an energy value as high as 869. Lorelei Kinetic nodded in satisfaction and measured the remaining 2. Beep, energy value 457. Beep, energy value 236. 3 energy stones with over 1,500 total energy value. I wonder how much I can absorb, Lorelei Kinetic secretly speculated in her heart. After a few breaths, Lorelei Kinetic calmed her excited heart. Taking out the smallest energy stone, she held it in the palm of her left hand, closed her eyes, and slowly drew the energy inside from her palm up through her arm and into her body. At first, as the energy slowly flowed up her arm and into her body, Lorelei Kinetic felt a warm and cozy sensation all over, which was extremely comfortable. But as energy continuously surged into her body, she gradually felt a sense of swelling inside. Remembering her father's advice, she was just about to stop absorbing when she involuntarily recalled the Wasteland novel she had read in her past life. Reborn from the brink of death, a phoenix rises from the ashes. If she kept absorbing, would there be a different outcome for her as well? Besides, she was a Wu-type ability user, and the Wu-type ability possessed active healing capabilities. Realizing this, instead of stopping the absorption, Lorelei Kinetic actually sped up the rate at which she absorbed energy. As the speed increased, the energy surging into Lorelei Kinetic's body increased dramatically. A few breaths later, Lorelei Kinetic felt a powerful surge of energy raging wild like an untamed horse inside her, and the swelling pain instantly intensified. Cold sweat instantly poured down her forehead, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. No, this won't do. It's too dangerous. I have to stop quickly. Otherwise, she gritted her teeth and tried to release the energy stone in her hand. However, at this moment, the energy stone seemed stuck to her palm by an invisible force and couldn't be shaken off no matter what she did. Lorelei Kinetic panicked as more and more energy built up inside her, rapidly approaching the limit of what she could handle. Just when she felt she couldn't hold on any longer, the green seed inside her body suddenly burst with a green light. The dazzling green light enveloped her entire body. As if soaking in a hot spring, the boiling energy inside her body miraculously stabilized and ceased its rampage. Time seemed to pass in an instant, yet felt like an eternity. Once her body returned to peace, Lorelei Kinetic slowly opened her eyes. She noticed the energy stone she had held in her left palm had vanished into a pile of powder. She tossed the powder into the trash can, then closed her eyes again to carefully sense her condition. To her pleasant surprise, she found that her ability seemed to have improved significantly. Her ability, which had originally been as thin as a strand of hair, had expanded to the thickness of a chopstick after absorbing a single energy stone. Phew! Lorelei Kinetic took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Though the process was somewhat perilous, the result was great. If she hadn't pushed through to break past that final barrier, she probably wouldn't have gained so much. Indeed, the ancients did not lie. No pain, no gain. Only by enduring the hardest hardship can one rise above others. However, this method was probably only suitable for her. After all, others didn't have the healing capabilities of the Wu-type ability as a safety net. Right, the green seed. Thinking of her Wu-type ability, Lorelei Kinetic finally remembered to check on the green seed. Closing her eyes once more, Lorelei Kinetic concentrated her mind, sending a thin strand of spiritual telekinesis slowly toward the green seed. Looking at the green seed that had doubled in size, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help but smile. Chapter 9 Dual Abilities. Orlar Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis circled around the green seed, just as it was about to retreat into the sea of consciousness. But inadvertently, it discovered a greyish stone. This thumb-sized stone was quietly lying beside the green seed. Why does this stone give me such a familiar feeling? Have I seen it somewhere before? Or could this be something little Orlar Kinetic saw in the past? Orlar Kinetic sat on the bed, her body motionless, while images flashed rapidly through her mind automatically, searching for memories regarding this stone. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't recall any memories about this grey stone. In a fit of anger, Orlar Kinetic slapped towards the grey stone with her spiritual telekinesis. Where on earth did this piece of junk stone come from? Why can't I remember anything at all? She cursed grumblingly in her mind. Hiss! The stone was slapped, and a tearing pain came from Orlar Kinetic's head as well. She had forgotten that spiritual telekinesis was merely a materialized manifestation of the sea of consciousness, not a real body that could be slapped or kneaded. Using spiritual telekinesis to slap the grey stone was simply asking for trouble. In the second before passing out, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help but curse herself. How stupid. Orlar Kinetic, who was unconscious, had no idea what happened afterward. The grey stone was like a little mouse that had just seen a jar of lard, stealthily sucking the energy on the green seed. By the time Little Stone stopped absorbing, the green seed, which had originally grown by double, shrank directly by 1/3, looking only a little bit larger than before it absorbed energy. Little Stone, the taste is not bad, but the amount is too little. Green seed, odious little thief stealing food, you suck so much of my energy, and yet you still think it's too little. Too much. When Orlar Kinetic woke up, she saw herself lying on the bed with nothing covering her body. She closed her eyes and felt it. Her head no longer hurt, and the green seed had grown a bit larger. But didn't she vaguely remember it being twice its original size? Why did it not feel twice as large now? Could it be that her eyes had been dazzled, and she saw wrong? She shook her head, suppressing the doubts in her heart, and then she pleasantly discovered that her strength had increased, now at least 3 times that before awakening her ability. If she could lift 50 jinn of things before, then now she could lift at least 150 jinn of things. Not bad. With this strength, at least among her peers, she can stand in a safe position. Having felt her strength, Orlar Kinetic reached out and pinched her arm again. Feeling the much firmer muscles beneath her fingers, a surge of wild joy welled up in her heart. Not bad. It seems that where energy circulates in the body, even the muscles are tempered. No wonder spurs are stronger than ordinary people. Just absorbing the smallest energy stone yielded such great gains. If I absorb more energy stones, wouldn't I? Imagining the feeling of becoming a powerhouse, Orlar Kinetic's eyes almost narrowed with a smile. However, thinking of that tearing pain, Orlar Kinetic's heart, which had been floating a bit just moments ago, instantly returned to earth. At this moment, Orlar Kinetic suddenly realized that her spiritual power seemed somewhat different. Could it be because the spiritual power of the two merged into one, causing the sea of consciousness not to be 1 + 1 = 2, but rather undergo a qualitative change? No. She needed to do a small test to see if it was as she thought, and whether she had awakened a mental type ability. She searched everywhere in the room, and finally let her gaze rest on a hair clip. The hair clip was not big, inlaid with a row of shiny little beads. Very dazzling. It's you. I'll use you to run a test, and I'll know the result. Suppressing her somewhat excited mood, Orlar Kinetic concentrated all her attention on the hair clip in front of her. After a moment, the hair clip slowly rose. When it was 3 centimeters away from the vanity table, it dropped down. Ha. I really am a transmigrator. I actually awakened 2 abilities. Orlar Kinetic covered her mouth and chuckled endlessly. In order not to disturb Kinetic and Gwendolyn, she excitedly jumped in circles on the bed over a dozen times before stopping. The mental type ability must never be told to anyone. This is my own secret and my trump card. After the joy, Orlar Kinetic sat on the bed, pondered for a few breaths, and made an important decision. Dual abilities, she had only heard of people awakening them in those large bases. Dual ability espers, once they grew up, were without exception high-tier powerhouses. In those large bases, they were top figures who could make the base tremble with just a stomp of their feet. For a small person like her, if anyone knew she had awakened dual abilities, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good thing. Orlar Kinetic checked the time and didn't expect it to already be 5 p.m. She hurriedly flipped over and got out of bed. She fetched a basin of water, simply scrubbed her body, and then changed into a set of clean clothes, only then preparing to leave the room with a calm face. She really wanted to take a bath, but unfortunately, even in the outer city, Water usage was extremely conservative. Water supply time was only twice a day, once from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., and the other from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. After these 2 time points, the water supply truck would drive away. Most importantly, the amount of water claimed was restricted. Each person only had 2 buckets of water. Anything exceeding that had to be purchased with points, at 10 points per bucket. This was also to prevent people from wasting water. Arriving at the living room, Orla Kinetic found that there was no one at home. She turned and went to the kitchen. Calling it a kitchen was actually just a simple shed built with some colour-coated steel plates, only 2 or 3 square meters in size. Even a kitchen like this was something many people envied. Familiar with the routine, she took out a pot, added water, and then took out an unknown leaf from the kitchen cabinet. She habitually pressed her wristband, and a test needle popped out from the side. Inserting the test needle into the leaf, a mechanical sound rang out. Beep beep. Moderately polluted plant. Consumption in small amounts is recommended. Putting away the test needle, Orla Kinetic began to make dinner. She boiled a pot of soup with the unknown leaf. Looking at that clear soup, she returned to Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn S. room, and took out 3 intermediate nutrient fluids from an alloy box. Intermediate nutrient fluid cost 10 points each, and one could sustain a person for 3 days, of course. This meant the person did not participate in wasteland reclamation, fighting, or other energy-consuming activities. Thinking about it, Orla Kinetic felt as though she was being a bit extravagant. In the past, little Orla Kinetic only used 1 nutrient fluid for the evening. Sighing, Orla Kinetic put 1 back. What a damn transmigration. It actually sent her to this wasteland world where people couldn't eat their fill, dress warmly, and human life was as cheap as mud. Complaining a few more words, Orla Kinetic resigned herself to fate and continued making the vegetable leaf and nutrient fluid paste. After finishing dinner, Orla Kinetic picked up 2 buckets of water and quickly ran towards the water collection area. It was a bit late today, and she didn't know if she would still be able to collect the free water. When Orla Kinetic arrived, her luck was not bad. There were only 3 people queuing in front of her. But very unluckily, the person standing in front of her was Kavita Varma's mother, Sunita Varma. Chapter 10 Misunderstanding. When Sunita Varma turned around and saw Orla Kinetic carrying buckets, her eyes were filled with astonishment. This young lady from the Mu family had always been pampered by them, yet today they actually allowed her to come out to fetch water. It was truly something out of the ordinary. Oh, isn't this Orla Kinetic? Why are you here to fetch water? Didn't they say you were injured by a mutated plant and hospitalized? Is your body better now? And you've been discharged? If you ask me, Orla Kinetic, a little girl like you who doesn't understand anything shouldn't go scavenging. Aren't you just dragging down your companions and causing trouble? Orla Kinetic frowned and paused inwardly. Did this Sunita Varma actually know or not that she was injured by her 2 children? After thinking about it, she guessed that Devdas Varma and Kavita Varma hadn't told the Varma syndicate about how she got injured. But as the mother of Devdas Varma and Kavita Varma, she definitely must have guessed some of it. Realizing this, Orla Kinetic didn't plan to expose Sunita Varma's hypocritical facade. Speaking of this matter, it could also be considered that young Orla Kinetic herself was too naive and misplaced her trust. However, one grows wiser with every mishap. Remembering this lesson, she wouldn't make the same mistake again in the future. To the mother of an enemy, naturally, she was also an enemy. Orla Kinetic was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges, and she would definitely not let her enemies off. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Orla Kinetic pulled a long face, turned her head away, and didn't even look at Sunita Varma, let alone speak to her. Seeing that Orla Kinetic didn't reply, displeasure welled up in Sunita Varma's heart, and at the same time, she became even more certain of her own guess. Today, this young lady from the Mu family treated her like an enemy upon seeing her. Even when she took the initiative to greet her, Orla Kinetic ignored her completely. It wouldn't have been like this in the past. She thought for a moment, and said with displeasure, "Humph, girl from the Mu family, even though your father is a squad leader in the city defense force, and has always lived in the outer city, you don't have to look down on people like this. When I greet you, you ignore me, no matter what. I'm older than you and count as half an elder to you. Being so impolite makes you look very unbred, doesn't it? Besides, my Count Varma is already a level 2 Esper, much stronger than your dad. What are you feeling so smug about?" Seeing Sunita Varma's gloating and petty expression, Orla Kinetic couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What the hell? An enemy wanting this young lady to welcome her with a smiling face. The only reason I haven't killed your 2 little brats is because this young lady's strength is too weak right now, and it's not suitable to make a move immediately. Otherwise, in a matter of minutes, I'd make your two little brats taste the consequences of offending this young lady. She slowly turned her head, looking at Sunita Varma with icy eyes. Who are you? Do I know you? A complete stranger. On what grounds are you pointing fingers at me here and acting like an elder lecturing people? Do you even deserve to? Who gave you the courage to chatter endlessly like an old hen facing a stranger? Don't rely on having lived a few more years to think you're so great and casually impersonate someone else's elder. Sunita Varma was choked by Aurelar Kinetic's words, her face turning crimson. She pointed her finger at Aurelar Kinetic, just about to retort. You. At this moment, the nearby water delivery worker rode impatiently. What are you arguing about? Do you still want to collect your water or not? If you don't want to collect water, get lost quickly. Hearing the delivery worker's scolding, Sunita Varma couldn't care less about Aurelar Kinetic. She turned around and lowered her head to fetch water. Seeing this, Aurelar Kinetic also shut her mouth and silently placed her buckets under the faucet. The water delivery worker definitely couldn't be offended. If he were offended and pulled some tricks when her family collected water, it would be troublesome. These water delivery workers were all well connected. Without connections, one couldn't grab such a good job. By the time Aurelar Kinetic carried 2 buckets of water back to the Moo family, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn had already returned from work. Seer, why did you go fetch water? Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Quickly put it down. Dad will do the work of fetching water. Hurry up and go sit down to rest for a while. Seeing Aurelar Kinetic coming back carrying 2 buckets of water, Arthur Kinetic hurriedly went up to meet her and prepared to take the water buckets. Seeing this, Aurelar Kinetic sidestepped and persuaded him, Dad, you don't need to take them, I'll just carry them inside. Putting down the water buckets, Aurelar Kinetic shook her arms. It was her first time carrying 2 full buckets of water. She had the strength, but she hadn't mastered the balance, and a lot of water spilled out. Seeing that a lot had spilled, and only half a bucket of water was left, Aurelar Kinetic felt depressed. She had originally thought that awakening her ability and increasing her strength meant stepping onto the peak of life, capable of easily handling anything. As a result, half a bucket of water poured over her head, directly making her recognize reality. Seeing his younger daughter's dazed expression looking at the buckets, Arthur Kinetic instantly understood his daughter's mood at the moment. Seer, don't be discouraged. Being able to bring back this much water on your first try means you're already doing great. When Dad fetched water for the first time, I was even worse than you. I remember when I got home, the water in the buckets was only a shallow layer. My family's Seer is much more impressive than Dad was back then. Arthur Kinetic rubbed Aurelar Kinetic's head with his hand and praised her with a joyful look on his face. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's undisguised, fake praise, even with Aurelar Kinetic's thick skin, she couldn't help but feel so awkward that she wanted to dig into the ground with her toes. Old Man Moo, your comforting words are way too fake. Is there any? Gwendolyn couldn't care less about the father-daughter interaction, and asked anxiously and hurriedly, Seer, how do you feel this afternoon? Although those few key words weren't spoken out, the 3 people present all understood what Gwendolyn was actually asking, and Arthur Kinetic also looked at Aurelar Kinetic with hopeful anticipation. Aurelar Kinetic didn't speak to answer. Instead, she nodded. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak, but rather she worried that walls have ears, and if even the slightest trace leaked out, it would be a result none of the 3 members of the Moo family wanted to see. Seeing Aurelar Kinetic nod, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense all day, finally settled down. Good. Arthur Kinetic said the word good 3 times in a row to express his mood at that moment. Dad, I used the smallest one, and there are still 2 large ones left. I plan to use them in the next few days to see if I can directly advance to a level 2 Esper, Aurelar Kinetic said with a serious expression. Seeing his daughter's serious expression, Arthur Kinetic also put away his frivolous attitude and nodded in agreement with equal seriousness. All right. As long as you have your own plan. Arthur Kinetic thought about it and nodded in agreement. Right, Dad. Regarding the loss you mentioned, I found it to be quite a lot, at least half. What a pity. Aurelar Kinetic thought about the size of that green seed and said with some heartache energy stones weren't easy to find. Among 100 mutated animals and plants, perhaps only 1 or 2 had them. There were many places that needed to use the energy stone, besides Espers. The base's energy protective shield, its power source was the energy stone. The base's energy vehicles also used energy stones, as well as energy guns and energy cannons. Aurelar Kinetic thought that absorbing the energy stone had a large loss, but actually, a portion of the energy she absorbed into her body was secretly sucked away by a hidden thief. Aurelar Kinetic didn't notice, and thus such a beautiful misunderstanding arose. Lorelei Kinetic only discovered this misunderstanding after Little Stone stopped stealing food. Of course, that is a story for another time. Chapter 11 Harvesting Grain. A few days later, Caspian Kinetic returned. That evening, the family sat around the table for dinner. Calling it a meal was a stretch. It was merely a mushy soup made by boiling nutrient fluid with vegetable leaves. However, because Caspian Kinetic was back today, Gwendolyn had specially bought 2 garrison of mutated beast meat, shredding it, and adding it to the mush. The mush with meat smelled much better and satisfied hunger better. That was all. After dinner, the family sat chatting in the living room. Caspian Kinetic talked about the things he had seen and experienced in the mercenary group, while Arthur Kinetic shared note with the events that had occurred in the outer city over the past few days. Although the family was not wealthy, there was warmth in their home. Dad, Mom, the autumn grain harvest begins tomorrow. Our mercenary group will gather near the west gate at 5 in the morning. This time we're going to the paddy fields, which will take about 3 days. I've already signed up Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic. They just need to head over with me first thing tomorrow morning, Caspian Kinetic said after chatting for a while. Hearing Caspian Kinetic's words, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn nodded and said, "All right. After you called to notify us last time, we prepared their scavenging gear. They can leave directly early tomorrow morning." Hearing their conversation, Lorelei Kinetic realized that without her noticing, the time for harvesting autumn grain had arrived. Thinking it over, she had already absorbed all the energy stones these past few days. She couldn't stay at home forever. It was time to go out scavenging and search for energy stones. After absorbing 3 energy stones, her ability seemed to have only reached the peak state of her rank 1 ability. She didn't know how many more energy stones she would need to break through rank 1. Sigh, how worrying. And this was just her Wu-type ability. As for her mental type ability, she still had no idea how to level it up. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, I want to go scavenging tomorrow too. Lorelei Kinetic said. Little sister, you want to go scavenging? No way, no way. Caspian Kinetic asked in surprise, while Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic voiced loud objections. Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn did not speak, but instead both looked at Lorelei Kinetic, an inquiring look in their eyes. I finished absorbing the energy stones. Meeting their gazes, Lorelei Kinetic didn't speak aloud, but instead gave a gentle nod, answering their silent question. At this, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn were torn. If they objected, the family no longer had the means to help their daughter, and they still needed to buy gene awakening potions for their 2 sons. If they supported it, it was too dangerous outside. Although there was a mercenary group, its members were few after all, and they couldn't cover every single detail. What is seeing this? Lorelei Kinetic insisted. Let me go. Following second brother and third brother, they can look after me. If I were by myself, wouldn't it be even more dangerous and make you worry even more? Hearing her words, the 5 of them immediately recalled the reason Lorelei Kinetic had been hospitalized last time, and their words of objection stuck in their throats. All right, you can go. But you must stay close to Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, and you have to wear radiation-proof clothing and a radiation-proof hat. Caspian Kinetic had no choice but to instruct her. After all, in the mercenary group, he was just an ordinary nobody. Once he got busy, he wouldn't be able to look after his younger siblings at all. Arthur Kinetic thought for a moment and said to Gwendolyn, "Go to the closet and bring out that alloy dagger I treasured for Zia to protect herself, along with that radiation-proof suit that's 80% new." Hearing Arthur Kinetic's arrangement, Gwendolyn was a little surprised, but she still got up and went to the room. Dad, Lorelei Kinetic was just about to decline, but Arthur Kinetic interrupted her. Objects are inanimate. No matter how precious something is, if you don't use it, it's just a dead object. Only when it's needed does it have value. When you go out scavenging, you must remember no matter how good something is, it's only worth fighting life and death for if you're alive to enjoy it. If you manage to grab it with your life on the line, but don't live to use it, snatching it is completely pointless. Understand? The 4 siblings of the Mu family silently pondered Arthur Kinetic's words. Indeed, what was the point of risking your life to grab something if you didn't survive to use it? The words were simple, but the truth was profound. It was the simplest logic, yet very few people could actually abide by it. Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food. It was an all too common sight. At 4 o'clock, the alarm rang, and Lorelei Kinetic hurriedly got out of bed. She had specially set the alarm last night just to wake her up. After turning off the alarm, washing up quickly, and getting dressed, she went to the living room where the whole family was already waiting for her. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Second Brother, Third Brother. Lorelei Kinetic called out obediently. All right, pack your nutrient fluid carefully and don't lose it. This is your food supply for the next few days. Be careful out there. Sometimes people are far worse than mutated beasts, understand? Arthur Kinetic reminded them. We understand. The 4 siblings responded in unison. Finally, each shouldering their tools, they headed toward the west gate. On the open ground at the west gate, dozens of vehicles flew, flags of various colors, each printed with the emblem representing its respective mercenary group. In front of the vehicles were long queues of people. Most of these people had come in the middle of the night to queue and wait, and the lines in front of each vehicle stretched back very far. Looking at the size of the vehicles, and then at the number of people waiting, Orlar Kinetic secretly conjectured that even 2 trips by the convoy probably wouldn't finish transporting everyone. Fortunately, as family members of a mercenary group member, they didn't need to queue, which was a hidden benefit for mercenary group members. Caspian Kinetic S mercenary group was 3rd in line. Today, the mercenary group dispatched 6 vehicles for the autumn grain harvest. Caspian Kinetic led Julian Kinetic, Lucian Kinetic, and Orlar Kinetic over to the first vehicle of his mercenary group. Orlar Kinetic wore her custom-made backpack on her back, with her alloy dagger hidden at her waist, a life-saving weapon she placed where it was easy to draw. Following behind Lucian Kinetic, she stood beside the vehicle. Captain Hong, these are my younger brothers and sister, Caspian Kinetic said with a smile to a burly man standing in front of the vehicle. Garrison Flint glanced at the 3 siblings and frowned. Caspian Kinetic, when you signed up, you only mentioned 2 younger brothers. You didn't say there was a little girl. Caspian Kinetic said sheepishly. I'm sorry, Captain Hong. My little sister decided to come on short notice. Could you make an exception? Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you, Captain Hong. We'll pay her fair. We just hope the 3 of them can stay together. Garrison Flint looked at Orlar Kinetic, measuring her up and down. Seeing her attire, he guessed her status at home and said in a deep voice, all right, considering your good performance usually, she can come along. However, you're responsible for her safety yourselves. Don't come looking for me if something happens to her. Don't worry. We all know the rules, and won't make things difficult for you, Captain Hong. Caspian Kinetic quickly nodded and thanked him. Seeing this, Orlar Kinetic's small face grew tense, and her brow furrowed tightly. It seemed that Big Brother's life in the mercenary group wasn't easy. Julian Kinetic, Lucian Kinetic, take good care of your sister, understand? Big Brother has to go to the last vehicle, so be careful yourselves, Caspian Kinetic instructed. We know, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Orlar Kinetic hurriedly said, Big Brother, I'll stay close to 2nd brother and 3rd brother. Don't worry. Caspian Kinetic nodded and then left in a hurry. She looked silently at Caspian Kinetic departing back, then followed Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic onto the first vehicle. The interior was spacious, and more than half the seats were already taken. The carriage smelled faintly of sweat. These people looked much more energetic than those queuing on the open ground, and their clothes were noticeably neater and cleaner. It seemed that the families of mercenary group members lived quite a bit better than others. That made sense. Although mercenaries faced danger, they earned a decent amount, so it was normal for them to be slightly better off. Chapter 12 Scavenging. At 5 o'clock, the vehicle started on time, jolting as it drove toward the wilderness. Along the way, Orlar Kinetic tightly held onto the truck railing. The road conditions in the wilderness were even worse than she had imagined. The severity of the bumps almost made her vomit. Seeing the people beside her looking completely accustomed to it, Orlar Kinetic realized that living conditions in the Wasteland were likely far worse than she had guessed. After 2 hours of jolting in the truck, they finally arrived at their destination. Get off, hurry up, make it snappy. The truck still has to go back and pick up more people. A loud, booming voice called out beside the vehicle. Orlar Kinetic followed behind Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, jumping down from the truck. What greeted her eyes was not vast stretches of golden rice fields, but weeds taller than a person, with a sparse scattering of rice plants hidden within them. Brother, is this the rice field? Are we supposed to search for rice amongst all these weeds? Orlar Kinetic asked, with a look of complete bewilderment. This was way too far from the rice field she had envisioned. That's right, little sister. This year's rice field is actually pretty good. There's rice everywhere, much better than last year. Lucian Kinetic, quick, grab the hemp rope. Let's go claim a spot before all the good places get taken by others. After answering Orlar Kinetic's question, Julian Kinetic urged. Orlar Kinetic was stunned. So even harvesting autumn grain required fighting over territory. Seeing Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic rushing toward the center, she thought quickly and used her spiritual power to scan the area. Finally, she pointed toward a spot near the edge and shouted, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, over there. Let's claim that spot. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic looked in the direction she pointed, feeling somewhat hesitant. Little sister, that spot is too far on the edge. The rice in the middle looks much denser. Orlar Kinetic gave a mysterious smile. Brothers, trust me, let's just take that spot. Although doubtful, the two couldn't resist Orlar Kinetic's cute, pleading look, so they followed her to the location she specified. Brothers, how much land can the three of us claim? Orlar Kinetic asked in a low voice. One person gets 1 fen of land per day and hands over 50 catties of grain. The three of us can claim 3 fen of land. First come, first served. This is also a perk for families of the mercenary group who arrive early. Otherwise, why do you think everyone rushed to catch the first truck? Julian Kinetic explained quietly. Orlar Kinetic paused. So taking the first truck came with such a benefit. The 3 siblings hurriedly tied the hemp rope to mark that this plot was already taken. After tying it, they were stunned by the sight before them. Although the rice here was also hidden among weeds, it was visibly fuller and denser than in the central area. Seeing this, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic couldn't help but give Orlar Kinetic a thumbs up. Just as they were getting ready to start harvesting, several middle-aged women in their 30s and 40s suddenly approached. We're taking this spot. Get lost, you kids, the leading woman said arrogantly. Julian Kinetic stepped in front of Orlar Kinetic and said firmly, we claimed this first. Why should we give it up to you? Which mercenary group's family are you from? My son is the team captain of the Outer City's #1 mercenary group. If you dare compete with me, watch out, I'll make you suffer, the woman said with a look of utter disdain. Hearing that the woman's son was a captain in a mercenary group, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic grew somewhat hesitant. After all, their eldest brother was just an ordinary mercenary. If they offended her, what if their eldest brother got bullied in the mercenary group? Looking at the arrogant woman, Orlar Kinetic was practically laughed out of anger. Damn it, just coming out to scavenge and running into such an annoying nuisance. Damned heavens weren't being fair at all, sending her here without giving her a cheat, and even letting her get bullied all the time. To hell with it. In her anger, Orlar Kinetic said to the woman, Auntie, stand a bit closer. What did you say just now? I didn't quite catch that. Suspecting nothing, the woman didn't put these few kids in her eyes at all. Over the past 2 years during the autumn grain harvest, she had gotten plenty of advantages using this method, and no one had dared to oppose her. Arrogantly taking 2 steps forward, she stood 2 meters away from Orlar Kinetic and said to her, I advise you to behave yourselves, or else. Hearing the threat in the woman's voice, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Orlar Kinetic's cold face, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. When no one could see, she rapidly condensed her spiritual power into a tiny shadowless needle, which silently pierced into the woman's mind. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she suddenly grabbed her head, screamed in agony, and rolled around on the ground. Scared pale by this sudden situation, the other women quickly gathered around to check on her. What did you do to her? One of the women pointed at Orlar Kinetic in horror. Orlar Kinetic shrugged with an innocent look. What could a little girl like me do? Could it be that you're pretending to be sick to scam us? Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic also reacted, stepping up behind Orlar Kinetic and looking at these people wearily. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we scam anyone? You little girl are talking utter nonsense, the woman hastily retorted, looking at the woman holding her head and crying out in pain. The others didn't know what to do for a moment. Scamming people was indeed something they had done before, but that was only after discussing it among themselves and picking targets that wouldn't cause trouble. Today, scamming wasn't part of the plan at all. After thrashing on the ground for quite a while, the woman finally quieted down, but her eyes had turned dull and her movements sluggish, completely lacking her previous arrogance. Seeing this, the other women's hearts thudded wildly in panic. Oh, they had bumped into a tough nut today. In an instant, they didn't care about making trouble for the 3 siblings anymore. They quickly helped the arrogant woman up and hurried away. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic watched the departing women in shock. Lucian Kinetic couldn't help but say in surprise, Second brother, did they just leave? Julian Kinetic said in confusion, Looks like it. Stop asking, I don't know what happened either. Probably had some sudden illness acting up. Never mind that, let's hurry up and harvest the rice. If more people come to snatch it, it'll be trouble. Yeah, second brother is right. Lucian Kinetic and Orlar Kinetic nodded in agreement. The 3 siblings turned and walked into the field side by side, keeping a meter apart so they could step in to help if danger arose. Orlar Kinetic in particular was placed in the middle by her 2 brothers so they could protect her in case they encountered a mutated beast. Seeing her brothers on either side, Orlar Kinetic smiled warmly. Walking into the rice field, Orlar Kinetic looked up at the rice plant taller than a person, then sorrowfully looked down at her own short stature. A miscalculation. Plants in the wasteland, mutated or not, had grown much larger. With her small arms and short legs, she couldn't reach the ears of rice at all. She turned sideways and glanced at her second brother beside her, only to see him holding a knife and chopping straight at the middle of the rice stalks. But she was shorter than second brother, so this method didn't seem suitable for her. Chapter 13 Encounter with Mutant Rats Part 1. After thinking for a few moments, Aurelire Kinetic felt she could perhaps borrow the method used by the people of Nan Province in her past life to harvest rice, which was to only cut off the ears of rice. She turned her head to look around, cut a branch nearby, and used the split-off shoots to carve a wooden hook. Only then did she step into the paddy field. She used the wooden hook to catch the ears of rice, pulled them in front of her, and then brought her dagger down. Well, the rice stalks in the wasteland were rather tough, so she failed to cut through on the first try. Aurelire Kinetic looked at the alloy dagger in her hand, then looked at the rice stalk that was only cut halfway through. It seemed one slash of the dagger wouldn't do. It would take 2 slashes to harvest it. After a few tries, Aurelire Kinetic gained some harvesting experience, and her speed increased significantly. Before half a day had passed, Aurelire Kinetic had harvested a large pile of rice ears all by herself. She was busy harvesting now, and had no time to test them, planning to finish harvesting this patch of rice and test them during her noon rest in the shade. Just as she was focused on harvesting, she suddenly heard a squeaking sound from the distant paddy field. She vigilantly stopped what she was doing, tightened her grip on the dagger, and searched the paddy field with her eyes for the source of this sound. A giant mutant rat dashed out from the weeds. Its eyes emitted an eerie red light, and its sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light in the sun. Aurelire Kinetic's heart tightened. Last time she had encountered a mutated plant, and as for mutated beasts, she had only seen processed beast meat. This was her first time encountering a living mutated beast. However, this mutant rat was clearly not easy to deal with. She quickly calmed herself down, having already thrown away the wooden hook in her left hand, ready to activate her wood-type ability at any moment. As for the dagger in her right hand, she held it ready to attack. Seeing Aurelire Kinetic, a fierce glint flashed in the mutant rat's eyes, and it rapidly charged toward her. Aurelire Kinetic felt a chill in her heart, and instinctively activated her wood-type ability. A green light flashed in her left hand, and a vine as thick as a finger sprouted from her palm, shooting out to entangle the mutant rat. The mutant rat didn't expect the weak human in front of it to dare initiate an attack. It nimbly dodged the vine, then leaped up fiercely to pounce at her. Aurelire Kinetic's heart tightened. She hadn't expected the mutant rat to be so agile. She hurriedly sidestepped to dodge, while at the same time swinging the vine to quickly wrap around the mutant rat. Although the mutant rat dodged the vine's first attempt to entangle it, Aurelire Kinetic reacted extremely fast, quickly adjusting the vine's direction to wrap around it again. This time, the vine bound one of the mutant rat's legs tightly. Pain struck the mutant rat, causing it to let out a sharp squeal. It desperately clawed at the ground with its other 3 legs, trying to break free. With a powerful kick, it actually snapped one of the vines. Seeing this, Aurelire Kinetic hesitated no longer. She rapidly approached the mutant rat, and slashed her right-hand alloy dagger viciously toward its abdomen. Instinctively sensing danger, the mutant rat leaped into the air and bit down toward Aurelire Kinetic's left arm. Aurelire Kinetic was quick-witted and agile, hastily dodging backward. Although her left arm escaped this fatal bite, the mutant rat's teeth still bit into her protective suit. Fortunately, the protective suit she wore was strong enough, otherwise, she might have really been injured. Feeling her left arm attacked, Aurelire Kinetic became completely enraged. She frantically unleashed her wood-type ability, and the vine in her left hand grew thicker and tougher along with the wood-type ability. The thick vine swiftly bound the mutant rat like a small snake, rendering it unable to move. Unwilling to give up, the mutant rat struggled desperately, emitting angry roars from its throat. The mutant rat's roars didn't affect Aurelire Kinetic's next move in the slightest. Instead, the tough vine's restraint grew stronger and stronger, and the mutant rat's resistance gradually weakened. Aurelire Kinetic took the opportunity to draw close again, raising the alloy dagger in her hand high and stabbing it fiercely into the mutant rat's head. With a squelch, the dagger accurately plunged into the mutant rat's head. It twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Aurelire Kinetic panted heavily, looking at the dead mutant rat with lingering fear in her heart. She sat limply on the ground, gasping heavily for air. Although the fight between Aurelire Kinetic and the mutant rat was intense, it actually didn't last very long. By the time Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic rushed over, they saw Aurelire Kinetic sitting limply on the ground panting heavily, with a dead mutant rat beside her. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic were filled with anxiety and hurried forward to check on her. Julian Kinetic looked at Aurelire Kinetic with heartache. "Little sister, are you alright? Are you injured?" Aurelia Kinetic waved her hand. I'm fine, just exhausted. Lucian Kinetic looked around alertly. Little sister, you rest. Second brother and I will handle things here. We have to move fast. There might be other mutated beasts nearby, so we need to leave quickly. Aurelia Kinetic nodded and sat there weakly, watching Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic quickly pack the ears of rice into burlap sacks. As for the mutant rat, Julian Kinetic scanned it with his wristband. Beep beep. Highly radiation polluted mutated beast. Consumption is not recommended. Seeing that it was inedible, Julian Kinetic quickly sliced open the mutant rat's stomach sac with a knife. After feeling around and finding no hard lumps, he completely abandoned the mutant rat. While Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic were busy, Aurelia Kinetic, who was sitting on the ground, felt a slight tremor in the earth. She extended her mental power in the direction of the vibration, only to see grey dust flying in the air as a pack of mutant rats charged toward the rice field. Second brother, third brother, run. A pack of mutant rats is coming. While shouting, she jumped up, pulled Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, and ran. Where are the mutant rats? Don't be afraid, little sister. Third brother promises to kill one with every punch and make sure none of them return, Lucian Kinetic said excitedly. Heaven knows how thrilled Lucian Kinetic was upon seeing that even Aurelia Kinetic could kill a mutant rat. If even his little sister could kill a mutant rat, wouldn't taking down 2 or 3 himself be a piece of cake? Bursting with self-confidence, how could Lucian Kinetic know that his little sister was actually a hidden pro? Julian Kinetic's reaction was different. Little sister, the ears of rice haven't been packed yet. Wait for me. Run fast, it'll be too late. Aurelia Kinetic gave the two no time to hesitate, pulling one in each hand and furiously moving her 2 short legs, sprinting toward the mercenary group patrol team. Seeing this, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic didn't resist and instead picked up their pace. Setting aside whether the news of the beast tide was true or not, the two of them definitely lived by the rule of trusting their sister. As Aurelia Kinetic ran, she didn't forget to warn others. Run. A pack of mutant rats is coming. Whether others believed her or not, her priority was to have a clear conscience. Seeing 3 older children running and shouting, the other scavengers looked behind them, but saw no mutant rats. An older man couldn't help cursing. You bratty kids, what are you blabbering about? Where are the mutated beasts? Besides, even if there are mutated beasts, there's nothing to fear. The mercenary group patrol team is right ahead. They have weapons and can definitely protect us. Chapter 14 Encounter with Mutant Rats Part 2. The scavengers, busy fighting for territory and harvesting rice, turned around at the sound, only to see 3 half-grown kids running wildly, each hugging a burlap sack. As for behind them, well, there was nothing at all. In an instant, the scavengers were furious. Where did these mutated beasts come from? Are they here just to scare us on purpose? If they hadn't seen the 3 figures already running far away and unable to be caught, someone might have really rushed up to teach the 3 a lesson. After cursing a few times, everyone ignored them and continued harvesting the rice ears. Only 2 free-looking girls with poor health followed behind Aurelia Kinetic and the other 2 as they ran. Aurelia Kinetic and the other 2 ran in one breath to a place not far from where the mercenary group parked, and from afar, they saw the patrol team of the mercenary group. Mr. Mutated Beasts, there are so many mutant rats over there, Aurelia Kinetic shouted breathlessly while weakly stopping her running steps. She hunched her small body, and because of the intense running, her sweat-covered little face flushed red. At this moment, Aurelia Kinetic didn't have an ounce of strength left. Today, she first harvested rice, and then fought a battle with the mutant rats. Killing the mutant rats exhausted her wood-type ability, which hadn't recovered yet, followed by a life-risking run, so her body could no longer hold out. The patrol team leader saw their panicked appearance and heard Aurelia Kinetic's words. He asked hurriedly, "What is going on with you guys? Where did you find the mutant rat pack?" Aurelia Kinetic gasped heavily and shouted, "We were at the gathering place near the west side. First, a mutant rat appeared, and we beat it to death. As a result, we had just sat down to rest for a few minutes when we felt the ground shake, and then we heard the squeaking sound of the mutant rats. Mr. W, we are not lying. The mutant rat pack is really coming. They are right behind. There are so many, so many." Hearing Aurelia Kinetic say that she beat a mutant rat to death, the leader's originally skeptical gaze instantly changed. Mutant rats are gregarious animals. If there was one, there were definitely many. He no longer hesitated and directly ordered, "Quickly launch the signal flare. Prepare for battle." The signal flare rose into the air, and in an instant, the entire mercenary group went into action. The members quickly took out their weapons from the vehicles and stood in full battle array. In the rice gathering place, not long after Aurelia Kinetic and the other 2 ran away, Dozens of mutant rats, about half a meter high and a meter long, galloped over. Their eyes were filled with red light and hostility, and saliva was still dripping from the corners of their mouths. The scavengers in the paddy field screamed at the sight and fled in all directions. Everyone regretted it so much that their guts turned green. If they had known there really was a mutant rat pack, they would have run towards the patrol team long ago. Some people also kept cursing Orlar Kinetic and the other two while fleeing, wondering why they didn't stop and explain clearly, causing them to run into the mutant rat pack. Alas, this can only show that human nature is truly too hard to understand. Hearing the scavengers' screams, the patrol team knew the mutant rat pack had arrived. Quick, release a wave of thermal weapons first, the captain shouted loudly. The formation of the patrol team changed immediately, and 7 or 8 people holding energy guns stood at the front of the team. Sure enough, after a few minutes, a rustling sound came, and dozens of mutant rats surged forward like a grey tide. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and their sharp fangs flashed with cold gleams. Fire! At the captain's order, gunfire rang out instantly. Hearing the gunshots, Orlar Kinetic and the other two hid behind a car and looked at the battle scene. Hiss! These mutant rats are so powerful. The bullets actually make a clang sound when they hit. Lucian Kinetic exclaimed in a low voice. Previously seeing his younger sister kill a mutant rat, he thought mutant rats were not very dangerous. But now he realized that he had thought too simply. Indeed, the fur of these mutant rats is too hard. Ordinary bullets and regular knives simply cannot hurt them. Julian Kinetic also said quietly. Orlar Kinetic thought for a moment and reminded them, second brother, third brother, the formidable parts of mutant rats are their claws and sharp fangs, and their weaknesses are their eyes and underbellies. When you encounter them, use knives to target their weaknesses. Hearing this and seeing where the mercenary group was attacking the mutant rats, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic understood. Little sister, you are still the careful one. I didn't even notice, Lucian Kinetic said admiringly. Third brother, whether it is a mutated beast or a mutated plant, they definitely have weaknesses. We just don't know them. Being more careful will certainly allow us to find them, Orlar Kinetic said softly. Just as the 3 siblings were carefully watching the battle, changes had already taken place on the battlefield. At this time, the gunfire stopped, and the members of the mercenary group had already started close quarters hand-to-hand combat with the mutant rat pack. Orlar Kinetic stopped talking with Julian Kinetic and the other, and all her mental power was focused around the cars, observing whether any slip-through mutant rats rushed over. Many scavengers gathered around the cars. They did not have much combat power, and dared not stray too far from the mercenary group personnel, afraid that missed mutant rats wouldn't be attacked. Sure enough, Orlar Kinetic's worry was not redundant. After fighting with a mercenary, a mutant rat leaped, broke through the defense line of the mercenary group, and ran to the front of the scavenger crowd. Seeing the people hiding behind the cars, the mutant rat let out a strange squeak and charged directly over. After howling and screaming once more, the scavengers scattered and fled. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic protected Orlar Kinetic in the middle and fled to the other side once again. Just at this moment, a big man next to Lucian Kinetic saw the mutant rat chasing them, and unexpectedly gave birth to malicious thoughts, grabbing Lucian Kinetic and wanting to throw him toward the mutant rat. His idea was wonderful, but reality was cruel. As soon as the big man's hand reached out, Orlar Kinetic's mental power discovered his intention. Seeing this familiar scene, the long-repressed hostility instantly surged in Orlar Kinetic's mind. Her eyes turned crimson, and her mental power rapidly condensed into needles to pierce the big man. As soon as the big man's hand grabbed Lucian Kinetic, and before he had time to exert force, a needle-like sharp pain came from his mind. His hand involuntarily retracted and pressed against his splitting head. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Orlar Kinetic, who had killed mutant rats, was no holy mother. Taking advantage of the opponent holding his head, she kicked the big man toward the pursuing mutant rat with one leg. Bumped by the big man, the mutant rat was stunned for a moment, then fiercely pounced on the big man, its sharp claws scraping a cut on the big man's throat. After a few miserable screams, the big man gradually lost his breath. Orlar Kinetic and the other two seized the opportunity to continue fleeing forward. On the battlefield, the battle between the mercenary group and the mutant rat pack entered a white-hot stage. Although the members were brave, the number of mutant rats was huge, and the two sides gradually reached a stalemate. Captain, we can't go on like this. Someone couldn't hold on and shouted loudly. The captain also knew that the current situation was unfavourable. The endurance of mutated beasts was obvious to all. If the stalemate continued, his side would sooner or later be defeated. Scavengers who have the ability to kill mutant rats help kill one mutant rat, and today's fare will be waived. Plus the mercenary group will give a 100-point subsidy. The captain shouted loudly. At this time Aurelar Kinetic and the other two had run close to eldest brother Caspian Kinetic's side, and they saw Caspian Kinetic covered in blood as he wrestled with a mutant rat. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. Chapter 15 Encounter with Mutant Rats Part 3. The urgent shouts from Aurelar Kinetic and her brother startled Caspian Kinetic, who was currently in battle. It was also due to the trio's lack of combat experience at a time like this. They should not have called out to distract Caspian Kinetic at all. Hearing their voices, Caspian Kinetic caught sight of them out of the corner of his eye and felt a surge of relief. He had been worried about his younger siblings, and seeing the three of them finally let him breathe a sigh of relief. However, his momentary distraction gave the mutant rats an opportunity. A massive mutant rat seized the chance to pounce right at Caspian Kinetic's face. Its sharp claws instantly tore through his protective suit, leaving several claw marks on his arm, and blood gushed out immediately. Caspian Kinetic winced in pain, his body swaying slightly. Seeing that Caspian Kinetic was injured, the other mutant rat immediately quickened its pace of attack. The two mutant rats trapped Caspian Kinetic, one in front and one behind. Witnessing this scene, Aurelar Kinetic and her brothers turned pale with fright, deeply regretting their outcry. Aurelar Kinetic gritted her teeth and said to Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, "Second brother, third brother, let's go help big brother." With that, she pulled out an ally dagger and charged straight forward. Seeing their younger sister charge in, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic did not hesitate to draw their respective weapons and rush forward as well. The moment Aurelar Kinetic and her brothers charged ahead, the two mutant rats launched their attacks as well. One mutant rat opened its bloody maw, lunging to bite Caspian Kinetic's head, its sharp teeth glinting coldly under the sunlight. The other slashed its sharp claws toward Caspian Kinetic's back. Seeing Caspian Kinetic ambushed from both sides by the two mutant rats, Aurelar Kinetic's heart tightened. "Big brother," she cried out in alarm, her spiritual power uncontrollably condensing into two shadowless needles that shot directly into the heads of the two mutant rats. The attack speed of the two mutant rats faltered, their heads wobbled, and they instantly grew much weaker. Caspian Kinetic had no idea what had happened. He only felt the mutant rat in front of him pause for a moment. Seizing this perfect opportunity, he swung his blade with full force at the giant mutant rat without hesitation. The mutant rat was struck in the neck by Caspian Kinetic's blade and died on the spot. As for the mutant rat behind Caspian Kinetic, in that brief moment of hesitation, it died under the combined assault of Aurelar Kinetic and her two brothers. Seeing their big brother covered in blood, the three siblings hurried over and asked with concern, "Big brother, are you hurt?" Seeing his younger siblings risking their lives to save him, Caspian Kinetic smiled happily. "Big brother is fine. What about you guys? Are you injured?" No, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic had barely finished speaking when they saw Aurelar Kinetic's pale little face, and her body collapsed weakly. "Little sister, little sister, little sister." The three brothers didn't know why Aurelar Kinetic collapsed and hurriedly reached out to support her. "Big brother, carry little sister on your back. Third brother and I will guard the front and rear. Let's drive quickly to take little sister to the hospital," Julian Kinetic urged in a hurry. Caspian Kinetic glanced at the mutant rats on the field and saw that they were basically wiped out. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. "All right, seeing so many people injured today, harvesting is definitely out of the question. Let's get in the car first." Caspian Kinetic agreed with a nod, then bent down to pick up Aurelar Kinetic. "Big brother, no need to go back. I'm just exhausted. I'll be fine if I sit, rest, and recover for a bit. Go quickly to help kill the remaining mutant rats. Oh, and remember to drag back the mutant rats we killed. There might be an energy stone inside," Aurelar Kinetic said weakly, her breath faint as thread. "Little sister," Caspian Kinetic called out disapprovingly. "Big brother, listen to little sister." Julian Kinetic remembered how unusual Aurelar Kinetic had been ever since they entered the rice harvesting site, so he hastily called out to stop Caspian Kinetic. Caspian Kinetic gave Julian Kinetic a displeased look, but saw him nod slightly toward him. Caspian Kinetic knew that although his second brother didn't speak much, he was the smartest person in the family, so he stopped insisting. "Third brother, guard little sister. Second brother, let's go quickly, there are only one or two mutant rats left." Caspian Kinetic was a receptive person and made a decision quickly. Seeing the backs of Caspian Kinetic and Julian Kinetic leaving, Aurelar Kinetic whispered to Lucian Kinetic, "Third brother, go drag over the two mutant rats we killed. The two of us can loop one each to see who's lucky enough to find an energy stone." Lucian Kinetic looked at the dead mutant rats over 10 meters away, then looked at his pale sister, and decisively shook his head in refusal. "Little sister, big brother told me to guard you. I'm not going to drag mutant rats. If another mutant rat attacks you while I'm gone, Wouldn't you be in danger? Looking at Lucian Kinetic, who firmly refused, Aurora Kinetic couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Her face was pale and drained only because her wood element ability hadn't recovered, and her mental type ability was just exhausted. She wasn't actually gravely injured or unable to move. Third brother, it's so close. It's fine. We can't help with the fight right now. But what if the battle ends and someone steals our spoils of war? Aurora Kinetic said, feigning concern. Hearing Aurora Kinetic's words, Lucian Kinetic refused again with a cold face. Little sister, stop fooling me. The mercenary group has rules. For mutated beasts killed by individuals, you only hand over 30% to the mercenary group, and the rest belongs to the individual. Hearing Lucian Kinetic's rebuttal, Aurora Kinetic felt a bit of a headache. Wasn't she just trying to dissect the mutant rats early to see if there were any energy stones so she could absorb them to restore her ability? Why was it so hard? No, I have to try. Without an energy stone, when will I ever restore my ability? Without my ability, I'm just a weakling, helpless against anyone. Aurora Kinetic's eyes rolled around, and she tried provoking him again. Third brother, we're already holding them back by not being able to help kill the mutant rats. If we don't even do the job of inspecting the mutant rats, wouldn't that make us seem too useless? In the future, when Big Brother is in the mercenary group, won't people laugh at him and say his younger siblings are two useless bums? Although Lucian Kinetic knew his sister was goading him, he was a 13 or 14-year-old boy, at an age where he longed for approval. Coupled with Aurora Kinetic's repeated persuasion, his resolve, which wasn't very firm to begin with, finally began to crack. Little sister, Big Brother and second brother will blame me. They told me to guard you so you could rest properly, not check the mutant rats. Seeing Lucian Kinetic waver, Aurora Kinetic quickly pushed further. Third brother, let's be fast. It'll only take a moment. You don't want Big Brother and second brother to finish killing the mutant rats exhausted, only to come back and still have to inspect, skin, and dissect them to hunt for energy stones, right? If so, they'd be way too tired and wouldn't even have time to catch their breath. If you think dragging the mutant rats over is too troublesome, you can just support me to walk over there. Hearing Aurora Kinetic's prompting, Lucian Kinetic finally gave in. Alright, I'll help you over there. Be careful. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, tell me right away, okay? Lucian Kinetic urged softly. Third brother, definitely. If I feel uncomfortable anywhere, I promise you'll be the first to know. Don't worry. For the sake of energy stones, Aurora Kinetic promised with a look of firm resolve. Chapter 16, Encountering Mutant Rats Part 4. Alright, then let's go over. With that, Lucian Kinetic carefully supported Aurora Kinetic and walked toward the mutant rat carcass. Third brother, I'll go touch the largest mutant rat, and you go touch the smaller mutant rat. Hearing his younger sister's instructions, Lucian Kinetic shook his head with some amusement. His sister still had a child's temper. Even when touching a mutated beast carcass, she had to pick the biggest one. The Siskin Lucian Kinetic didn't argue with Aurora Kinetic either, instead obediently supporting Aurora Kinetic to the side of the largest mutant rat. Aurora Kinetic forcibly suppressed her headache, her small face pale as she sat beside the mutant rat. Brother, you go too. Let's see whose luck is better, Aurora Kinetic said to Lucian Kinetic with a faint smile. Lucian Kinetic had no doubts, simply thinking it was a young girl's competitive streak, so he dotingly ruffled Aurora Kinetic's hair and said alright. After Lucian Kinetic left, Aurora Kinetic calmed her somewhat nervous spirits. She couldn't help praying in her mind deities and bosses. Bless this young lady with rolling wealth and hitting the jackpot on the first try. After praying, she tremblingly took out the alloy dagger, and with a single stroke starting from the mutant rat's neck, she sliced straight to the very end of its belly. The moment the mutant rat's belly was sliced open, the heart and intestines inside all tumbled out at once. A rich, foul stench rushed straight at her, and Aurora Kinetic accidentally got overwhelmed, instantly retching with a war sound. This was her first time dissecting a mutated beast. Last time, when she encountered a mutated plant and managed to grab an energy stone, it was purely because she had dodged at luck and picked up a bargain. The steps for normal scavengers when encountering a mutated beast were just like today's. First kill the mutant rat, then test the mutated beast's radiation level, then look for the energy stone, and finally harvest the valuable parts on the mutated beast's body. Hearing Aurora Kinetic's vomiting sounds, Lucian Kinetic, who was originally standing a few meters away from Aurora Kinetic, hurriedly ran over and asked with concern, Little sister, what's wrong with you? Were you choked by the smell? Why don't you go sit and rest by the side, and wait for third brother to do the testing here? Okay. Aurora Kinetic, who was vomiting heavily, covered her chest with one hand and waved at Lucian Kinetic with the other to refuse. Looking at her rejecting him, Lucian Kinetic had no choice but to turn back to test the other mutant rat, though this time his movements were much faster, thinking of finishing quickly so he could take over his sister's mutant rat. A few minutes later, Aurelar Kinetic finally recovered her strength. Forcing back her nausea, she reached out to touch the mutant rat's stomach pouch. I can definitely do it. Hold on. This is just the beginning. For the energy stone, for my ability to rank up, I will definitely need to do this kind of thing often in the future. I must overcome this difficulty. Aurelar Kinetic silently poured chicken soup for her soul in her heart while clumsily feeling the mutant rat's stomach pouch. Suddenly, her fingers felt a hard lump. There really is an energy stone in the mutated beast's belly. The pleasant surprise came too suddenly, making Aurelar Kinetic almost unable to believe it. Wasn't it said that mutated beasts with an energy stone only have a 1 in 1,000 probability? Could she really be the chosen girl, touching an energy stone on the second mutated beast? Suppressing her wild joy, she silently sliced open the mutant rat's stomach pouch with a dagger, and took out a thumb-sized transparent energy stone from it. Aurelar Kinetic quickly clutched the energy stone in her palm, and then used her bracelet to test mutant rat's meat. Beep beep. High radiation contaminated mutated beast, not recommended for consumption. Alas, it really was a high radiation contaminated mutated beast. Hearing the test result, Aurelar Kinetic couldn't help sighing in her heart. Turning to think about it, was she being too greedy? She already had the energy stone, yet she still wanted edible mutated beast meat. She shook her head, a trace of a faint smile involuntarily appearing on her small face. Sure enough, human desires are boundless. When lacking an energy stone, she prayed to find one. Once she had the energy stone, she hoped to get edible mutated beast meat. Shaking her head and suppressing the extravagant hope in her heart, Aurelar Kinetic stood up and walked a few steps, sitting down a few meters away from the mutant rat. As for the mutant rat's skin, sharp claws, fangs, and other parts that could be exchanged for points, she would wait for Lucian Kinetic to harvest them. Now, with the energy stone, recovering her ability was the primary task. Everything else had to make way for this matter. Aurelar Kinetic tightly grasped the energy stone in her left hand and held the alloy dagger in her right. Taking out the alloy dagger was just in case. In the Wasteland world, one must guard not only against mutated beasts, but even more against people with jealous eyes. She sat silently beside a rock, rapidly absorbing the energy within the energy stone. As a somewhat mottled energy entered her body, Aurelar Kinetic felt the energy inside her surge. That mottled energy rampaged wildly through her body, causing her originally pale complexion to instantly turn deathly pale, and cold sweat streamed down her forehead. Aurelar Kinetic bit her lips tightly, not daring to cry out in pain. Just when she was about to fail to hold on, suddenly a green thread darted across the green seed, and the green thread went directly into the originally rampaging, mottled, and chaotic energy. A magical scene instantly appeared inside her body. The energy that was originally rampaging instantly became a good little darling upon encountering the green thread. Guided by the green thread, it began to circulate obediently and orderly. Following behind the thin thread, after making a circle in Aurelar Kinetic's body, they slowly converged into the green seed, and the green seed grew a tiny bit larger to the naked eye. Aurelar Kinetic only felt a warm current surge through her entire body, and her consumed ability began to slowly recover under the nourishment of this energy. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 10 circles. The energy inside the energy stone was continuously pouring into Aurelar Kinetic's body, rapidly filling up her depleted ability. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes time slowly passed, and finally at the 15th minute, Aurelar Kinetic felt that there was no more energy in the energy stone in her hand. Aurelar Kinetic exhaled a foul breath and looked down at her left palm. She saw that the original transparent energy stone had turned into colourless powder, and there was not a shred of energy fluctuation left in the powder. With an open of her left hand, the powder was blown away by the wind. The energy stone was consumed completely, and Aurelar Kinetic quietly sensed the ability inside her body. Not bad. This small energy stone allowed her wood-type ability to recover around 70 to 80%, and she was finally fully resurrected with full health. After checking her ability recovery status, Aurelar Kinetic finally had the energy to look towards third brother Lucian Kinetic. She saw that Lucian Kinetic was skinning the large mutant rat. Looking at his expression, it was obvious he hadn't found an energy stone. Third brother, did you find an energy stone? Although she guessed not, holding on to a glimmer of wishful thinking, Aurelar Kinetic still couldn't help asking out loud. No, energy stones are rare, and the chances of finding one are even rarer, especially for mutated animals and plants growing in medium radiation zones, which basically have a 1 in 1,000 probability. Lucian Kinetic explained softly. Hearing Lucian Kinetic's explanation, a flash of inspiration went to Orelai Kinetic S mind. She paid special attention to the medium radiation zone mentioned in Lucian Kinetic S words. Third brother, you mean that mutated animals and plants in medium radiation zones have a very low probability of having energy stones inside them, right? Then thinking in reverse, isn't the probability of having energy stones inside mutated beasts living in high radiation contamination zones much higher, right? Orelai Kinetic asked with a nervous face. Chapter 17 Encounter with Mutant Rats Part 5. Orelai Kinetic's question caused Lucian Kinetic, who was cutting the claws of a mutant rat, to frown deeply. After a few seconds of silence, he said with a firm expression, "It is indeed true, but the highly radiation contaminated zone is too dangerous. The radiation intensity is extremely high, and the hazard coefficient is dozens of times higher than that of the moderately radiation contaminated zone. Even if you wear protective gear, you cannot stay there for a long time. At most, you can stay for a dozen minutes. If you exceed that time, your whole body will fester due to high radiation contamination, and your genes will collapse leading to death. Moreover, most of the mutated beasts inside are powerful. Even Spurs would be walking into a narrow escape if they rushed in, let alone ordinary people like us, who haven't awakened an ability." Hearing Lucian Kinetic's explanation, Orelai Kinetic frowned slightly, understanding the meaning behind his words. Lucian Kinetic was worried that she would boldly and secretly sneak into the highly radiation-contaminated zone for the sake of energy stones. "Third brother, don't worry. Without certainty, I will never go to the highly radiation-contaminated zone. I don't have a death wish, nor is my good life too comfortable for me to deliberately look for suffering," Orelai Kinetic said with a firm expression. However, she had unconsciously planted a foreshadowing in her words. Lucian Kinetic always felt that his younger sister's words were a bit strange, but upon careful thought, he couldn't find anything wrong. While thinking, he packed up the mutant rat. After pondering for a few seconds, without figuring out what was wrong, Lucian Kinetic cast the issue aside and stopped thinking about what was amiss. It wasn't until a few months later, when Orelai Kinetic had prepared everything and ran off to the highly radiation-contaminated zone alone, that Lucian Kinetic finally realized where the trap in his sister's words had been. But that is a story for another time. Right now, nothing had happened yet. Just as Lucian Kinetic finished packing up the two mutant rats, Caspian Kinetic and Julian Kinetic finally returned. The two of them were still carrying a mutant rat in their hands. Seeing her two older brothers return, Lucian Kinetic hurriedly asked with concern, "Eldest brother, second brother, how is it? Are you injured? Have the mutant rats been completely wiped out?" Seeing the nervous and worried gazes of his third younger brother and little sister, a trace of a smile appeared on Caspian Kinetic's exhausted face. "It's fine, just a little scratch. Applying some medicine will do. The mutant rats have been completely wiped out. You don't need to be afraid," Caspian Kinetic said casually. "Eldest brother, second brother, minor injury or major injury? Let's clean and apply medicine first. It will be troublesome if it gets infected," Orelai Kinetic urged. Mutant rats were basically the mice from her past life, which were one of the animals most capable of transmitting viruses. Plague was nothing to trifle with. The more Orelai Kinetic thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she quickly stood up to greet them. She first pulled Caspian Kinetic to inspect him carefully, seeing that besides being scratched on the back of his hand, there were also traces of being scratched by a mutant rat on his back and legs. Disregarding everything else, Orelai Kinetic tightened her small face and said in a low voice, "Eldest brother, sit down. I will clean your wound and apply herbal ointment. Second brother, you sit down too. Let me clean and apply medicine for you." Julian Kinetic was just about to retort when he saw eldest brother Caspian Kinetic blinking and winking at him hard. After a moment of silence, Julian Kinetic obediently sat on the ground, letting Lucian Kinetic clean his wound and apply medicine. After a flurry of activity and getting everything packed up, noon had arrived, and the sun in the sky rose to the exact center overhead, signaling that the high radiation pollution time had come. "Second brother, third brother, little sister, it's not suitable to harvest rice right now. Let's go hide under that big tree and take a good rest," Caspian Kinetic said, pointing to a shady spot. The four siblings supported each other to the bottom of the big tree, then sat in the shade with their backs to each other. This was a special seating arrangement to prevent unexpected dangers. "Eldest brother, will we still harvest rice this afternoon?" Orelai Kinetic asked. "Harvest? Why wouldn't we? The mutant rats have already been wiped out, which won't affect harvesting the autumn grain. Every year, when harvesting the autumn grain, we encounter mutated beasts, so there's nothing to make a fuss about. If we didn't harvest the autumn grain just because of this, wouldn't a lot of food be wasted? When winter comes, if the base has no food, many people will starve to death, Caspian Kinetic said with a firm expression. Orlar Kinetic thought about it, and felt it indeed made sense. This was the Wasteland world. How could they give up food just because of encountering a few mutated beasts? Don't worry, little sister. Our squad leader has already sent a video to the regiment commander, applying for the regiment to send people to support us. Previously, only our 9th squad and 12th squad were here. Earlier, where we killed the mutant rats, quite a few people were injured. The regiment will definitely send other people to support us, otherwise, if we encounter danger again, wouldn't we have zero ability to resist? Caspian Kinetic explained in a low voice. Orlar Kinetic thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, Eldest brother, will injuries like yours be sent back to the base for treatment? Before Caspian Kinetic could reply, Lucian Kinetic, who was sitting nearby, chimed in to explain, Little sister, injuries like eldest brothers will not be sent back to the base for treatment. Hearing Lucian Kinetic's reply, Orlar Kinetic looked at Caspian Kinetic, hoping Caspian Kinetic would give her an accurate answer. Seeing this, Caspian Kinetic helplessly nodded, confirming Lucian Kinetic's statement. Orlar Kinetic lowered her head helplessly. Human life in this wasteland world was indeed worthless, to suffer such heavy injuries, and not even need hospital treatment. She didn't know whether Wastelanders were hardy or simply didn't value their lives. All right, you three go ahead and rest for a while. I'll keep watch first. Julian Kinetic suddenly interrupted the three's conversation and urged, Second brother, you should rest together with eldest brother and third brother. I already rested well in the morning. After speaking, Orlar Kinetic opened her eyes wide and scanned the surroundings of the big tree. Seeing this, Julian Kinetic was just about to refuse, when he saw Caspian Kinetic shake his head, signalling him to agree. At 2 in the afternoon, the alarm clock that Orlar Kinetic had specially set went off, and the 3 Mu brothers also got up to prepare for their afternoon work. Caspian Kinetic went directly to the mercenary squad, while Orlar Kinetic followed behind her 2 older brothers back to the place where the 3 of them had harvested rice in the morning. However, the scene that appeared before the 3 of them was a bit too painful to look at. The rice, which was originally upright, had all collapsed onto the ground after being trampled by the mutant rat pack, completely mixing with the weeds. Second brother, can this still be harvested? Lucian Kinetic asked mutatively as he looked at the flattened rice. Hearing his younger brother's question, Julian Kinetic didn't know how to answer. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he didn't know what to do either. Instead, Orlar Kinetic squatted down, carefully examined the flattened rice, and then stood up to say, it should still be harvestable. Actually, speaking of it, being flattened like this makes it even more convenient for us to harvest. At least we don't have to cut the rice stalks, we can directly cut the rice ears. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic thought about it, and felt that what their little sister said made a lot of sense. Yeah, little sister is right. This must be what the ancients called fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lurks within fortune. Julian Kinetic unusually said a few more words. The 3 siblings smiled at each other, and then continued working from where they had left off in the morning. Chapter 18 Mutant Rat Hole. Orlar Kinetic continuously searched and harvested rice in the fields, looking at the piles of rice ears growing larger and larger behind her. She could not help muttering in her heart, this transmigration deity, I do not know if he went to sleep or is deliberately pranking me. When other people transmigrate, it is either a spatial spiritual spring or a beginner gift bag. How come, when it reaches me, there's nothing at all? Is this because you dislike me? Or are you dissatisfied with little Orlar Kinetic? But if you dislike me, you could have just not let me transmigrate. To be honest, with these conditions, it is even worse than being an ox or a horse in my past life. At least food and clothing were not a worry, and personal safety was guaranteed. Alas, I do not know if my soul can return to my past life if I'm bitten to death by a mutant now. Orlar Kinetic did not know that her carefree daydreams in her mind scared Little Stone, who was hiding beside the green seed, into shivering its stone body. Little Stone, oh heavens. We must absolutely not let the original owner know that I'm the inducement that caused her to transmigrate. Otherwise, thinking of the consequences after the original owner found out, Little Stone shivered even more violently. How about next time, when she attracts energy, I steal a bit more, recover early to open the space, and make her a bit happier. Perhaps once the original owner is happy, she will not mind that I brought her here. Little Stone's little scheme was completely unknown to Orlar Kinetic. All her mind and soul at this moment were focused on the cave entrance in front of her. Looking at this cave entrance, Orlar Kinetic's little head spun rapidly. Gregarious mutant rats, an unknown cave entrance. The mutant rat was more than a dozen times larger than the rat she had seen in her past life, so the rat hole was naturally not small either. The cave entrance Orelei Kinetic saw was hidden under the roots of a particularly large rice plant, and without careful inspection, it could not be found at all. Orelei Kinetic did not call Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic over. As an Esper who had awakened an ability, Orelei Kinetic decided to investigate herself first, check the specific situation, and then decide whether to call others. She extended her left hand and activated the wood-type ability, and a vine the thickness of a chopstick appeared in her palm. The vine extended forward inch by inch along the direction of the rat hole's extension. The mutant rat hole was not vertical downwards, but curved downwards at an angle, and there were quite a few fork roads in the cave, making investigation extremely troublesome. 10 odd minutes later, the vine drilled through numerous branch holes and finally stopped at a gloomy cave entrance. This should be the food storage warehouse of the mutant rat, containing rice, peanuts, broad beans, soybeans, pine cones, potatoes, chestnuts, and so on. Probably because it was right in the rice paddy, the most abundant food in the cave was still rice. What made Orelei Kinetic's heart flutter the most was that in the corner of that pile of food, several energy stones were quietly lying there. The reason why Orelei Kinetic could quickly spot several energy stones among so much food was because among those energy stones, there was a wood-type energy stone glowing with green light. When she discovered those energy stones, Orelei Kinetic almost screamed out like a marmot, but her brain reacted quickly, and she tightly covered her mouth with her hand, preventing anyone from discovering her abnormality. Seeing everything in the cave, Orelei Kinetic once again lamented that she did not have a space. Alas, if there were a space, she could silently take away everything in this cave. Now, however, she could not do that, and she did not even dare to speak of the mutant rat hole. After sighing, Orelei Kinetic no longer hesitated. She wrapped the energy stones with vines, and then slowly stole the energy stones out from the cave. In half an hour, the vines rolled out a total of 5 energy stones. The smallest energy stone was only the size of a thumb, similar to the one found on the mutant rat in the morning. The largest one was about the size of a small baby's fist. And the most precious part was that this was a wood-type energy stone. Wow, I'm getting rich. Orelei Kinetic could not help covering her mouth and snickering, and her twitching shoulders exposed her mood at this moment. Feeling the energy inside the energy stones one by one, the excited Orelei Kinetic finally returned to calmness. She looked at the few energy stones, and then looked at the burlap sack and cloth bag on her body. Putting the energy stones in, she worried that before returning to the base, they would probably be snatched by someone. No, bringing them to the base is completely unrealistic. The risk is too great, and maybe because of these few energy stones, I might even lose my little life. Instead of waiting for others to snatch them, it is better to absorb them right here. Whatever I can absorb, so be it. What if my ability breaks through? Wouldn't my ability for self-preservation be even higher? Orelei Kinetic pondered in her heart for a moment. She stopped continuing to harvest rice, took out the smallest energy stone, held the energy stone in her hand, and began to absorb the energy. This was also because Orelei Kinetic did not understand. When absorbing an energy stone, it was best to have someone guard, or at worst find a safe, undisturbed place to absorb, which would be safe. Orelei Kinetic absorbed an energy stone for the first time in the hospital, the second time at home, and the third time in the morning's rice paddy. This gave her the illusion that absorbing an energy stone could be done anywhere. 1 minute, 2 minutes after 5 minutes, Orelei Kinetic spread her palms with some doubt. Seeing the small pile of powder on her palm, she strangely opened her mouth and blew on the powder, and the powder drifted toward the rice field with the wind. Strange, that energy stone in the morning took me more than 10 minutes to absorb, but this one was absorbed cleanly in just 5 minutes. Is my absorption speed faster, or is the energy in this energy stone too low? Just as Orelei Kinetic was puzzled, the old six hiding inside her body was crazily absorbing the pure energy inside the green seed. Green seed. You old six, if you want to absorb energy, why don't you absorb it directly from the meridians and muscles? Why do you have to come to my house to rob? You are simply a bandit. Little stone, you idiot, absorbing some energy from you. This stone thinking highly of you. If it were anywhere else, this stone wouldn't even take a glance. You should feel honored instead. Yet you still dare to complain. Green seed, oh, give me a break. You old six, aren't you just coveting the pure energy on my body? You still have the nerve to find an excuse. Orelei Kinetic knew nothing about the fierce quarrel between the green seed and Little Stone. At this time, she had already begun to absorb the second energy stone. In her heart, she thought that the energy inside the energy stone was too low to keep up with her absorption. If the quality is not enough, we will make up for it with quantity. This was Orelei Kinetic's truest thought. Of course, she not only thought this way, but also did so. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the fourth energy stone was absorbed empty and turned into powder, Orla's kinetic meridians and muscles finally felt a swelling pain. She did not know that while she was crazily absorbing the energy in the energy stone, little stone, hidden inside her body, was also crazily absorbing the energy inside the green seed. Seeing that there was only the last wood-type energy stone left, Orla's kinetic hesitated a bit. Whether to continue absorbing or save it for a rainy day made it somewhat difficult for Orla's kinetic to choose. She thought about it, and finally decided to check her ability first before making a decision. Chapter 19 Advancement. Orla's kinetic concentrated her mind, and extended her spiritual telekinesis to the green seed, pleasantly surprised to find that the green seed had grown about 10 times larger. The green seed, which was originally the size of a grain of rice, was now actually the size of a broad bean. The obvious improvement of her wood-type ability suddenly gave her originally somewhat tangled heart a clear direction. Any treasure could only be considered truly one's own once it thoroughly became part of oneself. Otherwise, it might all turn out to be nothing. While probing the growth of her wood-type ability, she activated her wood-type ability with her left hand to see how much change there was in actual combat. She saw that the vines, which were only as thick as chopsticks when activated originally, had now actually turned as thick as an infant's arm. As for how far the length could extend, she hadn't tested it yet. However, with such a huge change in her ability, she was already very satisfied. Just as she was immersed in the joy of her ability's improvement, the green seed spun crazily, as if it were indignantly complaining to her about something. Unfortunately, Orla's kinetic did not understand the meaning of the green seed. She thought it was caused by the green seed suddenly absorbing so much energy and getting excited. This was a typical language barrier, like a chicken talking to a duck. After withdrawing her spiritual telekinesis, Orla's kinetic opened her eyes and looked at the last wood-type energy stone. She did not know how an ability advanced, and Alpha Kinetic had not expected his daughter's ability to advance so quickly either, so he hadn't told Orla's kinetic what an Esper should do when advancing. Since no one told her, Orla's kinetic recalled the Xianxian novels she had read in her past life. Advancement was just absorbing a lot of spiritual Kai to break through that barrier. Thus, the ability novice Orla's kinetic went online. She held the last wood-type energy stone in her hand and began her final frenzy. This infant fist-sized wood-type energy stone was indeed extraordinary. As soon as Orla's kinetic started absorbing it, she felt a majestic and gentle wood-type energy surge toward her like a roaring tide. The magnitude of this energy exceeded her estimation, and it was much stronger than the sum of the 4 energy stones she had absorbed previously. Orla's kinetic only felt as if the meridians in her body were about to burst open in the next second. The excessively massive energy caused all the blood vessels, meridians, and muscles in her body to enter a state of impending rupture. At this time, the green seed also stopped spinning crazily, and instead emitted a pure, soft green light, trying to soothe the chaotic energy in her body. However, this energy was too powerful, and the green seed gradually felt somewhat unequal to the task. The green seed, you old six who steals energy, why aren't you coming out quickly to absorb the energy? You secretly absorbed it when you weren't supposed to, but when it's your turn to absorb crazily, you drop the ball again, damn it. Little stone, little brat, who are you calling old sixth? The first few times I felt somewhat in the wrong and ignored you. This time you're still so arrogant while asking for help. Shouldn't you show an attitude of asking for help? The green seed, go to hell with your attitude of asking for help. If you don't make a move, Master is going to die from body explosion due to excess energy. By then, let alone me, you won't be able to escape either. We'll all be finished together. Just as the green seed and little stone were endlessly quarrelling, some words flashed across Orla's kinetic's mind, and she recalled what the Xianxian novels in her past life mentioned about compressing spiritual Kai and refining spiritual Kai to make the foundation more solid and profound. Braving the danger of an impending body explosion, Orla's kinetic concentrated her spiritual power, used her spiritual telekinesis to guide this excess energy, slowly converging it into the green seed, and then cautiously began to compress the energy inside the green seed. At the very beginning, the compression process was incomparably difficult, and every wisp of energy condensation and compression felt like racing against the Grim Reaper. Orla's kinetic's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her complexion turned flushed because of the energy. Her spiritual telekinesis was highly concentrated, fearing that a slight carelessness would ruin all her previous efforts. As time passed, she gradually mastered the rhythm, and that majestic wood-type energy was slowly compressed in the green seed, becoming increasingly pure, The green seed and Little Stone also stopped arguing and fully assisted Oralai Kinetic. The green seed shone brilliantly, slowly feeding back the compressed pure wood-type energy to Oralai Kinetic's meridians, blood vessels, and muscles, healing and moistening her nearly ruptured body. As for Little Stone, it had finally absorbed enough energy, and its originally dusty color became deep and mysterious. When everything settled down, Oralai Kinetic checked her body with her spiritual telekinesis, and then she discovered with great certainty her wood-type ability had advanced. Finally, she also saw that originally dusty Little Stone, which was now emitting a deep and hazy mysterious light. Seeing the touch of deep and hazy mysterious light, thought surged in Oralai Kinetic's mind. She had said so. How could she have transmigrated to the Wasteland world for no reason without any medium in between? It turned out that the culprit was actually here. This Little Stone was clearly when she graduated as a graduate student and left the research institute. Her senior Marshall brothers and sisters clamoured to give her a gift and let her choose whatever she wanted in the laboratory. She looked at it for a long time. All the other things were the research achievements of her senior Marshall brothers and sisters, everyone's hard work, and she was embarrassed to take them. In the end, she took this Little Stone that her advisor had just brought back from Yunnan province. At that time, everyone even teased her, saying she was too sensible and only took worthless gadgets. Oralai Kinetic still remembered her original words at that time. A meager gift carries deep affection. As a result, this gift was truly heavy, directly transmigrating her across. Little Stone, get out here. What did I do to you in my past life that made you bring me to this wasteland world where human lives are cheaper than grass? Let me tell you, if you can't give a reasonable explanation, I'll turn you into powder and make you vanish into thin air. Oralai Kinetic said harshly out of anger. Hearing the 4 words vanish into thin air, Little Stone trembled directly. As a result of this tremble, Oralai Kinetic, who had been paying attention to it all along, discovered the abnormality. In Oralai Kinetic's mind, while frantically outputting condemnation against Little Stone, her spiritual telekinesis also kept observing Little Stone, because she did not understand how this Little Stone ran into her body. Back then, because of her choice, a senior brother drilled a small hole in the Little Stone on the spot. A senior sister knitted a red rope to thread through it, and then hung it directly around her neck, under the nice-sounding name of, since it's a souvenir, hang it around your neck. This way, feeling this Little Stone every day, you will remember your advisor and senior Marshall brothers and sisters. Little Stone, speak for yourself. What is going on here? I saw you move. Stop playing dead over there. Oralai Kinetic poked Little Stone with her spiritual telekinesis, muttering incessantly in her mind. Seeing that it couldn't hide anymore, Little Stone could only tremble as it moved its body, and then a weak voice sounded in Oralai Kinetic's mind. I didn't mean to. You were about to die in your past life. Fearing that I would enter the incinerator, I wrapped up your soul and transmigrated. I originally planned to transmigrate to ancient times. With your agricultural knowledge, you would definitely be able to make a splash in ancient times. As a result, I encountered a spatial rift during transmigration. My little spatial crystal was simply no match in front of the spatial rift. When the energy in the spatial crystal was about to run out, I discovered the little Oralai Kinetic who had just lost her soul. And then, when hearing Little Stone's answer, Oralai Kinetic was already completely dumbfounded. Chapter 20, Devouring. Oralai Kinetic's head was buzzing at this moment. Where was she? What had she seen? What had she heard? A piece of Little Stone actually had independent consciousness, could move, and could even speak. Could this stone be a descendant of Sun Wukong that had turned into spirit? Just when Oralai Kinetic was in doubt and hesitation, Little Stone, having waited for a long time without getting a reaction from Oralai Kinetic, became unhappy. Little Stone, what is wrong with this master? Was she scared by me? That's impossible. She was the one who insisted that I give her a reason. Now that the reason has been told, why is she acting all silly and unresponsive? Could it be that crossing the space-time rift damaged the original owner's soul, turning her into an idiot? This time Little Stone didn't say it out loud, so Oralai Kinetic had no idea that in just this short moment she had been promoted to being an idiot. If she knew that Little Stone was talking smack about her behind her back, she would definitely give Little Stone a big slap across the face. After a long while, Oralai Kinetic came back to her senses and calmed her churning emotions. Her spiritual telekinesis poked Little Stone again and asked, "You are a space crystal with depleted energy. Now that you have independent consciousness, does that mean your energy has recovered? Also, how did you crawl into my body? Without my consent, you arbitrarily brought me here and took it upon yourself to crawl into my body. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Little Stone shook unwillingly. This master was truly too money obsessed. After going around in such a big circle, Her ultimate goal turned out to be wanting compensation. Compensation? What compensation? You were about to die. I was the one who gave you the chance to transmigrate and live another lifetime. Instead of being grateful to me, you actually asked me for compensation. Aren't you ashamed? Little Stone's combat prowess was top-notch, and it completely refused to follow Aureliar Kinetic's topic. Aureliar Kinetic was stunned. She never expected that this Little Stone not only had independent consciousness, but was also very smart. Yo-ho. Little Stone, you are still so arrogant on my turf. Who gave you that confidence? Let me ask you, did you ever ask me if I wanted to live another lifetime? No, you didn't. Did you ever ask me if I wanted to transmigrate to the stamped Wasteland world? No, you did not. Because of your shady operations, living here is worse than dying. Every day I walk on thin ice, terrified that the next second I'll run into mutated plants and animals, and then die a bloody, agonizing death with my corpse mutilated. Did you ever ask me if I wanted this kind of death? Aureliar Kinetic's counter-question made Little Stone shut itself in. Looking at it this way, it was indeed its fault. However, Little Stone always felt something was not quite right. When it thought carefully about it, it couldn't figure it out. After all, it was just a stone, and its brain didn't turn as fast as Aureliar Kinetic's, so it couldn't figure out what was wrong. But Little Stone was badass. It didn't need to figure it out at all. In its perception, Aureliar Kinetic was just a tiny human who transmigrated by relying on it, so there was no need to be afraid of her. On the contrary, this human desperately wanted a spatial dimension, and since it happened to have one, this human should be trying to curry favor with it. Human, you blabbered on so much, acting all aggrieved and demanding compensation. When all is said and done, isn't it just because you want a spatial dimension? How about this? You go find some more energy stones, and I will consider rewarding you with a space. What do you think? Am I very generous? Rest assured, as long as you work diligently for me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Little Stone's proud and spoiled voice rang out again. Its words, however, stirred up monstrous waves in Aureliar Kinetic's mind. What the hell? A Little Stone acting like a big shot on her own turf, not to mention looking like a supreme boss, was actually ordering her around like a servant. Was she having a nightmare in broad daylight, or did the opponent have some powerful trump card? HMPH, no matter which one it was, Aureliar Kinetic would never allow a big shot to sit inside her body. It wanted more energy stones, which meant it hadn't fully recovered yet. This was her only chance. Once Little Stone recovered and reached its peak period, she would probably be in danger. Aureliar Kinetic's mind ran wildly, and in the end, she came up with only one method. That was to strike while it was down. Aureliar Kinetic had a personality where whatever she thought of, she would immediately execute. She did not procrastinate. She didn't know how to deal with Little Stone, but there were plots of body snatching and cultivation novels from her past life. Little Stone could speak and had independent consciousness, meaning it had already given birth to a soul. Aureliar Kinetic didn't have a way to deal with a stone, but she had a way to deal with a soul. Wasn't it just you bite me once, and I tear a piece off you? In order to win in one fell swoop, Aureliar Kinetic also went all out. She closed her eyes and concentrated all her mental focus in her mind. Her spiritual telekinesis slowly condensed together, and finally turned into a miniature version of little Aureliar Kinetic. This is my divine sense. Seeing the miniature little Aureliar Kinetic in her mind, Aureliar Kinetic was somewhat unable to snap back to reality. She never expected that one day in the Wasteland world, she would actually become a powerhouse possessing divine sense. In the Wasteland world, she hadn't heard of anyone having divine sense, including those high-level psychic type espers. She suppressed the shock and wild joy in her heart, and wholeheartedly began to deal with Little Stone. The miniature little Aureliar Kinetic brandished a dagger transformed from spiritual telekinesis and charged toward Little Stone's soul. Little Stone clearly didn't expect Aureliar Kinetic to take the initiative to attack. In its eyes, Aureliar Kinetic, this tiny human, was just a reserve food supply kept in captivity, food that it would devour once its soul recovered a bit more. Now the reserve food actually rebelled ahead of time, catching it off guard and making it somewhat flustered for a moment. After having a few pieces of its soul cut off by Aureliar Kinetic's dagger, howling in pain, it hurriedly condensed its own power to defend itself. But Aureliar Kinetic's soul avatar had already gained the upper hand. After devouring a few pieces of Little Stone's soul, her offensive grew even more fierce and intense. The small dagger in her hand was waved like a kitchen knife, rapidly cutting up the soul chunks of Little Stone. What was most brutal was that while cutting, her little mouth was also chewing on the soul chunks, as if they were some kind of heavenly delicacy. However, for the soul avatar, the soul chunks were indeed a heavenly delicacy. For the soul avatar, The soul chunks were a supreme tonic. Eating one piece made her soul grow stronger by a fraction, while Little Stone weakened by a fraction. After a period of waxing and waning, Little Stone became so weak that it couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Stop, stop, I will give you the space. You hurry up and stop, Little Stone shouted loudly while dodging. Unfortunately, the soul avatar, having just tasted sweetness, was completely unwilling to stop. How could she possibly let go of such a delicious and tonic-rich good thing? She deliberately pretended not to hear Little Stone's shouts and continued waving her small dagger without a moment's pause. As for spatial dimensions and the like, how could they be more practical than having a powerful soul? Aurelire Kinetic could already feel that her mental type ability was growing crazily. This made Aurelire Kinetic, who had always been unable to find a way to advance her mental type ability, extremely excited. This was a proper pleasant surprise. Chapter 21 The Reason for Time Travel. Stop quickly. I'm begging you. I'll listen to everything you say from now on. Please spare me. After the soul avatar launched a flurry of fierce operations, the extremely weakened Little Stone pleaded in a low voice. It never expected that after living for endless years, it wouldn't be killed by powerful enemies, nor disposed of by the supreme main god, but instead die at the hands of a reserved food supply it had always looked down upon. When the soul avatar finished consuming all of Little Stone's soul, and Aurelire Kinetic closed her eyes to digest Little Stone's entire memory, her complexion instantly turned extremely ugly. She never expected that Little Stone's initial words were complete lies, and Little Stone was not a space crystal that had given birth to self-awareness at all. Little Stone's true form was originally a void beast that had lived for endless years in the void. It had always been wandering in the void, until one day, it encountered another void beast that was even more powerful than itself. In order to devour it, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing that it was no match, in the split second before self-detonation, Little Stone used its largest piece of residual soul to wrap around its spatial crystal core and fell into a stream in province of Zephyr. Affected by the energy of the self-detonation, Little Stone, which was originally just a wisp of residual soul, hid inside the spatial crystal core and fell into a deep slumber. Until it met instructor Aurelire Kinetic, who went to province of Zephyr for sketching, it was brought to the laboratory. In the laboratory, Little Stone slowly absorbed some energy. Although this energy was very mottled, it was enough to wake it up. The reason Aurelire Kinetic chose it was because Little Stone discovered that Aurelire Kinetic's mental power was powerful. Wanting to devour Aurelire Kinetic's mental power and seize Aurelire Kinetic's body, it deliberately revealed a trace of the void's mysterious aura, causing Aurelire Kinetic to choose it. As a result, when it was devouring Aurelire Kinetic's mental power, an accident occurred. While Aurelire Kinetic was struggling desperately, she accidentally fell into a mountain stream, and her body was completely smashed into pulp, leaving only a wisp of soul. With no other choice, Little Stone had to exhaust its very last bit of void power to tear open a tiny spatial rift, allowing Aurelire Kinetic's soul to transmigrate, where she finally encountered little Aurelire Kinetic, who had run into a mutated plant. Thus, Aurelire Kinetic's soul logically entered little Aurelire Kinetic's body, except that Aurelire Kinetic lost many memories when transmigrating through the spatial rift. Until devouring Little Stone's soul did Aurelire Kinetic finally learn the whole process. Detestable Aurelire Kinetic was so angry that she wanted to crush the Little Stone in her hand. Indeed, without self-awareness, Little Stone's spatial crystal core had turned into an ordinary space crystal. Unwilling to let Little Stone continue staying inside her body, Aurelire Kinetic deliberately used her spiritual telekinesis to move it out. As for an alien species with ulterior motives, Aurelire Kinetic was worried it might have left some backup plans behind. Moving it out of her body made her feel much more at ease. Looking at the grey little stone in her hand, she squeezed it hard, but the little stone didn't move at all. Sighing, Aurelire Kinetic sighed. It was a pity she wasn't a strength-type Esper, and didn't have the strength to crush the space crystal. She looked at the stone in her hand, at a loss for how to deal with it for a moment. She wanted to throw it away, but couldn't bear to. This was a space crystal after all. Keeping it, on the other hand, felt a bit unappealing. Aurelire Kinetic struggled internally for a few seconds, then put the little stone into her bag, deciding to deal with it after she figured it out. Carefully inspecting her own spiritual sea and seeing that it was twice as large as before, a happy smile appeared on Aurelire Kinetic's face for the first time. Her psychic type ability had somehow accidentally leveled up, and moreover, it advanced by 2 ranks all at once. She was already a level 3 psychic type Esper. Don't ask her how she knew. Asking meant she discovered her spiritual sea had suddenly expanded by double. With her ability leveling up, Aurelire Kinetic's body was also tempered. She discovered that her current self could easily wipe out the mutant rats that had appeared in the morning. This was the self-confidence brought by strength. "Little sister, have you finished harvesting?" Julian Kinetic shouted from a distance. Hearing Julian Kinetic's voice, Orla Kinetic suddenly remembered she was still in the rice paddy. "Second brother, right away. There's just a tiny bit left." Orla Kinetic quickly responded, afraid that if she didn't speak up, Julian Kinetic would come over looking for her. "All right, you need to hurry up. It's almost 5 o'clock, and we need to head back. If we go late and miss the ride, it'll be troublesome," Julian Kinetic reminded. "All right." Hearing Julian Kinetic's reminder, not only did Orla Kinetic speed up her actions in harvesting the rice ears, but Lucian Kinetic in the adjacent field also accelerated his movements quite a bit, busy packing the rice ears into burlap sacks and then stacking the sacks by the roadside. The three siblings stood beside the sacks waiting for Caspian Kinetic to drive over and load them. This kind of treatment was only available when family members of a mercenary group gathered supplies. Once scavengers joined in harvesting the autumn grain, such treatment wouldn't exist. The rumbling sound of a car came over, and the three people who were previously sitting on the burlap sacks immediately stood up. They saw a large truck driving over from a distance. As the truck approached and the door opened, Caspian Kinetic jumped down from the passenger's seat. "Second brother, third brother, little sister, are you all packed up?" Caspian Kinetic asked as soon as he jumped off the truck. "All set, big brother, the rice ears are all packed. We just need to haul them back for testing to determine the radiation pollution level, and we're good," Lucian Kinetic replied with a happy face. This autumn grain gathering yielded a good harvest, 4 mutant rats, and dozens of bags of rice ears, although many heavily radiation-polluted rice ears were included among them. However, as long as there was 20% medium to low radiation-polluted rice, they would still make a huge profit. The mercenary group's vehicle drove directly to the testing center, which had meat and animal testing windows and grain testing windows. Because today marked the start of autumn grain harvesting, all 10 windows were open. Orla Kinetic and the others had 18 bags of rice ears. After threshing, testing revealed 3.5 bags of medium radiation-polluted rice and half a bag of low radiation-polluted rice. As for the 4 mutant rats, Caspian Kinetic had long since handed them over to the mercenary group to handle together. The mercenary group directly gave Caspian Kinetic points and contribution credits. "Second brother, let's sell the heavily radiation-polluted rice. Keeping it is of no use," Orla Kinetic suggested. Little sister is right. Sell the heavily radiation-polluted rice and haul back the medium and low radiation-polluted rice to stockpile and eat during the winter. Lucian Kinetic nodded in agreement. Although both of their parents could earn points for their family, previously the 4 siblings were too young, and no one went scavenging. The most stockpiled item during winter was nutrient fluid. Later, when Caspian Kinetic and Julian Kinetic grew a bit older and followed others out to scavenge, winter became slightly better with some food and fruits and vegetables stockpiled, but because the 2 brothers were young, they didn't stockpile much. This year, the 3 siblings went out and got such a big harvest on the first day, greatly boosting the confidence of Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic. "Second brother, hurry over to the exchange center to drive the good tricycle over. So many people here are staring." Orla Kinetic noticed a few malicious gazes in the testing center. Julian Kinetic was stunned, then swept his eyes around and decisively commanded, "Third brother, hurry up and ride the tricycle over. It's best to let Dad come pick us up." Chapter 22 Shadowless Needle. At this moment, Julian Kinetic was full of regret. Having harvested so much for the first time, he had become a bit carried away and forgotten to guard against certain malicious individuals. Today, the 3 siblings had not only harvested 4 burlap sacks of grain, but also over 2,000 credits from selling heavily radiation-polluted rice. In the eyes of these people, they were undoubtedly fat sheep. Seeing the crowd peeking at them, Orla Kinetic flashed a sweet smile instead. In the eyes of these people, the 3 siblings were fat sheep, but in Orla Kinetic's eyes, these people were also punching bags for practicing her skills. Ever since her ability advanced, she had been worrying about not finding a sparring partner. Now someone had delivered themselves to her doorstep, and she hoped they wouldn't disappoint her. Lucian Kinetic quickly rode the tricycle over, but unfortunately, the place where Arthur Kinetic was patrolling was a bit far, so he couldn't get over so quickly. "Second brother, Dad hasn't arrived yet. What should we do now? Should we head back?" Lucian Kinetic asked in a low voice. "Let's go, right now. Didn't you see? More and more people are looking over at us. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid even if Dad comes, he won't be able to scare these people off." Julian Kinetic replied in a low voice. Orla Kinetic thought for a moment and said, "Second brother, you've great strength, so you ride the bike. Third brother, and I will sit in the back to prevent those people from making a move. Let's take the main road. There are city defense patrols on the road, so they won't dare to make a move in front of the patrol team." Julian Kinetic thought about it, and since things were indeed as his younger sister said, he immediately agreed. "All right, get on and sit tight." Arabiclam set off immediately. The tricycle drove slowly along the main road of the outer city. The main reason was that Julian Kinetic had been tired all day, and had only drunk a tube of nutrient solution halfway through. He was already exhausted, and if he hadn't been afraid of the grain being snatched, he probably would have stopped by the roadside long ago to wait for Arthur Kinetic to pick them up. Orla Kinetic saw several people following far behind. Their attire did not look like scavengers from the shantytown at all. Instead, they looked more like some hoodlums from the outer city. These people had a certain background and martial strength, and ordinary people simply didn't dare to provoke them. "Third brother, is there anyone you recognize in that group?" Orla Kinetic asked suspiciously, seeing the other party following closely behind. You must know that even hoodlums wouldn't be so arrogant under normal circumstances. Unless hearing Orla Kinetic's reminder, Lucian Kinetic finally reacted and carefully looked at the people following behind. "Little sister, one of them looks a bit familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before," Lucian Kinetic said somewhat uncertainly. He tried hard to recall where exactly he had seen that person. Just at this moment, a figure by the side of the street flashed past the corner of Orla Kinetic's eye. "Kavita Varmer, why would you appear here?" Orla Kinetic frowned and looked again at the few people closely following them. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. "Third brother, did you see that person outside the Varmer Syndicate?" Orla Kinetic reminded him. She wanted to verify her conjecture and see if her guess was true. Lucian Kinetic slapped his head. "Right, it was outside the Varmer Syndicate. Little sister, I remember now. That day I saw the Bratdevders Varmer standing together and talking with this familiar-looking person. Little sister, could this group of people have been found by the Varmer Syndicate?" Orla Kinetic let out a cold snort. "Third brother, it shouldn't be the Varmer Syndicate. It was found by Devders Varmer and Kavita Varmer together. This group of people probably doesn't know our identity, which is why they are so bold as to follow closely behind us on the main road of the outer city." Hearing that the other party didn't know their identity, Lucian Kinetic asked with some worry, "Little sister, they don't know our identity. What if they make a move to snatch it by force later?" Orla Kinetic sneered. "What should we do? Since they dare to reach out their claws, we'll chop them off." She turned her head to look at Julian Kinetic. "Second brother, I remember there's an alley where one man can guard the pass against 10,000 men. You speed up, and Arabiclam take a shortcut through the alley to shake them off as soon as possible." Although Julian Kinetic didn't quite understand why they should take an alley when walking the main road was clearly safer, as a sister con, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. "All right, sit tight." The tricycle quickly turned into that narrow alley. The hoodlums behind were overjoyed when they saw them enter the alley. One of the lackeys couldn't help shouting, "Sixth brother, those three brats went into the alley. Ha ha, there is a path to heaven which you refuse to take, but no door to hell which you force your way in." These three fools actually didn't take the main road, but instead drilled into this alley. "Heaven really is helping me." Sixth brother laughed arrogantly. In his eyes, the three people in front were already fish on the chopping board and couldn't run away. Little did they know that in Orla Kinetic's eyes, these few people were no different from dead men. The tricycle quickly darted into the alley, and the few people following behind rushed in without hesitation. Just as the tricycle drove 2/3 into the alley, Sixth brother and his men had caught up close, only about 10 odd meters away from the tricycle. "Second brother, hurry up. They're about to catch up." Seeing the few people getting closer and closer, Lucian Kinetic couldn't help urging. Just as Lucian Kinetic was urging Julian Kinetic, Orla Kinetic had already condensed her spiritual telekinesis into a shadowless needle, quietly piecing it into the minds of Sixth brother and his men. Sixth brother and the others instantly felt as if their heads had been pierced by fine needles. A wave of intense pain came from their minds. Their steps paused, and several of them instantly clutched their heads and collapsed to the ground. Lucian Kinetic had just finished urging Julian Kinetic when he saw the few people collapsing with their heads in their hands. He asked strangely, "Little sister, what's wrong with those people? Why did they suddenly clutch their heads and fall down?" A faint smile appeared on Orla Kinetic's small face. "I don't know, third brother. Maybe they suddenly had a medical episode." "Never mind them. Let's hurry up and leave. What if they try to pin it on us later?" Hearing Orla Kinetic's perfunctory explanation, Lucian Kinetic couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. I believe your ghost suddenly having a medical episode. Could it be such a coincidence? When they fall ill, several people all fall ill suddenly. He suspected that his younger sister was behind it, but he had no evidence. Julian Kinetic wanted to stop the tricycle to take a look at the miserable state of those people, but upon hearing Audiobook Kinetic say that they might pin it on them, he was so frightened that he rode the tricycle even faster, afraid of being latched onto by the other party. At the moment when the tricycle was about to drive out of the alley, Audiobook Kinetic condensed several thicker and longer shadowless needles, kissing them into the minds of the few people like lightning, and churning their spiritual seas into a complete mess. With this final strike, no matter who came to investigate, there would be no results. Even the base's high-stand instruments couldn't restore the people, and things the few of them saw last. This was Audiobook Kinetic's ultimate move to prevent trouble before it happened, and completely eliminate exposure. Having experienced the battle for the soul with the Void Beast, Audiobook Kinetic, who originally still possessed a shred of innocence and kindness, completely abandoned her last shred of saintly benevolence. This was the Wasteland world. Being merciful to the enemy meant leaving behind fatal hidden dangers for oneself. Since she already knew who the mastermind was, these few people naturally had no need to be left alive. At this moment, Audiobook Kinetic did not know that her unintentional action not only wiped out several notorious hoodlums of the outer city, but also frightened Devders Varma and Kavita Varma, making the two of them dare not act rashly for the time being. Chapter 23: Annihilating the Enemy. The tricycle smoothly drove out of the alley. Unaware that Sixth Brother and the others were already dead, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic finally breathed a sigh of relief, as they had truly feared that Sixth Brother and his group would step forward and resort to forcible robbery. Sixth Brother and the others were all adults, dealing with two half-grown boys, and a little girl like them would be as easy as pie. Audiobook Kinetic pressed her tense little face against the sacks inside the tricycle, her head lowered. Unbeknownst to anyone, Audiobook Kinetic's eyes at that moment were filled with murderous intent and ruthlessness. At this moment, in her heart, Devders Varma and Kavita Varma were both dead people, having the guts to scheme against her and her family. They had better prepare themselves for her to settle accounts later. Third Brother, no one is following us now. We're safe. Hurry up and send a message to Dad telling him he doesn't need to come pick us up, and let him go straight home. Audiobook Kinetic reminded him. This was to avoid the family taking different paths and missing each other. Hearing his younger sister's reminder, Lucian Kinetic hurriedly sent a message to Arthur Kinetic, telling him that he didn't need to come for the pickup. By the time the three siblings returned home, Arthur Kinetic had arrived home before them. Arthur Kinetic frowned as he checked the three children over. Seeing that they were indeed not injured, his hanging heart finally settled. What's going on? First you told me to pick you up, and then you said you didn't need to. Did something happen? Arthur Kinetic asked worriedly. He trusted his three children. Unless something major happened, the kids wouldn't be so inconsistent. After exchanging glances, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic began recounting the course of events starting from the testing center. Of course, they had no idea that Sixth Brother and the others were already dead, only saying that they suddenly saw those people collapse clutching their heads, and then they managed to escape smoothly. Among them, they also mentioned that Sixth Brother and his group knew Devders Varma. Hearing Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic's explanation, Arthur Kinetic frowned tightly and said coldly, "Those two brats from the Varma Syndicate are getting more and more out of hand. Last time, they almost cost Sia her life. Instead of knowing how to repent, they've intensified their actions instead, actually daring to run amok right in the outer city. It seems the Varma Syndicate has been getting a bit full of themselves lately just because they produced a level 2 Esper. However, this matter cannot just rest here. We must think of a way to teach them a lesson, make them remember it well, and let them know that not just anyone is someone they can afford to provoke." Hearing the three people's conversation, Audiobook Kinetic didn't offer any ideas, nor did she tell the three of them before and that she had already wiped out Sixth Brother and his group. Instead, she said with a sleepy face, "Dad, Second Brother, Third Brother, let's talk about this matter later. I've been tired all day today, and I want to eat and sleep." Hearing Audiobook Kinetic's words, Arthur Kinetic finally came to his senses. The children had already been exhausted from scavenging all day, and entering the city they had been thoroughly frightened by a few street punks, so they couldn't hold on any longer. Oh my, it was Dad's lack of foresight, forgetting that you all were exhausted today. Alright, you guys go eat first and then rest. Leave the matter with the Varma Syndicate to me to keep an eye on. Kinetic hurriedly agreed. Kinetic did not tell Kinetic that sixth brother and the others had been dealt with by her using spiritual telekinesis. Kinetic did not plan to tell Kinetic about awakening her mental type ability. She was not the original little Kinetic, and she didn't have deep feelings for Kinetic and the others. In her heart, her own safety was the most important. People's hearts are unfathomable. Who knows who is human and who is a ghost? One must always leave a trump card for oneself, and the bird that sticks out gets shot, so keeping a low profile is the ultimate way. As for the Moo family, within the scope of her abilities, she didn't mind doing some things within her power for the original owner. Anything extra, Kinetic felt she had no such obligation. In the Wasteland world, human connections are as thin as paper. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Kinetic's alarm clock rang on time. With sleepy eyes, Kinetic struggled to open her eyes and sluggishly got dressed to get out of bed. Waking up at 5 o'clock was simply too difficult for Kinetic, who had struggled to get up in her past life. When Gwendolyn got up to cook broken rice porridge and saw Kinetic washing up with half-closed eyes, she couldn't help shaking her head. Her daughter had never gotten up this early before. She wanted to tell her daughter not to go scavenging, but thinking about how her daughter's ability advancement required a large amount of points to exchange for energy stones, she stopped the words of dissuasion. After washing up and having breakfast, the three siblings hurriedly rushed to the mercenary group where Caspian Kinetic was located. Caspian Kinetic was busy yesterday and didn't return to the Moo family to rest. Julian Kinetic and the others didn't want to worry Caspian Kinetic, so no one told him about yesterday's events. Eldest brother, eldest brother, eldest brother, the three siblings called out in unison. Seeing that his younger siblings had all arrived, Caspian Kinetic hurriedly instructed in a low voice, "Today, take vehicle no. 2. The driver is your brother Lou, and vehicle no. 2 is heading to the sweet potato gathering site today." Brother Lou, full name Liam Hayes, was Caspian Kinetic's childhood friend and good buddy. He used to often follow Caspian Kinetic to the Moo family for free meals, so he was naturally very familiar with the three siblings. "All right, eldest brother." After the three of them agreed in unison, they headed straight for vehicle no. 2. By the door of vehicle no. 2. Liam Hayes was chatting idly with a man in his 30s. Seeing Kinetic and her two brothers approaching, he hurriedly waved and shouted, "Julian Kinetic, Lucian Kinetic, Zyro Zai, over here." "Little Lavu, who are these people?" "Your relatives." "How come I've never seen them before?" the man asked curiously. "They're not relatives. They're Caspian Kinetic's younger brothers and sister, and they're also my younger siblings," Liam Hayes explained with a smile. Hearing this, the man suddenly understood Liam Hayes' relationship with Caspian Kinetic. Even if not everyone in the entire mercenary group knew about it, at least half of the mercenary group knew. He smiled and bantered, "Little Ligu, I'm going to tell little Moo that you're snatching his younger siblings away." Hearing this, Liam Hayes begged for mercy. Don't do that, brothers Zhang. If Caspian Kinetic finds out, he'll definitely come find me to settle scores." Amidst their banter, the three of Kinetic arrived next to vehicle no. 2. Brother Hato, brother Hato, brother Hato. The three of Kinetic greeted him very politely. Not bad. Haven't seen you three in a few days, and you all look much more energetic." "Zyro Zai, your brother said you were sick a few days ago, going out to harvest autumn grain. Can you handle it? If you feel uncomfortable later, make sure to tell me early." "Got it," Liam Hayes instructed with a concerned look. I know, brother Hato," Kinetic agreed with a well-behaved expression. Such an obedient and well-behaved Kinetic, who would have thought that yesterday she would kill a few street punks without changing her expression. Speaking of the corpses of sixth brother and his group, they were discovered by a household living in the alley more than an hour after Kinetic and the others left. The patrol team hauled the corpses back and carefully inspected them, but couldn't find any clues. There were no external injuries on their bodies, nor were there any traces of fighting in the alley. Even the clothes on their bodies were completely undamaged. The patrol captain knew these guys. They were the famous street punks of these few streets. Who didn't know them? It was just that the other party had an esper backing them up, as long as it didn't cost human lives. They always turned a blind eye and pretended not to see anything. Chapter 24. The new uses of Wu-type abilities. Captain, all of these people are dead, and no wounds can be found. How should we log this? The team member writing the file asked in a low voice. How to log it? Just log the truth will do. These people probably offended someone and kicked an iron plate, so the captain did not continue, but everyone present understood what needed to be understood. After exchanging glances, everyone tacitly stopped talking about it. In the Wasteland world, a few deaths didn't count for much, so the patrol team reported the matter following standard death procedures. Sixth brother and the others hadn't called for a whole day, leaving Devders Varmer and Kavita Varmer sitting anxiously at home, waiting with uneasy minds. Finally, after pacing back and forth in the room for half an hour, an impatient Kavita Varmer couldn't help asking, "Brother, do you think something happened to sixth brother and the others? According to our agreement, they should have sent us a message last night, but until now, there hasn't been the slightest news from them." Hearing Kavita Varmer's rapid-fire questions, Devders Varmer couldn't help feeling doubtful and nervous inside. Could it be that sixth brother and the others really failed? Under harsh interrogation, will they confess and expose us? While pondering countermeasures, Devders Varmer also thought about what he should do if they failed to clear himself of suspicion. The car drove on the bumpy road for over 2 hours, and finally it arrived in front of a small hill. We've arrived, get off quickly. 1 ridge of sweet potato land per person, no occupying extra territory. The people from the mercenary group urged using a large megaphone while explaining the rules. Hearing 1 ridge per person, Orlar Kinetic was momentarily startled. She had originally thought the sweet potatoes were wild, but since it was said to be 1 ridge of sweet potatoes per person, they were obviously cultivated by someone. Second brother, are these sweet potatoes specially planted by people? Holding to the principle of asking when in doubt, Orlar Kinetic voiced her question without feeling awkward at all. Little sister, you don't know this, but all autumn grain harvesting areas are planted by people sent by the base. The base is responsible for planting them, occasionally sending the mercenary group over to clear out mutated beasts. When they mature, everything is opened up for everyone to harvest for free, so that too many people in the shantytown won't freeze or starve to death due to food shortages in the winter. Before Julian Kinetic could reply, Lucian Kinetic spoke up first. The base is actually pretty good. After hearing this, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help praising. Ha little sister, how could there be such a thing as a pie falling from the sky? The base doing this is also out of helplessness. If the number of deaths in the shantytown is too high, the total population of the base will drop abruptly. When the total population of the entire base falls below regulations, it will be demoted, and in severe cases, it will even be ordered to merge with other bases. After laughing, Lucian Kinetic explained in a low voice. Alright, let's stop discussing this. Little sister, which location do you say we should go dig at? Seeing Lucian Kinetic talking more and more absurdly, Julian Kinetic hurriedly interrupted him from continuing and changed the topic to ask Orlar Kinetic. Hearing Julian Kinetic ask where to dig, Orlar Kinetic directly pointed to the 3 ridges of sweet potato land next to the right side. While Lucian Kinetic was gossiping, her wood-type ability had already quietly burrowed into the ground to check the situation inside the sweet potato field. From above, they were all similar sweet potato vines. Experienced scavengers would analyze the size and quantity of sweet potatoes under the ridge based on the cracking condition of the ridge, but they couldn't tell the degree of radiation contamination of the sweet potatoes. Last night, Orlar Kinetic quietly conducted an experiment. She used her wood-type ability to test 10 times the differences between high radiation contamination, moderate radiation contamination, and low radiation contamination in rice. Finally, she discovered that under the 3 types of radiation contamination, the green vitality of the rice was pretty much the same. The only difference was that for rice with low radiation contamination, the red radiation on the surface of its green vitality was much lower. By extension, rice with moderate radiation contamination had a bit more, and the highest amount was found in rice with high radiation contamination. Last night the experiment was done with rice, and today Orlar Kinetic applied this method to sweet potatoes. She wanted to try and see if this method was useful for sweet potatoes. If it was useful, then, without a word, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic put on their back baskets, grabbed their sacks, and came to the place pointed out by Orlar Kinetic. Coming early meant having the chance to choose, while people who came later could only go to the remaining places. This could also be considered a small benefit given by the base to the mercenary group. After all, the mercenary group sent people to protect the scavengers gathering autumn grain, and the base didn't pay them any points. The mercenary group was so enthusiastic firstly because they could kill mutated beasts, and secondly because they could collect fare. Seeing the somewhat withered sweet potato vines, Orlar Kinetic thought for a moment, and said to Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, "Second brother, third brother, I'll go cut off the sweet potato vines first, and you guys dig the sweet potatoes behind so that the vines won't be in the way." The 2 Moo brothers thought about it. Cutting sweet potato vines was easier than digging sweet potatoes, and since their younger sister had less strength, it was just right for her to do. "All right, I'll cut with you first, and second brother can dig alone. Once a portion is cut, I'll go dig too, Lucian Kinetic said. Aurelar Kinetic originally wanted to refuse, but found that she couldn't find an excuse. Her original plan was to quietly use her wood-type ability to loosen the sweet potatoes growing in the ground a bit while cutting the vines, making it easier and more convenient when digging them up. As a result, Lucian Kinetic's proposal directly shattered her plan. With no other choice, Aurelar Kinetic had no choice but to cut the sweet potato vines together with Lucian Kinetic, holding the knife to cut the vines with her right hand and grabbing the sweet potato vines with her left hand. She secretly used her wood-type ability through the vines to loosen the soil around the sweet potatoes quite a bit. Are this year's sweet potatoes so easy to dig? Julian Kinetic looked somewhat doubtfully at the hole for digging sweet potatoes in his hand, and then looked at the sweet potato ridge. There was nothing strange about it. Could it be that his strength had increased, which was why he felt digging sweet potatoes wasn't strenuous? Julian Kinetic couldn't find the reason, and over there Aurelar Kinetic was already urging Lucian Kinetic. Third brother, you go dig too. We've already cut this long. Lucian Kinetic looked over and saw that his younger sister was moving very fast. A quarter of a ridge of sweet potato vines had already been cut. The two Moo brothers dug the sweet potatoes together, and a visible small mountain of sweet potatoes grew larger and larger behind them. Julian Kinetic hurriedly shouted, "Little sister, come test them first. Sweet potatoes are too heavy. A single large sweet potato weighs 10 to 20 catties. Bringing them back without testing really takes up space." Aurelar Kinetic thought about it, and Julian Kinetic made sense. Besides, they dug too fast, which had already attracted the attention of the people on both sides. Aurelar Kinetic put away the knife in her hand and walked over to the pile of sweet potatoes. She squatted down, wiped the mud off the sweet potatoes with her hands while opening her bracelet to start testing. To avoid attracting others' attention, Aurelar Kinetic deliberately adjusted the bracelet's detection to mute. Beep beep. High radiation contamination not recommended for consumption. Beep beep. High radiation contamination not recommended for consumption. Beep beep. High radiation contamination not recommended for consumption. After testing 3 large sweet potatoes, none of them were edible. Aurelar Kinetic began to doubt the experiment she had done. Could the wood-type ability detection be inaccurate? Aurelar Kinetic fell into deep doubt. Beep beep. Moderate radiation contamination, recommended for consumption in small amounts. Seeing an edible sweet potato finally appear in her hand, Aurelar Kinetic refused to give up and carefully sensed it again using her wood-type ability. Sure enough, she once again felt the difference between high radiation contamination and moderate radiation contamination. Chapter 25 Difficulty. Aurelar Kinetic was inwardly delighted. It seemed her method was feasible. She tested them with even greater focus, and under her detection, the sweet potatoes were classified and placed accordingly. Half an hour later, after Aurelar Kinetic finished testing a pile of sweet potatoes and looked up to rub her neck, she saw a woman in the adjacent field secretly glancing over at her side. Aurelar Kinetic's heart skipped a beat. She had been too hasty. The sweet potato field was completely open with no obstructions whatsoever between neighbours, making it very easy for someone with ulterior motives to discover their harvest. She once again regretted her lack of caution. Yesterday's events should have made her take this seriously, yet she sighed. It seemed she had gotten too carried away. If this kept up, it wouldn't do, and Aurelar Kinetic secretly grew vigilant in her heart. Aurelar Kinetic raised her wristband to check the time. It was a little past 10 in the morning, and there were only 20-odd minutes left until the 11 o'clock break. Second brother, third brother, stop digging for now and pack up the sweet potatoes first. It's almost noon, Aurelar Kinetic shouted to remind them. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic had been digging with great enthusiasm. The sweet potatoes were easy to dig today, and the two of them were full of drive, preparing to go all out, but time did not permit it. The two put away their hoes and walked over quickly. Second brother, third brother, pack up the ones I've tested, and I'll go test the rest. You two be careful, and keep a lookout. Having said that, Aurelar Kinetic gave the two of them a meaningful look. Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic understood in a second, knowing that today's harvest was not small, and had once again triggered jealousy in others. It's fine, little sister. Eldest brother and brother Louis will come over to help in a bit. Those people won't dare to pull any tricks, Lucian Kinetic said carelessly. This was what Caspian Kinetic had told Lucian Kinetic in the morning, which Aurelar Kinetic did not know. Scavenging time always passed quickly. By the time they returned to the outer city testing center in the evening, it was already past 8 o'clock at night. This time, Arthur Kinetic personally went to pick up Aurelar Kinetic and her two brothers, mainly because their harvest today was truly quite large. Just the heavily radiation-polluted sweet potatoes amounted to over 7,000 catties, the moderately radiation-polluted ones were over 1,000 catties, and the lightly radiation-polluted ones were the least, with only a little over 100 catties. Adding it all up, there were over 9,000 catties of sweet potatoes. To avoid trouble, the group specifically had Atherkinetic rent a truck to pick them up right at the sweet potato field. They sold all the heavily radiation-polluted sweet potatoes and transported the rest back to the Moo family. After eating, washing up, and going to bed, perhaps because digging sweet potatoes was too tiring today, the moment Kinetic touched the bed, she began to snore softly a few seconds later, practically achieving instant sleep. Gwendolyn entered the room to take a look, and after returning to her own room, she couldn't help saying to Atherkinetic, see her falls asleep the second she hits the bed. It's clear she's exhausted. If this goes on, I'm afraid it won't do. She's just a young girl who's just awakened her ability, yet she's pushing herself like this for an energy stone. I'm worried that if she encounters danger, I'm afraid. Hearing Gwendolyn's worries, Atherkinetic buried his head in his hands and vigorously rubbed his hair, then let out a soft sigh and said with some difficulty, Gwendolyn, I know everything you're saying, but even if we don't eat or drink, we still can't save up enough points to purchase an energy stone for Zier to help her advance. What's more, besides Zier, we also have 3 sons. Vanner is getting married in a couple of years and needs points to buy a house. Jenner and Yenner haven't awakened their abilities, so they need to purchase a gene awakening potion to strengthen their genes and become genetic enhancers. Every single place requires a huge amount of points, and our salaries. Sitting by the bedside, Gwendolyn also wore a bitter and helpless expression. When their daughter hadn't awakened her ability, they prayed to gods and Buddhas hoping she would awaken it. Now that she had awakened her ability, they were troubled over her advancement. Atherkinetic, let's discuss it with Zier tomorrow. We probably have to tell her eldest uncle about her ability awakening. Without her eldest uncle's help, when will Zier's ability ever advance? After a long while, Gwendolyn voiced her thoughts. This was because Gwendolyn did not know that Kinetic's Wu-type ability had already advanced, which was why she was so anxious, fearing that she herself would affect her daughter's future. Atherkinetic was stunned for a moment, then helplessly nodded and agreed with Gwendolyn's proposal. In fact, this was also the dilemma faced by most Tier 1 to Tier 3 abilities. Energy stones were too precious, and the ways to obtain them were too few, so the difficulty of advancing climbed step by step. Those few energy stones of the Moo family were the family fortune that Atherkinetic had accumulated over 10 or 20 years. They were originally prepared for Kinetic and her 3 siblings. Once someone awakened an ability, they could absorb the energy stone to stabilize the awakened ability. Kinetic slept soundly until broad daylight. Because they had matters to discuss with Kinetic today, Gwendolyn deliberately did not wake Kinetic up early. As for Kinetic's alarm clock, the moment it rang, Gwendolyn turned it off, also that the thoroughly exhausted Kinetic could sleep a little longer. Kinetic slowly woke up, stretched lazily, raised her wristband to glance at the time, 9:05. Thinking she was seeing things and had misread the time, she purposely rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and looked again. Well, 9:06. This time shot Kinetic into leaping straight out of bed. Good grief, she had slept for so long, more than 10 hours, and the alarm hadn't even woken her up. That wasn't right. If the alarm didn't wake her, why hadn't anyone in the family come into her room to call her? After quickly getting up and washing up, Kinetic rushed to the living room. She saw Gwendolyn sitting on the sofa and asked in surprise, Mom, why are you still here today? Aren't you going to work? Gwendolyn looked at her daughter and glanced awkwardly at Kinetic. After all, she had only promised her daughter a few days ago to keep her ability awakening a secret, and now she was going back on her word. Gwendolyn truly felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing Gwendolyn's troubled expression, Atherkinetic had no choice but to take the matter upon himself. Zier, Daddy wants to discuss something with you. Your ability has awakened. Originally, we agreed with your opinion to keep this matter hidden for a period of time, but now we find that you need an energy stone to advance, yet our family simply doesn't have that capability and can't produce that many points to buy one. Your mother and I discussed it, figuring that your eldest uncle has extensive connections over there and might be able to help you, so we want to tell him about your ability awakening. However, whether or not to tell your eldest uncle, we respect your opinion. If you truly aren't willing, then we won't tell him. Only, if that's the case, your ability advancement will probably be very slow. After listening to Atherkinetic's explanation, Kinetic's heart stirred. These past few days going to harvest autumn grain, aside from when she was in the paddy field, and her luck exploded to harvest a few energy stones during the rest of the time. She didn't even have the opportunity to look for energy stones. In fact, she herself knew that relying on herself and her family, there was simply no way to obtain a large amount of energy stones. Without energy stones, her ability couldn't advance quickly. This was a dead loop, unless her luck burst forth like last time, and she suddenly gained an unexpected windfall. But that was too metaphysical and simply not a viable method. On the other hand, little Orlai Kinetic's eldest uncle, Alistair Kinetic, had always valued brotherhood and took good care of the Moo family. Perhaps she could try trusting him when she hesitated slightly. Daddy, what about eldest uncle? Chapter 26 Thick Thighs. Gwendolyn held Orlai Kinetic's hand. Seer, there's no other way now. Your eldest uncle is your only opportunity, and your eldest aunt has always liked you very much. I believe they should help you. Before Orlai Kinetic could reply, Arthur Kinetic interjected. Seer, no matter what, he is still your eldest uncle. Every time you had a vacation, when you were little, you would go stay there for a few days. It's only in recent years, after he married your eldest cousin-in-law, that you stopped going. Therefore, let's try first and strive to elevate your ability to level 2 as soon as possible. As long as your ability reaches level 2 and you have the ability to protect yourself, whether looking for a job in the base or taking missions in the mercenary group, it will be much safer. Orlai Kinetic recalled the scenes of little Orlai Kinetic going to her eldest uncle's house in her mind, and only then did she realize that little Orlai Kinetic stopped going later because the eldest cousin-in-law said she was a poor relative begging for handouts. Little Orlai Kinetic, being a child, also wanted face and didn't want to be disliked and mocked, so she made excuses not to go anymore. She was silent for a moment, and finally decided to tell the two of them about her Wu-type ability advancing, so as to avoid them worrying needlessly. Orlai Kinetic nodded. All right then, let's tell the eldest uncle. However, Dad, Mom, my Wu-type ability has already advanced, and I'm now a level 2 Wu-type ability. If we tell the eldest uncle, will he be angry and think that we didn't tell him when I hadn't awakened yet? What? Seer, what did you say? Your Wu-type ability has advanced. When did this happen? Arthur Kinetic suddenly stood up and asked with a shocked expression. Their daughter had only awakened her ability a few days ago, about a week, and she had already advanced to a level 2 Esper. This speed made Arthur Kinetic both shocked and ecstatic. Advancing so quickly showed that his daughter's ability talent was quite good. Just yesterday, I discovered a mutant rat hole in the rice field. It happened that the mutant rat had stored a bit of energy stone, so it benefited me. Orlai Kinetic explained the reason for her advancement with a mix of 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood. As for the mental power ability and little stone, she didn't mention a single word about them. This was her secret, and she was not prepared to expose it easily. Hearing that Orlai Kinetic's ability had already advanced, Arthur Kinetic hesitated for a moment before speaking. Seer, now we need to tell your eldest uncle even more, but we will only tell him that you have awakened your ability, and because you haven't been able to advance until now, we have no choice but to tell him. Don't worry, your eldest uncle dotes on you so much. He definitely won't be angry. Neither Arthur Kinetic nor Gwendolyn knew why little Orlai Kinetic didn't go to their eldest brother's house in the inner city back then, thinking instead that their daughter had grown up and was too thin-faced and embarrassed to go, never imagining that someone was meddling behind the scenes. As for Orlai Kinetic's eldest uncle and his wife, the eldest uncle was too busy and didn't notice at all that such things would happen at home. As for Alistair Kinetic's wife, Elena Valerius, no matter how close a niece was, she couldn't be closer than a son and daughter-in-law, so she just turned a blind eye and pretended not to know. Orlai Kinetic knew that the matter of her awakening her ability would sooner or later have to be told to the eldest uncle. After all, the relationship between the two brothers, Arthur Kinetic and Alistair Kinetic, was still quite good. After discussing it, Arthur Kinetic directly dialed Alistair Kinetic's video number. With 2 beep-beep sounds, the video was quickly connected, and Alistair Kinetic's familiar face appeared on the screen. Sire John, why did you suddenly video call me? Alistair Kinetic asked with a smile. Arthur Kinetic hurriedly said, eldest brother, Seer awakened her Wu-type ability very early on. Originally, we wanted to tell you after she advanced to give you a surprise. As a result, Seer absorbed all the energy stones stored at home, but still couldn't advance. Now we want to ask eldest brother what we should do so that Seer can advance quickly. Seer says she feels she has already reached the peak of the level 1 ability, just a step away from becoming a level 2 Esper. Alistair Kinetic's eyes lit up. Really? Seer awakened her Wu-type ability. Good Seer. This girl has a bright future. Not bad. Truly worthy of being my Alistair Kinetic S. Niece. Seer, come quickly in front of the camera, and let your eldest uncle see if you've changed your appearance. Orelai Kinetic stepped forward and called out with a smile. Eldest uncle. Alistair Kinetic carefully looked at Orelai Kinetic, his face full of gratification. Good, good, good. Seer has grown up, and is even an Esper now. Cyro-chan, it's not clear over video. How about this? I'll have someone send some energy stones over. You have Seer absorb them first, and strive to advance as soon as possible to become a level 2 Esper. Recently I need to go out on a trip. When I return, you find some time to bring Gwendolyn and the children to stay in their inner city for a couple of days. We brothers haven't gathered together for a long time either, so let's take this opportunity to get together and grow closer. Hearing Alistair Kinetic S' suggestion, Arthur Kinetic nodded and replied, All right, eldest brother, everything will be arranged by you. Be safe when you go out, and call me after you return. After discussing the exact time, I will send you a text message. Several hours later, a small alloy box was delivered to Arthur Kinetic S' hands by a dedicated courier. This was a courier specifically serving Espers in the inner city, a wind-type ability user supported by the basis points. Arthur Kinetic took the box, scanned its integrity with his wristband, and finally signed the receipt. When he closed the door and returned to the living room, Orelai Kinetic and Gwendolyn were already waiting there. Arthur Kinetic carefully used the password to open the box, only to see 3 transparent energy stones the size of pigeon eggs resting on red velvet inside the box. 3 such big ones. Seeing the 3 energy stones, Gwendolyn couldn't help exclaiming out loud. Eldest brother really dotes on Seer. Every move he makes is a big deal. Ordinary people couldn't possibly pull out 3 such large energy stones. Arthur Kinetic sighed with emotion. Seeing this, Orelai Kinetic was also somewhat surprised in her heart. It seemed that the Mu family's eldest uncle was quite a good person after all, being so generous to little Orelai Kinetic. However, being generous to little Orelai Kinetic meant being generous to herself. They were the same person anyway, so there was no problem. With such a generous thick thigh, ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to cling to it. It seemed she would have to shamelessly hold on tight. Seer, these energy stones are for you. Absorb them first over the next few days. After your ability improves a bit more and your strength is stronger, we can discuss what to do next. After giving these instructions, Arthur Kinetic handed the alloy box to Orelai Kinetic. Orelai Kinetic reached out to take the box and nodded in agreement. All right, I know. These energy stones came just in time, because after her soul devoured the residual soul of the void beast, some energy in the little stone also overflowed and was absorbed by the green seed. The green seed absorbed the overflowing energy, which further pushed her wood-type ability to the peak of level 2, not far from level 3. Of course, Orelai Kinetic did not tell Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn about this. This couple had just digested the news of her advancing to a level 2 Esper. Better not stimulate them further, in case the 2 of them couldn't bear the shock of this news and fainted from happiness. Wouldn't that be her sin? That won't do. She was a filial child, and she definitely couldn't do such a thing. Orelai Kinetic, are you sure that's why you didn't mention it? Who would believe such words if spoken out loud? Chapter 27 Advancement to Level 3 Superpower User. Orelai Kinetic took the box back to her room, and as soon as she closed the door, she impatiently opened it and took out the energy stone inside. She sat cross-legged, held an energy stone in her left hand, and after taking a deep breath, began to absorb the energy within the energy stone. As the energy continuously poured into her body, she felt her wood-type ability rapidly improving, getting closer and closer to level 3. However, just as she was immersed in the joy of impending advancement, she suddenly felt the bracelet on her wrist vibrate frantically. Because one cannot be disturbed while absorbing an energy stone, Orelai Kinetic had long since muted her bracelet. Now at a critical juncture, Orelai Kinetic ignored the frantically vibrating bracelet and continued to absorb energy. While rapidly absorbing the energy in the energy stone, she felt the growth of the wood-type ability inside her body. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Orelai Kinetic's fair, delicate face. Although the enhancement effect of the energy stone's energy on the wood-type ability could not compare to the void beast remnant soul's enhancement on the mental type ability, but it was also much more abundant than the energy stone inside a mutant rat, and the swelling feeling in the green seed made Orelai Kinetic's body feel a vibrant vitality. Finally, one energy stone was completely absorbed by Orelai Kinetic, and she clearly felt that she was only one final kick away from the hurdle of a level 3 Esper. To avoid being disturbed, Orelai Kinetic closed the bracelet without hesitation, completely cutting off the sound that was disturbing her. Then she took out another energy stone and continued to absorb it with her eyes closed. While absorbing the energy in the energy stone, Orelai Kinetic compressed and refined the energy entering the green seed. The energy in the energy stone was like the plasma replenished during blood transfusions in the hospital when she saw people suffering from excessive blood loss in her previous life. The process was not very comfortable, but the effect was extremely good, and it was also immediate, truly capable of rapidly enhancing her ability. After absorbing energy for half an hour, the energy stone in her hand turned into powder once again, and Orelai Kinetic finally felt the opportunity to break through to level 3 ability. When Orelai Kinetic held the last energy stone in her hand and began to continue absorbing, a tremor suddenly came from her body. The tremor started from the green seed inside her body, and then slowly expanded outward along the green seed, as if a torrent of vitality swept through her entire body. She felt a huge and pure warm current of vibrant vitality continuously gushing out from the green seed, flowing through her whole body along the constantly operating energy cycle. Carrying powerful vitality energy, that warm current of vitality cleaned out the impurities in every corner of her body completely. When these impurities were cleaned up, Orelai Kinetic felt that every inch of her skin, muscles, blood, and bones became more relaxed and transparent, and her previous hidden injuries were completely healed. Undergoing marrow cleansing and meridian transforming in the warm current of vitality, her ability talent finally achieved a qualitative leap. Orelai Kinetic carefully felt the ability gathering, expanding, circulating in every inch of her body, and finally returning to the green seed. Seeing that the green seed was filled with sufficient energy ready to erupt at any time, Orelai Kinetic finally chuckled softly. Her Wu-type ability finally advanced, and she also successfully became a level 3 Esper. Now going out of the base and killing mutated beasts in the wilderness, the success rate was estimated to be more than 5 times higher than before. Orelai Kinetic looked at the energy stone in her hand and whispered, "Forget it. Let's keep it. In case she encounters energy depletion sometime, it can also come in handy." Orelai Kinetic glanced at the time on the bracelet, not expecting that 2 days had already passed. It seemed that Arthur Kinetic and his wife knew she was absorbing the energy stone, and deliberately did not come to disturb her. At this time, Orelai Kinetic carefully checked the missed calls and missed video calls on the bracelet. Whoa, there are actually so many, and 99% of them are from the same number. Orelai Kinetic looked at the remark on the number-hated eldest cousin-in-law. Ha, little Orelai Kinetic is really cute, not hiding her disgust for someone at all. I don't know what annoying thing this woman actually did to make an 8 or 9-year-old little girl hate her to such an extent. Just as Orelai Kinetic was checking her bracelet, a violent knock came from the outer courtyard. Judging by the posture of the knocking, it seemed as if she couldn't wait to kick the door open with one foot. Then, a sharp female voice rang out outside the door. "Orelai Kinetic, open the door." "Caspian Kinetic, hurry up and open the door. Don't pretend no one is home. I know someone is home." Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Orelai Kinetic's face unconsciously flooded with an expression of disgust. She could tell that this was the voice of the eldest cousin-in-law, Liu Huan. Orelai Kinetic frowned, feeling very annoyed in her heart. At this time point, the family members should all be out. She slowly got up, came to the courtyard, and just as she opened the courtyard gate, she saw the eldest cousin-in-law's furious look. Seeing Orelai Kinetic, the eldest cousin-in-law's eyes instantly widened, looking her up and down, and she said sarcastically, "Yo, Orelai Kinetic, you finally opened the door. I thought you died in the room." Orelai Kinetic gave Ananya Kapor a cold look and asked with a sneer, "When you come to my house, do brother you and uncle know?" Hearing Orelai Kinetic's question, Li Huan's eyes flashed, and then she returned to that arrogant look. "Hump, whether they know or not has what to do with you. Besides, Tristan Kinetic and I are husband and wife. Whether he believes my words or your words, without me saying, you should have a clear idea in your heart. I tell you, Orelai Kinetic, don't try to change the subject with me. I ask you, did your uncle, my father-in-law, send a few energy stones to your house a couple of days ago? I'm telling you, those are my family's energy stones. Without the consent of me and Tristan Kinetic, what right do you have to take them? You accept rewards without merit. Aren't you embarrassed? That was earned by my family's Tristan Kinetic by risking his life. Don't your consciences hurt when you take them?" Listening to Liu Huan's series of questioning, Orelai Kinetic frowned slightly, and a little regret surged in her heart. She shouldn't have used those energy stones just for the sake of advancement. However, that was energy sent by Uncle's people. What did it have to do with this Liu Huan? She just knew that Uncle wasn't around, and intentionally ran to the house to disgust people. Since Orelai Kinetic understood her purpose, naturally, she couldn't let Ananya Kapor continue talking nonsense and ruining the family's reputation. She had already seen that the courtyard gates of the neighbours on the left and right were cracked open, and everyone was eavesdropping. First of all, you surnamed Liu, I ask you, when did my uncle's things become yours? After you married my brother Yu, have you ever gone out to kill mutated beasts, or gone out to scavenge? Hearing Orally Kinetic rebuttal, Liu Huan's original angry face turned into shame and anger. You, whether I killed mutated beasts or not, those energy stones were earned by my father-in-law and brother Yu, so they belong to my family. My family's energy stones, why should they be given to your family? Orally Kinetic was stunned, and then realized. This Ananya Kappa probably didn't know that she had awakened an ability. She didn't know where she found out that Uncle had sent energy stones to the house, and being unwilling in her heart, she ran over desperately to make a big fuss. Orally Kinetic felt a bit strange in her heart. This Ananya Kappa wouldn't be so direct in the past. She had always been secretly sarcastic a few times. How come this time chapter 28 Mutant Water Snake? Thinking of this, Orally Kinetic swept her spiritual telekinesis outward and quickly discovered two sneaky figures at the fork in the road ahead. Orally Kinetic recognized at a glance that these were Liu Huan's mother and younger brother. It turned out that these two people had instigated it. No wonder Ananya Kappa was jumping around with such joy. Ananya Kappa being able to marry Tristan Kinetic was also a coincidence. Once, Tristan Kinetic went on a mission, got injured and passed out by the roadside, and happened to run into Father Liu, who was also out on a mission. Father Liu carried Tristan Kinetic back to the inner city on his back, and thus the two families had an intersection. Ananya Kappa was a water-type Esper. Although she was only level 1 among girls, she could be considered quite decent. Tristan Kinetic was a metal-type ability user. With Father Liu matchmaking and Ananya Kappa deliberately catering to them, the Mu family quickly accepted Liu Huan. 2 years later, Ananya Kappa married Tristan Kinetic. Half a year after the marriage, the Mu family slowly discovered that Ananya Kappa was a younger brother-obsessed parasite. Unfortunately, it was too late by then, as Ananya Kappa had already conceived Tristan Kinetic's child. Relying on the fact that she was carrying the golden grandchild of the Mu family, Ananya Kappa was very arrogant in the Mu family, and even took the opportunity to drive away little Orally Kinetic, who went to play at the Mu family. Seeing these two people, a flood of memories rushed into Orally Kinetic's mind. Sigh, every family has a hard book to read. As shrewd and formidable as Uncle Mu was, he actually had a time when his judgment failed. Orally Kinetic did not want to entangle with Liu Huan. She wanted to take advantage of the early hour to go to the place where she transmigrated and look around to see if there were any energy stones left there. What's more, she indeed accepted Uncle Mu's energy stone, and arguing with Ananya Kappa over this would only make Uncle Mu and Mu Zhao feel awkward. Her eyes rolled, and she glanced again at the Kapoor lineage citadel mother and son hiding in the distance. An idea instantly appeared in her mind. Wasn't Ananya Kappa a younger brother-obsessed parasite? Wasn't she obedient to her mother implicitly? If these two people fell sick, wouldn't she leave? Thinking of this, Orally Kinetic no longer hesitated. Her wood-type ability directly attached to a clump of grass on the fork in the road, and two grass stems suddenly became thicker and longer, then wrapped around the Kapoor lineage citadel mother and son, and threw them towards the middle of the main road. Claw, claw, ouch, ouch. Several screams in succession resounded through the entire residential area. Hearing that familiar sound, Ananya Kappa abruptly raised her head and looked over, only to see her mother and younger brother tumble pathetically into the centre of the main road. Her face instantly turned ashen, and she rushed over with a scream. Mom, younger brother, how are you guys doing? Ananya Kappa anxiously checked the injuries of the two. Mother Priya Kapoor and the younger brother grimaced in pain, yet they couldn't explain what on earth had happened. The grass stems had thrown people out and long since returned to their original appearance. Orally Kinetic stood at the courtyard gate, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, watching this scene and secretly covering her mouth with a chuckle. Serves you right. However, she didn't go over to watch the crowd, but instead smoothly locked the courtyard gate, turned her head, and left from another direction. Unable to find the cores, the three of Ananya Kappa had no choice but to get up and leave, supporting each other. On this side, while walking outward, Orally Kinetic recalled the place where little Orally Kinetic had originally encountered the mutated plant. She remembered it was by a pond, and next to the pond there was also a large willow tree. 1 hour later, Orally Kinetic stood beside a large willow tree. This was the place where little Orally Kinetic had died. Looking at the water celery growing exceptionally lushly in the water, her eyes narrowed. This water celery was not quite right. That was Orally Kinetic's first feeling. After thinking for a moment, Orally Kinetic pressed the detection needle on her bracelet. She squatted down, cut off a piece of water celery with an alloy dagger, and then inserted the needle tip into the stem and leaves of the water celery. A burst of cold mechanical sound rang in Aurelia Kinetic's ears. Beep. Moderate radiation pollution. Consumption in small amounts is recommended. Aurelia Kinetic put this piece of water celery into a sack and then continued testing. Beep. High radiation pollution. Consumption is not recommended. Beep. High radiation pollution. Consumption is not recommended. Beep. High radiation pollution. Consumption is not recommended. Beep. Moderate radiation pollution. Consumption in small amounts is recommended. Beep. High radiation pollution. Consumption is not recommended. Beep. Low radiation pollution. Frequent consumption is 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 recommended. Seeing several consecutive pieces of low radiation polluted water celery in her hand, and then looking at the position where she was standing, which was already the center of this entire patch of water celery, Aurelia Kinetic knew that the secret of this patch of water celery should be right here. Her left hand quietly reached into the water, grasping a stalk of water celery, and her wood-type ability rapidly passed through the root system of the water celery and probed into the sludge below. Aurelia Kinetic's wood-type ability slowly probed deeper into the sludge. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Suddenly, a faint energy fluctuation came from deep within the sludge, and Aurelia Kinetic's heart surged with joy. Energy fluctuation. Could there really be the energy stone she had guessed at here? You must know that this was only her bold guess. After all, she had easily obtained an energy stone here. Following the direction of the energy fluctuation, a water plant condensed by Aurelia Kinetic's wood-type ability quickly touched a hard object. Aurelia Kinetic carefully wrapped the hard object with the water plant, and then slowly pulled it upward. Just as the hard object was about to be pulled out of the sludge, the originally quiet water celery around suddenly shook violently, and then suddenly, as if controlled by some kind of force, it became larger, thicker, and longer. The water celery has suddenly mutated. Aurelia Kinetic cried out in alarm, the scene before her making her simply unable to believe it. How could normal water celery mutate for no apparent reason? Aurelia Kinetic's mind spun rapidly. What on earth was the reason that triggered the mutation of the water celery? Before she could figure it out, there was movement in the sludge again. A mutated water snake suddenly drilled out from the sludge. Its body was more than 3 meters long, and the flicking of its long snake tongue exuded a pungent, fishy stench. Mutated water snake. Aurelia Kinetic's heart tightened. She was most afraid of such slippery, limp guys. Now, she was actually directly confronting this behemoth. In an instant, Aurelia Kinetic felt her whole body's blood congeal again, her entire body as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on it. Unable to move, seeing her motionless, the water snake opened its bloody mouth without hesitation and lunged toward Aurelia Kinetic. The rich, fishy stench rushed into her face, startling the motionless Aurelia Kinetic awake. She finally reacted quickly, and the water plant that originally wrapped around the energy stone swiftly coiled toward the back of the water snake. The alloy dagger in her right hand that cut the water celery turned into a sharp blade, stabbing toward the snake's 7-inch fatal spot. Seeing the dagger stab over, the water snake tilted its head and violently twisted its body, just managing to dodge the alloy dagger's attack. Such a cunning water snake. Are all mutated beasts this smart? Seeing the water snake's dodging movement, Aurelia Kinetic couldn't help exclaiming inwardly. The water snake dodged Aurelia Kinetic's dagger, and its thick tail lashed back and forth fiercely, breaking free from the shackles of the water plant. As soon as Aurelia Kinetic saw the water snake break free from the water plant's bindings, she secretly cried out that it was bad. She hardly wanted to run towards the shore, but just as her figure moved, the water snake's tail had already swept towards her body. Aurelia Kinetic had no time to think more, her body instinctively leaping upward. No matter how fast her reaction was, she was still hit on both legs by the snake's tail, and her entire person was swept flying, slamming heavily onto the shore. Aurelia Kinetic only heard a crack sound, and she knew that both of her legs were broken. The intense pain almost made Aurelia Kinetic faint. She bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing a cry of pain that was about to escape. Chapter 29 Special Energy Stone. Aurelia Kinetic lay battered and exhausted on the riverbank, watching the mutated water snake flicking its tongue as it swam rapidly toward her. The mutant snake felt a sharp, needle-like pain pierce its head. It was precisely this sudden, agonizing prick that halted its forward movement for a few seconds. The mutated water snake didn't know that these brief few seconds gave the human in front of it the chance she needed. Furthermore, this human had no sense of sportsmanship. Catching it while it was disoriented, She hurled the alloy dagger in her hand straight at its vital spot at 7-inch mark. The alloy dagger plunged into the mutated water snake's 7-inch mark. The agonizing, fatal pain caused the snake's body to thrash uncontrollably, instantly burying the mutated water celery under the muck. Orla Kinetic stared wide-eyed, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the mutated water snake. She was terrified that this giant beast might launch a final, desperate counterattack in its death throes, getting hit by that would mean bad luck. Then, right before Orla Kinetic's eyes, a pleasant surprise unfolded. As the mutated water snake thrashed about, the alloy dagger that had initially only penetrated 2/3 of the way sunk all the way into its 7-inch mark without it even realizing it. No way, I actually stumbled upon something this lucky. The mutated water snake just finished itself off. How badly did it want to die? Mutated water snake, asterisk human, where are your manners? Do you think I wanted to do this, asterisk? After a long while, Orla Kinetic stared in disbelief at the unmoving mutated water snake. Snake blood slowly trickled from its 7-inch mark into the mud. Instead of immediately checking on the mutated water snake, Orla Kinetic quickly used her wood-type ability to sprout another stalk of aquatic grass, wrapping it around the hard object stuck in the mud and pulling it out. Would protect me. It must be a wood-type energy stone. Otherwise, I've really suffered a massive loss this time. Orla Kinetic muttered under her breath while manipulating the aquatic grass. Once the hard object was dragged over to her, Orla Kinetic wiped away the mud and looked closely. Joy instantly burst into her eyes. Her luck was truly fantastic. It really was a wood-type energy stone. The energy stone emitted a rich green glow, looking exceptionally dazzling beside the small river. Realizing the danger, Orla Kinetic quickly put the energy stone into her bag, taking care to seal the bag tightly to avoid attracting attention. Next, she used her wood-type ability to grow a long, thick vine, wrapping one end around a nearby willow tree. Holding the vine with both hands, she pulled herself up and sat securely on the tree. Orla Kinetic glanced at the corpse of the mutated water snake by the pond, then down at her legs. She had no choice but to temporarily abandon the mutated water snake and focus on healing her legs first. Otherwise, if she ran into another mutated beast, she would undoubtedly be dead meat. Sitting on the tree, Orla Kinetic pulled out the energy stone, held it tightly in both hands, and began frantically absorbing its energy. However, this time the wood-type energy entering her body did not follow its usual path of circulating once before converging into the green seed. Orla Kinetic carefully guided the incoming wood-type energy toward her injured legs. She wrapped the broken leg bones in wood-type energy. Fortunately, the fractures were relatively clean and hadn't shattered into tiny fragments. The green wood-type energy slowly activated its healing properties, and the fractured bones began to mend at a rate visible to the naked eye. Orla Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis nervously and attentively monitored the fracture site. At the crack, a hazy layer of green appeared, with small green specks of light constantly merging into the gap between the bones. Seeing this magical sight, Orla Kinetic's mind went blank for a moment. Wait, did wood-type energy stones really have such terrifying healing power? Or was it that only the wood-type energy stones here had this effect? Besides finding a wood-type energy stone here before, Orla Kinetic had never encountered any other wood-type energy stones. Yet her intuition told her that this was a secret she couldn't tell anyone. Maybe the reason my wood-type ability has healing powers is also related to the wood-type energy stone I absorbed when I first awakened. Orla Kinetic couldn't help muttering in her heart. She knew she couldn't say a word about this before she got to the bottom of it. As Orla Kinetic accelerated her absorption of the wood-type energy, the injuries on her legs healed rapidly. Small green specks of light merged into the broken bone one after another. Orla Kinetic felt an unbearable itch coming from her broken bones. She wanted to scratch, but she understood she couldn't move right now. The itching meant the injury was recovering. As the green light gradually intensified, the bones in her legs seemed to be infused with new vitality, which grew more active, rapid, and powerful. Orla Kinetic kept her eyes tightly closed. She could clearly feel the damaged bones recovering at high speed, each piece fusing together even tighter than before, as if they had never been broken. At the same time, the skeletal structure of her legs became much sturdier during the healing process, like ordinary iron ore transformed into refined steel tempered countless times. The strengthening of her leg bones filled Orla Kinetic with unexpected delight. This pleasant surprise came so suddenly that the joy on Orla Kinetic's small face was impossible to suppress. When the broken bones had completely healed, the green energy wrapping around them gradually dimmed and thinned out. Then, she felt a massive surge of wood-type energy flood into her body, eventually entering the green seed. Seeing this change in the wood-type energy, Orla Kinetic realized she was completely healed. 1 hour. 2 hours by the time the wood-type energy stone in Orali Kinetic S hand turned entirely to powder. Her wood-type ability had reached the mid-stage of level 3, drawing much closer to level 4. Orali Kinetic checked the time on her wristband. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Time waited for no one, so Orali Kinetic quickly dialed Atha Kinetic S number. Beep, beep. After 3 or 4 rings, Atha Kinetic answered. Zero. What's wrong? Do you need Dad to buy something for you? Atha Kinetic didn't know Orali Kinetic had left the base, so he asked with some confusion. No, Dad. I'm outside scavenging. Can you come pick me up? Orali Kinetic didn't mention her encounter with the mutated water snake, not wanting Atha Kinetic to worry. All right, send me your location. I'll ride the tricycle over right away to pick you up. There was no scolding, no suspicion, only an unhesitating agreement. Such pure warmth stirred a gentle ripple in Orali Kinetic S heart. Hanging up the phone, as Orali Kinetic leapt down, she immediately noticed a change. The strengthening of her leg bones made her jumping movement incredibly light. When she leapt down from the willow tree, her body felt as light as a feather. Her 5 senses had become much sharper. She could even hear loaches moving in the mud at the bottom of the pond, and her vision had reached a new height. Standing beneath the willow tree, he could clearly see the arrangement of every single scale on the dead mutated water snake along the bank. Orali Kinetic instantly became captivated by this brand new experience of growing stronger. She looked down at her legs, pondering silently. This time, not only had her leg bones been strengthened, bringing about such immense changes, but even her 5 senses had improved. If her entire skeleton were tempered with wood-type energy, what kind of massive transformation would her strength undergo? And just how powerful would she become? Orali Kinetic didn't notice that this thought had quietly imprinted itself into her memory. Chapter 30: An Encounter with a Scumbag. A few breaths later, Orali Kinetic arrived beside the corpse of the mutated water snake. She did not have any time to waste. The mutated water snake's blood had already drained completely. She was worried the dense bloody scent would attract even more powerful mutated beasts. Although her strength had increased, Orali Kinetic did not want to run into any more mutated beasts today. First, she quickly pulled out the alloy dagger inserted into the mutated water snake's vital spot, then sliced open its abdomen. Her small hand reached inside its belly to carefully feel around. Holding out a 1-in-a-million hope, she began opening a blind box inside the mutated water snake's belly, searching for energy stones. A few minutes later, Orali Kinetic felt 2 hard objects. Without hesitation, she used her dagger to cut a slit where the hard lumps were and pulled them out. Without bothering to find water to clean them, she wiped them with nearby water celery leaves. A transparent energy stone and a glowing green energy stone appeared in Orali Kinetic S hand. As expected, there was something strange beneath this pond. It was too late today, so she didn't have time to keep searching for energy stones. Orali Kinetic decided to come earlier tomorrow and search the entire pond thoroughly. After stowing away the energy stones, Orali Kinetic finally began processing the mutated water snake. The snake skin could be made into soft armor and sold for credits, so it had to be skinned. Suddenly, Orali Kinetic remembered an important matter. Namely, she hadn't tested the snake meat yet. What if she pressed out the testing needle on her wristband and jabbed the tip into the snake meat? Beep beep. Moderate radiation contamination. Recommended for consumption in small quantities. Hearing the test result reported by the wristband, Orali Kinetic had a feeling that her suspicion was indeed correct. She didn't know how to describe the feeling, as if her intuition told her it was supposed to be like this. Looking at the long snake body, which was far too long to fit into a gunny sack, Orali Kinetic helplessly chopped the mutated water snake into several pieces before stuffing them into the sack. Just as she finished packing it, Orali Kinetic heard a bout of chatter and footsteps approaching from a distance. Oh no, how could someone be coming at a time like this? Orali Kinetic looked at the several sacks of snake meat and 1 sack of water celery piled at her feet, feeling a slight headache coming on. An 11 or 12-year-old girl like her, surrounded by so many sacks, wouldn't that be like a young child carrying gold through a busy market, practically begging people to rob her? Orali Kinetic checked the time again. She guessed that even if Atha Kinetic didn't delay and came at top speed, he would still need more than 10 minutes. These 10+ minutes wouldn't be easy for her to pass off lightly. She thought for a moment, then used wood element to tie all the sacks together before hiding them all among the water plants by the pond. To avoid being spotted at a glance, after hiding in the water plants, she used her wood-type ability to stimulate their growth, making them grow thick and tall to completely conceal herself and the sacks. Just as she finished hiding, the voices reached Orali Kinetic's ears. Brother Zev, this is where I found a huge patch of water celery yesterday. I wanted to harvest it back then, but it was getting too late, and I didn't dare stay, "So I left in a hurry," a man said flatteringly. "Good, you're thoughtful, Arwu. Being willing to contribute a good gathering spot makes you far better than certain ungrateful fools," a raspy voice praised. The few people following behind Brother Zed Flint and Chaim couldn't help but roll their eyes dramatically. This Chaim was acting like a total idiot. Originally in the base, there was an unspoken rule that to survive, people usually hid any new gathering spots they found, keeping them as their own secret harvesting sites. Yet Arwu, that fool, had gone crazy for some reason today and actually reported the gathering spot he found yesterday. Does that mean if they found good gathering spots in the future, they would have to report them too? Thinking of this, the group wished they could beat Chaim to pulp. Of course, Orlar Kinetic had no idea about the inner thoughts of these people. Right now, she was watching the approaching figures with a tense expression. Finally, 5 people came into Orlar Kinetic's view. They didn't look like a mercenary team, but rather a self-organized scavenger team. Seeing that it was a scavenger team, Orlar Kinetic completely put her heart at ease. A group of ordinary people, she wasn't afraid of them in the slightest. As long as there were no spurs or genetic enhancers, Orlar Kinetic didn't care much about them. Hidden in the lush water plants, it was impossible for those people to notice her unless they came close. However, despite all her calculations, Orlar Kinetic had not anticipated that Ather Kinetic would arrive so quickly today. "Brother Zev, this isn't right. This water celery seems to have mutated, and it looks like it's been flattened by something." As Brother Zed Flint and his group walked to the edge of the pond, someone exclaimed. Brother Zed Flint glinted his eyes sideways at the person who exclaimed. They weren't blind and could see for themselves. There was no need for anyone to make a fuss. Seeing the chilling glint in Brother Zev's eyes, the man immediately shrank his neck, shut his mouth, and hid at the back of the team. The man's original intention was to knock Chaim down a notch so he wouldn't act smug in front of Brother Zev. But he hadn't expected Brother Zed Flint to be greatly praising Arwu's report, absolutely refusing to let anyone put Chaim down. "Brother Zev, I swear, when I found it yesterday, the water celery wasn't like this," Chaim explained, sweating profusely with anxiety as he saw the water celery flattened in the mud. This was terrible. Chaim raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face turning several shades paler from nervousness. "Arwu, no need to be nervous. Judging by how flattened this water celery is, it must have happened today. It has nothing to do with you." Brother Zed Flint comforted him quite considerately. Thank you for understanding, Brother Zev." Hearing Brother Zed's words of comfort, Chaim finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zed Flint was no saint. He was a tyrant in the shantytown. Even the shantytown's patrol team avoided him to escape being spotted and beaten up for no reason. After all, who knew where the bone fragments ended up for anyone who dared to fool Brother Zev? Seeing their attitude toward Brother Zev, Orlar Kinetic guessed that he was likely far from simple and probably had plenty of blood on his hands. In a wasteland world, order was chaotic, and the weak had no space to survive. "Brother Zev, what do we do now? The water celery is all flattened. Are we still harvesting it?" Chaim asked in a low voice. Just as Brother Zed Flint was about to answer, the chugging sound of an approaching electric tricycle came from the distance. "Hold on, a tricycle is heading this way. Haha, maybe we've run into a fat sheep today. Quick, search around. There must be someone hiding nearby. Maybe." Brother Zed Flint chuckled sinisterly under his breath. Brother Zed Flint thought he kept his voice low enough not to be heard. Little did he know that ever since the 5 of them approached the pond, Orlar Kinetic, unable to peek out easily while hidden in the water plants, had been using spiritual telekinesis to monitor them all along. Every action and word of the 5 people were seen crystal clear by Orlar Kinetic. The moment Brother Zed Flint uttered the words fat sheep, the heads on the 5 people's shoulders were claimed by Orlar Kinetic. That tone and those words showed that they had done this kind of murdering and plundering plenty of times. Orlar Kinetic guessed that the person driving the tricycle over was Ather Kinetic. She originally thought Ather Kinetic would take at least 20 more minutes to arrive. It seemed Ather Kinetic was worried about her, so he sped up the entire way here. Hearing these people actually describe Ather Kinetic as a fat sheep and even intend to make a move, intent to kill suddenly surged in Orlar Kinetic's heart. A few scumbags like them didn't deserve to live in this world at all. Chapter 31: The Mutant Wild Boar Family. Orlar Kinetic quietly hid among the water weeds, gathering her spiritual telekinesis as she prepared to deal a fatal blow to these men. Just then, the sound of a tricycle drew closer and closer, finally stopping by the side of the road near the pond, and Ather Kinetic jumped down from the tricycle. He caught sight of Brother Zed Flint and his group of 5 standing by the pond at a glance, his brows furrowing slightly. His daughter had sent him this exact location, so why was there no sign of her? Instead, a few unfamiliar scavengers were standing here. Could it be that his daughter? No, that couldn't be. His daughter was a rank 2 Esper. Ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be a match for her. Arthur Kinetic suppressed the anxiety in his mind, his cold and sharp eyes fixing intently on Brother Zed Flint and the others. Seeing the tricycle behind Arthur Kinetic, a trace of greed flashed in Brother Zev's eyes. He shot them a look, and Chaim and the others slowly began to surround Arthur Kinetic. What do you think you're doing? Arthur Kinetic sized up Brother Zev's grip wearily, his hand instinctively gripping the dagger at his waist. Doing what? What could us brothers possibly be doing? I think your tricycle looks pretty nice. How about lending it to us brothers to ride for a few days? Chaim asked arrogantly. Yo, you guys think you're pretty tough. How? Robbing right on my head. Do you even know who I am? Robbing without even asking around. Aren't you afraid of hitting a brick wall? Arthur Kinetic didn't know Aureli Kinetic's situation, so he could only stall for time by deliberately talking nonsense. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's words, Chaim froze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, and had to turn his head to look at Brother Zev. Seeing Arthur Kinetic's condescending, disdainful expression, combined with his arrogant words, Brother Zed Flint felt his heart sink. You're an Esper? Brother Zed Flint asked in surprise. Arthur Kinetic gave Brother Zed Flint a deep look and sneered. Not bad. At least you've got some eyes on you. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's words, Brother Zed Flint wasn't particularly nervous. It wasn't as if he had never killed an Esper before. In his eyes, Espers weren't nearly as intimidating as people made them out to be. Pondering for a moment, he asked a seemingly completely unrelated question. You came here to pick someone up, didn't you? Hearing Brother Zev's words, although Arthur Kinetic tried his best to maintain a calm expression, the flicker of anxiety in his eyes was still picked up by the experienced Brother Zev. Aureli Kinetic saw that Arthur Kinetic had revealed a flaw out of concern for her, which was noticed by Brother Zev. Hesitating no longer, the shadowless needles formed by her spiritual telekinesis acted like sharp spikes, instantaneously shooting toward Brother Zed Flint and the others. Dad, do it. Shouting out loud, Aureli Kinetic burst out of the water weeds, the alloy dagger in her right hand stabbing directly at Brother Zev. Before Brother Zed Flint and his men could even react, their feet were tightly bound by several vines, leaving them completely unable to move. Wood type ability user. Discovering the vines wrapped around their feet, Brother Zed Flint and the others cried out in terror. They never expected that a wood type ability user was hidden among the water weeds. Seeing their movements obstructed, Aureli Kinetic unhesitatingly thrust her alloy dagger toward them. Dad, don't hold back. These guys are habitual criminals. Aureli Kinetic hastily warned aloud, afraid that Arthur Kinetic would show mercy without knowing how evil they were. Hearing his daughter's words, Arthur Kinetic's eyes turned sharp, and his tack instantly shifted. Where he had previously held back slightly, he now unleashed his full power, his dagger lunging towards Chaim like lightning. Arwu's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately to dodge. Unfortunately, as an ordinary person who usually relied on brown-nosing to get ahead with Brother Zev, how could he possibly dodge an attack from an Esper? He was struck directly in a vital point by Arthur Kinetic, collapsing to the ground with his life hanging in the balance. Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Brother Zed Flint gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might to break free from the vines, only to find that all his efforts were in vain. The vines around his feet were actually wrapping tighter and tighter, multiplying in number. Aureli Kinetic was extremely bothered by the fact that Brother Zed Flint had referred to Arthur Kinetic and her as fat sheep. Holding back none of her strength, she swiftly drove the alloy dagger toward Brother Zev. Just as Aureli Kinetic's dagger was about to strike Brother Zev, he leaned his body backward sharply, barely dodging her dagger. Little girl, let's talk this over peacefully. This is our first meeting. There's no need for a life or death struggle. Brother Zed Flint hurriedly begged for mercy, sensing the dire situation. As for what he was actually thinking in his heart, nobody knew. However, Aureli Kinetic didn't believe a single word coming out of Brother Zev's mouth. If people like him weren't eliminated root and branch, they would only leave endless future trouble for her family. She didn't respond at all. Instead, her attacks with the vines and dagger became even more fierce, with no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Arthur Kinetic realized in his heart that something must be wrong with these men, otherwise, his daughter wouldn't be trying to ruthlessly wipe them out. Arthur Kinetic's dagger whirled rapidly in his hand, his attack becoming increasingly sharp and relentless. Although Brother Zev's crew fought desperately, they were completely powerless before two Espers, collapsing one after another. In the end, only Brother Zed Flint was left. Just when Brother Zed Flint thought he was about to lose his life here, suddenly, a series of heavy huffing and grunting sounds echoed from a distance. Aurelia Kinetic swept her spiritual telekinesis toward the source of the noise, discovering that several mutated wild boars had caught the scent of blood and were rushing over. Dad, there are mutated wild boars. Quick, get up a tree, Aurelia Kinetic yelled urgently. Hearing Aurelia Kinetic's warning, Atha Kinetic pulled back toward a large willow tree and, with a few nimble leaps, scrambled up into it. Over here, 3 mutated wild boars, 2 large and 1 small, were charging madly in their direction. The mutated wild boars moved at high speed, rushing right before them in the blink of an eye. By now Atha Kinetic was already hiding in the willow tree. Aside from several corpses on the ground, the only living people left were Aurelia Kinetic and Brother Zev. The 3 beasts surrounded the 2 of them. Little sister, can we call a truce? Let's take out the mutated wild boars first before we, Brother Zed Flint said in a low voice, his eyes darting around. In his mind, an 11 or 12-year-old girl like Aurelia Kinetic was the easiest to fool. As long as he swallowed his pride and said a few nice words, she would definitely stop targeting him. Unfortunately, he didn't know that inside this little girl's body resided the soul of a woman in her 20s. His tricks for coaxing little girls were completely useless. Aurelia Kinetic looked at Brother Zev, blinked her eyes, and smiled. Sure. Then we'll talk after you finish dealing with the mutated wild boars. Saying that, a vine shot up towards the willow tree and wrapped around a branch. Swinging like a pendulum, the little girl leaped up into the willow tree using the vine. Watching Aurelia Kinetic fly up into the willow tree, Brother Zed Flint felt like dying. Originally, with 2 people facing 3 mutated wild boars, they still stood a fighting chance. But now it had become 3 mutated wild boars besieging him alone, leaving him with no choice but to run for his life. Damn it, wretched little bitch. I originally wanted to use the mutated wild boars to kill her, but I didn't expect her to be so cunning and run off so early. You little slut, just wait until I survive this calamity. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Brother Zed Flint couldn't help cursing in his heart. The mutated wild boars didn't care about Brother Zev's fury. All they knew was that there used to be 2 humans. One had suddenly vanished, and now only 1 remained. Afraid that the last human would disappear as well, the mutated wild boars launched their attack without taking a single moment to rest. Chapter 30, 2 Teachings. 3 mutated wild boars surrounding Brother Zed Flint charged from 3 directions toward Brother Zed Flint standing in the center. Hiding in the willow tree, Aurelia Kinetic and Atha Kinetic watched this bloody scene without blinking. Dad, do you think he can escape the mutated wild boar's attack? Aurelia Kinetic asked in a low voice. Hard to say. This man gives me a very dangerous feeling. Seer, if he escapes the siege of the mutated wild boars later, we must make sure to finish him off. We absolutely cannot let him leave alive. Otherwise, Atha Kinetic said with a serious expression. Aurelia Kinetic understood what Atha Kinetic left unsaid and nodded with certainty. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely make sure he stays here. Meanwhile, seeing the 3 mutated wild boars about to reach him, Brother Zed Flint suddenly unbuckled the belt at his waist. The long belt instantly turned into a long alloy whip. This man hid his strength so well. Aurelia Kinetic muttered to herself. He is indeed deep and scheming. Even when it was so dangerous earlier, he didn't pull out the whip, Atha Kinetic analysed with lingering fear. Hearing this, Aurelia Kinetic's heart sank. Sure enough, one couldn't underestimate anyone, even an ordinary scavenger. One careless mistake, and there was a risk of failing miserably in an unexpected place. Just as the 2 were silently reflecting, Brother Zed Flint made an unexpected move. Instead of attacking the 2 large mutated wild boars, Brother Zed Flint swung the whip in his hand toward the half-grown mutated wild boar, which was the weakest. Moreover, the whip didn't strike the mutated wild boar, but wrapped tightly around its neck. Most unexpectedly, using the pulling force of the whip, Brother Zed Flint leaped out of the mutated wild boar's encirclement. What a beautiful move. Atha Kinetic couldn't help praising. Although they were enemies, the opponent's escape move was indeed quite impressive, forcing one to admire it. Even Aurelia Kinetic had to admit that this Brother Zed Flint possessed remarkable abilities. Unfortunately, he was their enemy, and she could not possibly let him off. He really is capable. If I hadn't bound his feet with vines beforehand, since his whip isn't suited for close-quarters combat, I might have suffered a loss. Aurelia Kinetic nodded in agreement. While the father and daughter were talking, Brother Zed Flint leaped out of the mutated wild boar's encirclement. The 2 large boars charging head down were unable to stop in time. A few seconds later, with a heavy boom, the 2 mutated wild boars, each weighing over 1,000 catties, collided forcefully. The heads of both mutated wild boars caved in visibly to the naked eye. These 2 evenly matched opponents' violent collision left their heads dizzy for a moment, unable to tell north from south. Boo-boo. Suddenly, the small mutated wild boar let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. After 2 squeals, the scream stopped abruptly. Aurora Kinetic had been watching the collision between the 2 large mutated wild boars, but her gaze was instantly drawn away by the screams. As a result, she saw that Brother Zed Flint had already retracted his whip and was preparing to leap over the wild boars and flee. Seer, just as Arthur Kinetic's warning voice sounded, 2 long vines once again wrapped around Brother Zed's running feet. To make Brother Zed Flint even more frantic, not only did the vines entangle his feet, but they also used the momentum to yank him, tossing him back into the mutated wild boar's encirclement once more. No damn little bitch, you'll die a horrible death. Seeing himself back in the mutated wild boar's encirclement, Brother Zed Flint cursed loudly in despair. Brother Zed Flint knew he couldn't escape. Today there was truly no way out. The mutated wild boars, originally dizzy, were snapped awake by Brother Zed's furious cursing. They had suffered greatly, and this culprit was still shouting and yelling. Here it was infuriating beyond belief for them. One mutated wild boar turned and charged at Brother Zev. Having just finished cursing, Brother Zed Flint hadn't even had time to swing his whip before he was sent flying by the boar. A moment later, over 10 meters away, a thud sounded as Brother Zed Flint landed, having been knocked over 10 meters away by the mutated wild boar. With a squelch, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Brother Zed's mouth. "Dad, it looks like he's severely injured," Aurora Kinetic said with some excitement. Just as Aurora Kinetic's gloating voice fell, the other mutated wild boar staggered toward Brother Zev, who lay motionless on the ground. Ah! A miserable scream escaped Brother Zev's mouth, followed by another loud boom. Aurora Kinetic's eyes widened to their maximum, staring in disbelief at where Brother Zed Flint had fallen. Brother Zed Flint didn't die under his opponent's dagger, nor under his opponent's mutated vine. He actually died under the belly of a mutated wild boar. Yes, Brother Zed Flint was crushed to death alive by a mutated wild boar weighing over 1,000 catties. Looking at the motionless mutated wild boar collapsed on top of Brother Zev, Aurora Kinetic asked uncertainly, "Dad, is that mutated wild boar dead?" "Don't go down yet, let's wait a bit." A mutated beast's death throes are very dangerous, and can easily deal a fatal blow to someone who lets their guard down. Arthur Kinetic was experienced after all, so he deliberately reminded Aurora Kinetic. Aurora Kinetic didn't object. She sat quietly on the tree, her eyes fixed on the last mutated wild boar. Perhaps Aurora Kinetic's gaze was too intense, causing the mutated wild boar to sense danger. In the end, it actually abandoned the other 2 mutated wild boars and fled alone. Watching the mutated wild boar run off into the distance, a trace of regret and disappointment flashed through Aurora Kinetic's calm eyes. "Dad, should we chase it?" "No. Dear, the smell of blood here is too strong. In a moment, malice-bearing people might come, or it might attract even more mutated beasts. Chasing one mutated wild boar without knowing the outcome, while abandoning our current gains, isn't worth it," Arthur Kinetic explained carefully. Aurora Kinetic nodded and smiled somewhat sheepishly. "Dad, I was being too greedy, thinking about killing them all and bringing them back together." "It's fine, you're still young, so it's normal not to understand. Seer, you must remember that you have to know when to give up something to gain something, and when to stop while you're ahead," Arthur Kinetic said patiently. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's words, Aurora Kinetic fell silent. She knew that Arthur Kinetic was teaching her the survival rules in the Wasteland world. I understand." "Good. Seer, we'll go down now. Remember, the first thing to do when going down is to deliver a finishing blow, whether it's a person or a mutated beast." "Do you know why?" Arthur Kinetic asked as he spoke. Aurora Kinetic thought for a moment and answered, "Dad, is it because we're afraid they're feigning death and might hurt us when we're off guard?" Seer, what you said is right, but also incomplete. Indeed, finishing them off prevents them from feigning death, whether human or mutated beast. There's always the possibility of faking death. If you don't deliver a finishing blow, they might catch you unprepared and deal you a fatal blow, causing you, who originally held the winning hand, to die an untimely death. This is a taboo for people of the Wasteland, understand? Arthur Kinetic broke it down thoroughly, explaining the stakes to Aurora Kinetic in meticulous detail. That is, at best injured, at worst dead. Chapter 33 Applying What You Learn. Aurora Kinetic nodded heavily, indicating that she remembered. The father and daughter climbed down from the tree and split up. Aurora Kinetic had no experience finishing off enemies, so for her own safety, she didn't rush in immediately to deliver the final blow. Instead, she used her wood-type ability with her left hand to sprout a vine, tightly entangling her intended target before moving in with the alloyed dagger in her right hand to deal the finishing strike. With this combination of moves, she safely and accurately finished off Chaim and another person. But when it came to delivering the final blow to the small mutated wild boar, an accident unexpectedly occurred. It turned out that the half-grown mutated wild boar hadn't been strangled to death by Brother Zed Flint at all. Brother Zev, desperate to escape, had only choked the wild boar unconscious. Sure enough, as soon as Orelai Kinetic S vine wrapped around the boar's leg, the small mutated wild boar actually jumped up, trying to flee. The wild boar suddenly leaped, scared and prepared Orelai Kinetic out of her wits. Wait, wasn't this mutated wild boar supposed to be dead? How did it come back to life? What kind of joke was this? Arthur Kinetic had just finished off the other two men, and was about to deal with the large mutated wild boar and Brother Zev. Hearing his daughter's cry, he immediately turned around and ran toward Orelai Kinetic. After her initial panic, Orelai Kinetic quickly reacted, realizing she had encountered a mutated wild boar playing dead. What was originally a single vine binding the boar instantly turned into 4, and instead of just wrapping around one leg, they tightly bound the mutated wild boar's entire body. Sensing that its life was in grave danger, the mutated wild boar struggled and rolled desperately, nearly snapping the vines several times. Dad, hurry and finish it off. Orelai Kinetic S' small face was flushed red from exertion, but she didn't forget to remind Arthur Kinetic. Hearing his daughter's call, Arthur Kinetic didn't even have time to check if she was injured. He immediately charged at the mutated wild boar, stabbing his dagger straight into its neck. PFFD. Stabbed in the neck, the mutated wild boar let out a miserable shriek as blood spurted directly from the wound. The pain drove the boar's struggles to an unprecedented fury, dragging Orelai Kinetic into a stumble and almost causing her to fall face first into the dirt. After a few minutes, the mutated wild boar finally stopped moving. Phew. Orelai Kinetic let out a heavy breath, her legs trembling involuntarily. Dad, that was close. I almost fell for it, Orelai Kinetic said with lingering fear. Yeah, this guy isn't big, but it's pretty smart, quite cunning for a wild boar. If you hadn't bound it with vines first, the two of us might really have been injured today. I originally wanted you to deal the finishing blows just to train you and teach you to stay vigilant in the wild. I never expected you'd have to put it into practice right away. Arthur Kinetic shook his head, a wave of lingering dread washing over him. Just a little bit more, and both father and daughter would have suffered a disaster today. Dad, never mind that. We have to hurry. The smell of blood here is getting stronger and stronger. Come on, let's go finish off the large mutated wild boar. Dad, just to be safe, I'll bind the mutated wild boar first, and then you move in for the kill. With that, Orelai Kinetic ran toward the large mutated wild boar ahead of him. She expertly bound the large mutated wild boar, and Arthur Kinetic immediately rushed over to deliver the fatal strike, not even sparing Brother Zed Flint, who was pinned underneath the boar. With the killing done, the two quickly looted the corpses. Since Orelai Kinetic had never done this kind of work before, Arthur Kinetic specifically called her over to teach her. Wristbands, weapons, the protective suits on their bodies, their scavenging loot, and so on. Dad, can't the credits on these wristbands only be transferred by the owner? Why are we taking them? If someone finds out, it'll cause trouble. Orelai Kinetic asked, puzzled. Arthur Kinetic smiled, then shook his head and explained, Seer, that's how it works on the surface. But nothing is absolute. These wristbands can't see the light of day and mustn't be known to others. However, in the black market, there are people who specialize in cracking them. It's just that the processing fees are sky high, and it's prone to double crosses, making it extremely unsafe. Hearing this, Orelai Kinetic suddenly realized she was still too naive and had thought of things too simply. After looting the corpses, they casually threw the bodies into the pond, then loaded several sacks of meat and snake meat, and one sack of water celery into the bed of the tricycle, finishing with the two mutated wild boars. Looking at the bed packed full of goods, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help but sigh with emotion in her heart. Fortunately, the animals and plants in this wasteland world had mutated, so the manufacturers building tricycles made the cargo beds exceptionally large to adapt to reality. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to transport these huge mutated wild boars back. Seer, sit tight. I'm starting the engine. Seer, hold the dagger in your hand and keep an eye out for scavengers along the road. Don't worry, I've already called your mom and brother to come meet us. Arthur Kinetic instructed Orelai Kinetic to stay alert while explaining his arrangements. Got it, Dad. Orelai Kinetic sat on the edge of the cargo bed, one hand holding the iron railing of the tricycle, and the other clutching the alloy dagger, deliberately waving it around under the setting sun. The chilly gleam conveyed endless killing intent. Chug-chug, the roaring motor of the tricycle alerted countless scavengers along the road. The numb, dull gazes instantly transformed into longing and greed as their eyes locked tightly onto the somewhat overloaded tricycle. However, when their eyes fell upon the cold dagger, and the blood-soaked clothes, everyone stepped back in unison. What completely dispelled their thoughts of robbery was the killing intent filling Orally Kinetic's eyes. Yes, killing intent. With just one look, these experienced scavengers knew that this young girl was no ordinary child, but a mini-death god who had truly tasted blood. To possess such courage and presence at such a young age was simply impossible for an ordinary person. Therefore, there was only one conclusion: the young girl was an Esper. This realization completely quelled those restless, scheming hearts. Orally Kinetic was unaware that one layer of her secret identity had been exposed. At this moment, her small face was tense as she vigilantly monitored the greedy eyes directed at the tricycle. The tricycle moved quickly. An hour later, Arthur Kinetic and his daughter drove through the Shantytown and entered the outer city. At the city gate, Gwendolyn and Caspian Kinetic along with his two brothers saw Arthur Kinetic and hurriedly came up to meet them. Gwendolyn, take Seer home. Have her take a good bath, eat something, and then get some proper rest. Vanner, you three come with me to the slaughterhouse. I've already made arrangements. Once we clean everything, we'll go to the testing center for testing and sell it. Before anyone could ask, Arthur Kinetic arranged everything. It was simply too late, and the outside wasn't a good place to talk. Gwendolyn looked at Orally Kinetic distressedly, wanting to see if her daughter was injured. Realizing they were still outside, she could only take Orally Kinetic by the hand and lead her toward home. Orally Kinetic followed behind Gwendolyn, able to sense the heavy, oppressive aura surrounding her. A heavy aura meant anger, which meant Mom was angry. Orally Kinetic felt guilty. She seemed to have taken a bit of a risk today, and now she was in trouble. Seeking advice on how to diffuse her royal mother's angry aura. It's urgent. Waiting online. Chapter 34 Moo Family Planning. Returning home, Gwendolyn pulled Orally Kinetic to sit down on the sofa with a gloomy expression. Sia, weren't you absorbing the energy stone at home? Why did you go out scavenging again, and all by yourself at that? You were much too reckless today. Gwendolyn's voice carried anger. Orally Kinetic also knew she had been rash today. Lowering her head, she said softly, Mom, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare do it next time. Today, I just thought that place wasn't far from the base, and shouldn't be dangerous. I simply never expected to run into a mutated beast. Gwendolyn sighed, thinking that her daughter was only 12 years old after all, and had never been outside before, not knowing the degree of danger outside. Her tone softened slightly. I know you want to go scavenging to help lighten the family's burden, but you have to mind your safety. If anything were to happen, what would you have your dad and me do? Orally Kinetic raised her head, the tears in her eyes on the verge of falling, and choked out, Mom, it won't happen again. The next time I go out, I will definitely tell you beforehand so you won't worry. Looking at her tear-stained daughter, Gwendolyn couldn't bring herself to scold her any further. All right, go take a bath quickly. Look at that filthy look of yours. Where's there any sign of a well-behaved, cute little girl left? Gwendolyn said with disgust. Only if the corners of her mouth went curving upward, and her brows and eyes didn't reveal joy, it would have been a bit more convincing. Orally Kinetic looked at her mother, who was saying one thing and meaning another, and lowered her head to obediently go take a bath. She worried that if she didn't go right away, she would truly be forced to receive the affectionate caresses of her mother. Gwendolyn watched her daughter obediently go take a bath, shook her head in a mix of exasperation and delight, and then walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Arthur Kinetic and the other three drove the tricycle directly into the slaughterhouse, and the person they had contacted beforehand immediately came forward to greet them. Yo, old Moo, your harvest is not bad today. You actually managed to bag a big fellow. A pot-bellied, bald man smiled and came over to greet them. Old Y, the kids had pretty good luck today, so I specifically asked you, a professional, to step in. The old rules, 100 points, plus 5 catties of mutated beast meat. How about it? Arthur Kinetic also said with a smile. All right, old Moo is magnanimous. Then I'll get to work right away. Come, you father and sons, lend a hand and put the mutated wild boar onto the platform. As old Jarn spoke, he pointed to a wide alloy platform. With this kind of alloy platform, if you butcher the mutated beast yourself, you only had to pay a rental fee of 10 points for 2 hours. Exceeding the time would incur extra points. This was the rule of the slaughterhouse. 2 hours passed, and old Jarn had already processed the 2 mutated wild boars cleanly. Arthur Kinetic praised with satisfaction. Old Y, your skill is unquestionable. Once an expert makes a move, it's simply a neat and absolute masterpiece. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's words, old Jarn couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. You rascal old Moo, you're actually buttering me up. Old Y, thanks. The points have been transferred to you. As for the 5 catties of mutated beast meat, the mutated wild boar has been tested and cannot be consumed. But I have edible mutant snake meat here. Do you want it? If you do, you can cut off a bit more to take with you, Arthur Kinetic discussed with Old Y. Hearing that Arthur Kinetic actually had mutant snake meat, Old Joanne was very surprised. Old Moo, you've already processed the snake meat. Yeah, it's processed and in the sack. Why don't you take a section? It was hard to pack, so I chopped it into several pieces, Arthur Kinetic said very generously. Great, I love eating snake meat. I happened to get some mutated chicken yesterday, steaming it into dragon, and phoenix soup will be a delicacy. After speaking smugly, Old John pecked a small section of snake meat from the sack. Arthur Kinetic didn't continue exchanging pleasantries. Instead, he shifted to the testing centre next to the slaughterhouse, finished the tests, got the testing centre stamp, and then went to the exchange centre to sell everything off. A total of over 1,600 catties of mutated wild boar meat, because it was all heavily radiation polluted meat at 1 point for every 2 catties sold for a total of over 800 points. Arthur Kinetic finally sold the snake meat and snake skin as well, earning another 500 plus points. Today, he sold a total of over 1,400 points. Alright, get on the vehicle. Your mom and Sia must be waiting anxiously at home. Vanna, you drive. I've been tired all afternoon, so I'll rest for a bit. After finishing, Arthur Kinetic got into the cargo bed of the tricycle first. When the few of them returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Hearing the door open, Gwendolyn hurriedly served the food onto the table. You must be starving. Come eat quickly. Gwendolyn didn't ask about anything else, first urging the 4 of them to eat. Yeah, a bit hungry. Mostly because we left in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring nutrient fluid. Where's Sia? Has she eaten? Arthur Kinetic explained, then sat down and started eating. I had Sia eat first. That girl was exhausted today. After eating, she said she wanted to wait for you guys. But as a result, she didn't even last 5 minutes sitting on the sofa before falling asleep. Gwendolyn explained while shaking her head with amusement. Hearing that Orlai Kinetic fell asleep after waiting for them on the sofa for 5 minutes, Arthur Kinetic and the others pictured the image of their younger sister continuously nodding off while trying her absolute hardest to open her eyes to look at the doorway, and they couldn't help finding it funny either. After the few of them finished eating and washing up, they sat on the sofa to settle accounts. Gwendolyn, a total of over 1,400 points were sold today. I'll transfer 400 points to you. Buy a bit more nutrient fluid at the exchange centre using the internal price. It's said that this year's winter will come early, so we need to prepare earlier. Arthur Kinetic arranged while transferring points from his bracelet. Beep. Transferred 400. Gwendolyn's bracelet immediately rang with a transfer notification sound, and Gwendolyn clicked to receive the funds. Arthur Kinetic turned his head again to say to Julian Kinetic, who was sitting on the sofa, Chenner, once your eldest uncle comes back this time, I'm planning to ask your eldest uncle to inquire about a Gene Awakening potion. Once there is news of the Gene Awakening potion, the family plans to buy it for you. Therefore, try to pay attention to your safety for this recent period and absolutely do not get injured, lest you be unable to take the potion when the time comes, understand? Hearing that the family had already started preparing the Gene Awakening potion for him, Julian Kinetic happily nodded in agreement immediately. Dad, I know. I'll be a bit more careful when scavenging recently. Alright, just pay attention. Also, don't worry. At most in 2 or 3 years, Dad will also find a way to prepare a Gene Awakening potion for you. Arthur Kinetic worried that Lucian Kinetic would have misgivings in his heart, so he hurriedly explained to him. They were all his sons, and he cared for them all the same. Dad, you've prepared them for us. What about little sister? Julian Kinetic asked with concern. Hearing his son worry about their youngest daughter, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing expressions of satisfaction. Your sister is not something you need to worry about. Whoever is mistreated, she won't be wronged. When your eldest uncle comes back, we'll discuss Seer's matters in detail, Arthur Kinetic said with a smile. The 3 Caspian Kinetic brothers thought their eldest uncle had some special arrangement for their younger sister, so they didn't pursue the question further. Arthur Kinetic's thought was that since his daughter was already a level 2 Esper, he didn't know Orlai Kinetic was already a level 3 Esper. How she should specifically develop in the future still needed to be asked of his eldest brother. Though their paths diverged in the middle, they ultimately reached the same destination, waiting for eldest uncle Alistair Kinetic to make arrangements. Chapter 35 The Rules of the Black Market. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the Moo family all appeared at the dining table. Dad, are you going to go today? Orlai Kinetic didn't finish her sentence, but Arthur Kinetic knew what she meant. I'm going in the afternoon. What do you want to go? Arthur Kinetic asked knowingly. Yeah, Orlar Kinetic's head nodded rapidly, just like a chick pecking at rice. No way, you're too young. It's too dangerous in there. You're not suited to go. Arthur Kinetic flatly refused. Are you kidding? How could he possibly take his daughter to such a chaotic place as the black market? Arthur Kinetic's rejection instantly turned the hopeful Orlar Kinetic into a wilted loafer. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, and her eyes were filled with accusation. Dad, how can you be like this? Seeing his daughter, who had been full of murderous intent yesterday, acting spoiled with him, the daughter-obsessed Arthur Kinetic immediately surrendered. He hesitated for a moment, and finally made 3 rules with Orlar Kinetic. Seer, you can go, but you cannot interrupt halfway through. Even more so, you cannot run around, and you must stay by my side the entire time. The most important point is, whatever I tell you to do, you must obediently follow instructions. If you can agree to these 3 things, I will take you to see the world. As soon as Arthur Kinetic finished speaking, Gwendolyn and Caspian Kinetic's 3 brothers knew where Arthur Kinetic was going, because Arthur Kinetic had also taken them to the black market to see the world before. Gwendolyn and Caspian Kinetic thought more about it, and the 2 asked in unison, Arthur Kinetic, Dad, did you encounter danger yesterday? Hearing their words, Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic suddenly woke up to it. That's right. Why would they go to the black market for no reason? Recently, the family didn't need to buy anything there either, unless they managed to get something shady yesterday. Hearing his wife and son's words, Arthur Kinetic helplessly recounted yesterday's events with some redactions. Of course, the matter of Orlar Kinetic using her ability was naturally omitted. It wasn't that Arthur Kinetic didn't trust his sons, it was simply that the matter of his daughter awakening her ability was extremely bizarre, and they simply couldn't explain it clearly. In the afternoon, Arthur Kinetic brought Orlar Kinetic and carried a sack as they arrived at a grocery store in the West City. A man in his 30s was leaning listlessly against the counter. Seeing Arthur Kinetic carrying a sack, he raised his head and asked, buying or selling? Selling. I heard your business has been getting bigger and bigger lately, so I specially brought some special goods. I wonder if your place can handle it? Arthur Kinetic asked as if chatting casually. Rest assured, we can handle it. I'll have someone lead you there right now. Go change your clothes first, and someone will guide you after you're done. With that, the man secretly pressed a green button under the counter. Arthur Kinetic nodded, leading Orlar Kinetic through a small door in the corner. Inside the small door was an independent room, and on the walls of the room hung black robes one after another. Arthur Kinetic didn't speak, directly taking down a robe to put on, and then taking a mask to wear. A minute later, Arthur Kinetic had completely changed his outfit, hiding his true appearance entirely. Following suit, Orlar Kinetic dressed up just like Arthur Kinetic and stood behind him. Arthur Kinetic led Orlar Kinetic out of the fitting room from the other side. Sure enough, there was a young woman outside the door. She wasn't wearing a black robe, but only wore a fox mask on her face. 2 guests, which floor are you going to? The woman asked very politely. Floor 8. Help me check if the boss of that room on the 8th floor has time, Arthur Kinetic said very experiencedly. Hearing this, the woman knew that Arthur Kinetic was a regular. Her tone became even more humble. All right, guest, please wait a moment. Let me check. After saying that, the woman tapped a few times on her bracelet, and then turned to say to Arthur Kinetic, Respected guests, the boss of room 6 has time to receive the 2 of you. Do you agree to talk with the boss of room 6? Arthur Kinetic didn't mind. It doesn't matter. Any boss is fine. But if the boss of room 3 has time, I would be a bit happier. Oh dear, guest, I'm terribly sorry. The boss of room 3 is business, and is not here today, the woman explained with her head lowered. Arthur Kinetic shook his head and followed behind the woman to the elevator. The father and daughter entered the elevator, and the woman pressed the floor from the outside. The elevator descended all the way down. That's right, the black market's buildings were underground, not on the surface at all. A few seconds later, the elevator stopped. Arthur Kinetic led Orlar Kinetic out of the elevator, and the 2 stood directly inside room 6. Throughout the whole process, they wouldn't run into anyone else coming to the black market for transactions. The advantage of this was that it greatly increased the safety factor, eliminating the fear of being discovered by others. Sitting on the sofa in the room was an elderly man with greying hair. Behind the old man stood a muscular man over 2 meters tall. Orlar Kinetic glanced at the muscular man twice and couldn't help sighing inwardly. The black market is really dangerous. Even the bodyguards are strength-type espers. Guest, what good goods do you have? The old man asked with a smile. Arthur Kinetic didn't talk nonsense, directly taking out a box from the sack. Opening the box, 5 bracelets lay quietly inside. Arthur Kinetic placed the box on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Oh, Seeing the 5 bracelets in the box, the old man only uttered an "oh" without any other expression. Do you know the rules here? I know. For bracelets with 100 points inside, a handling fee of 10 points is charged. For those exceeding 100 points and below 500 points, 30% of the points are charged. For those exceeding 500 points and below 1000 points, 40% of the points are charged. For those exceeding 1000 points with no upper limit, 50% of the points are charged. If the total points exceed 1000, you can only purchase goods here. I wonder if what I said is correct. The rules shouldn't have changed recently, right? Arthur Kinetic finished speaking and added another question. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's reply, the old man smiled and said, "So it's 2 old friends. Rest assured, the rules haven't changed." After saying that, the old man didn't speak again, instead starting to inspect the bracelets. Because bracelets generally have positioning devices on them, as soon as Arthur Kinetic collected the bracelets yesterday, he turned them all off and placed them in a specially made box after returning home. This box could isolate all signals, so the bracelets inside wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Aurelier Kinetic was a bit confused listening to this. Generally speaking, isn't it true that the higher the points, the cheaper the handling fee? Why does this black market charge in reverse? Although Aurelier Kinetic really wanted to ask, she firmly remembered the 3 rules from the morning, so she didn't speak throughout the entire process. After inspecting the bracelets, the old man's expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These 5 bracelets, 3 are below 100, 1 is below 500, and 1 exceeds 1000. Calculated according to the rules, you have a total of 2860 points. Besides being able to take away 1000 points, you need to spend 1860 points here. Do you have any goods you need to purchase? Arthur Kinetic fell silent for a moment and turned to look at Aurelier Kinetic. Seeing this, Aurelier Kinetic instantly understood Arthur Kinetic's meaning. She thought about it, took the alloy dagger from her body, and placed it on the coffee table. Add this grade 1 alloy dagger, and exchange it for a Gene Awakening potion. The old man picked up the alloy dagger, looked at it, smiled, and shook his head in refusal. "Guest, I'm sorry. We don't have a Gene Awakening potion here, so we can't make this exchange. Why don't you choose something else instead?" Hearing this, Aurelier Kinetic fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Then exchange it for a grade 3 alloy dagger." The old man smiled and continued, "The price of these items cannot exchange for a grade 3 alloy dagger. Do you have any other goods?" Hearing this, Aurelier Kinetic exchanged a glance with Arthur Kinetic, then bent down and poured out all the contents of the sack. 2 alloy sabers, 1 alloy dagger, and a long whip refined from the tendons and bones of a mutated beast. Chapter 36, Soul Chasing Incense. The old man carefully inspected these items, a trace of interest flashing in the depths of his eyes. But it was extremely fast, so fast that anyone who wasn't staring at him the entire time wouldn't have noticed at all. Unfortunately for them, it was Aurelier Kinetic's first time entering the black market, first out of curiosity, and second for safety. From the moment she entered the black market, her spiritual telekinesis had all around monitored a range of 100 meters around her. That trace of interest in the old man's eyes clearly appeared in Aurelier Kinetic's mind. Such a cunning old fox, this was the deep inner thought of Aurelier Kinetic. The old man glanced at the 2 alloy sabers and alloy dagger, then looked away. His gaze finally fell on that long whip. These 2 sabers and dagger aren't worth much, but this long whip is not bad, and has some value. Originally, it was still a bit short of being able to trade for a level 3 alloy dagger. However, I'm a bit interested in this long whip, and since we're old friends, I reluctantly trade it with you. Aurelier Kinetic sneered inwardly, a black-hearted profiteer who sells people out and still expects them to be grateful to him. She didn't speak, but quietly sat there acting as background scenery. "Boss, your price isn't very fair. This long whip itself is level 2, and combined with a level 1 alloy saber, the price of these 2 items is not low. Besides, there are over 1000 points. With a price like this, could it be that the boss doesn't welcome us, and is intentionally cutting off future cooperation?" Arthur Kinetic asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The old man didn't care about the first few sentences. He had heard words like unfair far too many times. After all, he was a businessman. Being fair to customers meant that he was losing out, and who would do a losing business? However, the old man could not peacefully accept Arthur Kinetic's last sentence. Those words were truly vicious. If that reached the ears of the big boss, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Thinking of the big boss's sinister and ruthless methods, the old man couldn't help but shudder. Naturally, he felt a trace of killing intent towards Arthur Kinetic, who had spoken those words. The killing intent in the depths of the old man's eyes flashed past, while a fake smile piled up on his face. "You're joking, guest. How could I possibly not welcome guests, opening our doors for business? We certainly welcome every guest. How could we not want to continue cooperating with guests? Like this, I'll go all out. To make friends with you, I'll make the call. Besides this level 3 alloy dagger, I'll give the guest a level 1 inner armor as well. Are you satisfied with this sincerity of mine?" With that, the old man took out a box from the coffee table cabinet, opened it, and inside lay a black inner armor. If someone is uncharacteristically courteous for no reason, they are up to no good. Seeing the old man's respectful appearance, Kinetic's small face hidden beneath the mask was filled with doubt and suspicion. Toward this kind of respect that turned from arrogant to deferential, Kinetic's vigilance instantly maxed out by 120,000%. This person was up to something. This thought immediately appeared in Kinetic's mind. Kinetic's body didn't move at all, but her spiritual telekinesis thoroughly searched the entire room several times. Finally, her spiritual telekinesis stopped on a stick of incense burning in the corner. The thin incense stick emitted an extremely faint and elegant fragrance, and upon first smelling it, it even had a refreshing effect. However, as a level 3 wood-type ability user, she accurately discovered that smelling this faint incense alone would not cause any physical discomfort. However, if combined with the woody scent emitted from the wooden box the old man had just opened, when the two fragrances merged into one, they would synthesize a soul-tracking incense even more powerful than a tracking instrument. Staying in the sealed room for too long would contaminate one with a soul-tracking incense, and the persistence of the soul-tracking incense was 2 hours. How did Kinetic know about the soul-tracking incense? In her past life, a senior sister in Kinetic's laboratory had specially formulated it to catch a cheating scumbag, and Kinetic happened to be a little helper. This old bastard really wasn't honest. If they had previously swallowed this bitter loss in silence, the other party wouldn't have taken out the box. Without the box, there wouldn't have been the matter of the soul-tracking incense. How cunning, how vicious. If he couldn't gain an advantage, he would completely destroy them instead. As expected of the black market, it truly had the style of dogs eating dogs. Although Kinetic was also very vigilant, he didn't have a wood-type ability, so he didn't notice anything wrong with the incense and the box containing the inner armor. And most importantly, Kinetic had come to the black market many times and had always been safe and sound, so he had relaxed his vigilance. "Alright, deal." After saying that, Kinetic stood up, picked up the level 3 dagger and the box containing the inner armor that had just been given, and prepared to leave immediately. "We'll take the safe passage," Kinetic reminded after gathering his things. "Alright, I'll have Ader lead the way for you two," the old man said very kindly. Hearing this, the burly man beside the old man immediately stepped forward, looking ready to lead the way. "Boss, your incense is quite nice. I wonder where you bought it." Kinetic walked to the door, and just as she was about to step out of the room, she turned her head and asked curiously. The old man's expression froze. He never would have thought that this background prop who hadn't spoken the entire time would suddenly ask this question. The smile on his face stiffened for a split second, but quickly returned to normal. "This incense was given to me by a friend, who said it has a refreshing and mind-clearing effect. Whether anyone is selling it outside, I really don't know." His eyes flashed quickly, and he soon calmed down, looking even more calmly at Kinetic. Kinetic sneered inwardly, her voice sounding as if she were very regretful. "What a pity. This scent smells very refreshing, and I like it a lot. I thought there was a place selling it, so I specifically asked to go buy some." As she spoke, she unnoticeably glanced at the location of the incense once more. As for clearing the soul-tracking incense contaminated on herself and Kinetic, she didn't plan to expose herself as an spur in the black market, so she didn't act immediately. The burly man led the way very dutifully, with Kinetic following behind, and Kinetic walking at the very back. She vigilantly watched the burly man walking in front, afraid that he would pull some petty trick to harm Kinetic. Her spiritual telekinesis also never left room 6, constantly paying attention to the old man's movements. When they walked to the entrance of the safe passage, Kinetic suddenly stopped in her tracks, turned back to look in the direction of the room where the old man was, and a subtle arc that was hard to detect curled up at the corner of her lips. This black market was somewhat interesting, actually wanting to engage in dog-eat-dog tactics. She wondered if today's matter was just the personal behavior of that old bastard, or if the entire market practiced discriminating service based on who a customer was. If it was the personal behavior of that old bastard, she wouldn't mind making a little extra money and teaching him that some people shouldn't be messed with casually. Soon, the burly man stopped beside an elevator and said to the two of them, 2 guests, after taking the elevator up, place your robes and masks in that room, and then you can just walk out of the courtyard. Arthur Kinetic and Aurelar Kinetic nodded, indicating they understood. They entered the elevator and pressed the upward button. Chapter 37 Tracking. The elevator slowly ascended, and Aurelar Kinetic pondered countermeasures in her mind. A dozen seconds later, the elevator gave a slight jolt and stopped, its doors slowly opening. Aurelar Kinetic followed behind Arthur Kinetic out of the elevator, took off her black robe and removed her mask in a small room, and then walked out of the room with a calm expression. Aurelar Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis had never been withdrawn, and the very first moment she stepped out of the courtyard, she discovered a young man standing in the dark corner of the street. "Dad, let's go to the exchange center," Aurelar Kinetic suddenly said. Arthur Kinetic was slightly stunned. He looked at the small wooden box in his hand, but he did not object. "All right, let's go to the exchange center and just see if there are any good items worth exchanging." The father and daughter directly boarded the bus, paid their points, and sat in the very back seats. Sure enough, when they boarded the bus, the young man at the street corner also lunged forward in one stride. It was confirmed. This person was definitely here to track them. Arthur Kinetic also reacted at this moment. His gaze turned cold, and anger surged in his heart. After 5 stops, Arthur Kinetic and Aurelar Kinetic got off at the exchange center, and that young man got off following them once again. "Sir, what do you want to exchange for?" Arthur Kinetic deliberately feigned ignorance of the young man's abnormality and asked Aurelar Kinetic with a face full of doting affection. Aurelar Kinetic smiled and said, "Dad, buy some nutrient solution, buy some mutant beast meat, and also buy some sugar." "All right." After waiting in line at the exchange center for an hour, the father and daughter came out carrying a small burlap sack. Aurelar Kinetic estimated that there was still more than half an hour left before the soul-tracking incense lost its effect, and she didn't intend to dawdle anymore. "Dad, go buy me 2 rubber bands to tie my hair. The colourful kind. That grocery store across the street has them," Aurelar Kinetic said, pointing to a grocery store across the street. Arthur Kinetic looked at the tail following behind them, then looked at the grocery store across the street, and asked with some hesitation, "Sia, can we buy them tomorrow?" Aurelar Kinetic didn't speak, only shook her head, indicating that it wouldn't do. Helplessly, the daughter-slave Arthur Kinetic had to carry the things and go to the opposite side of the street. He had already guessed in his heart that his daughter was prepared to deal with that little tail. Because right beside his daughter was a dead-end alley with no people coming and going. Sigh. Arthur Kinetic let out a sigh, not knowing who he was sighing for. Was it pitying the little tail, or thinking that he actually let his daughter, a little girl, do this kind of thing? This should have been something for him, the father, to handle, but he knew his own limitations. His daughter was more deceptive, and could succeed much more easily. As soon as Arthur Kinetic left, Aurelar Kinetic turned around and walked into the dead-end alley without the slightest expression of hesitation. The young man hesitated for a moment. He looked at Arthur Kinetic's tall and sturdy back, and then looked at Aurelar Kinetic's small frame of around 1.45 meters. His feet involuntarily followed Aurelar Kinetic into the dead-end alley. After walking a few dozen steps, he saw Aurelar Kinetic standing at the end of the alley, looking at him with a beaming smile. Looking at the smile on Aurelar Kinetic's face, a chill suddenly surged straight from the soles of his feet up his spine, and then entered his brain. She discovered me and is deliberately waiting for me here. This realization made the young man's legs go weak instantly. He wanted to turn around and flee, but found that his legs simply refused to obey commands and could not move a single inch. Looking down, he discovered that at some unknown point, his legs had been tightly wrapped by green vines. "You are an Isper," the young man blurted out in shock. Correct answer. "What a pity, no reward," Aurelar Kinetic replied with a faint smile. "No, I don't want a reward. My lord, please, let me go. I was only following orders to track you all, and didn't do anything to harm you." The young man waved his hands and explained eagerly. Aurelar Kinetic stared into the other person's eyes, and seeing that there was no expression of guilt, she understood that what he said was true. She was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "After tracking us, who are you going to report the news to?" Without the slightest hesitation, the young man opened his mouth and replied, "At 7 o'clock tonight, go to Doomsday Bar to see Brother Byro, and the news will also be told to Brother Byro." "All right, I can let you go. You go report the news as usual at 7 o'clock tonight, but you're not allowed to tell the other party that I already know about his affairs, nor can you tell the other party that I'm an Esper. Can you do that?" "I can, I definitely can, my lord. I will just tell Brother Byro that he bought things at the exchange center, then left by bus, and I lost you after you boarded the bus. The young man recounted all the content of the message he was going to report. Good. If you lie, I believe you won't want to see me again. With that, Aurora Kinetic flashed away from her spot, looking at the figure that had disappeared at the end of the alley, and then looking down at his legs where the vines had vanished without a trace. If not for his clothes being completely soaked through with terror, the young man would have thought he had just had a dream. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the young man took a deep breath before stumbling out of the alley. A few minutes later, dead silence returned to this place. No one knew what had just happened here. Aurora Kinetic returned to their agreed-upon meeting place with her father, and Arthur Kinetic was already waiting there. Has the matter been resolved? Arthur Kinetic asked with concern. Aurora Kinetic nodded, half of it. Hearing that only half was resolved, Arthur Kinetic looked at Aurora Kinetic with some confusion, and then said with care, "Then let Dad handle the rest." Aurora Kinetic shook her head. "Dad, it's more appropriate for me to go handle this matter. You shouldn't get involved anymore." Seeing Arthur Kinetic's disapproving gaze, she immediately promised, "Dad, rest assured, I will definitely pay attention to safety and guarantee that if things get too dangerous, I will retreat immediately." Seeing Aurora Kinetic's exceptionally firm expression, Arthur Kinetic had no choice but to agree helplessly. He couldn't not agree either. If he didn't, he was afraid his younger daughter would sneak off to go. "All right, Dad agrees to let you go, but you must also remember what you said. Run immediately when you encounter danger." Definitely. Aurora Kinetic agreed obediently. Arthur Kinetic looked at his obedient daughter, always feeling something was wrong yet unable to put his finger on it. After pondering for a long while without the slightest clue, he had no choice but to give up. Arthur Kinetic had no idea what kind of savage appearance his currently obedient younger daughter would have when engaging in dog-eat-dog underworld dealings at night. Of course, that was a story for later. Arthur Kinetic had no idea at this moment. At 6:30 in the evening, Aurora Kinetic changed into a set of black casual sportswear and wore a matching baseball cap on her head, with the brim pulled extremely low to cover most of her face. Entering the bar, she found a seat in the corner and sat down, ordered a drink, and sat quietly there as if waiting for someone. This kind of situation happened often in bars, so Aurora Kinetic's behaviour did not attract anyone's attention at all. At 7 o'clock, the young man walked into Doomsday Bar on time. The bar was brightly lit with dazzling lights, permeated with an atmosphere of indulgence. Familiarly, he went up to the second floor. Chapter 38 Fire Energy Stone. Who? An authoritative shout suddenly rang out as a large man, standing around 2 meters tall, walked out from the shadows. The man was burly, with a python tattoo on his exposed arms, looking quite terrifying. "Brother, hi, it's me, Lizzie," the young man hurriedly replied, as if being a second too slow would spell danger. "Lizzie, it's you. Hurry on in. Brother Byro has been waiting for you inside for a long time." Brother Hi stepped aside, pointed at the office door, and said, "Yes, Brother Hi. Thank you, Brother Hi." Lizzie pushed open the door and walked into Brother Byro's office. He lowered his head to report, but his voice carried a hint of a tremble. "I'm sorry, Brother Byro, I lost track of them." "What? You lost them?" "Too obvious. Living people, and you still managed to lose track of them. Tell me, what else are you good for? You damn well are simply a piece of trash. Running into you is truly my worst luck." Hearing Lisa's reply, the hot-tempered Brother Byro instantly started cursing in the office. Lizzie stood there not daring to move at all, lowering his head even further. After a moment, Brother Byro finally stopped his angry cursing. Suppressing his temper, he continued to ask, "Tell me about it. How did you lose them? Were you discovered by those 2 people?" Lizzie shook his head and said with some uncertainty, "I don't know about that. As soon as the 2 of them came out from there, I carefully followed right behind them. I don't know if those 2 discovered something or if they had planned it from the start. First, they took a bus to the exchange centre and stayed there for over an hour before finishing their purchases. After leaving the exchange centre, they got on a bus again. I followed the 2 onto the bus, and they got off at Elysium Road. For some unknown reason, they split up and walked separate ways after getting off. I hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to track the middle-aged man, but I lost track of him after walking just 2 streets. After Lizzie finished speaking with his head lowered, not only was his voice trembling, but his body couldn't help shaking as well. Hearing Lisa's words, Brother Byro furrowed his brows deeply. "Trish, it's obvious you were discovered by them long ago. That middle-aged man probably led you around in circles on purpose before completely shaking you off while you weren't paying attention. Damn it, you are simply a fool. Not only did you fail to keep up with them, but you were even discovered. What use do I have keeping a fool like you? It's simply infuriating." Everything happening inside Brother Byro's office had already been seen crystal clearly by Orelai Kinetic S spiritual telekinesis. As early as when she entered the bar and sat in its corner, her spiritual telekinesis had already scanned the entire bar. Brother Byro's office was naturally already under the surveillance of her spiritual telekinesis. Hi, come in and drag this piece of trash out for me. To teach him a lesson so he remembers, send people to properly beat him up, lest he ruins the rules, Brother Byro ordered coldly. With a thud, Lizzie dropped straight to his knees in the office. Brother Byro, I beg you, let me go. There's still a whole family at home relying on me to make a living. Brother Byro, rest assured, I will definitely work hard in the future and will absolutely never let a similar situation happen again. Brother Byro turned around and didn't even spare a single glance at the utterly dishevelled Lizzie. In his eyes, he was merely trash who couldn't complete his mission. Without any utilization value, disposing of him was all there was to it. Watching Lizzie being dragged out of the office by Ahai like a dead dog, Orelai Kinetic S emotions did not experience the slightest ripple. Since Lizzie chose this path in the beginning, he naturally had to bear the consequences brought by walking it. People always say that as you sow, so shall you reap. This is an eternal, unchanging truth. After Lizzie and Ahai left, all of Orelai Kinetic S spiritual telekinesis fell upon Byro. She saw Byro pacing around in circles inside the spacious office like a trapped beast. At his wits' end with anger, he even threw the ornaments on the desk onto the ground and smashed them to pieces. Damn it! They're all a bunch of fools, not a single reliable guy among them. It was so hard for me to establish a connection with Manager Yun, and I had just wanted to use this opportunity to build some rapport. As a result, things got messed up. Forget about building rapport. It's impossible for Manager Yun not to place blame, Byro muttered to himself while pacing around. After a long while, as if having made a major decision, he stopped in his tracks with a ferocious expression. Damn it! You have to make sacrifices to catch a wolf. This time I'll bleed heavily. Hopefully, Manager Yun will look at the fact that I'm offering a treasure, not get angry or blame me, and ideally even give me some benefits. Manager Yun. Hearing this name, Orelai Kinetic S mind spun as she guessed that this person should be that old man in the black market. That way, everything made sense. The old man wanted to engage in a double cross and purposefully arranged for Byro to track her and her father to figure out who they were and where they lived. To butter up Manager Yun, Byro accepted the task and then sent his Javad Lizzie to tail them. Now that Lizzie failed the mission, Byro wouldn't get any favours over at Manager Yun's side either. Byro must be preparing to offer some fine treasure now to beg Manager Yun not to blame him for mishandling the task. HMPH, old bastard. He really is extremely black-hearted. Back in Room 6, Orelai Kinetic hadn't sensed any ability fluctuations coming from the old man. This situation only pointed to two facts. Either the old man was not in a spur, or his ability level was higher than hers, and he intentionally reined in his ability so she couldn't sense it. Orelai Kinetic leaned towards the second possibility in her heart. How could a manager of a black market possibly be an ordinary person? If an ordinary person presided over the black market, they would be eaten down to their bones within minutes. Thinking about how the old man's ability level was even higher than hers, Orelai Kinetic felt somewhat troubled in her heart. It seemed she couldn't kill this old fellow off easily. Damn it, no matter what world it is, having hard fists really is the absolute truth. Before Orelai Kinetic could finish her reflection, her spiritual telekinesis saw Byro press something on his desk. With a click, a secret compartment suddenly appeared on the wall behind the desk. There was a safe inside the secret compartment. Byro entered the password, took out a small alloy box from the safe, then closed the safe and restored the secret compartment to its original state. Watching Byro's series of actions, Orelai Kinetic was filled with amazement. Who could have imagined that a rough man who looked completely devoid of plotting would actually build a secret compartment in his office to hide things? Orelai Kinetic was very curious. What could the treasure that Byro hid away with such caution possibly be? As if hearing Orelai Kinetic's yearning, Byro carefully entered the password and opened that small box. In an instant, a flash of red imprinted itself into Orelai Kinetic's mind. Then, her spiritual telekinesis sensed a massive wave of energy. This energy wave was different from her wood-type energy stone. What her wood-type energy stone radiated was vitality and freshness. Meanwhile, this wave of energy was scorching and manic. This is an elemental energy stone, a fire-type energy stone. Orelai Kinetic sat in the corner of the bar, unable to help whispering softly to herself. Chapter 39 Building 72. Orelai Kinetic's eyes lit up instantly, and a strong sense of possessiveness appeared on her face. In the Wasteland world, elemental energy stones were extremely precious items with them, and a spur could quickly enhance their strength. Although the fire-type energy stone did not match her wood-type ability, this did not prevent her from absorbing the energy inside the fire-type energy stone. It was just that her bit more would be wasted during the absorption. But for a zero-cost business that didn't require spending money, Aurelia Kinetic didn't feel any heartache over how much was wasted. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in her heart. Looking at this, Abiru was preparing to present this fire-type energy stone to Manager Yun to make up for his faults. In this case, what should she do? Should she snatch the fire-type energy stone in Abiru's hands right now? Aurelia Kinetic was in a bit of a dilemma for a moment. Her original plan was to follow Abiru and find the lair of that Manager Yun. If she made a move now, it would completely cut off her plan to find Manager Yun's lair. After weighing the pros and cons, Aurelia Kinetic expressed the possessiveness toward the fire-type energy stone in her heart and decided to follow the original plan to find Manager Yun's address first. 10 minutes later, in Abiru's office, a young man wearing rimless glasses appeared in Aurelia Kinetic's mind. If not for seeing it with her own spiritual telekinesis, Aurelia Kinetic wouldn't have dared to believe it. The bearded Abiru who was furious and flying into a rage in the office 10 minutes ago, and this fresh, clean, intellectual-looking Abiru turned out to be the exact same person. Aurelia Kinetic could only sigh in her heart that she had learned something. Such a disguise technique was simply breathtaking. Just by shaving off his beard, putting on a pair of glasses, and changing his black protective suit into a white shirt and black straight-leg trousers, Abiru's entire image and temperament had completely changed. Abiru took out a gift bag in the office again, packed his small box into it, and walked out of the office door. The moment he walked out of the office door, Aurelia Kinetic, who was sitting in the corner of the bar, also called the waiter to settle the bill at the same time. Abiru did not leave from the front of the bar. He quietly left from the back door of the bar alone. Abiru never expected that even though he was so cautious, he still couldn't escape the outcome of being tracked by someone. Because Aurelia Kinetic was tracking Abiru using spiritual telekinesis, her physical body was quite a distance away from Abiru. Abiru always felt that someone was spying on him in secret, but whether he suddenly stopped and turned his head to check, or stood next to a shop with a glass wall and observed his surroundings from the glass, he didn't find anyone following behind him. But that sense of being watched kept making his hair stand on end, and while he wanted to turn back, he didn't dare. Going to the Roth family estate to apologize was of the utmost urgency. In case Manager Yun became unhappy, his bar would probably be affected. Abiru had no other choice but to walk in circles on the street. Soon, Aurelia Kinetic discovered Abiru's little trick. She couldn't help sneering in her heart. Interesting, he's actually deliberately walking in circles. Did he discover something? It seems no one can be underestimated. To make Abiru relax his guard, Aurelia Kinetic withdrew her spiritual telekinesis for a moment. A few minutes later, when her spiritual telekinesis was released again, Aurelia Kinetic discovered that the direction Abiru was heading was actually the inner city. Inner city? Could that old man surnamed Yun live in the inner city? No, impossible. Aurelia Kinetic denied her own guess. After a few seconds, her eyes suddenly lit up. How could I have forgotten this place? Since that old man Yun is wealthy and influential, there's an 80% probability he lives there. After muttering to herself, Aurelia Kinetic smiled and shook her head. She withdrew her spiritual telekinesis and quickly came via another route to a high-end residential complex close to the inner city. This residential complex built a total of 88 villas, which was recognized by the outer city as a place where powerful and influential people lived. The residents here were either wealthy or noble. There wasn't a single ordinary person. Aurelia Kinetic didn't know which house Old Man Yan lived in, nor did she dare to roam around blindly. The security here was comparable to the inner city, so she couldn't act rashly. Aurelia Kinetic hid her figure in a tree a little over 100 meters away from the residential complex's entrance, and this time she placed her spiritual telekinesis at the entrance. She waited here like a stump waiting for a hare, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. 10 odd minutes later, Abiru's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the residential complex. Halt! What are you doing? Seeing Abiru, the security guard at the entrance sternly questioned him. Abiru was stunned. For how many years? This was the first time someone had roared at him like this. But he also understood that this place was different from elsewhere. It wasn't a place where he could be arrogant. Hello, I'm a relative of Brother Chan from Manager Yun's household. I have something to find him for today. Please cut me some slack. You too, Abiru said very politely. Manager Yun, oh, you must be talking about Chan, the guard of Lord Yun's household at No. 72. A security guard pondered for a few seconds, then asked with a certain look on his face. Yes, 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 that's Brother Chun. Ebairo hurriedly chimed in. The security guard looked Ebairo up and down. That look of slight suspicion and evaluating goods made Ebairo, who was usually used to being high above, flush his cheeks and eyes red. He felt resentful in his heart, yet unable to resist. The people here were not someone a small bar owner like him could afford to provoke, so he could only swallow his anger and endure it. Wait here, I'll make a call to confirm. The security guard finally dropped a cold sentence. Aurelia kinetic spiritual telekinesis did not approach the residential complex entrance. She just watched the scene from afar. Ebairo's actions on the road earlier had caught Aurelia kinetic's attention. She suspected that Ebairo had some special ability and was very sensitive, so her spiritual telekinesis no longer approached closely now. Sure enough, Ebairo did not show any abnormal conditions. A few minutes later, a stalwart man walked over from afar. Seeing that familiar tall and sturdy figure, Aurelia kinetic finally revealed a faint smile. That person was precisely the one who led the way for them in the black market that afternoon, and also Old Man Yan's bodyguard. Old Man Yan, I've finally found you. Building No. 72, right. Aurelia kinetic muttered to herself. Afterwards, Aurelia kinetic's spiritual telekinesis gave up following Ebairo and the other person, and went directly to the small building No. 72. This was a Chinese-style small building. At this time, the small building was brightly lit, indicating that its owner was at home. Manager Yun was sitting on the single-person sofa in the living room, holding a cup of tea in his right hand, and tasting it. Boss, the person is here. A-chan stood at the entrance of the living room and reported. Manager Yun did not reply immediately. Instead, he slowly put down the teacup, then took out a tissue to wipe his hands, and only then said coldly, "Let him in." Hearing the instruction, A-chan hurriedly turned around and said to Ebairo standing behind him, "The boss wants you to go in." With a pounding heart, Ebairo walked into the living room, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "My lord, I'm sorry. I have failed your trust and did not handle the task you assigned well. Please punish me, my lord." Oh, the mission failed, and tracking two people resulted in failure. Ebairo, is your ability lacking? Or did you not put your heart into it? Manager Yun asked in a deep voice. The chill in his words made Ebairo shiver, and dropped directly to his knees. Chapter 40, Gene Awakening Agent. Lord, it is Ebairo's fault. Because Ebairo had to guard a precious item, I didn't track them personally, and instead sent my subordinates. The subordinates were too stupid, letting those two people lead them in circles on the bus exchange center bus, and in the end, losing them completely after those two separated. Ebairo recounted Leisai's words tremblingly. Ebairo, do you mean to say that because you had to guard a precious item, you sent your subordinates and messed things up, right? Ebairo, I'm very curious whether your life is more precious, or the task I entrusted to you is more important. Manager Yun's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. The gaze staring at Ebairo was cold and fierce, resembling a man-eating wild wolf. Ebairo knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring continuously from his body like rain. At this moment, he felt as if the Reaper's scythe was resting on his neck. With one wrong answer, the Reaper's scythe would cut down without hesitation. My lord, this precious item was specially sought out by Ebairo for you. Fearing that something might happen to it, I had no choice but to guard it. Ebairo was almost prostrate on the ground, with such a humble appearance. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, Aurelia Kinetic would never have believed that this was the arrogant and overbearing Brother Biro from the bar office. Oh, the precious item was specially sought for me. Hearing this, Manager Yun's coldness finally subsided a bit. Yes, bring it over and let me see. What on earth is it that makes you so nervous? If the item is not precious and its value cannot offset today's task, Ebairo, you know my methods. Ebairo did not continue to beg for mercy. Instead, he scrambled to pick up the gift bag, took out the box inside, entered the password, and handed the box to A-chan. At the exact moment the box was opened, Aurelia Kinetic Spiritual Telekinesis once again sensed its scorching and manic fire-type energy. At the same time, Manager Yun, who had always been aloof and calm, abruptly stood up from the sofa. Because his movement was too fast, he even knocked over the teacup on the coffee table. Manager Yun snatched the box from A-chan's hands and carefully took out the item inside. Aurelia Kinetic finally saw the size of this fire-type energy stone clearly. A pitch-neck-sized fiery red energy stone, pure in color and full of scorching heat. Her good stuff. Ebairo, you did the right thing this time. This treasure is worth more than 10 people combined. Well done. After laughing heartily, Manager Yun praised him profusely. Until this moment, The tense Abiru breathed a sigh of relief. His little life was finally saved. My lord, this is what I should do. His life was saved, but Abiru did not become carried away with arrogance because of his merit in presenting the treasure. He still knelt there very humbly, waiting for Manager Yun's instructions. Manager Yun carefully toyed with the energy stone. After a moment, his gaze turned to Abiru. Abiru, I am not an unreasonable person. On the contrary, I'm someone who clearly distinguishes rewards from punishments. Regarding the matter of tracking those two people, because of this energy stone, I will not blame you anymore. On the contrary, because the fire-type energy stone is too precious, not only are you without fault, but you actually have merit. Speak, what reward do you want? Hearing Manager Yun's words, Abiru almost wept for joy. My lord, Abiru doesn't know how to judge goods. Everything is entirely up to your lordship to decide, Abiru said very sincerely. Hearing Abiru's reply, Manager Yun's gaze toward Abiru softened by a few degrees. This subordinate was well taken in. He doesn't contend, doesn't fight, and has a sense of responsibility. All right, since you're letting me decide, then I won't stand on ceremony. Abiru, I remember you still have a younger brother, right? Has your brother awakened an ability? How old is he now? Manager Yun thought for a moment and asked directly. After letting out a cry of surprise and realizing something was amiss, Abiru quickly replied, yes, my lord. My younger brother has not awakened an ability, and he is turning 16 this year. Manager Yun did not keep Abiru in suspense. He turned his head and instructed A-chan, go to the safe and bring over that bottle of Gene Awakening Potion. Then he smiled and said to Abiru, get up quickly. I have received your sincerity. To reward you, I will gift you a bottle of Gene Awakening Potion. Rest assured, I know of your loyalty. In the future, if there are any good things, I certainly won't forget you. Outside in the tree, upon hearing the 6 words Gene Awakening Potion, Orlar Kinetic was so angry that she almost broke her teeth by biting down. Old fellow, when she wanted to exchange for it this afternoon, he actually said it was none, but now he's giving it away to someone else. Abiru took the small brown bottle handed over by A-chan. He didn't open it to look, but instead carefully placed it into his pocket. This was a good thing that money couldn't necessarily buy. It could change a person's life. With the items safely stowed away, Abiru also bid farewell and left. Orlar Kinetic did not move. Her spiritual telekinesis stared at Manager Yun from afar, wanting to see where this old fellow would place the fire-type energy stone. Manager Yun truly did not disappoint her expectations. Holding the small box, he walked into an empty room. Yes, this was an empty room, with no bed, no table, and even less any decorations. The entire room had only 4 walls, as well as the lighting lamp overhead that was as bright as daylight. Orlar Kinetic looked at Manager Yun with some confusion, seeing him open the thick alloy door with a password, and then entering the 3-digit 006 on the row of numbers by the door. With a click, a cabinet door suddenly opened on the right wall, revealing a secret compartment in the wall. Seeing Manager Yun's actions, Orlar Kinetic was completely stunned. This was Manager Yun's treasury, which was why there was no bed, no table, and no decorations. Orlar Kinetic suddenly came to her senses, realizing that she seemed to have discovered a heaven-shaking fortune. Thump, thump, thump. She hurriedly pressed her violently beating heart, took a deep breath, and silently climbed down the tree. The matter of the treasury could be discussed in the long term, but the Gene Awakening Potion on Abiru was urgently needed by her family, and she would definitely not let it go. Black eating black. She was also prepared to do it once today. Orlar Kinetic followed Abiru from a distance, watching the direction Abiru was heading. It was precisely the bar. Orlar Kinetic guessed that Abiru might want to bring the Gene Awakening Potion back to the bar, since it was his territory after all. Orlar Kinetic followed Abiru all the way, watching Abiru enter the bar from the back door, and taking advantage of Abiru's inattention, she also went up to the 2nd floor through the back door. Hi, go to my house now, and bring my brother over. I have something to talk to him about. Abiru whispered instructions to Hi in the office. Orlar Kinetic's heart tightened. It seemed Abiru was preparing to have his younger brother take the Gene Awakening Potion tonight. How could this be? In Orlar Kinetic's eyes, that Gene Awakening Potion belonged to the Mu family. How could she let someone else take it? No, this is absolutely not allowed. Orlar Kinetic hesitated no longer. After Hi left the 2nd floor, she immediately knocked on the door of Abiru's office. Chapter 41 Success. Who is it? Abiru's vigilant voice came from inside the room. Orlar Kinetic did not answer. Instead, she pressed her body against the wall and waited quietly. Abiru asked twice, but no one answered, and a sudden sense of unease welled up in his heart. He casually pulled out an alloy dagger and held it in his hand, then slowly approached the door. Eibairo did not know that his cautious vigilance was seen completely clearly under Orelai Kinetic spiritual telekinesis. The very instant Eibairo opened the door, a shadowless needle condensed by spiritual telekinesis pierced straight into the back of his head. His needle-like pain suddenly struck. Before his painful cry could be uttered, the moment his wide mouth opened, a ball of rag appeared from the doorway and was quickly stuffed into his mouth. The hand holding the dagger was even wrapped around by a suddenly appearing vine, and the dagger fell to the office floor with a clatter sound. Eibairo couldn't even clearly see who the enemy was before his body was tied up by several vines. Woo! Eibairo whimpered in his mouth, his body struggling desperately without stopping. Worried that Eibairo's struggling movements were too large and would alert the bodyguards on the first floor, Orelai Kinetic directly stepped forward and delivered a palm strike to Eibairo. Instantly, the world became quiet. Geez, wouldn't it be fine to just lie down quietly and peacefully? You had to make a fuss. Giving you one hit makes you obedient. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeiture. Why bother? Orelai Kinetic shook her head and began to loot the corpse on her own accord. Oh, wait. It's not looting a corpse. The person isn't dead yet. Eibairo, I thank you for still remembering that I'm not dead. Sigh. Why do I find that my actions of binding people with vines are getting more and more proficient and faster? Is there something wrong with this? Orelai Kinetic muttered softly while looting the corpse. Eibairo, other people's wood-type ability, is used to heal injuries and promote plant growth. Good grief, your wood-type ability is just for tying people up. I don't even admire the wall. I only admire you. Orelai Kinetic fished the bottle of Gene Awakening Potion from Eibairo's body. She really wanted to open the bottle to take a look, but she was afraid that such a precious item would be accidentally broken by her. Suppressing her curiosity, Orelai Kinetic put the Gene Awakening Potion into her jacket pocket and carefully patted the pocket lightly to ensure it wouldn't fall out. With the Gene Awakening Potion in hand, Orelai Kinetic also had the leisure to search Eibairo's office. Her first action was to grab the knocked-out Eibairo and use Eibairo's fingerprint to open the safe hidden in the secret compartment. Inside the safe, there were only two lonely items. The first was a silver-grey hand crossbow. A hand crossbow is a weapon with very strong lethality, and the bolts are either forged from alloy or ground from mutated beast bones. Moreover, people who use hand crossbows need specialized training to learn archery, skills, and accuracy. Ordinary people simply don't know how to use them. Whether it's the crossbow bolts forged from alloy or the arrows made from mutated beast bones, neither kind is easy to get. Most importantly, crossbow bolts decrease the more they are used and require long-term supply. When calculating this cost, it does not match their income from scavenging, so hand crossbows appear very rare in the outer city. Another item was a small box. The appearance of the box looked extremely familiar. Orelai Kinetic thought for a moment and couldn't help murmuring softly, why is this box identical to the one holding the fire-type energy stone? Could it be? An incredible thought suddenly flooded into her mind. Could it be that inside this box is also... The unexpected surprise came so suddenly that Orelai Kinetic found it somewhat hard to believe. She eagerly wanted to verify her guess. With her left hand, she quickly picked up the box and came before the unconscious Eibairo. She squatted halfway, and with some excitement and trembling hands, she held Eibairo's fingers to enter the password and opened the lid of the small box. The moment the box was opened, a flash of fiery red caught her eyes. Scorching fire-type energy fluctuations surged before her, and Orelai Kinetic looked at the fire-type energy stone in the box with a shocked expression on her face. Another fire-type energy stone. Eibairo is just a bar owner, yet he actually has this capability. No way. Unless his suspicion gradually arose in Orelai Kinetic's heart. Unless he discovered a fire-type energy mine, or has a powerful backing behind him. Orelai Kinetic pondered to herself in her heart. However, Orelai Kinetic leaned more towards the first guess. Glancing at Bairo lying on the ground, Orelai Kinetic did not believe that he hadn't left a backup plan. Her brain spun rapidly, imagining where Bairo would hide such important news. In the bracelet. No, unlikely. The bracelet is not safe and very easily leaks out. As Orelai Kinetic thought, her spiritual telekinesis carefully searched the office even more thoroughly. Orelai Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis did not find any abnormalities, but her eyes were attracted by the teacup on the desk. This teacup looked like it was custom-made recently, or rather, made by oneself recently. The pattern on the teacup didn't look like scenery. Instead, it looked like a landscape painting. Once the seed of suspicion takes root, Aureliar Kinetic adheres to the principle of rather killing by mistake than letting anything slip. Aureliar Kinetic quickly used her bracelet to photograph the pattern on the teacup. Her intuition told her that the pattern on the teacup was the key to finding the fire-type energy stone. After photographing the teacup and putting the fire-type energy stone and the hand crossbow into her pocket, Aureliar Kinetic quickly left the bar through the back door, her movements fast and decisive. From the time Abiro opened the door to Aureliar Kinetic leaving, it took less than 10 minutes in total. Less than 5 minutes after Aureliar Kinetic left the bar, Ahai brought a slouching yellow-haired youth into the bar, and then went straight up to the second floor. What Aureliar Kinetic didn't know was that after she left, the bar quickly became noisy to the heavens, and after waking up, Abiro went crazy sealing off the bar, not allowing a single person to leave. Of course, Aureliar Kinetic didn't know any of this, and it had nothing to do with her. Ahai went up to the second floor and saw from afar that the door to Abiro's office was wide open. An ominous premonition rushed to his head. He couldn't care about waiting for the youth following behind, and rushed towards the office in one stride. Brother Biro. As soon as the shout left his mouth, he saw Abiro lying unconscious on the ground. Brother Biro. Ahai hurriedly stepped forward, shouting while carrying Abiro onto the sofa in the office. At this time, the yellow-haired youth also rushed in. Brother, what happened to you? Brother Ahai, do you know what's going on with my brother? Ahai didn't have time to answer the yellow-haired youth, and hurriedly checked Abiro's condition. Discovering that Abiro was only knocked out, and had no life-threatening danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He angrily clenched his fists and roared, "Damn it! Who the hell did this? How dare they break into the bar to commit murder? Ahu, you guard Brother Biro, I'll go gather the brothers, and we must find the person out." Ahu also reacted at this moment, and hurriedly asked, "Brother Ahai, should we send my brother to the hospital for a checkup first? What if my brother is seriously injured?" Ahai hesitated a bit. Although he had checked that Brother Biro was only knocked unconscious, after all, he wasn't a doctor. If something really happened to Brother Biro, wouldn't he? Chapter 42 Submission. Just as Ahai was hesitating, Abiro slowly opened his eyes, shook his somewhat dizzy head, and growled in an exasperated low voice, "Ahai, I'm fine. Don't worry about me for now. Take a few people and guard the bar exit for me. Then carefully check the entire bar, especially unfamiliar faces. Damn it! Today I want to see who the hell has the guts, feeling that their life is too long, to dare plot against me. Abiro. Once I find the person, I will flay him alive. Ahai, move fast." The opponent to the Gene Awakening potion that I managed to get today. Acting so fast. 9 times out of 10 it is someone who has been eyeing me all along. Not to mention how Abiro's side ends up. Let's return to Aureliar Kinetic's side. After Aureliar Kinetic left the bar, to avoid being discovered, she tried her best to choose routes with shadows shielding her figure. An hour later, Aureliar Kinetic quietly entered the Mu family courtyard. Just as she opened the door and walked to the entryway, with a click sound, the living room power switch was turned on by someone. Aureliar Kinetic's original plan of not turning on the lights and sneaking back to her room was completely ruined. She touched her nose with a bit of a guilty conscience, and then asked for something to say. "Dad, Mum, why aren't you asleep yet? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?" Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn did not answer, but instead sat on the sofa with sullen faces, staring straight at her. Seeing the two of them looking at her without blinking, Aureliar Kinetic lowered her head unconfidently to look at her clothes. There was nothing that shouldn't be on her clothes. Puzzled, Aureliar Kinetic looked up at Arthur Kinetic and the other, and even spoke out the question in her heart. "Dad, Mom, there is nothing on my clothes. Why are you staring at me? Is there something wrong with me?" Hearing this, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn could only exchange a helpless glance, thinking speechlessly in their hearts, "Fine. This girl has no idea at all how worried the adults at home are that a 12-year-old girl like her hasn't come home so late." Aureliar Kinetic, who had just changed her shoes, happened to see the helpless expressions of Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn. With a flash of inspiration, she finally realized that these two adults were worried and waiting for her. After entering university in her past life, she was used to being independent on her own. Here, she simply didn't realize that someone would worry about her and deliberately wait for her. For a moment, Aureliar Kinetic's eyes grew hot, and a gentle warmth surged in her heart. "Dad, Mom, I've made you worry. Today I encountered a bit of a special situation, so I came back a little late. Rest assured, next time I will try to be a bit earlier." Taking advantage of bowing her head to put away her shoes, Aureliar Kinetic slightly calmed her emotions, and then walked towards Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn. "You girl, from now on, you're not allowed to go out to play at night, although you have awakened an ability and are an Esper. But you're too young, and have no experience, not knowing how treacherous people's hearts can be. What would you do if you were tricked by someone? Besides, the outer city at night is very unsafe. Do you understand? Gwendolyn frowned and admonished with dissatisfaction. Goodness knows how panicked her heart was when she came home from work and didn't see her daughter at the very first moment. Long before Lorelei Kinetic came home, Gwendolyn had already scolded Arthur Kinetic thoroughly. As for the reason, of course it was because Arthur Kinetic took his daughter out together, but returned alone, leaving his daughter outside alone at night, without returning for a long time. Of course, the matter of Arthur Kinetic being scolded definitely couldn't be let Lorelei Kinetic know. Fearing that Gwendolyn would continue and she wouldn't even be able to step out the door in the future, Lorelei Kinetic hurriedly took out the Gene Awakening potion, handed it to Arthur Kinetic, changed the subject, and said, "Dad, take a look at whether this bottle of Gene Awakening potion is real, whether it has expired, and if it can still be taken." Lorelei Kinetic's series of actions and questions successfully attracted Gwendolyn's attention to that bottle of Gene Awakening potion. Arthur Kinetic amusedly blinked at his daughter, making an expression both of them understood. "You little clever ghost, actually using this trick." However, although Arthur Kinetic knew his daughter was doing it on purpose, he did not expose her. Instead, he took the bottle in his hand and began to look at it seriously. A few seconds later, Arthur Kinetic looked up at Lorelei Kinetic with a shocked expression and asked in disbelief, "Sir, tell Dad, where did you get this bottle of Gene Awakening potion? Is there any trouble?" Lorelei Kinetic was silent for a moment and said with an indignant expression, "Dad, this afternoon I asked that old man to exchange for a Gene Awakening potion, and he said no. As a result, this old man is not a human being. Tonight, he took this bottle of Gene Awakening potion to give to someone else. HMPH. This is something I had my eye on long ago. How could I give it away to others? So I just conveniently took it back." Manager Yun, "No. Was that giving it to someone?" "It was an exchange, a return gift. Do you understand?" "Ibiro, is that what you call taking? That is a bandit entering the bar. Outright robbery, okay." Hearing Lorelei Kinetic's explanation, Arthur Kinetic also guessed roughly that the taking in his daughter's mouth was probably not as simple as she said. Of course, his so-called rough guess did not include Ibiro, because he had no idea there was such a person as Ibiro. He thought his daughter took it directly from Manager Yun's hands. As for Gwendolyn, she didn't understand what was going on at all. However, the course of events was not important. What mattered was the result. As long as the result was good, the process was completely unimportant. "Dad, I'll leave the item to you for safekeeping, and I won't worry about the rest of the matter. However, I think you guys had better wait until eldest uncle comes back before taking it out for second brother to take. That would be a bit safer." Lorelei Kinetic thought for a moment. In these past few days, Ibiro would definitely turn the outer city upside down for the energy stone and Gene Awakening potion. If anyone took a Gene Awakening potion at this time, they would definitely be secretly investigated by interested parties. Having figured this out, she whispered a reminder to Arthur Kinetic. Lest Arthur Kinetic, having the Gene Awakening potion, forget the potential danger. Hearing Lorelei Kinetic's reminder, what was there for Arthur Kinetic not to understand? Obviously, the origin of this bottle of Gene Awakening potion probably had some problems, and his daughter was deliberately reminding him to pay attention. "All right, I'll listen to you. You've been tired for a whole night. Hurry up and go rest." After saying this, Arthur Kinetic had already stood up and walked towards the bedroom, and seeing this, Gwendolyn hurriedly followed. Watching the two hurriedly leave, Lorelei Kinetic smiled knowingly, and then also went back to her own room. That night, Lorelei Kinetic slept extremely soundly, without even a single dream. On the contrary, in certain special places in the outer city, it was in absolute chaos. Lorelei Kinetic slept until she woke up naturally, and the time had already passed 9 in the morning. The house had long been empty. After getting up and washing up, and eating the breakfast specially left by Gwendolyn, she began to ponder how to arrange her recent time. Lorelei Kinetic calculated the energy stones in her hand. For the sake of safety, she still had to hurry up and absorb the energy inside the energy stone, elevate her ability to level 4, and then go search for the hidden location of that fire-type energy stone. However, Lorelei Kinetic hesitated a bit. Should she continue absorbing energy stones at home to break through, or find a place with lush vegetation and rich wood-type energy to break through? Lorelei Kinetic had discovered these past 2 days that ever since her wood-type ability reached the peak of level 3, no matter how she absorbed the energy in the energy stone, she felt not a trace of loosening in her ability. It was as if between level 3 and level 4, it was simply not as simple as piling up energy to level up. Chapter 43 New Methods for Advancement. After much thought, Orelai Kinetic decided to go to the wilderness not far from the pond containing the wood-type energy stone. The vegetation there was lush, and the wood-type energy was rich. She decided to go there and try to see if it could help her ability break through and advance. Advancing from a level 3 Esper to a level 4 Esper was a major hurdle, and she could not afford to be careless. She packed some nutrient solution, put a few energy stones into her pocket, wrote a small note, and left it on the coffee table in the living room. And only then did she board the bus to leave the outer city. The place was not far, and since Orelai Kinetic was now in a spur, her speed and physical endurance were much stronger than before. Therefore, it took her only about 20 minutes to reach the place in her memory. Standing by the roadside to take a look, Orelai Kinetic started directly from the roadside and slowly searched toward the lush hillside. She needed to find a relatively safe temporary residence nearby to avoid unexpected situations while absorbing energy for her breakthrough, which was also the biggest drawback of advancing in the wild. More than half an hour passed, and Orelai Kinetic had turned the entire small hillside upside down without finding a suitable place. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Orelai Kinetic decided not to dwell on this small hillside anymore. She lifted her legs and descended the hillside from the other side, where there was a small ravine below. Yes, it was just a tiny ravine, not even a mountain bend, let alone any sort of valley. This small ravine was somewhat strange. The area close to the small hillside was lush and vibrant, while the opposite side of the hillside had scarce vegetation, and even the few remaining plants looked half dead and withered. Could there be something odd beneath this small ravine? No. If there was anything odd down here, those mercenary groups would have discovered it long ago. For the safety of the base, every 2 or 3 months, they would clear out the mutated beasts within a 50-kilometer radius of the base, and this place seemed to be within that 50-kilometer radius. Orelai Kinetic muttered to herself for a moment, then stopped grumbling and began to descend the hillside. People always said going uphill is easy and going downhill is hard, and Orelai Kinetic finally got to experience that firsthand today. Suddenly, a thick vine ahead caught Orelai Kinetic's eyes. The long vine crawled across the ground and up tree branches, looming with small white and purple flowers and bearing palm-length green pods. Such a familiar thing had just appeared right in front of Orelai Kinetic. What surprised Orelai Kinetic the most was that at a spot close to the hillside, the pea vines were swaying left and right. Swaying meant that there was wind blowing, yet the plants in all other parts of the small ravine did not move at all. Orelai Kinetic no longer hesitated, and her spiritual telekinesis swept directly toward the swing vines. A cave entrance suddenly appeared in her mind. Because the outside was blocked by the pea vines, it was completely invisible to the naked eye. What a hidden cave. Is this a mutated beast lair, or? Orelai Kinetic hesitated slightly. Forget it. Even if it is a mutated beast lair, looking at the vines at the entrance, it's probably been abandoned long ago, or the mutated beast has moved. Of course, there was another possibility that the mutated beast had been defeated by humans. But Orelai Kinetic didn't say this out loud. Orelai Kinetic gently pushed aside the pea vines and came to the edge of the cave entrance. Sure enough, a cool breeze blew out from the cave. She did not rush in blindly, but instead released her spiritual telekinesis to search deeper into the cave. The cave did not go straight inward, but wound downward. Although the downward slope was not steep, Orelai Kinetic discovered it by relying on the dampness of the cave walls. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The searching distance of her spiritual telekinesis became further and further, and countless forks appeared along the way. Seeing this, Orelai Kinetic could only withdraw her spiritual telekinesis helplessly. She guessed that this cave should not be a mutated beast lair, but rather resembled an abandoned mine. At the 500-meter mark, her spiritual telekinesis also saw a flat stone chamber, which Orelai Kinetic estimated to be a resting place for the miners. Orelai Kinetic did not hesitate any longer, and went straight into the pitch-black cave entrance. Fearing that someone or a mutated beast might discover her midway, she even used vines to pull over a few large stones to block the cave entrance, temporarily sealing it up. The cave was located on the hillside, with cool breezes blowing inside and darkness as thick as ink. The walls on the cave walls were rugged and jagged, and the ground was covered with uneven gravel. The further she went into the cave, the more oppressive it felt. The faint sound of footsteps echoed through the empty and silent cave, and chills surged straight from the soles of her feet to her crown. At this moment, Orelai Kinetic felt a little regret, fearing that some terrifying mutated beast might suddenly rush out ahead. For safety, she unhesitatingly placed her spiritual telekinesis ahead to scout the path. A few minutes later, when she walked into the stone chamber, her tense spirit finally relaxed. She simply cleaned the stone chamber and checked the surroundings with her spiritual telekinesis. After confirming it was safe, Aurelia Kinetic took out the energy stones and began to absorb them. When the energy stones in her hands turned into powder, Aurelia Kinetic slowly opened her eyes, her slender eyelashes covering most of her expressive eyes. Sigh, my ability still hasn't budged. Just how on earth can I advance from a level 3 ability to a level 4 ability? Aurelia Kinetic frowned, sitting cross-legged in the stone chamber without moving, a trace of anxiety appearing on her face. Without finding the cores, her ability would be stuck at level 3, which was something Aurelia Kinetic was unwilling to see. In those Doomsday and Wasteland novels from her past life, abilities always advanced by absorbing energy, but when advancing in Xanxia novels, one had to break through barriers, and in Wuxia novels, one had to clear acupuncture points. Should she guide the energy to try clearing an acupuncture point? The more Aurelia Kinetic thought about it, the more excited she became. She carefully recalled the route the energy travelled in her body, and then checked which parts of her body the energy had never reached. Soon, she discovered an acupuncture point that energy had never set foot in. Aurelia Kinetic took a deep breath, took out the last Wu-type energy stone, and began absorbing it once again. This time, she did not let the energy go directly to the green seed. Instead, she concentrated her mind, guiding a tiny strand of energy to probe and rush towards that acupuncture point. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The energy was like a sharp, fine needle, continuously piercing toward that acupuncture point, but it was still unable to break through. Gradually, Aurelia Kinetic's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, her complexion turned pale and completely devoid of colour, and her body even trembled slightly. Could this method not work? Just as she was almost about to give up, with a soft pop sound, the tiny strand of energy finally broke through the acupuncture point, and energy surged in instantly. A powerful force surged wildly in that acupuncture point, and she felt as if the acupuncture point was about to burst open. Her heart chilled, and Aurelia Kinetic gritted her teeth against the swelling pain of the acupuncture point, quickly guiding the energy inside the acupuncture point to connect and circulate with other energy. Soon, a new energy circulation route appeared before Aurelia Kinetic's eyes. As the circulation speed of the Wu-type energy continued to accelerate, a large amount of Wu-type energy poured into the green seed, and the seed grew and enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green seed was changing, and Aurelia Kinetic's body was also undergoing wonderful changes. Chapter 44 Strange Crystal. Her skin became fairer and smoother. Her originally expressive eyes were now emitting a brilliant radiance, and her long hair fluttered without wind. Finally, the absorption of the Wu-type energy was complete. Aurelia Kinetic slowly opened her eyes, feeling the surging power within her body, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The level 3 ability has broken through. She finally succeeded, promoting from a level 3 esper to level 4. Unexpectedly, her 5 senses also had a very significant enhancement after her ability promotion. Aurelia Kinetic felt a joy in her heart, and immediately she found that the surrounding scenery became incomparably clear. Every piece of ore in the stone room, and the chisel marked in the mine tunnel outside the stone room, were clearly visible. These changes seemed to have been magnified several times by her 5 senses. Could this be the transformation of quantitative change into qualitative change? Level 1 to level 3 is a quantitative change, and level 3 to level 4 is a qualitative change. No wonder many people are stuck here and unable to advance. Aurelia Kinetic muttered softly. At this time, Aurelia Kinetic did not know that she had created a new method for ability promotion. At this moment, no one knew what kind of sensation this method would cause in the Wasteland world. Aurelia Kinetic stood up, stretched her body, loosened her bones and muscles, and then prepared to leave. However, just as she walked out of the stone room, her eyes involuntarily looked towards the direction where the cool breeze was blowing. That direction was the depths of the mine tunnel, where the situation inside was unknown. It is said that wealth is sought through danger. This mine tunnel was so concealed, and Aurelia Kinetic was somewhat curious. Aurelia Kinetic thought for a moment, and decided to go to the depths of the mine tunnel to take a look. Her ability promotion, and the sharpened 5 senses gave Aurelia Kinetic great confidence. If she couldn't beat them, couldn't she at least run away? This was the true thought deep in Aurelia Kinetic's heart. The further she walked into the depths of the mine tunnel, the endless darkness made people unable to help feeling scared. The mine walls were rough and gloomy cold, water droplets dripped silently, and the chilly cold air drilled straight into the crevices of her bones along her skin. The surrounding air was dead silent, and only Aurelia Kinetic's subtle footsteps indicated that someone had broken into this place. Mottled and old chisel marks were embedded on the rock wall, showing the long years that this mine tunnel had existed. Against the cool breeze, with dampness, Aurelia Kinetic finally stopped in front of a crack about a foot wide. Aurelia Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis passed through the crack, and what came into view was an underground subterranean river. The river surface was not wide, about 10 meters wide, and the current was not rapid. Occasionally, she could still hear the sound of fish jumping. There are fish in this subterranean river. Pickled cabbage fish, boiled fish, fish slices, and fish meatballs. These were the recipes that first appeared in Aurelier Kinetic's mind. Looking at the crack, Aurelier Kinetic found it too narrow. With a flip of her right hand, the alloy dagger began to frantically carve away at the mine wall. Half an hour later, the crack was enlarged by Aurelier Kinetic to a size that she could freely enter and exit. Looking at the fruits of her half-hour hard work, Aurelier Kinetic was very satisfied. She did not go down directly, but used her wood-type ability to stimulate the growth of a vine. Hanging at the tip of the vine was a piece of dried mutated beast meat. This was the dry ration she brought, and now it had become bait to lure the fish. Not long after, a mutated catfish swam over. The body size of this mutated catfish far exceeded what Aurelier Kinetic had seen in her previous life. Its body was more than 1 meter long, the fish scales on its back were incomparably hard, and its overall contour looked terrifyingly impactful. The catfish's skin was no longer the usual dark color, but turned into an ink black similar to the subterranean river, with dark patterns wantonly spreading across the entire fish body. Its head was flat, large, slender, and long. A pair of eyes exuded a fierce and vicious light, and several catfish whiskers of varying lengths hung straight down. Its slightly open mouth revealed 2 rows of sharp, fine teeth that were eerie and terrifying, and its whole body was wrapped in stinky mucus, carrying a full sense of wildness and hostility when swimming. The mutated catfish made a leap, biting onto the dried meat in midair and refusing to let go. Seeing that the mutated catfish took the bait, Aurelier Kinetic felt a joy in her heart. She shook the vine a few times fiercely, and the vine rapidly grew longer and thicker. After binding around the catfish for a few circles, she then pulled it towards the cave entrance. The catfish never expected that it was just smelling the aroma of the dried meat, and wanted to have a taste. Why was it tied up? It struggled violently inside the vine desperately, attempting to break free from the vine's bondage. It was a pity that the harder it struggled, the tighter the vine's bondage became, which made the mutated catfish extremely furious and frantic. When the mutated catfish was only 2 meters away from Aurelier Kinetic, the dagger in her right hand had already flown towards the desperately struggling catfish. The dagger wrapped in spiritual telekinesis accurately stabbed into the vital spot of the catfish. Fresh blood sprayed out instantly, and under the stimulation of pain, the struggling strength of the catfish became even more fierce. Seeing this, Aurelier Kinetic directly gave the catfish a final blow using spiritual telekinesis. The catfish finally stopped struggling, and Aurelier Kinetic breathed a sigh of relief. But right at this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the subterranean river. I saw a giant catfish in the distance, several times larger than the previous one, stepping on the water and coming over. Its body was a full 4 to 5 meters long. The scales on its body flickered with metallic luster, and its eyes revealed anger and fierceness. Aurelier Kinetic's heart tightened, realizing that this giant catfish was of the same kind as the previous catfish, and it had come to take revenge. She reacted quickly and pulled her left hand fast, dragging the entire mutated catfish into the cave. The giant catfish in the subterranean river watched with its own eyes as its offspring suddenly disappeared, and could not help leaping directly out of the subterranean river. A water column, as thick as a water bucket, sprayed straight towards the cave location. Seeing such a smart and fierce mutated catfish, Aurelier Kinetic was so scared that she dragged the catfish and quickly retreated deeper into the cave. Damn it! Are the mutated catfish of the Wasteland world so terrifying and smart? They actually know how to spray people with water columns. Such a big water column, if sprayed squarely, wouldn't it directly cost me my little life? Aurelier Kinetic muttered with lingering fear. The mutated catfish was simply too terrifying. No, I have to test this fish. If this fish cannot be eaten, wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Thinking of this, Aurelier Kinetic hurriedly pressed her bracelet, and the detection needle immediately popped out. The detection needle pierced into the mutated catfish's body. Beep beep. High radiation pollution. Consumption is not recommended. Hearing this familiar and cold electronic mechanical sound, Aurelier Kinetic's little face crinkled up. Bar, I really have a crow's mouth looking at this useless catfish. Aurelier Kinetic was so angry that she immediately gutted and split open its belly, felt around twice, and besides internal organs, there was nothing else. This time, Aurelier Kinetic was really about to cry. She killed it with painstaking effort, and was attacked by the large mutated catfish midway, resulting in ending up empty-handed, so angry that Aurelier Kinetic kicked the catfish away. Patter! The catfish crashed against the cave wall, and then fell to the ground. In her exasperation, Aurelier Kinetic didn't control her strength at all. and the decent catfish head was kicked into smithereens by her single kick. At the instant the catfish's head fell off, a thumb-sized crystal stone rolled out. The crystal stone exuded a faint glow, particularly eye-catching in this dark mine tunnel. What on earth is this thing? Could it be an energy stone? No, this is not an energy stone. It has no energy fluctuations. Then what on earth is this thing? It looks somewhat extraordinary. Lorelei Kinetic pondered. A crystal stone inside the head, without energy fluctuations. Could it be a soul stone? Thinking of this possibility, Lorelei Kinetic hurriedly rushed forward, and carefully picked up the crystal stone. Wiping the crystal stone with a cloth towel, she then felt that the crystal stone was icy cold to the touch, and there was also a faint medicinal scent. Taking a breath, there was actually a cool and comfortable feeling in her mind. Chapter 45 The Family. Lorelei Kinetic couldn't help lowering her head to look at the crystal in her hand. The surface of the crystal flickered with shifting light, and it seemed as if liquid was flowing inside. Suddenly, the detection needle on her bracelet accidentally touched the crystal, and a hurried electronic mechanical sound rang in Lorelei Kinetic's ear. Beep beep. Unknown energy substance detected. It is recommended to immediately report to the base for analysis. The continuous double warning startled Lorelei Kinetic. She hurriedly took the crystal away, and quickly deleted the detection information from just now. Thinking about it, Lorelei Kinetic worried that the bracelet was being monitored, so she went ahead and completely turned off the bracelet. This crystal probably had an extraordinary background, and she didn't want people to know about it for the time being. After turning off the bracelet, Lorelei Kinetic held the crystal in her hand again, and observed it carefully. She first sniffed it with her nose. Aside from a medicinal scent, Lorelei Kinetic also sensed a faint feeling of calming the mind and soothing the spirit. The medicinal scent was too faint. If Lorelei Kinetic hadn't awakened her wood-type ability and entered level 4, ordinary people probably wouldn't have been able to smell it. Medicinal scent? How could this crystal have a medicinal scent? Lorelei Kinetic was somewhat confused. A secretive underground river. A strange mutated catfish. Lorelei Kinetic pondered for a moment. She felt that she had to follow the underground river to check if there were any miraculous medicinal herbs in its upper reaches. At this time, the giant catfish outside the cave was still roaring angrily. Hearing this roar, a plan secretly hatched in Lorelei Kinetic's heart. She would kill this catfish and see if there was such a strange crystal in its head. If there was, Lorelei Kinetic quietly approached the cave entrance, casting her spiritual telekinesis and the power of her 5 senses fully toward the underground river. This time, not only did she see the flow of the underground river, she also felt schools of fish swimming at the bottom of the underground river. What shocked her the most was that the mutated catfish was silently approaching the cave entrance, looking like it wanted to deal with her. What a smart mutated catfish. It actually knew how to approach quietly, and then launch a sneak attack while she was not paying attention. If she hadn't used her spiritual telekinesis and the power of her 5 senses at the same time, it might have really succeeded. Thinking of this, Lorelei Kinetic's expression turned cold. She had almost been schemed against by a mutated beast. It was simply utter humiliation. Taking advantage of the moment the giant catfish leaped up to attack, Lorelei Kinetic quickly approached the cave entrance and struck rapidly. Her left hand once again stimulated the growth of a thick vine, preparing to bind the mutated catfish. Her spiritual telekinesis also condensed a thick shadowless needle, viciously stabbing toward the catfish's head. The vine quickly approached the catfish's body like a spiritual snake. However, not only was this giant catfish terrifyingly strong, but the flexibility of its body was also terrifying. It actually flicked its fish tail a few times, instantly shattering the vine into several pieces. This mutated catfish was actually so formidable. The strength of the mutated catfish overthrew and refreshed Lorelei Kinetic's understanding of mutated beasts. At the same time, Lorelei Kinetic's shadowless needle accurately pierced into the catfish's head. Unfortunately, the shadowless needle did not cause the slightest damage to the mutated catfish. On the contrary, the mutated catfish only shook its huge head a few times, and all of Lorelei Kinetic's shadowless needles were shaken apart. Her spiritual telekinesis being shaken apart, Lorelei Kinetic's spiritual sea immediately suffered backlash. Puff puff. 2 mouthfuls of blood consecutively spewed out of Lorelei Kinetic's mouth. She had actually been injured in her spiritual sea by a mutated catfish. This realization instantly maxed out Lorelei Kinetic's vigilance. At this moment, she finally confirmed that this was not an ordinary mutated catfish. Not only had its body mutated, but its intelligence had mutated as well. Could it be? Suddenly, Lorelei Kinetic thought of a certain possibility, and her entire body almost stiffened. Could there also be mental-type mutated beasts among mutated beasts? Because of this guess, Lorelei Kinetic was stunned for a few seconds, and these few seconds created an opportunity for the mutated catfish. Seizing the timing, the mutated catfish whipped its tail and fiercely swept toward Aurelia Kinetic's body. Aurelia Kinetic intuitively felt danger and instinctively leaped upward. However, the catfish's huge tail still grazed past the soles of her feet, and a wave of pain came from the soles. Aurelia Kinetic cried out that it was bad in her heart. She had actually been injured, and this catfish's speed was even faster than she had anticipated. But she had no time to treat her injuries at this moment because the catfish had already turned around and was preparing to attack again. Seeing that the mutated catfish's attack was approaching, the vine in Aurelia Kinetic's left hand silently coiled toward the mutated catfish from behind. This time the distance was too close, and the mutated catfish didn't manage to dodge, getting bound tightly. However, the mutated catfish's body was too large, and the force of its struggle almost made Aurelia Kinetic fall. What strong strength! Aurelia Kinetic sighed inwardly, but she also increased the binding force of the vine in her left hand. Her left hand trapped the mutated catfish, and the alloy dagger in her right hand was not to be outdone, stabbing directly toward the middle of the mutated catfish's eyes. As the distance of the alloy dagger grew closer and closer, the mutated catfish felt unprecedented danger, and its fish head began to sway frantically to dodge. Due to the mutated catfish's overly fast movements, the alloy dagger, which was originally supposed to pierce into the middle position between its eyes, ended up forcibly piercing in from a spot slightly behind the middle of the eyes. Although the position had a slight deviation, this did not hinder Aurelia Kinetic's desire for the mutated catfish to die quickly. She gently twisted the dagger in her hand, and the mutated catfish died instantly. Feeling the body of the mutated catfish slowly falling downward, Aurelia Kinetic understood that the mutated catfish was finally dead. Phew, I finally killed this big guy. After exclaiming this, her continuously tense nerves relaxed by 2 points. With this relaxation, Aurelia Kinetic finally felt that her pair of feet hurt extremely badly. She lowered her head to look, only to see that the soles of her shoes were long gone, and the soles of her feet were dripping with blood. Hiss, this injury was caused by that catfish's tail earlier. After figuring this out, she took a deep breath, and then guided all of her wood-type ability toward the soles of her feet. In the blink of an eye, green light enveloped her legs, and a rich vitality surged into the soles of her feet. Enveloped by the vitality, the flowing blood slowly stopped. Aurelia Kinetic quietly sat beside the corpse of the mutated catfish. Although her feet couldn't move temporarily, it didn't hinder her from treasure hunting. The dagger in her hand quickly cut open the belly of the mutated catfish. This time she was lucky and discovered a water-type energy stone. Then, Aurelia Kinetic cut open its big head again. Intuition told her that the crystal inside the mutated catfish's head was different from the energy stone inside its internal organs. The crystal in the mutated catfish's head might be able to help her mental type ability advance. This discovery made her spirit somewhat excited. Aurelia Kinetic carefully took out that crystal from the catfish's head. It was even more brilliant than the one she had obtained before, and mysterious power seemed to surge as light shifted between them. Just as she was examining it closely, another unusual movement came from far away in the underground river, and the water surface churned violently. Another even larger and more ferocious mutated catfish swam out from the depths of the underground river. Seeing this mutated catfish, Aurelia Kinetic only had one sentence in her heart: hit the small one, and the big one comes. Kill the big one, and the old one comes. Good grief. These mutated catfish were nesting like Russian dolls. Chapter 46, Untitled Draft. No way, with a build this big, her small frame might not even be able to withstand a single hit. No, I have to run fast. My life is what matters. Her figure moved, and the vine in her left hand flicked out, accurately wrapping around a boulder at the cave entrance. Then, pulling on the vine for leverage, her body instantly leaped up, flying rapidly toward the cave. While leaping, she also alertly turned her head to look into the distance of the underground river. The moment she turned her head, her gaze met a pair of huge fish eyes. No, are the eyes of the mutated catfish this big? Aurelia Kinetic's heart tightened. This mutated catfish was huge, and those eyes emitted a fierce light. It was obviously not to be messed with. Aurelia Kinetic's heart chilled, and her speed toward the cave increased quite a bit. Only, Aurelia Kinetic never expected that fast as her actions were, the actions of that mutated catfish were even faster. Right at the very last second before she was about to enter the cave entrance, that mutated catfish rushed out from the underground river like an arrow leaving a bowstring, opening its bloody mouth and biting toward Aurelia Kinetic. Aurelia Kinetic only felt a huge suction force strike, her body uncontrollably being pulled toward the catfish's mouth. Before Aurelia Kinetic could react, she was already inside the belly of the mutated catfish. No way, I've been eaten by a fish. For a moment, Aurelia Kinetic found it somewhat hard to accept that she had actually been swallowed alive by a mutated catfish. Soon, Aurelia Kinetic discovered that her surroundings were sticky. She was wrapped in a layer of mucus, and the mucus also emitted a pungent fishy odor. She could feel the peristalsis of the catfish's stomach, as if it was preparing to slowly digest her with mucus. Kinetic felt that the air she could breathe was getting less and less. If she didn't kill the catfish and drill out as soon as possible, she was afraid she would be suffocated to death long before being slowly digested. This gave her a full sense of urgency. The alloy dagger in her right hand waved, fiercely slashing toward the stomach wall of the mutated catfish. Unfortunately, the previously invincible alloy dagger did not succeed here. The stomach wall of the mutated catfish was as hard as steel, and the dagger only left a shallow scratch. Kinetic's heart was startled. Even the stomach wall couldn't be cut open, let alone the fish scales on the outside. Cold sweat pattered down from her forehead, and her brain began to run crazily. Kinetic finally decided to try using her ability. Previously, she had always used her ability to stimulate the growth of vines to trap enemies, and she had never tried other functions of the ability. She concentrated her mind, controlling the vines to grow wildly, trying to use the vines to burst open the catfish's stomach wall. The vines continuously extended, clinging tightly to the stomach wall, and began to exert force. The catfish's stomach wall was stretched more than 3 times larger, but there was no sign whatsoever that it was about to burst. Seeing this situation, Kinetic's brows furrowed tightly. Looking at the thin layer of stomach wall trapping her, she hated it to the extreme. Unconsciously, her right hand holding the alloy dagger was also filled with her ability, and her right hand waved wildly a few times. Suddenly, a sound of relief awakened Kinetic. Looking at the stomach wall that she had accidentally cut open in front of her, a hint of the feeling of surviving a disaster appeared on her face. However, just as this feeling emerged, the body of Energy Stone the mutated catfish began to thrash violently because of the ruptured stomach wall. The violent rolling made Kinetic dizzy, and she simply had no energy to continue dealing with the mutated catfish using the alloy dagger. However, while the alloy dagger couldn't continue, the vines found an opportunity. The vines burst out from the wound, and quickly wrapped around, bound, and squeezed all the internal organs inside the body of the mutated catfish. After a few breaths, the rolling movement of the mutated catfish began to slow down, and finally stopped completely. Feeling that the body of the mutated catfish was no longer rolling, Kinetic was overjoyed. This big guy should be dead, right? She pulled off an energy stone stuck on the stomach wall, then crawled through the stomach wall. Seeing the green vines inside the belly of the mutated catfish, she felt endlessly fortunate. If not for the help of the vines, she was afraid she would really have died in the fish's belly today. Without any life-threatening danger, Kinetic finally had time to recall how she had cut open the stomach wall. She lowered her head to look at her right hand, and then looked at the alloy dagger again. There's nothing unusual about it, right? I did it. Kinetic carefully recalled the change in her right hand at that instant. Ability. It was her ability. All along, she had always used her left hand to stimulate the growth of vines, and her right hand to use the alloy dagger. Only now did she know that she could also inject the ability into weapons for use. Wasn't this like what was written in Zionxi novels about injecting spiritual power into spiritual tools? After figuring it out, Kinetic was secretly overjoyed. So the ability could even be used in this way, which was similar to the usage of spiritual energy in Zionxi novels. She couldn't wait to try whether the dagger injected with the ability could cut open the belly of the mutated catfish. Kinetic was a person of action. She slowly injected her ability into the alloy dagger. On the surface of the originally silver dagger, a layer of faint green fluorescent light gradually flickered. Kinetic no longer hesitated, and directly slashed toward the belly of the mutated catfish. Of the entire body of the mutated catfish, only the fish scales on the belly were thinner, and easier to be cut open by the dagger. With 2 swish sounds, the belly of the mutated catfish was indeed cut open by the alloy dagger, but the dagger also fulfilled its duty to the very last step. It directly shattered into several pieces. Looking at the dagger shattered into several pieces, Kinetic felt a bit heartbroken. No, I just changed to a level 3 alloy dagger, and it shattered after cutting the fish's belly a few times. The first thing she thought of was that she had bought a fake. After a few breaths, Kinetic vetoed this guess. She might not know goods, but Kinetic couldn't possibly not tell. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, which was that the alloy dagger was shattered by the ability. Because there was no precedent, she only guessed secretly in her heart. Phew, I finally came out. Almost got eaten by a fish. Standing outside the belly of the mutated catfish and exhaling a breath of foul air, Kinetic patted her small chest with lingering fear. Then, Kinetic was somewhat dumbfounded. No, where is this? Seeing the underground river completely different from below the cave, Kinetic was dumbstruck. Could it be that after the mutated catfish swallowed her, it returned to its old lair. Phew, I finally came out. Almost got eaten by a fish. Standing outside the belly of the mutated catfish and exhaling a breath of foul air, Orelei Kinetic patted her small chest with lingering fear. Then, Orelei Kinetic was somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that after the mutated catfish swallowed her, it returned to its old lair? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Orelei Kinetic's heart was filled with helplessness. This should be a small valley surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there was a deep pool in the center of the valley, presumably connected to the underground river. The corpse of the mutated catfish was currently lying by the side of the pool, and several exotic flowers and herbs grew by the pool. Etherweed grass had the efficacy of reducing irritability and clearing the brain, and was the main medicine for mental-type drugs. Looking at this large patch of over 1,000 etherweed grass, Orelei Kinetic understood somewhat. These mutated catfish should have been consuming etherweed grass for a long time, which was why their mental power mutated. Recalling that when she encountered this last mutated catfish, she had concerns and didn't use the shadowless needle, it seemed her concerns were right. Right? Doesn't this mean that there is also a crystal in the brain of this mutated catfish? Thinking of this, Orelei Kinetic's heart was burning with passion. Chapter 47 Blue Fruit. Right? Doesn't this mean that in this mutated catfish's brain, there's also that kind of special spar? Thinking of this, Orelei Kinetic felt a surge of heat in her heart. Orelei Kinetic forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart, and quickly came to the head of the mutated catfish. She lowered her head to look at her right hand. The alloy dagger was shattered. Without the alloy dagger, what would she use to cut open the mutated catfish's head? Orelei Kinetic looked left and right, but there were no sharp objects around to pry open the mutated catfish's head. No way. Having treasures right in front of you but being unable to take them, what kind of feeling is this? Family members, does anyone understand? Orelei Kinetic couldn't help but want to wail. She walked a circle around the mutated catfish, and Orelei Kinetic finally decided to use her wood-type ability to stimulate vines to drill into the mutated catfish's head to see if she could find the spar. If she found the spar, she would figure out the next step. If there was no spar, she wouldn't have to bother looking for tools to cut open the head. Orelei Kinetic concentrated her mind and urged her wood-type ability. Soon, a thick vine drilled out from the palm of her left hand and burrowed into the mutated catfish's mouth. The vine quickly drilled into the catfish's mouth and then entered the catfish's head. Orelei Kinetic concentrated intensely on feeling the information transmitted back by the vine. Suddenly, the vine seemed to hit something hard. Orelei Kinetic felt a burst of joy in her heart, increased her ability output, carefully wrapped the tip of the vine around the hard lump, and then slowly dragged it outward. 1 minute, 2 minutes finally, the hard lump was dragged out. Sure enough, it was a strange spar, larger than the previous two, easily the size of an egg. Orelei Kinetic wiped the spar clean and took out the previous two from her body. The first piece was the size of a thumb, the second piece was the size of a pigeon egg, and the third piece was the size of an egg. Could this really be a family? I actually sent a family of mutated catfishes to be reunited. Orelei Kinetic looked at the 3 spars and couldn't help saying in surprise, "Mutated catfish, we thank you so much, executioner of catfishes." Looking at the treasures in front of her, Orelei Kinetic was troubled. She didn't know how to use this thing. She racked her brains, but couldn't think of a way. The main reason was that there were very few psychic-type espers in the Wasteland world, and there was even less news about how mental-type ability could advance. Damn it. Other transmigrators pick up cultivation methods casually, and leveling up is as easy as drinking water and eating. How come when it gets to me, I have to figure out everything step by step? Orelei Kinetic cried whimperingly while trying hard to recall how those monstrous geniuses cultivated divine sense in the immortality cultivation novels she read in her past life. After thinking for a long time, Orelei Kinetic only remembered that it was by taking pills. She didn't have any pills. Could it be that she had to chew and eat these bars? They were so hard, and her teeth weren't that good. Just when Orelei Kinetic was at her wit's end, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed her mind. She remembered seeing something about divine sense in an old book of divine anomalies, that it could be placed at the center of the eyebrows, and the energy within could be absorbed through sitting in meditation and practicing. Orelei Kinetic's eyes lit up, and she immediately found a relatively safe place in the valley. After a simple cleanup, she sat cross-legged on a huge rock. Hesitating for a long while, for the sake of safety, she placed the thumb-sized spar at the center of her eyebrows. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred. As soon as that piece of spar touched the center of her eyebrows, a huge devouring force emanated from there. It was like a child who had been starved for a long time, frantically devouring the energy within the spar. 1 hour passed, and the spar turned into powder, drifting away with the wind. Only then did Aurora Kinetic carefully examine her own mental type ability, level 3 mid-stage. Having devoured the energy of the thumb-sized spar, her mental type ability had improved by half a level. She was satisfied with this effect. In this way, she had finally found a method for her mental type ability to advance. Aurora Kinetic took out a nutrient solution and drank it, then took out the pigeon egg-sized spar, preparing to devour the second piece. Seeing that this piece was much larger, she wondered how much her mental type ability would improve. Aurora Kinetic placed the pigeon egg-sized spar at the center of her eyebrows, and the familiar devouring force appeared once again, frantically absorbing the energy in the spar. As time passed, Aurora Kinetic only felt her spiritual sea slowly expanding outward. Waves of swelling pain came from her mind. She guessed that this was because she had continuously devoured the energy in the spars, and her spiritual sea couldn't quite keep up with the speed of energy devouring, resulting in a throbbing headache. In order not to affect the devouring of energy, Aurora Kinetic clenched her teeth and persisted, because she guessed that this should be the critical moment for advancement. Finally, the spar turned into powder. Aurora Kinetic slowly opened her eyes and felt the changes in her spiritual sea. A big smile appeared on her face. Her mental type ability had actually directly risen to the level 3 peak, just a tiny bit away from level 4. Aurora Kinetic stood up, stretched her muscles and bones, and looked up at the palm-sized sky. Yes, in this small valley, the sky was only the size of a palm. The steep mountain walls surrounding the valley were completely impossible for anyone to climb. Because her bracelet was turned off, Aurora Kinetic didn't know what time it was, but looking at the color of the sky, she guessed it was getting dark soon. Now, she had to find a place to sleep for the night. As for the largest piece of spar, Aurora Kinetic prepared to deal with it tomorrow. The nights in the Wasteland world were unsafe, and she didn't dare to gamble. After a brief rest, her gaze fell upon a several-meter-tall large tree on the steep mountain wall. The tree didn't have many branches, and it only bore a single fruit about the size of a fist. Its color was still cyan, and it looked like it wasn't ripe yet. Flicking her wrist, the vines wrapped around the tree trunk. Aurora Kinetic tapped her toe, leveraged the force, and her whole body swung up onto the large tree. This set of actions had already been executed quite proficiently by Aurora Kinetic. Finding a suitable position on the large tree to sit down, her eyes began to carefully examine this large tree. The leaves were slender, light green on the front of the blade, greyish-white on the back, and covered with a layer of fine fuzz. What surprised her the most was that cyan fruit. In addition to emitting a faint fruity aroma, the fruit also emitted a refreshing, exotic fragrance. When Aurora Kinetic couldn't resist the temptation and took a few deep breaths of this exotic fragrance, she felt that her mental power actually showed signs of a slight increase. Could this fruit be beneficial to mental power? Aurora Kinetic's heart stirred. She observed the fruit carefully and found that its skin had strange patterns, resembling some kind of mysterious runes. Just as Aurora Kinetic was extremely astonished, a subtle sound came from the mountain wall. Aurora Kinetic vigilantly looked towards the mountain wall. I saw that a small-sized mutant snake exuding a dangerous aura emerged from a crevice in the mountain wall. Its eyes stared fixedly at the fruit on the tree, and its snake tongue made a hissing warning sound. Aurora Kinetic frowned. This mutant snake actually came for the fruit. Could it be the guardian beast of this fruit, with a mutated beast guarding it? That only further proved the extraordinariness of this fruit. She clenched her fists and stared closely at the mutant snake. Chapter 48 Addiction. The mutant snake flicked its tongue, and after letting out a few warnings of hiss, seeing that Aurora Kinetic had no intention of leaving, it actually slowly swam over from the gap. Seeing this, Aurora Kinetic instantly tightened her nerves and dared not be careless in the slightest. Snakes are very formidable after all. She secretly activated her wood-type ability, keeping the vines ready at all times to fend off the mutant snake's attack. The mutant snake quickly stopped at her place only 3 meters away from the cyan fruit. Judging by its posture, it was preparing to bite the fruit directly. Seeing the mutant snake's actions, Aurora Kinetic didn't even know what to use to describe her mood. Should she be happy that the mutant snake ignored her, or should she be sad? Aurora Kinetic looked at the mutant snake, and then looked at the cyan fruit. An hour passed, and that refreshing strange fragrance became stronger and stronger, making people's minds exceptionally clear. This fruit is about to ripen. Aurora Kinetic guessed in her heart. Just as Aurora Kinetic was hesitating whether to attack the mutant snake, a sound of squeak came from another crack. Aurora Kinetic didn't dare to move. She probed with her spiritual telekinesis and discovered that it was actually a few mutant rats. It seemed that these fellows were also attracted by the fragrance of the fruit. The mutant snake was also attracted by the squeaking sounds of the mutant rats. The direction of its snake tongue instantly turned around, and the hiss sound also headed toward the mutant rats. Seeing this scene, Aurelar Kinetic suddenly came up with an absurd thought in her heart. Her little physique was actually being looked down upon by a few mutated beasts. Seeing their opposing mutant snake and rats, she silently prayed in her heart, brawl, brawl, fight, hurry up and fight. It's best if you both end up mutually injured. The mutant snake and mutant rats didn't know that the human on the tree next to them was cursing them in her heart. After the two sides stalemated for a few minutes, as if unable to tolerate, the mutant rats dared to rebel against it. The mutant snake took the lead in launching an attack, rushing towards the mutant rats like an arrow released from a bow. You must know that snakes are natural enemies of rats, but now for the cyan fruit, it actually perked up. The mutant rats were not to be outdone either. Several rats cooperated with each other, some flanking from the side, some meeting it head-on, their sharp claws almost dancing into afterimages. For a time, an intense battle broke out between the snake and rats, with hissing and squeaking sounds intertwining together. Aurelar Kinetic's eyes closely stared at the battlefield, her heart both nervous and expectant. The vines in her hands were also ready at all times to prevent accidents from happening. Suddenly, a mutant rat seized the opportunity, its sharp claws slashing open the mutant snake's vital spot, and suffering from the pain, the mutant snake violently twisted its body, its tail wildly sweeping toward the remaining mutant rats. In an instant, those mutant rats swept by the mutant snake's tail all crashed heavily against the hard mountain wall. Bang, bang, bang. Impact sounds rang out one after another, and several mutant rats were smashed to pieces by the huge impact force. Seeing this, the mutant rat that had scratched the mutant snake shrieked squeak squeak endlessly, as if stimulated by the death of its companions. Its eyes instantly turned crimson, and its body actually grew larger once again. This mutant rat went completely crazy, disregarding its own safety as it rushed straight toward the mutant snake. Although the mutant snake's vital spot was injured, its reactions remained agile. It flexibly dodged the mutant rat's attack, and then swiftly wrapped around the mutant rat's body. The mutant rat struggled desperately, its claws scratching incessantly on the snake's body, and scars were carved out one after another on the mutant snake's body, with fresh blood flowing endlessly. The heavier the mutant snake's injuries, the more its constriction force not only did not weaken, but instead increased significantly, and the mutant rat's cries became fainter and fainter while the strength of its claw scratches grew weaker and weaker. Just as they were about to decide the winner, the cyan fruit suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The fruit had ripened. Aurelar Kinetic couldn't care less that the snake and rats were still fighting, and the vines in her hands swiftly rolled towards the fruit. The mutant snake and mutant rats also sensed the commotion of the fruit, and they temporarily stopped fighting, shifting their targets to the fruit. Aurelar Kinetic was burning with anxiety, and increased her control over the vines. Just as the vines were about to touch the fruit, the mutant snake suddenly let go of the mutant rat and rushed toward the fruit like an arrow released from a bow. Aurelar Kinetic's heart chilled, and her spiritual telekinesis directly crushed down toward the mutant snake. The mutant snake only felt a wave of dizziness in its head, and by the time it shook its head and rushed toward the cyan fruit again, the fruit had already been coiled by a vine and landed in that human's hands. The mutant snake was directly infuriated to the point of blazing anger by this scene. Disregarding its injured body, it flicked its snake tail and fiercely lashed toward Aurelar Kinetic. Aurelar Kinetic, who had just been overjoyed at obtaining the cyan fruit, saw the snake tail approaching from afar. Too late to dodge, she was hit squarely by the mutant snake's tail and swept directly from the tree into the pool. The mutant snake wanted to chase after her, but discovered that its movements were becoming slower and slower. A sense of physical powerlessness washed over it, and its snake head tilted sideways, hanging on the tree, and it died completely. As for the last mutant rat, it had long since been constricted by the mutant snake to the point where it took in less air and breathed out more, and by this time it also lost its breath. No way should this be considered rejoicing turning into sorrow for me. Health. I don't know how to swim. This was Aurelar Kinetic's only thought before being swept into the pool by the snake tail. Plop. Aurelar Kinetic fell into the water injured, and then completely lost consciousness. Aurelar Kinetic's body floated up and down in the water, was carried out of the underground river by the current, and finally pushed onto the shore by the current. Aurelar Kinetic was awakened by the dazzling sunlight. When she opened her eyes, the sun was hanging high, which was the fiercest time of day. Strong radiation entered her body, and Aurelar Kinetic's skin was already sunburned. A wave of burning pain came from the place on her back that was struck by the snake tail, and just as she wanted to stand up, she found that her legs couldn't muster any strength at all. Looking down, she found that her legs were not only unbearably swollen, but also cyan black in colour. Aurelar Kinetic was startled, and hurriedly looked at her own hands, only to discover that her hands were also cyan black. This is poison. When did I get poisoned? Aurelar Kinetic muttered to herself. Then, as if remembering something, Could it be that that mutant snake was poisonous? Its tail was scratched by the mutant rat, and its snake blood was also poisonous. The snake tail struck my body, so I got poisoned. Aurelar Kinetic felt her head beginning to feel a bit dizzy. She couldn't care about pondering why she had been poisoned by snake venom yet hadn't died. With trembling hands, she felt out that hard-earned cyan fruit, and regardless of whether the cyan fruit was useful or useless, she directly stuffed it into her mouth. The fruit melted upon entering the mouth, and a refreshing sensation instantly spread through Aurelar Kinetic's body. Her originally swollen and cyan black legs and hands began to visibly fade gradually, and the pain lessened accordingly. Aurelar Kinetic only felt her mind becoming increasingly clear, and the physical powerlessness slowly disappeared. Without hesitation, she took out her last crystal stone and pressed it against the center of her eyebrows. At this time, Aurelar Kinetic could no longer care about finding a safe place. If her body couldn't move, without needing mutated beasts to gnaw on her, she would be directly baked to death by the sun. Chapter 49, Level 5 Superpower. As the spar pressed against her glabellar, a powerful surge of divine soul energy instantly poured into Aurelar Kinetic's body. She felt her mental type ability begin to increase crazily under the stimulation of this divine soul energy. Her mental type ability, which had only reached the peak of level 3 yesterday, directly broke through level 3 and entered level 4. The divine soul energy rose steadily in her mental sea. Aurelar Kinetic closed her eyes tightly, absorbing and fusing with this divine soul energy with all her might. Not knowing how much time had passed, the energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, and Aurelar Kinetic slowly opened her eyes. She pleasantly discovered that not only had her mental type ability broken through level 3 and level 4, but it had directly reached level 5. Her wood type ability had also unknowingly entered level 5. As for the injuries on her back, they were completely healed, and the snake venom in her body had also been cleared. The most magical thing was that even the high radiation sunburns were completely cured. Such a magical fruit. If I hadn't been injured, I wonder what level my ability would have broken through to. Just thinking about it is a bit. Aurelar Kinetic exclaimed inwardly in amazement. Her ability had leveled up, and her injuries were healed, so Aurelar Kinetic prepared to go home. She had been out for several days. Although she left a note on the table, Dad Moo and the others must still be worried sick. Aurelar Kinetic turned on her bracer. The bracer was waterproof, fireproof, and explosion-proof, and its quality was quite good. As soon as it turned on, the bracer buzzed incessantly, and it only stopped after a minute. Aurelar Kinetic opened the bracer to take a look, and it was full of calls and text messages from the Moo family, especially from Dad and Mom, directly showing 99+. Just as Aurelar Kinetic was about to make a call, the phone rang again. Beep beep. Aurelar Kinetic did not hesitate, and directly pressed the answer button. Zero, where are you? Are you injured? Arthur Kinetic's caring words rang in her ears. Dad, don't worry, I'm doing great. The mobile signal wasn't good the past few days, so I didn't receive the calls. Over the phone, Aurelar Kinetic reported only the good news, and not the bad. Hearing Aurelar Kinetic's voice, Arthur Kinetic's anxious and uneasy heart finally settled down. His daughter had left a note saying she would be out for a day or two, but 5 days had passed, and she still hadn't returned, scaring her family to death. At first, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn kept it from their 3 sons, but in the past 2 days, they really couldn't hide it anymore and finally revealed that Aurelar Kinetic was in a spur. After reporting her safety to her family, Aurelar Kinetic then used her bracer to check her current location. Ahead is the rice collection area. Looking at the map on the bracer, Aurelar Kinetic discovered with surprise that she had actually been washed ashore near the rice collection area. Sigh, I wonder if anyone is collecting rice here today. If there is someone, I can hitch a ride. Aurelar Kinetic thought to herself. At this moment, Aurelar Kinetic had no awareness whatsoever of being in a spur. She lowered her head to look at the clothes on her body. Although they weren't as tattered as those of scavengers in the shantytown, they weren't much better either. After all, there were quite a few stones underwater, so it's normal for her clothes to be torn. Following the instructions on the bracer's map, Aurelar Kinetic finally found a bumpy main road. She checked the time. It was 4:30 p.m. If there was a collection team nearby, they would set off back to the base in half an hour. Time was a bit tight, and Aurelar Kinetic accelerated her pace quite a bit. 20 minutes later, several collection vehicles came into Aurelar Kinetic's view. Few fortunately rushing all the way, I finally caught up. Seeing that the vehicles hadn't started yet, Aurelar Kinetic let out a breath of relief. However, the closer she got to the collection vehicles, the stronger her strange feeling became. Aurelar Kinetic always felt something was wrong. She raised her head and looked around, and finally, she found the problematic spot. Silence. It was too quiet here. Logically speaking, at this time of day, the surroundings of the collection vehicle should be packed with people. However, right now, not only were there no scavengers here, but not even a single member of any mercenary group was present. This was abnormal. Something big has happened. The first thought that popped into Aurelar Kinetic's mind was that something had happened here. She didn't approach the collection vehicles any further, but instead spread out her mental power completely, taking herself as the center point to search the surroundings. Soon, her spiritual telekinesis reached the collection vehicles. All of the collection vehicles were completely empty, and not a trace of supplies was left. Seeing the situation, Aurelar Kinetic frowned, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Her spiritual telekinesis bypassed the collection vehicles and searched further away. Finally, her spiritual telekinesis stopped outside a cave. Faint breathing sounds came from inside the cave, and there was more than one. There were the breathing sounds of at least 34 people. People were hidden inside the cave. Aurelar Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis passed through the branches at the cave entrance, and what entered her mind was a group of 20-something scavengers and a dozen or so mercenary members. These people shared a common trait. They were all disheveled, and the mercenary members were all injured. They had run into a mutated beast. "Captain, do you think someone will come to save us?" a young mercenary member asked in a low voice. As the mercenary member's words fell, the breathing of everyone in the cave briefly stagnated. After a long while, a man in his early 20s replied somewhat powerlessly, "Wait. Let's hope that after the commander receives the news, he can report it up quickly. However, a level 4 mutated eagle beast, I'm afraid no Esper in the outer city can handle it." Level 4 mutated eagle beast. Hearing this news, Aurelar Kinetic couldn't help raising her head to look at the sky. Mutated beasts in the sky were even harder to deal with. Their movements were swift, they held air supremacy, and melee attacks couldn't do anything to them at all. However, a level 4 mutated beast shouldn't pose any threat to someone like her, a level 5 dual-element Esper. Looking at it this way, am I being a bit too low profile? Aurelar Kinetic rubbed her hair. Although she had always upheld the spirit of keeping a low profile and surviving, she was now, after all, a level 5 Esper powerhouse. Aurelar Kinetic looked up at the sky. It was already getting dark, and the mutated eagle beast should have returned to its nest. However, while the aerial mutated beasts had returned to their nests, the terrestrial mutated beasts were starting to move out. Nighttime belonged to the mutated beasts. It seemed she couldn't hesitate any longer. Hesitating further would make it even more dangerous. Aurelar Kinetic quickly ran toward the cave. With so many people, her conscience wouldn't let her rest if she didn't save them. And more importantly, she didn't know how to drive. To ride back to the base, she needed a driver. A few minutes later, Aurelar Kinetic stood outside the cave and shouted toward the cave, "Which mercenary group are you from? The mutated eagle has flown away, and we are preparing to return to the city. Any later, and the mutated beasts will come out." The people inside the cave were stunned, and then reacted. "Captain, someone has come to save us," someone shouted happily. "Yeah, I heard it. But why did the rescue team arrive so quickly?" The captain said with some doubt. "Captain, who cares? Let's hurry up and leave. It's almost 5 o'clock. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to get back tonight. The wilderness at night is very dangerous," someone reminded. The captain thought about it and realized it was true. If they didn't leave now, it would be even more dangerous at night. Chapter 50. Finally home. Rustle. While Aurelar Kinetic waited silently, a sound of rustling footsteps came from inside the cave. Then, more than 40 people walked out of the cave one after another. Elias Thorne, the mercenary group captain, led the crowd out of the cave, and upon seeing Aurelar Kinetic standing in front of the cave, a hint of suspicion flashed in his startled eyes. "Who are you?" Elias Thorne blocked in front of the crowd and asked with a vigilant expression. Seeing Elias Thorne's instinctive action, Aurelar Kinetic nodded with satisfaction. Well, this mercenary group captain was quite good, having at least a sense of responsibility. "You are their captain, right? I am a level 3 Esper, and I'm heading back to the base now. Are you willing to come with me?" Aurelar Kinetic asked. Upon hearing that Aurelar Kinetic was an Esper, how could the crowd have any reason to be unwilling? You must know that within a mercenary group, only the leader, deputy leader, and major captains were Espers, while team leaders and ordinary mercenaries were basically genetic enhancers. "Willing. We are willing." Seeing that Aurelar Kinetic was just a little girl, Elias Thorne suddenly found himself in a dilemma, not knowing how to address her. Aurelar Kinetic frowned slightly, then realized the reason. "My surname is Moo. You can call me Miss Moo." Aurelar Kinetic introduced herself. As for her name, it was better not to tell these people to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Hearing this, Elias Thorne was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Miss Moo, my name is Elias Thorne, and I am the captain of the 4th team under the 3rd Major Division of the Bright Moon Mercenary Group. There are 18 members of my team here, along with 27 scavengers. We are willing to return to the base together with you." Orla Kinetic glanced at the group of over 40 people, and then asked, "Captain Zhu, is there anyone else nearby? I see several collection vehicles parked over there, so there should be more than just these people, right?" "Miss Moo, there shouldn't be anyone else nearby. 3 collection vehicles were escorted back by our Major Captain. As for the rest, some died, and some but separated from us," Elias Thorne explained with a somewhat heavy tone. Hearing Elias Thorne's explanation, Orla Kinetic fell silent. It turned out these 40-odd people were cannon fodder and decoys, abandoned by the main force. She touched her nose awkwardly, then embarrassedly changed the subject and said, "It's getting dark soon. We should hurry and leave." Hearing this, the crowd no longer hesitated and ran together toward the collection vehicles. "Turin, Finn, Ju-jun, you 3 go drive the vehicles quickly. We will go straight from here to wait by the roadside." As expected of a captain, Elias Thorne arranged everything properly right away. Orla Kinetic glanced at the sky. To avoid being ambushed by a mutated beast on the way, she deliberately stopped concealing her esper coercion. Mutated beasts were not stupid. On the contrary, they were quite sensitive to danger. Upon sensing the intermediate esper coercion emanating from Orla Kinetic, they fled in a panic, ensuring the convoy a smooth and unimpeded journey all the way. Worried that an attack by a mutated beast or any delay on the road would be dangerous, Turin and the others pushed the vehicle speed straight to the maximum. The moment the convoy drove into the base, everyone finally felt the relief of surviving a catastrophe. "We were good heavens. I actually came back alive." Finally, a scavenger burst into tears. Instantly, the people who had just gotten out of the cars could not help choking with sobs as well. Indeed, today could be described as full of twists and turns. At first, they thought the Major Captain could protect them, but the result later, they managed to find a cave to hide in, escaping the pursuit of the mutated eagle beast. But then it was getting dark again. Just as they despaired of surviving tonight, they ran into Orla Kinetic, who brought them out. Although Orla Kinetic did not display any ability along the way, everyone in this group understood in their hearts. This Miss Moo was definitely a powerful esper. Because their journey had been far too smooth, they hadn't even heard a single roar of a mutated beast. This in itself explained one thing. Of course, everyone understood this matter in their hearts without exposing it, only looking at the young girl with a face full of horror. Orla Kinetic jumped down from the vehicle and, without saying goodbye to anyone, quietly and quickly left. Throughout the entire convoy, only Elias Thorne watched Orla Kinetic's retreating figure with a silent expression. "Captain, what are you looking at?" Turin followed Elias Thorne's gaze, but saw nothing at all. "Looking at a big shot." After replying with this sentence, Elias Thorne turned around and left silently. Meeting such a big shot once was a blessing accumulated from past lives. In this lifetime, there probably wouldn't be another chance to meet one. Elias Thorne did not know at this moment that when he met Orla Kinetic again, the other party would already be a prominent big shot standing on a high platform. Half an hour later, Orla Kinetic stood at the entrance of the Moo family's small courtyard. Looking at that small, unextinguished lamp, an indescribable warmth filled her heart. This was family. They would always leave a lamp of homecoming lit for you. Entering the password and stepping into the courtyard, the few people waiting in the living room heard the sound of the courtyard gate and stood up in unison. Lucian Kinetic moved the fastest, having already opened the main door and shouted, "Little sister, you're back." I'm back." Orla Kinetic suppressed the bitterness in her heart and replied with a joyful expression. When Orla Kinetic walked into the living room, Gwendolyn immediately pulled her to spin around and carefully checked her over, afraid that Orla Kinetic was only reporting the good news and concealing the bad. Orla Kinetic did not object either, smiling faintly and letting Gwendolyn fuss over her, until Gwendolyn wished she could make Orla Kinetic spin 2 more circles. Arthur Kinetic could not help but interrupt her. "All right. After so many days, Seer must be starving. Go bring out some food and let Seer have a good meal first. Whatever you want to ask, we can ask tomorrow." Hearing Arthur Kinetic's words, Gwendolyn finally stopped the actions in her hands. "Yunar, quickly go bring food for your younger sister. I've been keeping it warm in the pot, so it shouldn't be cold." Gwendolyn immediately instructed. Soon, Lucian Kinetic and Julian Kinetic brought out 3 dishes and a soup, among which was braised pork made from mutated beast meat. Gwendolyn said to Orla Kinetic with great concern, "Seer, Hurry and try this. Mum specially made it for you today. You are an Esper with high consumption who needs to replenish energy. You must eat more mutated beast meat. Look at you. You've lost weight. Looking at the braised pork piled almost to a peak in her bowl, and then lowering her head to look at her sturdy arms, Orla Kinetic felt somewhat amused yet exasperated. Could this be what people often say, that there is a kind of maternal love, where mothers always feel their daughters have lost weight at any given time? Third brother, go get a few pairs of chopsticks so our whole family can eat together. Let's finish eating early so we can chat earlier, Orla Kinetic said with a smile. Hearing Orla Kinetic's words, Lucian Kinetic instinctively raised his head to look at his father, Arthur Kinetic. Seeing this, Arthur Kinetic smiled and nodded. What are you looking at me for? Listen to your younger sister. Go get the bowls and chopsticks quickly. Gwendolyn, go pour out some of the wine that eldest brother sent last time. I'm happy today, so I want to drink a little. Hearing this, Gwendolyn pointed at Arthur Kinetic with a smile. You always know how to find an excuse to drink. However, tonight is indeed a happy occasion, so I'll allow you to drink a small cup. No bargaining, or you won't even get that small cup. Hearing their parents' dialogue, the four brothers and sisters could not help covering their mouths and snickering. Chapter 51 Application and Assessment. The 5 members of the Moo family absent-mindedly accompanied Orla Kinetic for a meal, and without even clearing the bowls and chopsticks, they urged her to talk about her experiences over the past few days. Especially Caspian Kinetic and his 2 brothers, who previously didn't know their younger sister was an Esper, were now filled with curiosity upon suddenly finding out. Little sister, is your Wu-type ability for healing, planting, or attacking? Caspian Kinetic, who after all was a member of a mercenary group and understood abilities a bit better, couldn't help asking. Orla Kinetic had long since thought about which category to announce her Wu-type ability belonged to, as she didn't want to stay in the base to heal people. Although that would be very safe, it wouldn't be free, and she might even end up being forced to serve those big shots. They say being with the monarch is like being with a tiger, and these big shots were not easy to wait on. Orla Kinetic didn't like that kind of life at all. Attacking, Orla Kinetic answered without the slightest hesitation, very straightforwardly. Actually, Orla Kinetic was overthinking it. Up to this point, among the Moo family members, only Arthur Kinetic had witnessed her using vines to tie people up, so no one doubted her when she said it was the attack type. Attack type is great. That way, you at least have the ability to protect yourself, and we won't have to worry so much at home. Hearing Orla Kinetic's answer, Gwendolyn said with a gratified expression. Seeing Gwendolyn's look of relief, Orla Kinetic rubbed her nose a bit embarrassedly. Was she being too low profile? She had only been out for a few days, yet her family had worried along with her for days. She thought about it and finally decided to tell her family that she was already a level 4 Esper. As for why she didn't directly say level 5, of course it was because she wanted to keep some trump cards. Besides, if you tell people a 12-year-old girl is a level 5 Esper, would they believe it? That definitely wouldn't work. Before Orla Kinetic could say that she was already a level 4 Esper, Arthur Kinetic had already softly asked, CR, was this advancement smooth? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Looking at Arthur Kinetic's worried and expectant gaze, Orla Kinetic smiled and decided to only mention the mine and the underground river, while subconsciously hiding the mutated catfish and the small valley. Dad, this advancement was quite smooth. I found an abandoned mine in the wilderness and absorbed the energy stone sent by the eldest uncle in the mine. Now my Wu-type ability is already at level 4. To test the power of the level 4 ability, I specifically looked for a mutated beast to test the waters. It went pretty well. I killed the mutated beast without getting injured. The next time I go out scavenging, as long as I don't encounter a level 5 mutated beast, I should be able to walk sideways. Orla Kinetic briefly explained the advancement process. Seeing Orla Kinetic's understated explanation, Arthur Kinetic felt a pang of heartache. When a child is too sensible, it's also a sweet burden. A few days ago, when they came home from work, they heard from a friendly neighbour that the wife of the eldest brother's son, Ur, had brought her natal family over. Sigh. A wave of bitterness welled up in Arthur Kinetic's heart. No wonder Seaver hadn't been willing to go to the eldest brother's house ever since Brother Yu's wife entered the door. She was probably disliked by them. Seaver, when do you plan to go to the base to report your awakened ability? Arthur Kinetic fell silent for a moment and asked in a low voice. Seeing Arthur Kinetic's expression, Orla Kinetic felt that Arthur Kinetic must have something unsaid. Dad, did something happen at the base? Is it related to our family? Orla Kinetic looked at Arthur Kinetic's somewhat unsightly expression and asked perplexedly. After pondering for a moment, Kinetic said with a solemn face, I heard from reliable sources that because winter is coming early this year, one of the main ingredients for formulating the Gene Awakening Potion is in short supply. The benefit, where level 1 to level 3 espers could purchase a bottle of Gene Awakening Potion, is going to be cancelled. The amount of Gene Awakening Potions that level 4 to level 6 espers can purchase is also changed from 2 bottles to 1. What? Kinetic, did you hear this matter correctly? Gwendolyn asked anxiously. This matter was related to the third child Gene Awakening Potion, so Gwendolyn couldn't help but be nervous. Even the 3 brothers of the Moo family were extremely nervous. Although the family already had a bottle of Gene Awakening Potion, naturally, the more of the scarce material, the better. Compared to the pike of Gwendolyn and the others, Kinetic's focus was on another matter, which was the deeper meaning behind this incident. It seemed that this winter was going to be restless. Dad, I'll apply it on my bracelet right now. Tomorrow you can accompany me to the management center for the assessment. I'm afraid our actions need to be a bit faster, otherwise things might change. It's best if we can finish handling the matter tomorrow, Kinetic said with a serious expression. Seeing Kinetic's tense little face, Kinetic instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. All right, Dad will accompany you to the management center tomorrow. Dad, if I successfully declare myself a level 4 esper, can I take the whole family to live in the inner city? A sense of urgency forced Kinetic to ask, what's wrong? Did something happen? We're living just fine right here. Why move to the inner city? Gwendolyn asked perplexedly. Before Kinetic and Kinetic had time to explain, Caspian Kinetic on the side had already taken over the conversation. No wonder. Yesterday, the second son of our commander's family suddenly awakened an ability, and the younger son successfully evolved into a string-type genetic enhancer. He probably heard the news in advance too, which is why they had. Caspian Kinetic's words instantly reminded Kinetic. Seeing this, he immediately instructed Gwendolyn, go quickly and take out that bottle of Gene Awakening Potion. Let Jenner take it first. Gwendolyn was stunned and looked at Kinetic. Although she didn't understand why Kinetic suddenly changed his mind, she still didn't hesitate to enter the room and retrieve the Gene Awakening Potion. Seeing the puzzled looks of several people, Kinetic explained, previously, I was worried that others would investigate the origin of the Gene Awakening Potion, so I wanted to wait for your eldest uncle to come back and borrow his reputation. Tomorrow's Ear will go to report her ability awakening and conveniently claim the Gene Awakening Potion, so this excuse won't be needed anymore. Seer, tomorrow you go to declare yourself a level 2 esper, and pay attention to holding back your ability a bit during the assessment. Hearing Kinetic's instructions, Kinetic instantly understood that if she directly declared level 4, she wouldn't be able to explain if she declared a level 2 ability. She could still say that right after awakening, because the family had an energy stone. She forcefully piled it up to level 2 using the energy stone. Recalling her initial plan, Kinetic couldn't help shaking her head. She was still too young, and thought things too simply, without considering what kind of danger directly applying for level 4 would bring. Alright, I'll listen to Dad. After saying that, she began to apply for the ability test on her bracelet. After filling out a few electronic forms, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in the living room. Beep beep, congratulations, application for ability assessment with ID 6,800,998,758 has been successful. Please arrive at the management center punctually at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for the ability assessment. Hearing the prompt tone, Kinetic's hanging heart finally dropped. She had previously worried that there would be too many people taking assessments these few days, and she wouldn't be able to apply successfully. Chapter 52, The Superpower Assessment Part 1. The next day, aside from Gwendolyn who went to work, no one else in the Moo family went to work. Julian Kinetic stayed home to take the Gene Awakening Potion, while Caspian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic stayed home to keep watch just in case. As for Kinetic, he accompanied Kinetic to the Outer City Management Center. With a little over 10 minutes left before 9 o'clock in the morning, the father and daughter waited in the lobby of the management center. The first floor lobby was extremely spacious, with crisscrossing alloy pipelines across the dome and intertwined exposed gables and ventilation ducts. Directly ahead was an entire row of ability assessment rooms, with specialized esper staff assisting inside each assessment room. In addition, each room was equipped with a core mainframe connected to an external display screen hanging high in the very center of the lobby. Since it was not yet time for the assessment, the entire screen was covered with static noise. On the right side of the lobby was the administrative area of the management center, where several display screens clearly projected the map of the entire outer city, traffic signals, monitoring footage of various city gates, and security data. Seer, go get a number first. Just scan your bracelet on that machine in front, Audiobook said, pointing to a somewhat old and mottled machine near the lobby entrance. I know. Audiobook stepped forward and stood in front of the machine. The moment her bracelet touched the machine screen, a beep sounded in the lobby. Beep beep. Number 66 *** 58 has successfully queued. There are 11 examinees ahead of you. Please wait patiently. Hearing this magical prompt tone, Audiobook couldn't help taking a few extra glances. Then she looked up again toward the front of the assessment rooms. Sure enough, 23 people had already gathered there waiting. Basically, it was one adult accompanying a child, with occasionally one or two families accompanied by two adults. Dad, let's go over there too. There are chairs over there. We can sit and wait. Audiobook turned her head and said to Audiobook, all right, let's go over and wait. At 9:32, a crisp prompt tone sounded in the lobby. Number 12 Audiobook, please enter room 5 for testing. Number 12 Audiobook, please enter room 5 for testing. Number 12 Audiobook, please enter room 5 for testing. The prompt tone rang 3 times in succession, and Audiobook stood up and walked toward room 5. The split second before entering room 5, Audiobook made an encouraging gesture. Inside the assessment room, all 4 sides were alloy walls, and even the ceiling was alloy steel. Other than the entrance door, there was simply no other place to enter or exit. Standing in the room was a staff member, who was a level 3 Esper. The other party glanced at Audiobook and said, Number 66 *** 58, name Audiobook, applying to be assessed for wood type ability. Please press the confirm button to confirm that you are the person in question without error. Audiobook took a look and saw that on the right side of the room, there was a high-definition computer mainframe. At this moment, on the mainframe display screen was precisely Audiobook's personal identity information. Audiobook did not hesitate, stepping forward to press confirmation with her left index finger. Beep, confirmed. Operation by Audiobook herself is correct. The ability assessment can continue. A cold voice broadcast sounded in the room. Then the staff member continued to ask, Audiobook, applying to be assessed for wood type ability. Which category are you applying for? Please select on the display screen and press the confirm button to confirm. Then, Audiobook saw several major categories of wood type ability pop up on the display screen. 1. Planting. 2. Healing. 3. Combat. Audiobook glanced at the 3 major categories and chose 3 combat type without the slightest hesitation, then pressed the confirm button. Seeing Audiobook's neat and decisive actions, the staff member looked at Audiobook in silence. The most common wood type ability was the planting type, and the fewest was the combat type. He had not expected that today this little girl named Audiobook would actually choose the combat type. Beep beep. Number 12 Audiobook, wood type combat ability assessment confirmed. Staff member, please proceed to the next step. The voice prompt rang out once more. Then, Audiobook saw that after hearing the prompt tone, the staff member walked 3 steps toward the left wall, and then stopped. Seeing the other party tap lightly on the left wall, a small password lock appeared there. After entering the password, the staff member immediately retreated backward, staying away from the left wall. Then, Audiobook saw the previously seamless alloy wall on the left slowly open a door. Behind the door, a giant iron cage enclosed a mutant rabbit. Beep beep. Level 1 mutant rabbit. Only after the tester kills it will the assessment be considered successful. After the prompt tone stated the assessment rules, the room fell completely silent. At this time, the staff member was also standing in a corner, hiding his figure. His role here was twofold. First, to supervise and prevent the examinee from cheating. Second, to provide rescue in case the examinee encountered life-threatening danger so he could intervene in time. The appearance of the mutant rabbit did not change much from the rabbits of her past life. The only change was that every part of the mutant rabbit was several times larger. At this moment, the mutant rabbit's 2 long ears stood upright, and its pink 3-lobed mouth exposed 2 neat, large front teeth. The mutant rabbit in the iron cage was probably because it had been locked up for a long time. The moment the iron door opened, it rushed recklessly toward Audiobook. That speed, that force, if an ordinary person encountered it, they would be killed in seconds by the mutant rabbit within minutes. Seeing the mutant rabbit charging toward her, Audiobook channeled her wood type ability in the palm of her left hand, and a thumb-thick vine quickly coiled toward the mutant rabbit. Seeing a vine suddenly appear in front of it, The mutant rabbit hurriedly slammed the brakes with its forelegs, then quickly dodged and jumped to the other side. This mutant rabbit is quite smart. It actually knows how to dodge. Kinetic couldn't help praising in her heart. Seeing the mutant rabbit dodge, the vine in Kinetic's hand coiled toward the mutant rabbit once again. The rabbit jumped very fast. Seeing the vine coiling toward it again, the mutant rabbit became angry, its crimson eyes staring closely at Kinetic and the vine in her hand. The angry mutant rabbit made a series of squeaking sounds, then with a jump, pinned down the vine with its two front paws. Kinetic looked toward the mutant rabbit's legs, just as she was preparing to continue stimulating the vine to entangle the mutant rabbit. Crack, crack, successive cracking sounds rang out. Kinetic saw that the mutant rabbit was using those two large front teeth to quickly bite through the vine, its sharp large front teeth sending chills down one's spine. If this bit into a person's body, it would probably only take a few bites to snap a person's arms and legs. Seeing the vine bitten through, Kinetic had no choice but to increase her wood-type ability output. Stimulated by the wood-type ability, the broken vine instantly grew longer and multiplied, then quickly wrapped around the mutant rabbit's forelegs, followed by its body, and finally its head. It looked like a lot of wrapping, but the speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, the mutant rabbit was tightly bound and strangled to death by the vines. Beep beep. Number 12 Kinetic. Assessment successful. Confirmed as a level 1 combat type wood-type ability user. The cold prompt tone ran out. The staff member came out, reached out to throw the dead mutant rabbit into the iron cage, and the iron cage was instantly cleared away by someone. Kinetic looked at the staff member, cleared her throat, and asked, "Excuse me, can I continue to take the level 2 assessment?" Hearing Kinetic's question, the staff member turned his head to look her over, recalled the process just now of Kinetic easily binding and strangling the mutant rabbit, and nodded, saying, "Yes, you can. Just go over to the display screen there and input to continue the assessment." Chapter 53 Supernatural Ability Assessment Part 2. Soon, another mutated beast contained in an iron cage was sent over. Beep beep. Number 12 Kinetic. Level 2 Offensive Wood-type Ability User Assessment begins. A dozen seconds later, Kinetic saw a mutated boar charge in. This mutated wild boar could only be considered average among a group of mutated wild boars, its size only about 3 times larger than the black pigs of her past life, standing around 2 meters tall with a plump body like a moving car. Its entire body was covered in thick, hard black bristles like steel needles, every single one standing on end and exuding a matte sheen. The oink oink panting sounds made people instinctively step back. Its fangs, over a foot long, curved outward, and the sharp fangs radiating a cold glint were still stained with dried, dark red blood. Evidently, this mutated boar was not a docile creature raised by humans. It possessed lethal aggression towards people. At this moment, the mutated wild boar's scarlet eyes were locked fiercely onto Kinetic, its nostrils continuously sniffing towards the position where Kinetic was standing. Kinetic silently thickened the vines considerably. The vines, that were originally the thickness of a thumb, had now transformed into the thickness of an infant's arm. Seeing this, the staff member standing in the shadows couldn't help nodding with an appreciative smile. If thumb-thick vines were still used against the mutated wild boar, it wouldn't have the slightest effect at all. On the contrary, it would only anger the mutated wild boar and escalate its aggressive power. Oinking. Kinetic heard the oinking sounds of the mutated wild boar by her ear, followed by its charging figure rushing toward her at a speed that completely failed to betray the fact that it was a mutated wild boar weighing nearly 1,000 catties. Realizing she couldn't dodge in time, Kinetic instinctively rolled on the ground, evading the mutated wild boar's fatal pounce. Kinetic had no time to overthink. Before her body even crawled up from the ground, the vines in her left hand whipped out to wrap around the mutated wild boar's front legs. The mutated wild boar never expected that this human, who had been scared flat to the ground by it, would actually use vines to attack it. It raised its front legs to dodge the incoming vines, then lifted its legs once more to charge at Kinetic. Kinetic's newly stood-up body was fiercely shoved and flicked by the snout of the mutated wild boar that had rushed close, and consequently Kinetic's petite figure made intimate contact with the alley wall before rapidly dropping down. This single blow from the mutated wild boar directly whipped up Kinetic's fiery anger. "Chewy, damn it. Is it easy for me just to hide a bit of my strength? Look at this. I accidentally got gored by a mutated wild boar. Who the heck can I even complain to about this?" Kinetic couldn't help cursing up a storm in her heart. Seeing Kinetic get gored by the mutated wild boar, the staff member was just about to step in to help when he saw an enraged Kinetic charge straight at the mutated wild boar instead. No way is this little girl really this fierce. In the staff member's mind, an image instantly flashed, her petite body being sent flying by the mutated wild boar, or being bitten to death and devoured. However, before the staff member could continue his imagination, a bizarre scene unfolded before his eyes. He saw a vine suddenly wrap around the mutated wild boar's fangs, followed by Aurelire Kinetic pulling on the vine and leveraging the momentum to leap onto the mutated wild boar's back. Her tiny figure straddled the mutated wild boar's back, the vines tightly binding both of the mutated wild boar's fangs. Then, a small fist directly smashed toward the wild boar's head. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of fists hitting flesh made people involuntarily shiver. The staff member seeing this scene felt as though the next punch was about to land on his own body. No, wasn't this supposed to be a wood-type ability test? But the strength of these little fists doesn't seem weak at all. Could it be that she also awakened a strength-type ability? The staff member looked somewhat suspiciously at Aurelire Kinetic's petite frame. Strange, didn't they say that strength-type espers are all guys with superhuman strength and specially developed muscles? This tiny little thing doesn't look like someone who awakened a strength-type ability at all. Puzzled beyond comprehension, the staff member finally shook his head and cast the matter to the back of his mind. The staff member did not know that he had accidentally guessed half of it right. Aurelire Kinetic was indeed a dual ability esper, but her other ability wasn't the strength-type ability he imagined, but rather the much more precious and harder to awaken mental-type ability. And in order to hide her mental-type ability, Aurelire Kinetic had no intention of using it in front of others at all. The mutated wild boar's thick hide offset part of the fist's force, but the remaining strength was not small, fully penetrating into the mutated wild boar's head. Ow! The wild boar shrieked ow in pain, arching its robust body and violently swing left and right, clearly wanting to shake off Aurelire Kinetic, who was straddling its back. Unfortunately, the vines not only wrapped around its fangs, but also bound all four of its pig legs. Aurelire Kinetic clenched her right hand into a fist, and continuously struck the exact same spot on the mutated wild boar's head. With dull muffled thuds of fists, a minute later, the mutated wild boar's massive body inevitably staggered forward 2 steps. Seeing this, Aurelire Kinetic seized the opportunity to bind the entire mutated wild boar tightly with vines. Then, clenching her right fist, she continued to batter its head. Very quickly, a large chunk of the mutated wild boar's head caved in. The mutated wild boar went from constantly emitting howl-like cries at the beginning to intermittent miserable screams, until finally losing all sound. By the time its limbs went limp and its head drooped low, Aurelire Kinetic panted heavily as she delivered her final heavy blow, and this fierce mutated wild boar finally crashed heavily to the ground. Having witnessed the entire process with his own eyes, the staff member was so shocked by Aurelire Kinetic's brutal scene that he was rendered speechless. This was his first time encountering such a brutal wood-type ability this taker since he started serving as an ability assessor 3 years ago. For a moment, he didn't even know how to evaluate Aurelire Kinetic. However, in his heart, he slapped Aurelire Kinetic with the label of someone who could not be provoked or offended. He secretly reminded himself that whenever he saw Aurelire Kinetic in the future, he'd better treat her with utmost respect. Being so young yet so violent, isn't that just terrifying? He was extremely certain in his heart that Aurelire Kinetic hadn't just killed mutated beasts, but probably had human blood on her hands as well. Aurelire Kinetic had no idea that simply beating a mutated wild boar to death with her fists had almost exposed her bottom line to someone else. Beep Beep detected that the level 2 mutated wild boar has been beaten to death by number 12 test taker Aurelire Kinetic. Level 1 wood-type ability user Aurelire Kinetic, Level 2 ability assessment successful. Congratulations to Level 1 wood-type ability user Aurelire Kinetic for advancing to a Level 2 wood-type ability user. Hearing this familiar prompt tone, Aurelire Kinetic's ability assessment finally settled, and Aurelire Kinetic officially became a 12-year-old Level 2 esper. Number 12 Aurelire Kinetic, the Level 2 ability assessment has ended. May I ask Aurelire Kinetic, will you continue with the next step of the assessment? No. Without the slightest hesitation, Aurelire Kinetic directly pressed no, refusing to continue with the ability assessment. Soon, the prompt tone sounded again. Number 12 Aurelire Kinetic, citizen ID number 66 *** 58, successfully assessed as a Level 2 wood-type ability user, and is now a Level 2 wood-type ability user. Please turn right out the door, go to the Esper window to process your electronic credentials, and collect your Esper benefits. Congratulations, the staff member said with a smile, offering congratulations. Thank you. After politely expressing her gratitude, Aurelire Kinetic walked out of the assessment room. Chapter 54 Taking the Gene Awakening Drug. As soon as she stepped out of the room, Kinetic walked up to greet her. Outside, he had already seen the news of his daughter's successful evaluation on the lobby display screen. What he was worried about now was whether his daughter had been injured. Seer, did you get hurt anywhere? Seeing Kinetic looking at her with a worried face, Kinetic smiled and shook her head, saying, Dad, it's fine. I wasn't injured. Let's go over there now to process the electronic credential and claim the Esper benefits. Seeing that Kinetic's complexion was rosy and her clothes, though showing some traces of a fight, were thankfully intact without any torn strips of cloth, Kinetic believed Kinetic's words. Kinetic did not know that Kinetic had been gored by a mutated wild boar. How could she not have been injured? It was just that the green seed on her body was too powerful and had healed her in a matter of minutes. Of course, even if beaten to death, Kinetic would never reveal such astonishing resilience. On the contrary, Kinetic was planning when to go to the exchange center to exchange for some wound medicine to keep on hand, so that she would have an excuse for quick recovery. Kinetic and Kinetic came to the Esper window together. Kinetic said to the staff member inside the window, Hello, I'd like to process my electronic credential as an Esper. All right, scan here with your bracelet to confirm your identity, the staff member said, pointing to a camera. A dozen minutes later, the electronic credential was completed, and the staff member explained it to Kinetic. Level 2 Espers get 2,000 points per month, issued on the last day of each month. Remember to check the point issuance record then. All right, I understand. Thank you. By the way, Beauty, can you give me my Gene Awakening Potion now? Seeing that the other party avoided mentioning the Gene Awakening Potion altogether, Kinetic took the initiative to ask. Hearing Kinetic ask about the Gene Awakening Potion, displeasure immediately appeared on the staff member's face. She had originally thought that the other party wouldn't claim the Gene Awakening Potion right now, and wanted to pocket it privately. In a few days, when the policy came out, this bottle of Gene Awakening Potion would rightfully become her private supplies. Toward Kinetic, who had disrupted her plan, the staff member naturally no longer had a pleasant expression. The Gene Awakening Potions have all been distributed today. Come back to claim it in a few days. Hearing the staff member's reply, Kinetic stared intently at the other person's guilty, dodging gaze, sneering inwardly. If this were someone who didn't know the truth of the matter, they might really have been fooled by the other party. Beauty, what do you mean? You intend to swindle my child's Gene Awakening Potion quota. To think the Outer City Management Center has a staff member like you. Where is your leader? I want to ask him if the Management Center has gotten so good at doing business now. Kinetic stepped forward from behind Kinetic and asked with a calm face. Hearing Kinetic's questioning, the staff member's heart gave a thump. She was done for. Today, she had run into a tough character who knew the inside story. That's not it. You've misunderstood. What I said earlier was that there were many people yesterday, and the Gene Awakening Potions ran out. This morning, the inner city already sent new Gene Awakening Potions to replenish them. The staff member hurriedly explained while taking out a bottle of Gene Awakening Potion and handing it to Kinetic. Kinetic took the Gene Awakening Potion, did not converse with the other party, and instead handed the Gene Awakening Potion casually to Kinetic beside her. Kinetic took the Gene Awakening Potion, carefully inspected it once, and then put it away. At this time, the staff member had already handed the last benefit to Kinetic. Check it carefully. Once you leave the Management Center lobby, we will not acknowledge any abnormalities whatsoever, the staff member said with a serious face. The impatience in her tone clearly showed she had encountered similar messy boost incidents before. Hearing this, Kinetic didn't get angry. Instead, she opened the small box in her hand, and what came into view was a thumb-sized wood-type energy stone. Kinetic liked this benefit very much. She smiled, put away the wood-type energy stone properly, and turned to leave the Management Center with Kinetic. Dad, little sister, how did it go? As soon as they entered the courtyard gate, Caspian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic, hearing the sound of the door opening, both appeared at the living room doorway and asked in unison. Kinetic smiled, nodded, and playfully replied, Look who I am. A mere ability evaluation is easily handled. Hearing his daughter's playful reply from behind, Kinetic shook his head with a smile. She was truly still a child. If others heard these words, who knew how much gossip it would stir up. All right, hurry inside the house. Whatever you have to say, we can discuss it carefully once inside. Kinetic urged the three people standing at the living room doorway. The three siblings, Caspian Kinetic, Lucian Kinetic, and Kinetic snapped back to reality and hurriedly walked into the living room. Third brother, let me tell you, That staff member at the management center today actually tried to hoodwink me and wouldn't give me the Gene Awakening potion. It was only after Dad gave her a good dressing down that she honestly took out the Gene Awakening potion. I reckon that matter Dad heard about will be announced in the next 2 days. Third brother, as soon as second brother wakes up, you should also take your Gene Awakening potion immediately to prevent any changes from dragging things out. Orelai Kinetic earnestly exhorted as she walked. Walking behind the 3 siblings, Arthur Kinetic also strongly agreed with Orelai Kinetic's idea. Una, your sister is right. This is your Gene Awakening potion. Should I give it to you now, or wait until you're about to take it? Arthur Kinetic asked. Dad, give it to me when I'm ready to take it. Right now I'm afraid I might accidentally drop it, Lucian Kinetic said, touching his head with an embarrassed look. Hearing Lucian Kinetic's reply, Arthur Kinetic, Caspian Kinetic, and Orelai Kinetic all involuntarily burst out laughing as if recalling something. Seeing all 3 of them laughing, how could Lucian Kinetic not know that they were thinking of his past embarrassing mishaps? His face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly and awkwardly changed the subject. Dad, let's hurry up and go check on second brother. He drank the Gene Awakening potion at 8 this morning. I wonder how he's doing now. Sure enough, hearing Lucian Kinetic's words, the 3 of them stopped smiling and walked together toward Julian Kinetic's room. Pushing open the room door, they saw Julian Kinetic lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, looking as if he was sleeping. Arthur Kinetic tiptoed to the bedside, reached out to touch Julian Kinetic's forehead, and then carefully observed Julian Kinetic's complexion and breathing frequency. Finally, he turned around, pointed towards the room door, and motioned for the others to go outside to talk. Returning to the living room, the impetuous Lucian Kinetic took the lead to ask, Dad, how's second brother? Arthur Kinetic shook his head and explained, he's still absorbing the medicinal power. The outcome hasn't manifested yet. Rest assured, even if Chenner fails the Gene Awakening, I will ensure his body maintains its state before taking the potion. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's reply, the 3 siblings fell silent together. Indeed, taking a Gene Awakening potion only had a 1/3 success rate, and taking it did not guarantee a 100% chance of becoming a genetic enhancer. This topic was truly a bit heavy, and Orelai Kinetic stood up first. Dad, you guys keep watch over second brother first. I'm going to take a bath and rest a bit. I'll keep watch over second brother tonight. Arthur Kinetic was just about to refuse, when he remembered that his daughter was a level 4 wood-type ability user, and he would feel more at ease with her watching at night. So he nodded and agreed. Chapter 55. Enhancement Successful. Arthur Kinetic had told her long ago that generally, after taking the Gene Awakening potion, the medicinal power would be fully absorbed within 24 hours. And then the body would begin its genetic reinforcement. The body beginning genetic reinforcement was the most critical time. This duration varied in length. The longest person took 3 days, while the shortest took 4 or 5 hours. Julian Kinetic's cheeks grew redder and redder, and his sweat soaked his clothes even more. His trembling muscles showed the pain he was enduring. Seeing this, Orelai Kinetic no longer hesitated and placed her right hand on Julian Kinetic's wrist. She clearly felt a scorching energy sweeping through Julian Kinetic's limbs and bones along his blood vessels. His bones even emitted faint cracking sounds. His trembling muscles were being torn and pulled, and his entire body felt as if it were being repeatedly burned in a blazing fire. A moment later, Orelai Kinetic frowned tightly. She discovered that Julian Kinetic's body was being wantonly destroyed by fierce energy, but the energy to repair the body was far from keeping up. In this way, destruction and repair were out of balance. If this went on for too long, the Gene Awakening would naturally fail. No wonder only 1/3 of the people who take the Gene Awakening potion can succeed. The formulation of this potion is clearly imperfect, and the mutation probability is too low. I don't know if they really did know there was a problem with the potion formulation, or if some people did it on purpose. After muttering to herself, Orelai Kinetic shook off the messy thoughts in her mind and concentrated all her energy back onto Julian Kinetic. She quickly urged her wood-type ability, and a stream of wood-type energy entered Julian Kinetic's body along his wrist. A quarter of an hour later, a layer of green light enveloped Julian Kinetic's entire body. The irritable energy that was originally burning Julian Kinetic's body was guided and pacified by a vibrant layer of wood-type energy. It slowly entered every inch of Julian Kinetic's muscles, bones, blood vessels, and visceral organs, and then sequentially reshaped them within the new energy. After extreme soreness and severe pain, a surging vitality and power awakened from within Julian Kinetic's body. Julian Kinetic's first stage of genetic reinforcement had finally succeeded. This process was not only perilous, but also extremely draining on one's foundation. If not for the guidance and pacification of Auralar Kinetic S Wu-type energy, Julian Kinetic would have failed 8 or 9 times out of 10. Seeing that Julian Kinetic S breathing was stabilizing, his cheeks were no longer flushed, and he no longer made painful groaning sounds from his mouth, Auralar Kinetic S heart, which had been hanging in midair, finally settled down. She turned her head and stopped paying attention to Julian Kinetic, using her Wu-type ability just now to guide and pacify the irritable genes in Julian Kinetic S body had consumed a lot of Wu-type energy, and she had to absorb energy to replenish it as soon as possible. Auralar Kinetic took out the Wu-type energy stone she'd just gotten yesterday. Without leaving Julian Kinetic S room, she sat by Julian Kinetic S bedside and closed her eyes to absorb it. At a little past 5 in the morning, Arthur Kinetic and the others gently pushed open the door and saw Julian Kinetic sleeping with a calm expression, while Auralar Kinetic kept watch by the bedside with her eyes closed. "Dad, what is this situation with second brother?" And little sister Lucian Kinetic didn't quite understand what was going on, and he couldn't help asking in a low voice. Arthur Kinetic shook his head, pointed at the door, and motioned for them to go outside to talk. Gwendolyn and Caspian Kinetic did not object and turned to walk out of the room. The few of them came to the living room and sat down. Lucian Kinetic asked impatiently once more, "Dad, did second brother succeed or fail?" "It looks like he succeeded. Jenner should have started showing reinforcement reactions last night. In all likelihood, Zia stepped in to help him channel the energy," Arthur Kinetic guessed. Arthur Kinetic had experienced the genetic reinforcement processes of Gwendolyn and Caspian Kinetic successively, so he naturally saw at a glance which category Julian Kinetic S current condition belonged to. Hearing Arthur Kinetic S explanation, Lucian Kinetic asked with pleasantly surprised delight, "Dad, do you mean that second brother has succeeded and is now a genetic enhancer? Barring any accidents, he should be. Let's wait. Once your second brother wakes up, we'll know what's going on." Arthur Kinetic nodded and replied. Hearing Arthur Kinetic S reply, Gwendolyn and Caspian Kinetic also wore joyful expressions. Success was wonderful. In this way, the probability of Julian Kinetic living a good life was at least more than twice as high as before. "Gwendolyn, go make something to eat. I see Zia using an energy stone to replenish her energy. She probably consumed quite a bit last night. Since we don't have energy stones on hand, we can only let her nourish herself properly through food. Yuner, you should eat more too. When your second brother wakes up, it will be your turn to take the Gene Awakening potion. I always feel apprehensive in my heart. Good things are only safe once eaten into our stomachs, lest a sudden accident catches us off guard, and it will be too late to regret then." Listening to Arthur Kinetic S analysis, Gwendolyn, Caspian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic nodded in agreement. That's right. No matter where something was hidden, nothing was as reassuring as having it eaten into one's stomach. By the time Auralar Kinetic finished absorbing the energy and opened her eyes, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. She glanced at Julian Kinetic. Seeing that he had not yet woken up, she frowned slightly, and once again reached out to place her hand on Julian Kinetic's wrist to investigate. His breath was steady, and the damaged parts of his body were rapidly reorganizing and recovering. Seeing this, Auralar Kinetic could already be certain that Julian Kinetic's genetic reinforcement had succeeded. She stood up with a slight smile, walked out of the room, and gently closed the door. "Zia, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" Seeing Auralar Kinetic gently closing the door, Arthur Kinetic, who had come over to check upon hearing the commotion, asked in a low voice. Glancing at Arthur Kinetic's concerned gaze, Auralar Kinetic shook her head and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the energy consumption was a bit large." Hearing Auralar Kinetic say she was fine, Arthur Kinetic nodded with a happy expression. "Zia, how's your second brother? Did he succeed?" Gwendolyn asked anxiously, standing beside Arthur Kinetic. "Dad, Mom, second brother just finished absorbing the energy in the Gene Awakening potion and is currently undergoing the awakening. We just need to wait. You don't need to worry," Auralar Kinetic explained carefully. After hearing Auralar Kinetic's explanation, everyone set their minds at ease. After Auralar Kinetic finished breakfast, Arthur Kinetic said to her, "Zia, get a good rest today. Don't worry. We will take turns watching over your second brother." Having absorbed the energy, Auralar Kinetic didn't feel exhausted, but she didn't refute Arthur Kinetic's arrangement and obediently returned to her own room. Because last night, when she was absorbing Wu-type energy, her spiritual sea had inadvertently entered a meditative state. As a result, when she woke up in the morning, she discovered that her spiritual sea had actually expanded by a tiny bit. This tiny bit of expansion couldn't be discovered at all if one didn't look closely. Auralar Kinetic wanted to conduct an experiment at night to see if the spiritual sea could be expanded through meditation. Night fell, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Tonight, Caspian Kinetic was keeping watch over Julian Kinetic. Auralar Kinetic slipped out of her room silently. Instead of leaving the Mu family, she sat in the courtyard and began her experiment. Chapter 56 being followed. A layer of haze covered the slanting moon, and its dim, cold light pierced through the smog to fall upon this wasteland world, filling the heaven and earth with a desolate chill. Auralar Kinetic sat with her mind emptied for the entire night, only to find that her spiritual sea had not expanded at all. Alas, I still thought things too simply. This kind of meditation should be a method of cultivation. I'm afraid, just like what is written in Xanxia novels, there are specialized cultivation techniques. Sighing softly, Auralar Kinetic stood up and returned to her room. It seems that I still have to make a trip to the small valley near the mine. So many etherweed grass are good treasures that are helpful to the spiritual sea. However, if I do this, I must use the space stone left behind by the void beast. She had always been worried that there might be a hidden trick left by the void beast on that space stone, and she was somewhat resistant to using it. Auralar Kinetic returned to her room, still thinking about the space stone, and was somewhat absent-minded. Just at this moment, cheers came from Julian Kinetic's room. Fana, second brother. Hearing these cheers, Auralar Kinetic walked quickly toward Julian Kinetic's room, stood by Julian Kinetic's bed, and looked at Julian Kinetic sitting on the bed. In the room, Julian Kinetic, who had been sleeping all along, had already sat up. Dad, Mom, big brother, third brother, little sister. Julian Kinetic called out to everyone in the family one by one. Shinner, how do you feel? Can you sense what has been enhanced? Gwendolyn asked anxiously. Julian Kinetic looked at the 5 pairs of eyes staring at him in unison, and touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. I seem to have enhanced both speed and strength, but I haven't tested it. I don't know if it's true, and I'm worried that I sensed it wrong. Julian Kinetic furrowed his brow slightly and answered with some hesitation. Julian Kinetic's answer completely stunned Arthur Kinetic and the others. In the Wasteland world, people had only ever heard of those who awakened dual attribute abilities, but they had never heard of dual genetic enhancers. The few of them looked at each other and said in unison, 2 types. Arthur Kinetic and Auralar Kinetic both felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. After the two quickly exchanged a glance, Arthur Kinetic scolded, Jenner, you must be confused. No one has ever enhanced 2 types. Hearing this, Gwendolyn, Caspian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic looked in surprise at Arthur Kinetic, who wore a stern expression. Arthur Kinetic. That. Arthur Kinetic ignored the 3 of them, instead staring intently at Julian Kinetic and continuing, Jenner, you only enhanced 1 type, either strength or speed. Understand? Seeing Arthur Kinetic's solemn face, and hearing his decisive words, everyone finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Arthur Kinetic, this. Don't ask. Jenner, just do as you are told. To the outside world, you can temporarily only have enhanced 1 type. Arthur Kinetic emphasized again. All right, I understand. Although Julian Kinetic did not understand why this was the case, but he knew his father would not harm him, and that point was enough. Furthermore, by this time, Julian Kinetic had roughly guessed why Arthur Kinetic did this. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the bird that sticks out its head gets shot. Their family was too weak and could not protect him yet. If this matter happened to those aristocratic scions, it would only be a joyous occasion for the prosperity of the family. Happening to an ordinary person like him, it might turn out to be a death warrant. Seeing this scene, Auralar Kinetic felt extremely heavy-hearted. Without powerful strength, her family members lived in constant trembling fear. At this moment, becoming stronger and becoming the backbone of her family became the motivation in Auralar Kinetic's heart. 3 days later, Lucian Kinetic's genetic enhancement was successful. From then on, in the Mu family, Arthur Kinetic and Auralar Kinetic were espers, while Gwendolyn, Caspian Kinetic, Julian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic were genetic enhancers. In the evening, Auralar Kinetic personally cooked and prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate this highlight moment. Under the grey night sky, the solar lamps in the warm living room flickered with bright light, seeming like 2 completely different worlds from the desolate wasteland world outside. A round alloy table was white spotless by Auralar Kinetic, and it was filled with a dinner they usually couldn't bear to eat. Mutated beast meat was stewed in a small alloy pot. The meat was tender with no gamey smell at all, and the soup was thick and fragrant. Neatly sliced smoked meat made from mutated beast was served on an alloy plate, with bright red oil. When the steamer was lifted, the fluffy wild vegetable buns emitted steam. In today's Mu family, these foods were already considered exhausting everything they had. Wow, Little sister, you are amazing. You actually made such a sumptuous meal. As soon as Lucian Kinetic entered the kitchen and smelled the aroma of the food, he couldn't help praising. Orelai Kinetic looked at Lucian Kinetic, who was already somewhat boisterous, and now even more so, and shook her head with amusement. After the meal, Alpha Kinetic announced a matter. Let's make a trip to the inner city in a couple of days. Your eldest uncle went out on a mission and should have returned long ago. This time, no news has come back, and I'm a bit worried. I want to go to the inner city to take a look. In addition, the joyous event of our family should also be told to your eldest uncle, so he won't keep worrying about us. Alpha Kinetic said to several of them with a somewhat complicated mood. MHM, this is how it should be. Although Ananya Kappa came out to make a fuss last time, that wasn't Big Uncle's intention. We can't hold it against him. Gwendolyn nodded in agreement. The matter of Ananya Kappa coming to the Mu family to make a fuss left a knot in hearts of the Mu family members, but it was only directed at Lu Huan. Orelai Kinetic had always wanted to go to the small valley to pick ether weed grass. Hearing Alpha Kinetic say that they would enter the inner city in the next few days, she quickly chimed in. Dad, let's go 3 days later. I'm going out tomorrow. I'll be back in 1 day at the fastest, or 3 days at the slowest. Alpha Kinetic looked up at Orelai Kinetic and asked, can't you go after we return from the inner city? Dad, I'm afraid that won't do. The place I'm going to this time is very important to me. Orelai Kinetic insisted. Seeing that Orelai Kinetic insisted, Alpha Kinetic no longer opposed. All right, be careful. We'll go to the inner city after you return. The next day, Orelai Kinetic bypassed the gathering points along the way and directly entered the mine. What Orelai Kinetic did not know was that 2 people were following closely behind her from afar. Seeing her enter the mine, the other party also quietly followed inside. However, Orelai Kinetic had a clear goal and headed straight for the underground river, causing the 2 of them to lose her track. Kid surnamed Kiwi, you told me the Mu family has a secret, and it's just this mine. The person speaking was impressively Manager Yun, and the kid surnamed Q turned out to be Boss Raji Farmer, the Tier 2 Esper from the Farmer Syndicate. Turns out, the Farmer Syndicate members lived nearby. Although the Mu family tried their best to hide it, Boss Raji Farmer still discovered some clues. Coincidentally, on the day of Orelai Kinetic S ability assessment, Boss Raji Farmer also went to the management center for something, and he accidentally discovered that Orelai Kinetic had passed the ability assessment. This aroused the suspicion of Boss Raji Farmer, who had always been active-minded. Of course, he was very smart and specially spent points to inquire at the Esper window, naturally finding out that Orelai Kinetic was actually a Tier 2 Esper, and an attack-type Esper with explosive combat power. For safety, and also to curry favor with Manager Yun, he told Manager Yun about Orelai Kinetic S anomalies, which led to the 2 of them following Orelai Kinetic. Chapter 57, The Mysterious Valley. Actually, this was also because Orelai Kinetic lacked experience and didn't expect anyone to notice her and follow her. I'm sorry, Manager Yun. It was my fault for shouting blindly without investigating the matter clearly. Boss Raji Farmer was very smart and knew that only by taking the blame for everything now could he avoid angering the other party. Seeing that Boss Raji Farmer was so tactful, Manager Yun no longer blamed him, and only asked, although we lost her, what you said might be true. To enter such a hidden place so familiarly, it was clearly not her first time coming in. It doesn't matter that we lost her. Let's go to the cave entrance to wait for her, Manager Yun said with certainty. Seeing that Manager Yun not only didn't blame him, but also wanted to wait for Orelai Kinetic to return, Boss Raji Farmer was naturally more than willing in his heart. Manager Yun's analysis makes sense. I will listen to Manager Yun's arrangements and go to the cave entrance to wait for that little brat to come out. I don't believe she can stay inside for long. After buttering up, Boss Raji Farmer didn't forget to show his loyalty. Manager Yun was very satisfied with Boss Raji Farmer being so tactful, and couldn't help nodding in agreement with Boss Raji Farmer's statement. Over here, Orelai Kinetic dashed forward head down all the way, descending from the position of the fisher. She didn't know which direction the mutated catfish had gone back then, but she clearly remembered the direction the mutated catfish had come from. Orelai Kinetic S steps didn't pause at all, as she headed directly toward the direction the mutated catfish had originally come from. An hour later, Orelai Kinetic stood at the end of the cliff wall, where an underground river flowed out from beneath it. Looking at the underground river, Orelai Kinetic hesitated somewhat. She couldn't be sure that the other side of the cliff wall was the small valley, and the current situation made it hard for her to make up her mind. Orelai Kinetic tried to send her spiritual telekinesis into the underground river, and soon she discovered that spiritual telekinesis not only moved slowly in the underground river, But its range was also hindered. While it had a range of several thousand meters on land, it was only a few hundred meters in the underground river. She gave up searching with spiritual telekinesis and withdrew it. After being silent for a moment, Orelai Kinetic placed a vine into the underground river, wanting to let the vine pass through it to see whether the other side of the cliff wall was truly the small valley. As a result, the vine only advanced a few dozen meters before her wood-type ability began to drain rapidly, making it somewhat unable to keep up with the vine's consumption. Alas, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help sighing. It seemed she had no choice but to go into the water. Orelai Kinetic carefully checked the equipment on her body, then jumped directly into the underground river, swimming upstream. Some unknown aquatic plants floated within the pitch-black underground river, and a faint blue glow illuminated the jagged rocks on both sides of the underground river. The river water passed unhurriedly beneath the cliff wall, and amidst the swing light and shadows, grotesque shapes were cast upon the rock face. Not knowing where the river water came from, the faint light was swallowed up as soon as it fell into the water. Orelai Kinetic held her breath and quickly swam toward the other end of the underground river. 20-odd minutes later, Orelai Kinetic felt a subtle change in the temperature of the underground river water. She was about to cross the underground river beneath the cliff wall. Thinking of this, Orelai Kinetic was overjoyed in her heart. 10-odd minutes later, a trace of light finally appeared in the water. Seeing this light, Orelai Kinetic's body leapt upward, and the moment she broke out of the water, her spiritual telekinesis poured out in all directions. In an instant, the scene of the entire small valley appeared in her mind. Looking at that patch of thriving etherweed grass, Orelai Kinetic almost burst out laughing. The vine in her left hand had long been wrapped around a tree on the cliff wall, and Orelai Kinetic swung like a child on a swing, landing her body onto the tree. Seeing this tree, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help recalling the scene from a few days ago, when she had a fierce battle with a mutant snake because of the cyan fruits on this tree. Thinking of the wonderful uses of the cyan fruits, and then looking at the lush tree before her, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. To verify this thought, Orelai Kinetic reached out and picked a tender leaf. She rubbed the tender leaf a bit, and then placed it beneath her nose. An unusual, refreshing fragrance rushed directly into her spiritual sea, and her spiritual sea grew by a tiny fraction at a speed visible to the naked eye. These leaves are indeed useful for the spiritual sea. It seems my guess is correct 8 or 9 times out of 10, Orelai Kinetic muttered to herself. Afterward, she picked an old leaf from the tree and a leaf slightly older than the tender leaf. Using the same method to test them one by one, Orelai Kinetic finally concluded that the tender leaves had the best effect. Just as Orelai Kinetic was preparing to pick more tender leaves, she thought of a serious problem. She hadn't tested the radiation value. Orelai Kinetic found that she seemed to constantly forget this important matter. Alas, it seems I still haven't adapted to this identity in the Wasteland world. After letting out a sigh, Orelai Kinetic brought out the testing needle on her bracelet. After inserting the needle into the tender leaf, a familiar mechanical prompt tone sounded in her ear. Beep beep. Radiation contamination value is 0. Radiation-free contaminated plant discovered. Frequent consumption is recommended. No way. The radiation value is 0. Orelai Kinetic looked at the tender leaf in her hand in disbelief. This was the first time she had heard of a plant with a radiation value of 0. A treasure, simply a great treasure. After her excitement subsided, Orelai Kinetic's hands fluttered, and she quickly stripped all the tender leaves on the tree bare, under the fine-sounding excuse that this could promote the growth of new leaves. Big tree, I thank you so much. You didn't even put any heart into lying. After putting the bag containing the tender leaves into the space stone, Orelai Kinetic climbed down the tree and looked at the mutant snake on the ground that had been dead for a few days. It hadn't rotted, nor did it have any foul odor. The only difference was that the mutant snake was no longer bleeding. Orelai Kinetic looked somewhat strangely at the mutant snake corpse that had fallen beneath the tree, and then her gaze fell upon the edge of the pool. She remembered that there should have been a mutated catfish corpse there, but right now that place was bare with nothing at all. Strange, where is the mutated catfish corpse? How did it disappear? Could there still be a hidden mutated beast in this small valley? Thinking that a mutated beast might be hiding in the small valley, all of Orelai Kinetic's nerves tightened. Orelai Kinetic let out a long breath of foul air, and her tense heart relaxed as well. Perhaps this mutated catfish was taken away by a mutated beast in the water. After making a guess, Orelai Kinetic turned around and fixed her gaze on the etherweed grass. This patch of etherweed grass looked quite substantial, but not many were truly mature and ready to be picked. There were only about a dozen or so in total. Orelai Kinetic quickly harvested these dozen-plus etherweed grass plants and stored them into the space stone. As for the remaining seedlings, she decided to let them grow slowly right here, Just as Aurora Kinetic straightened up and prepared to leave, her gaze was caught by a tiny etherweed grass plant. This etherweed grass had a total of only 9 leaves, and a droplet of water hung on the tip of each leaf. The crystal clear water droplets refracted dazzling rays of light under the sunlight. Water droplets. It's almost 12 o'clock now. How could there still be water droplets on the leaves? Right? Isn't 12 o'clock noon the time when radiation values are highest? Why didn't I feel the burning of radiation in the small valley? And why didn't my skin show any signs of ulceration? Aurora Kinetic stared blankly at the water droplets on the leaves, then carefully checked her body once more with spiritual telekinesis, discovering that all her physical stats were normal without any traces of radiation contamination at all. Chapter 58: An Unexpected Smell. Unable to figure it out, Aurora Kinetic stopped dwelling on the matter, and instead focused all her attention on this small etherweed grass. After comparing it several times with a similarly sized etherweed grass nearby, Aurora Kinetic finally reached a conclusion. This was a mutated etherweed grass. Unlike the mutations of other plants and animals, which all grew larger and more ferocious, and it, conversely, had become the embodiment of concentration is the essence. Intuition told Aurora Kinetic that if she ate it, her mental type ability would undergo a qualitative change. Without any hesitation or second thoughts, Aurora Kinetic carefully dug out the entire etherweed grass. Then, she swallowed all 9 of the crystal clear water droplets on its leaves into her stomach. A fresh yet slightly sweet taste slid down her throat into her body. Being extremely thirst-quenching, this was Aurora Kinetic's first sensation. Following that, Aurora Kinetic shoved the small etherweed grass into her mouth. Aurora Kinetic slowly chewed the etherweed grass in her mouth as the bitter herbal taste spread everywhere. To suffer for a shorter while, Aurora Kinetic chewed rapidly for a moment before swallowing the etherweed grass down. The bitterness in her mouth faintly dissipated, followed by a cool, warm current rushing straight to the center of her brows, slowly converging into her spiritual sea. The originally calm spiritual sea began to ripple with layers of mysterious patterns, and its boundaries continuously expanded outward. There was no violent energy impact, nor any barriers or walls. There was only a gentle, cool comfort cleansing through the spiritual sea. The originally somewhat complicated and chaotic spiritual telekinesis became refined and pure under this cooling wash. What surprised Aurora Kinetic the most was that her soul avatar was currently suspended above the spiritual sea, with the spiritual sea beneath her feet shimmering with ripples. At this moment, she understood that her spiritual consciousness had materialized. Much like those immortal cultivation novels she read in her past life, there was a soul avatar in her spiritual sea that looked exactly like her main body. In immortal cultivation novels, this soul avatar was called a nascent soul. Aurora Kinetic did not know that while she was busy looking at the soul avatar in her spiritual sea, her body was undergoing incredible changes. By this time, it was long past daytime. Beneath the cover of night, a tiny crack had opened up in the originally smoggy sky, and moonlight shone straight through the crack into the small valley. The moonlight's lunar radiance was enveloping Aurora Kinetic's small body. If an outsider were here at this moment, they would definitely exclaim, "A fairy has descended." Yes, the lunar radiance enveloped Aurora Kinetic, and the etherweed grass beside her was also within the range covered by the lunar radiance. Bathed in the lunar radiance, an astonishing scene occurred with the etherweed grass. Countless white light spots flew out from the etherweed grass, and then merged into Aurora Kinetic's body. After the white light spots flew out, the etherweed grass did not grow taller or larger. Instead, it directly shrank. Some turned into 6-leaved etherweed grass, some turned into 7-leaved etherweed grass, and finally, 2 turned into 8-leaved etherweed grass. As for 9-leaved etherweed grass, not a single one remained. Aurora Kinetic, whose eyes were tightly shut, was unaware of the changes in the etherweed grass. Over here, after those small white dots entered Aurora Kinetic's body, they neither converged into her spiritual sea nor circulated within her body. Those small white dots scattered and attached themselves inside her muscles, bones, and blood vessels. As if they possessed autonomous consciousness, they distributed themselves at certain intervals throughout specific locations in her entire body. When the time reached midnight sharp, when the lunar radiance was at its peak, a burst of crackling explosions sounded, and these small white dots burst apart simultaneously within Aurora Kinetic's body. Along with the explosive sounds, warm and surging energy began to circulate within Aurora Kinetic's body, finally converging into the green seed. Aurora Kinetic's Wu-type ability visibly advanced from level 5 mid-stage, level 5 peak, level 6 mid-stage, and finally stopped at level 6 peak. However, Aurora Kinetic did not notice the advancement of her Wu-type ability at this time. At this moment, All her attention was focused on the soul avatar above the spiritual sea, because the soul avatar in her spiritual sea was cultivating without a teacher, and as the soul avatar cultivated, her spiritual sea was slowly expanding. Although the speed of expansion was very, very slow, if one wasn't careful, it couldn't be felt at all. But Aurelia Kinetic was very certain that her spiritual sea was slowly and automatically expanding without absorbing any energy stones. Aurelia Kinetic was very clear about what this meant. At this moment, Aurelia Kinetic only had 5 words in her heart to express it, and that was awesome to the max. Moreover, Aurelia Kinetic also discovered that her mental type ability had unconsciously advanced from level 5 to level 6, then level 7, finally stopping at level 7 mid-stage. The night slowly passed, and when Aurelia Kinetic opened her eyes again, she realized that it was already fully daytime. Unwittingly, she had stayed in the small valley for the entire night. Agag. A sudden foul stench made Aurelia Kinetic unable to stop herself from retching. Wait, where did the stench come from? Retching a few times, Aurelia Kinetic pinched her nose and searched around for the source of the stench. Finally, her gaze lowered and fell upon her own body. That's right, the stench was actually emanating from her own body. Moreover, Aurelia Kinetic also discovered at this moment that her Wu-type ability had advanced once again. Did something happen that I don't know about? Aurelia Kinetic wondered inwardly. However, her brain didn't have time to think about this in detail at the moment, and her body instinctively leapt into the pool. She felt that if she didn't wash up soon, she would probably become the first Esper in the Wasteland world to be stunned to death, and to make matters worse, stunned to death by herself. After Aurelia Kinetic took off her clothes and washed herself from head to toe in the pool 5 times, the stench on her body was finally completely gone. Phew, fortunately, the water in this pool is running water and can flow downwards, otherwise, the pool probably would have stunk. If this were at home, just thinking about that scene, Aurelia Kinetic simply couldn't bear to look straight at it. Fortunately, it was in this unknown small valley. Aurelia Kinetic thought with great relief. Suddenly, as if she remembered something remarkable, she muttered to herself, "Sigh. Why do I feel this scene is somewhat like the marrow cleansing and tendon washing in immortal cultivation novels? Could these dark, sticky, and filthy things be the toxins and impurities discharged from my body?" Then, she once again rejoiced incomparably. Ouch. Fortunately, there is no one else in this small valley. No one knows my embarrassing appearance today. As long as I don't say anything, no one will ever know. Aurelia Kinetic hung her clothes on a tree and then wrapped her body with vines, as if she were wearing a green dress. Next, Aurelia Kinetic began a carpet-like search in the small valley. Except for some small seedlings left behind, she picked all the plants that were not highly radiation polluted and stored them into the space stone. Aurelia Kinetic had already discovered that this space stone could not only store items, but it also seemed to have a time restriction function within it. Whatever appearance an item had before being put in, it would be the same appearance when taken out. This function made Aurelia Kinetic secretly delighted. To be honest, she even regretted not using the space stone earlier out of cowardice, as if this had made her miss out on 100 million. La la la, I am a little gathering girl gathering without anyone disturbing her. Aurelia Kinetic hummed a self-composed little tune while gathering. Chapter 59, The Death of Boss Raji Farmer. By the time the collection was finished, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Aurelia Kinetic cast one last look at the mutant snake that had lashed out at her with its tail. Its skin had already been ruined by the mutant rat, and besides, the snake was venomous, so Aurelia Kinetic did not really want it. However, she felt a bit reluctant to just throw it away like this. If she stored it in her spatial storage, she worried that the snake venom would contaminate the collected plants. After hesitating for a long time, Aurelia Kinetic decided to tie up the mutant snake with a vine, and then she and the snake jumped into the underground river together. Swimming downstream this time, Aurelia Kinetic found that in just over an hour, she had returned to the place where she had hidden in the crevice to kill the mutated catfish back then. Aurelia Kinetic flicked the vine with her left hand, wrapping it around a large boulder, and then used the momentum to swing back into the crevice. The corpse of the mutant snake held in her right hand had grown a size larger after being soaked in the river water, making it look even more terrifying and ferocious. Aurelia Kinetic checked the time. It was already 4:50 in the afternoon. Since it was getting late, her pace involuntarily quickened. Just as she was about to reach the cave entrance, an inexplicable sense of palpitation arose. Aurelia Kinetic immediately stopped in her tracks and released her spiritual telekinesis, extending it along the mine tunnel and out of the entrance. Soon, the figures of Boss Raji Farmer and Manager Yun entered her mind. Seeing that it was these two, Aurelia Kinetic could not help but raise an eyebrow. She had been busy raising her ability level and strengthening her power these past few days, originally planning to find time to quietly deal with the two of them after returning from the inner city this time. She had not expected that these two would get together. Perhaps this was what the ancients called being birds of a feather flocked together. However, this actually saved her a lot of time. Seeing that it was these two, Orla Kinetic felt a burst of amusement inside. There was no time like the present. Since they had run into each other today, she would deal with them today. For Orla Kinetic now, crushing these two people to death was practically effortless. She thought about it and decided to first lull these two people into the mine tunnel, so as to avoid any trouble later on in case someone saw them if a fight broke out outside. After all, the backing behind Manager Yan was the outer city black market, which was definitely a formidable force. Running a black market was not something ordinary forces could handle. Orla Kinetic put down the mutant snake, took out a sack, loaded a few pieces of ore into it, and hoisted it onto her shoulder. Then she smeared some mine dust on her face and walked toward the cave entrance with an exhausted expression. Her spiritual telekinesis had been watching the two men's movements from afar, right up to the moment her body appeared at the cave entrance. Orla Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis clearly sensed expressions of joy on the two men's faces, as if the prey the hunters had long waited for had suddenly appeared. HMPH, these two birds of a feather are actually really coming for me, and they even regard me as their prey. They really are two suicidal fools. People always say, birds die for food, and men die for wealth. These two idiots, based merely on a bit of speculation, and without understanding my strength, are just stupidly guarding outside. Orla Kinetic shook her head. Orla Kinetic staggered out of the cave entrance, with a sack on her back, and her spiritual telekinesis discovered that Boss Raji Varma and Manager Yan could no longer suppress themselves, and walked out from their hiding spot. Feigning panic, Orla Kinetic turned around and ran back into the mine tunnel with the sack on her shoulder. Her running posture clearly showed that she had discovered the two of them. Have we been discovered? Manager Yan asked with some doubt. Boss Raji Varma answered hesitatingly. This. Probably not. We didn't make any noise. How could she have discovered us? Manager Yan's expression turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, forget it. Since she has discovered us, let's catch up to her first. If she doesn't cooperate, we'll just go all the way. Who would know if one or two people die in this abandoned mine tunnel? In fact, both of them knew very well in their hearts that regardless of whether Orla Kinetic had treasures on her, it was impossible for them to spare her life. As soon as they finished speaking, the two rushed into the mine tunnel and gave chase. Orla Kinetic fled through the mine tunnel with the sack on her shoulder. Manager Yan and Boss Raji Varma never expected that her flickering figure was a trap specifically designed for them by Orla Kinetic. Half an hour later, Orla Kinetic saw two diverging paths ahead of her. She chose the mine tunnel on the right and continued her flight. Manager Yan, there are two more mine tunnels here. Are we still going to chase together? Boss Raji Varma asked with some hesitation upon seeing the two mine tunnels ahead. Earlier, because they had chosen the wrong mine tunnel, they had almost failed to catch up to Orla Kinetic. Later, whether due to their incredible luck or because that girl was fated to die here, after twisting and turning, they managed to catch up to that damn girl again from another mine tunnel. Even if beaten to death, Boss Raji Varma would never have thought that losing track of her was actually a deliberate detour by Orla Kinetic to lure them into taking the bait and reveal her whereabouts. Otherwise, they would have long since lost her. Of course, Boss Raji Varma was unaware of this at the moment. His mind was still immersed in the anticipation of capturing Orla Kinetic and interrogating her about the reason for her rapid advancement. Manager Yan thought for a moment and said, let's split up this time. One mine tunnel for each of us, to avoid losing her again. Thus, the lucky Boss Raji Varma entered the mine tunnel where Orla Kinetic had fled. He did not know that the moment he stepped into that mine tunnel alone, his fate was sealed. 10 minutes later, just as Boss Raji Varma stopped in his tracks and wanted to listen carefully to see if Orla Kinetic was in this mine tunnel, a vine silently wrapped around his neck. By the time he felt it difficult to breathe and wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, he could no longer speak at all. Until his death, Boss Raji Varma did not know whose hands he died at. This was also what Atha Kinetic had told Orla Kinetic. The bracelet worn on the wrist had a recording function, and at certain times, it was best to avoid exposing one's whereabouts to prevent others from getting hold of incriminating evidence. A few minutes later, Boss Raji Varma swallowed his last breath with reluctance. Orla Kinetic waited from afar for a few minutes, and after confirming that Boss Raji Varma was dead, she walked over. She searched carefully and only kept the hand crossbow tied to Boss Raji Varma's arm, along with one recovery potion and 2 hemostatic potions. In the other mine tunnel, Manager Yun chased for over 10 minutes without finding any trace of Orelai Kinetic, so he immediately guessed that Orelai Kinetic was in the other mine tunnel. He turned around and ran back just as he entered Orelai Kinetic's mine tunnel. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. Manager Yun stopped his forward steps. For so many years, his intuition had been extremely accurate. Relying on his intuition in the black market, he had escaped countless crises. This time, his intuition told him that if he entered this mine tunnel, his life would be in danger. Orelai Kinetic hid in the dark depths of the mine tunnel, watching Manager Yun, who had stopped his steps and couldn't help feeling a wave of astonishment inside. His vigilance is quite high indeed. His sense of crisis is also quite strong. It's just a pity that since you followed me here, if I let you leave unscathed, wouldn't that ruin the reputation of me, a newly advanced intermediate esper? Manager Yun hesitated in the mine tunnel for a few seconds, but in the end, reason prevailed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a vine suddenly descended from above the mine tunnel and rapidly wrapped around his neck. Seeing the vine suddenly dropping from above, Manager Yun turned pale with fright. His attention had been focused ahead in the mine tunnel, and he never expected that the murderous intent came from directly above his head. Chapter 60. The Death of Steward Bow's Wrath. Manager Yun was truly a veteran manager of the outer city black market, and his own strength was naturally quite formidable. He took out a military dagger from his waist and directly slashed at the dripping vines. Seeing the gleaming military dagger swing over, the vine seemed conscious as it darted aside with a swish, and then wrapped around Manager Yun from another direction. For a moment, the man and the vine maneuvered and flipped back and forth in the not-so-spacious mine tunnel. The more Manager Yun fought, the more terrified he felt in his heart. He discovered that this vine seemed to have intelligence, dodging the military dagger just right every single time. Such precise predictive power and dodging speed made one shudder to think deeply. This was simply impossible for a level 2 Wu-type ability user who had just passed the ability evaluation. If this kind of dodging only happened occasionally, he might have felt that the opponent's talent was not bad, but to control the vines with such precision every single time, only a fool wouldn't notice something was wrong here. Furthermore, Manager Yun was a veteran who lingered in the black market. Seeing that the situation was looking bad, his mind raced frantically. He dodged the vine's attacks while loudly asking, "Friend, who are you? Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Orelai Kinetic did not answer Manager Yun. On the contrary, the attack power of the vines became 2 parts fiercer. Orelai Kinetic felt that since Manager Yun could still be distracted to speak with her, it showed that he still had the remaining strength to fend off the vines, so naturally she needed to increase the intensity of her attacks. Seeing that the opponent not only did not answer him, but instead increased the attack intensity, Manager Yun was both furious and enraged. He could not figure out when he had offended such a powerful Wood-type ability user. In Manager Yun's mind at this moment, Orelai Kinetic had long been ruled out. A newly advanced level 2 Wood-type ability user absolutely could not be this powerful. Manager Yun did not know that some people and some things simply could not be evaluated by conventional logic. And Orelai Kinetic happened to be among these people. "Friend, under what conditions will you stop? We can have a good chat. To be honest with you, friend, I'm a manager in the outer city black market. Although I don't have any rare treasures in my hands, I still have a few good things. As long as friend stops, I am willing to immediately send friend 1 after I go back. What do you think?" While Manager Yun kept talking, his ears also constantly made a posture of cocking and listening, looking like he wanted to listen for Orelai Kinetic's answer. Regarding Manager Yun's actions, Orelai Kinetic initially did not quite understand the reason why Manager Yun kept talking. However, she did not answer the opponent either. Manager Yun eagerly hoped that Orelai Kinetic would open her mouth to answer his questions at this moment, because as long as Orelai Kinetic spoke, his ears would hear where Orelai Kinetic was hiding, and this way he would instantly seize the initiative. Manager Yun's ability was hearing ability. Orelai Kinetic still did not answer. Her spiritual telekinesis had already enveloped the entire mine tunnel, and not the slightest movement in the mine tunnel could escape the monitoring of her massive spiritual telekinesis. Naturally, her spiritual telekinesis clearly saw Manager Yun's little tricks. I didn't expect this fellow surnamed Yun to actually be a hearing ability user. Could it be that he is also a dual system ability user? After Orelai Kinetic uttered a soft A in her heart, she no longer took this matter to heart. How could a person on the verge of death be taken to heart? Another half an hour or so passed, and Orelai Kinetic basically adapted to the fight and kill with veteran espers like Manager Yun. At this time, Manager Yun also reacted. This person was using him to test moves, using him to hone her ability, When he figured it out, a bone-chilling chill surged straight from his tailbone to his crown. What kind of terrifying existence had he provoked? How could a level 2 Esper who had just been evaluated be so terrifying? Unless their opponent concealed her ability level. But a 12-year-old level 2 Esper was already considered a little genius, if it exceeded level 2. That was the more Manager Yun thought about it, the more afraid he became, the more afraid he was, the more regretful he became, the more regretful he was, the more he hated Boss Rajiv Varma. If it weren't for Boss Rajiv Varma, how could he have provoked such a terrifying freak? At this time, Manager Yun had long forgotten that if it weren't for his own greed, how would he have been influenced by Boss Rajiv Varma and subsequently followed Aureli Kinetic to this mine tunnel? Aureli Kinetic did not know what Manager Yun was thinking inside. After testing the attack intensity of her Wu-type ability, she no longer continued to deal with Manager Yun. The spiritual telekinesis of a level 7 psychic type Esper instantly enveloped Manager Yun completely. At this moment, Manager Yun was suppressed by the powerful spiritual telekinesis so that he could not move, and his knees involuntarily knelt down. The vines on the roof of the cave, the instant Manager Yun knelt down, quickly wrapped around his neck for 2 circles. Wrapped, tightened, strangled to death. These 3 coherent actions were interpreted by the vines with incomparable smoothness and fluency, as if they had been operated countless times. This time, even for looting the corpse, Aureli Kinetic did not approach Manager Yun. She directed her spiritual telekinesis to search the corpse, and then had the vines wrap around and retrieve it. This series of actions took only a short few minutes. When she saw a more exquisite and compact ally hand crossbow, Aureli Kinetic fell silent. This hand crossbow looked petite and exquisite, but Aureli Kinetic did not doubt its lethality at all. Because this was a latest model level 4 hand crossbow, Aureli Kinetic directly tied this compact hand crossbow to her right arm this time, and then lowered her sleeve to cover it. Then, Aureli Kinetic looked at a cloth bag. Pouring out the things inside the cloth bag, Aureli Kinetic couldn't help but turn red-eyed. This Manager Yun truly lives up to being a manager in the black market. He really has so many good things in his hands. However, now it's a bargain for me, Aureli Kinetic muttered with a slight smile while sorting out the things in the cloth bag. The cloth bag was not large, and what it held were also some small and valuable things. 10 nutrient solutions, 2 intermediate recovery potions, 2 intermediate hemostatic potions. What surprised Aureli Kinetic the most was that there was actually an intermediate gene-soothing potion and a gene-awakening potion in the cloth bag. Aureli Kinetic felt that based on the soothing potion and the awakening potion alone, it was already today's big harvest. When Aureli Kinetic threw the corpses of Manager Yun and Boss Rajiv Varma into the underground river, the time had already reached past 8:00 in the evening. She glanced at the time on her bracelet and sighed helplessly. Alas, it seems I won't be able to go back tonight again. In the Mu family, the 5 members of Arthur Kinetic were sitting in the living room with grave expressions. Arthur Kinetic, Seer has not returned yet. Tomorrow is the last day of the agreement. Are we really not going to wait for her? Gwendolyn asked indecisively. Not waiting anymore. Big Brother didn't make it clear on the phone either. Only saying it was fine. You also know that Big Brother has always reported only good news and not worries in front of me, always hiding whatever difficult matters there are. Today I specifically called a few people with good relationships, and the other party either stammered or was vague or directly refused, even hanging up the phone. I guess something big must have happened. I can't wait anymore. If Seer doesn't come back today, after she comes back tomorrow, letting her go to the inner city by herself will be the same, Arthur Kinetic said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Gwendolyn and the 3 brothers of Caspian Kinetic also nodded in agreement. Chapter 61 The Kapoor Lineage Citadel Scheme. Dad, how about I stay behind and wait for sister? Once she's back, we'll immediately rush to the inner city. Caspian Kinetic thought for a moment and suggested. Hearing Caspian Kinetic's suggestion and feeling truly uneasy about their daughter, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn nodded and agreed to Caspian Kinetic's proposal. All right, once your sister comes back, give us a call first. Who knows what's going on? I made a few calls and video calls today, but nobody answered, Arthur Kinetic said worriedly. I know. Caspian Kinetic nodded in agreement. Arthur Kinetic, what do we need to bring this time when we go to Big Brother's house? Gwendolyn asked softly. Arthur Kinetic was silent for a moment and replied, bring whatever is easy to carry and all the valuable things. Who knows what on earth happened? Early the next morning, Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn took Julian Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic and hurried toward the inner city. Not long after they left, Aureli Kinetic also returned to the Mu family. Looking at her eldest brother sitting in the living room, Orlai Kinetic was somewhat puzzled. Eldest brother, didn't your mercenary group go out today? Seeing Orlai Kinetic return safe and sound, Caspian Kinetic reproachfully said with some worry, Sister, what's wrong with your phone? I called and video called you several times yesterday, but no one answered. If Mom and Dad hadn't been in a rush to go to eldest uncle's house, they definitely would have gone out to look for you yesterday. Orlai Kinetic was stunned. This was the first time Caspian Kinetic had ever blamed her since she transmigrated over. She glanced at her bracelet first, and upon seeing it was on silent, she remembered that yesterday, to avoid the bracelet ringtone alerting boss Raji Varma and manager Yun, she had specially set it to silent, and then forgot to change it back after handling the matter. Eldest brother, I'm sorry. I encountered a mutant snake yesterday. To avoid alerting the mutant snake, I set my bracelet to silent, and later forgot to change it back. Orlai Kinetic touched her nose, and explained softly with some guilt. Seeing his sister's guilty look, Caspian Kinetic snapped back to his senses, realizing that his tone just now had been a bit too harsh. I'm sorry, sister. Eldest brother's tone wasn't good just now. Caspian Kinetic said awkwardly. Orlai Kinetic shook her head, indicating that she didn't mind at all. Her eyes looked around and didn't see anyone else, so she couldn't help turning her head to ask, Eldest brother, did Dad, Mom, second brother, and third brother all leave? What happened? Didn't you all say we were going to eldest uncle's house together? Hearing Orlai Kinetic's question, Caspian Kinetic didn't answer her right away, but instead reminded her, Sister, quickly give Dad a call to report that you're safe. Mom and Dad were worried sick when they left. Hearing Caspian Kinetic's reminder, Orlai Kinetic hurriedly made a video call to Arthur Kinetic. After 2 beep-beep sounds, the video connected, revealing Arthur Kinetic's slightly weary eyes. Zir, how are you? Are you safe? Arthur Kinetic asked with concern. Seeing Arthur Kinetic's worried expression, Orlai Kinetic raised a brilliant smile and explained, Dad, I'm doing great. The reason I didn't answer the calls yesterday was because I set my bracelet to silent and forgot to change it back. Hearing his daughter's explanation and seeing her smiling face, the exhausted Arthur Kinetic finally revealed a hint of a reluctant smile. Orlai Kinetic did not ask what had happened at Alistair Kinetic's home. She decided to set off for the inner city with Caspian Kinetic immediately. It was only a little over 2 hours into the evening, and once they reached eldest uncle's house, they would naturally know everything. In the living room of the Mu family in the inner city, Alistair Kinetic, the leaner Valerius, Rowan Kinetic, and Silas Kinetic sat on the right side, while on the left side were Anania Kapoor and her maternal family members. In-laws, I won't beat around the bush either. What on earth is Tristan Kinetic's physical condition right now? Please give us a definitive answer. Mohan Kapoor, Liu Huan's father, asked in a deep voice. Hearing Mohan Kapoor's voice, Alistair Kinetic raised his blood-red eyes and said with a face full of exhaustion, Yu's ability has collapsed. Although he took the intermediate gene-soothing potion, it only managed to control the ability collapse. If we want to completely cure him without affecting his ability level, there are only 2 methods. First, take an advanced soothing potion and usually eat more low-radiation polluted plants and animals, with hopes of recovering as before within 3 years. It's just that advanced soothing potions aren't easy to buy. Too many people were injured going out this time, and right now, let alone advanced and intermediate soothing potions, which are impossible to buy. Even a low-level soothing potion is hard to come by. Second, hire a healing-type advanced wood-type ability user to make a move and treat you. However, there are no advanced wood-type ability users in the inner city at all. There is one in the central district, but that person is on bad terms with the Roth family estate, and our Mu family is an affiliated family of the Roth family estate. If I go begging at their door, I'm afraid the other party won't just refuse to help, but it will also backfire. As soon as Alistair Kinetic finished speaking, everyone in the living room fell silent, and a feeling of suffocating powerlessness gradually enveloped everyone's hearts. After a long time, Anya Kapoor opened her mouth to ask, Dad, wouldn't it work even if Brother Yu absorbs the energy inside the wood-type energy stone? Alistair Kinetic sighed and replied helplessly, Wood-type energy stones don't have healing effects, but absorbing the energy inside them is safer compared to absorbing other energy stones. However, the family currently doesn't have any wood-type energy stones. The only one was given to Zir from your younger uncle's family last time. Hearing Alistair Kinetic's reply, Anya Kapoor immediately shrieked sharply, Dad, what time is it now? And you're still caring about an outsider. Brother Yu is your eldest son after all, and he needs a wood-type energy stone right now. Shouldn't you make their family return it? Dad, it's not that I, your daughter-in-law, and driving a wedge between you. But younger uncle has already started his family and established his career for many years, and his children have all grown up into adults. You guys have each had your own families for a long time. Why do you still let younger uncle's family leech off us? Dad, this time, I'll put my words right here. If you don't ask back the things given to younger uncle's family over all these years, this life cannot go on. Hearing Libby Juan's crazy remarks, Alistair Kinetic, Elena Valerius, Rowan Kinetic, and Silas Kinetic all looked at each other in simultaneous shock. Juaner, shut up. What nonsense are you spouting here? Mohan Kapoor rebuked in a deep voice. Then, he explained with an embarrassed look, in-laws, my Juan was too anxious about Tristan Kinetic's condition, and was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Hearing Mohan Kapoor's explanation, Elena Valerius was just about to open her mouth to retort, when her sleeve was tugged by Alistair Kinetic, stopping her from speaking. Alistair Kinetic coldly swept his gaze over the Kapoor lineage citadel members once, then looked at Ananya Kapoor and asked, Liu Huan, you called your maternal family members over and asked so much, but actually this last sentence is your true purpose, right? To cover up your true motive of despising the poor and loving the rich and abandoning your husband and child. You intentionally dragged my younger brother's family into this. This is the scheme of you Kapoor lineage citadel people. You said my younger brother's family is leeching off our family. So let me ask you, in all these years of marriage, what have you done for the family? You don't scavenge, nor do you go to work. Every day you just eat and drink, and you don't even do housework. On the contrary, out of the things you earns every time he goes on a mission, you take 50% back to your maternal family, hand over 20% to the household, and spend 30% to yourselves. You tell me whose family is leeching off whose family in the end. Chapter 62 Argument. Ananya Kapoor never expected that her father-in-law, who had never said a harsh word to her in all their years of marriage, would so cruelly expose her calculations. For a moment, both families fell silent. The beep-beep sound of a phone call broke the deadlocked situation. Alistair Kinetic glanced at the number on his wristband and saw it was from his younger brother, Arthur Kinetic. He guessed that his brother must be worried about him, and called specifically to ask about the situation. He pressed the answer button and stood up, preparing to go out into the courtyard. However, the content of the call made him stop his footsteps heading outside. Brother, have siroing, and the others opened the door. Gwendolyn and I brought the kids, and are waiting at the courtyard gate. Arthur Kinetic's voice came through clearly from the other end of the phone. What? You guys are already outside the courtyard gate. Siro Jun, why didn't you call in advance when coming back today? Honestly, you're such a grown-up, yet you still give people no peace of mind. While scolding his younger brother on the phone, Alistair Kinetic motioned toward the outer courtyard gate for Rowan Kinetic, signalling him to go open it. Hearing that Arthur Kinetic's family had arrived, the expressions on the faces in the living room were nothing short of wonderful, especially those of the Kapoor lineage citadel. Last time, Ananya Kapoor brought Mother Priya Kapoor and little Livu brother to cause a big scene in the outer city. Although Arthur Kinetic didn't tell Alistair Kinetic, Nanya Kapoor and the others had guilty consciences. Well, in-law, since you have guests at home, we'll head back first. Let's make an appointment to talk about things another day. Mother Priya Kapoor hurriedly stood up, grabbed little Livu brother, and prepared to walk out. Watching Mother Priya Kapoor's hurried departure, Alistair Kinetic narrowed his eyes slightly. Something was wrong. This in-law of his was no pushover. Every time she came to the house, she wouldn't voluntarily leave without taking advantage of something. Today, however, she acted completely out of character. Upon hearing that his younger brother's family had arrived, she immediately got up to leave. There was definitely something fishy about this, and it was related to his younger brother's family. Thinking of Liu Huan's words just now, a cold glint flashed across the depths of Alistair Kinetic's eyes. As an spur with no backing, who had safely made it this far and managed to gain a firm foothold in the inner city, he was by no means a naive and kind-hearted pushover. It was just that in front of his family, he had always presented himself as a gentle and modest person. In-law, you don't need to rush to leave. Since my younger brother's family has also arrived, we can continue discussing Liu Huan's topic from just now clearly and thoroughly, right? Alistair Kinetic stopped them with a cold sneer. The two families had already fallen out, so he was no longer prepared to keep up appearances of peace. Hearing this, Mohan Kapoor knew that today's matter had to be resolved. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the Mu family's gates. He had no choice but to nod in agreement. At the entrance, Rowan Kinetic angrily told his uncle Arthur Kinetic and the others everything that his sister-in-law Ananya Kapoor had said just now. After hearing it, Arthur Kinetic's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and Gwendolyn started cursing directly. Huey, that bitch Ananya Kapoor went to the outer city to bully Arzia the other day, and now she's starting to fabricate stories about her whole family. Truly hateful. It's thanks to your parents and your brother treating her so well in the past, yet the moment your brother gets into trouble, she's in such a rush to cut ties with him. Cursing all the way into the living room and seeing the 4 members of the Kapoor lineage citadel, Gwendolyn's anger surged, and her mouth, which had just stopped, opened its cursing channel once again. Lu Huan, you bitch. What right do you have to go to my house to bully Ziwa? Have you no shame? You're a grown woman, yet you went to your husband's uncle's house to bully an underage cousin. Is this the family style of you live us? What's most hateful is that you went while there were no adults at home, bringing your maternal mother and maternal younger brother along. Do you people from the Kapoor lineage citadel still want faces? I go, wait, no. I'll go to where your Kapoor lineage citadel lives later to ask around whether everyone in that neighborhood is so shameless, or if it's just your entire Kapoor lineage citadel that's so shameless. Gwendolyn's merciless verbal abuse made Ananya Kapoor flush red with anger. She was shocked to discover that no matter which answer it was, the Kapoor lineage citadel's face would be completely lost here today. For a moment, Lady Wan's complexion changed magically, a flash of green, a flash of white, a flash of red, a flash of purple. It could truly be described as colourful. She pointed at Gwendolyn with her finger. Why you? After uttering you for half a day, she couldn't say any more words. Seeing her daughter suffer a loss, Mother Priya Kapoor was naturally unwilling to let it go. She immediately jumped out and cursed. How can you have the nerve to talk about my daughter? Your family is shameless, finding excuses every few days to go to my daughter's house to swindle things. This time it's even more outrageous. Throughout the Wasteland world, even a 3-year-old child knows that an ability is awakened before the age of 10, and after 10, it's impossible to awaken an ability. What about your family? To swindle energy stones, a good-for-nothing girl who is already 12 years old was still lied about as having awakened some wood-type ability, cheating my daughter's family out of 3 wood-type energy stones. Well now, Tristan Kinetic needs wood-type energy stones to sustain his life, but there isn't a single one. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to your family. Mother Priya Kapoor's words completely shocked everyone in the living room. In an instant, the living room fell into dead silence. The eyes of Arthur Kinetic's family all turned in unison toward Alistair Kinetic. After a long while, Gwendolyn finally reacted, turned around, and retorted, What do you mean by your daughter's family's 3 wood-type energy stones? Those belong to my eldest brother. Do they have anything to do with your Kapoor lineage citadel? Old hag, does your family want to change your surname to Moo? Also, who did you hear say my family was lying? My daughter awakened her wood-type ability long ago. It's just that because she isn't advanced yet, she hasn't gone to the management center to report it yet. What? When our Moo family members awaken an ability, do we still need to report to your Kapoor lineage citadel? When did your Kapoor lineage citadel become the base leader? Why wasn't there any announcement issued in the base? Mother Priya Kapoor was retorted by Gwendolyn to the point where she couldn't catch her breath, and a deep hatred flashed through her pair of bloodshot eyes. Others might not have noticed, but Alistair Kinetic and Arthur Kinetic saw it crystal clear. A trace of killing intent flashed through the hearts of both men. Seeing that both his daughter and wife were losing the upper hand, Mohan Kapoor hurriedly interrupted their argument. All right. What's in the past has already happened, and cannot be undone now. What we need to talk about is the current reality. What exactly should we do? Instead of dredging up old accounts, Mohan Kapoor said loudly. Mohan Kapoor's words successfully pulled the 3 of them out of the previous disputes. Everyone's gaze first looked at Mohan Kapoor, and then turned to look at Lu Huan. Calming her furiously enraged heart, Ananya Kapoor finally spoke. Tristan Kinetic's ability has now collapsed, and he needs a high-grade soothing potion, but the family simply doesn't have the capability to get it. Without a high-grade soothing potion, he usually needs wood-type energy stones to maintain his ability, which is an immeasurable bottomless pit. In the future, he will need to rely on his family to support himself. He simply can't support me and Lair. Therefore, I've decided to divorce him, and let's part on good terms. After saying this, Anya Kapoor looked with a firm gaze at the head of the Moo family, Alistair Kinetic. Hearing Lu Huan's words, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of Alistair Kinetic's mouth. This Ananya Kapoor indeed had a divided heart long ago. Chapter 63. Whose youth is more valuable? He thought for a moment before replying. Divorce. This is a matter between you and you as a married couple after all. As a father-in-law, it's not appropriate for me to make decisions on my son's behalf. How about this? Once he wakes up, as long as he agrees, the 2 of you can divorce immediately. Before Ananya Kapoor could speak, Mohan Kapoor took over the conversation. In law, You're being too modest. Who doesn't know that you have the final say in the Moo family? For such a small matter, there's no need to wait for Tristan Kinetic to make the decision himself. If you agree to let the two juniors divorce right now, we can leave Lure with your Moo family. Besides, given Tristan Kinetic's current physical condition, I think it's better not to let him know about this matter, lest it stimulate him and worsen his condition. Don't you think so? Hearing Mohan Kapoor's half-negotiating, half-threatening words, Alistair Kinetic's brow furrowed tightly. The attention of a dozen or so people momentarily fell entirely on Alistair Kinetic and Mohan Kapoor. No one noticed that at the corner of the stairs, Tristan Kinetic was standing there listening to the whole process. Tristan Kinetic quietly watched the performance of Kapoor lineage Citadel members, especially the look of disgust and aversion on Liu Huan's face, which made a self-deprecating smile involuntarily appear on his face. He had originally thought that his years of protecting her could exchange for even a shred of affection from her. Even if it was just a shred, he would have felt it was worth it. Now seeing the calculation deep in Liu Huan's eyes and her eagerness to leave, Tristan Kinetic's heart finally grew completely cold. When all is said and done, they were not people of the same path, and in the end, they were bound to part ways. Tristan Kinetic, you should let go. I agree. Tristan Kinetic's voice suddenly rang out from the stairs. You're awake. How do you feel? Is anywhere uncomfortable? Brother, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is anything on your body uncomfortable? The Moo family swarmed forward, asking questions all at once. Looking at the family members who cared about him, Tristan Kinetic, who had originally felt somewhat lonely and sad, felt his mood improve a little. With so many family members caring about him, why bother forcing an affection that didn't belong to him? Tristan Kinetic was a decisive person. The moment he decided to let go, there was no longer any room for Ananya Kapoor in his heart. Ananya Kapoor froze for a moment before reacting. She hurriedly asked, Tristan Kinetic, is what you just said true? You agree to a divorce? No backing down. Tristan Kinetic raised his head, stared coldly at Liu Huan, and said in a deep voice, no backing down. However, you can take Lure with you. As for the reason, I don't need to state it publicly, right? Hearing Tristan Kinetic's words, Liu Huan's heart skipped a beat. It can't be. It's impossible. How could Tristan Kinetic know about that matter? He definitely doesn't know. He's deliberately making me take Lure so he can find an excuse to contact me in the future. Ananya Kapoor wildly overthought it to herself, and after a short while, she managed to convince herself. Tristan Kinetic had no idea about Liu Huan's wild imagination. Even if he did know, he would only sneer at Ananya Kapoor for being unctuously self-important and overthinking things. Hearing Tristan Kinetic's decision, the Moo family did not object. After all, this was his own personal matter, and it wasn't appropriate for others to interfere. Not interfering didn't mean not caring. The Moo family members all looked at Tristan Kinetic with caring expressions. No matter what decision you make, Dad supports you. Alistair Kinetic's calm and composed voice rang out in the living room. Hearing Alistair Kinetic's words, Mohan Kapoor glanced at Alistair Kinetic in surprise. He had originally thought that with Tristan Kinetic's ability dissipating, the Moo family would abandon Tristan Kinetic and Tristan Kinetic would become an abandoned son of the Moo family. Well, it seemed his guess was wrong. However, this was just the beginning. After a year, 5 years, or 10 years, when Tristan Kinetic had consumed massive resources yet remained a cripple, the Moo family would naturally abandon Tristan Kinetic. After figuring this out, Mohan Kapoor gave Mother Priya Kapoor a wink, signalling her to speak. Seeing this, Mother Priya Kapoor immediately stood out. Tristan Kinetic, since you agreed to the divorce, let's properly divide the property. Also, since you don't want Lure, you must definitely pay monthly living expenses. The Moo family turned to look at Mother Priya Kapoor, their eyes filled with naked mockery. Liu Huan, do you really want to calculate property? Alina Valerius looked up at Ananya Kapoor and asked with a sarcastic expression. Ananya Kapoor choked, the expression on her face being neither awkwardness nor embarrassment, but rather anger and shame after her shortcomings were exposed by someone. She retorted in a reckless, self-abandoning manner, that's right, I haven't earned much after marriage, but aren't my youth all these years worth money? I've humbled myself and catered to others in the Moo family for so many years. Shouldn't you compensate me somewhat? The Moo family stared at Ananya Kapoor as if they had seen a ghost, all thinking in their hearts, how could you say such shameless words? At this moment, a light chuckle came from outside the door. Your youth needs compensation. Then how should my brother Yu's youth be calculated? How about this? Let's calculate the compensation based on your respective incomes over the past few years. Let's calculate how much your youth is actually worth. For example, brother Yu earns 10,000 points every month, which is 120,000 points a year. You've been married for 3 years, which makes 360,000 points. You didn't make money. Calculated by the minimum genetic standard, it's 1,000 points a month, 12,000 points a year, and 36,000 points for 3 years. Liu Huan, you tell me yourself, is your youth valuable, or is my brother Yu's youth valuable? No, you don't need to calculate. Hearing the end, Anya Kappa roared frantically. You little bitch, why are you everywhere? You still have the nerve to come. If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't be divorcing either. Following the speaker's voice and seeing Orla Kinetic with her sneering expression, Mother Priya Kapoor shrieked like a madwoman. She couldn't let the Mu family calculate things this way. Once calculated like this, Liu Huan's reputation would be completely ruined across the streets. Orla Kinetic looked at Mother Priya Kapoor and said coldly, You surnamed Liu, stop plotting crooked ideas against me. What? Are you afraid your daughter will bear the stinking reputation of abandoning her husband and neglecting her family, so you want to pin the blame on my head? Unfortunately, no matter how your Kapoor lineage citadel covers it up, facts speak louder than words. Liu Huan's reputation has long been notorious, and even we people in the outer city know about it. You tell me, isn't it unexpected? Isn't it a surprise? Isn't it thrilling? With every sentence Orla Kinetic spoke, the expressions of the Kapoor lineage citadel members darkened by a shade. By the time she finished speaking, the complexions of the Kapoor lineage citadel were already comparable to African blacks. Compared to the dark faces of the Kapoor lineage citadel, the Mu family members looked in a daze at Orla Kinetic, who was slaughtering across all directions. No, since when did Seer become so eloquent? Such a sister is so awesome, right? Even on Alistair Kinetic's face, the first smile in so many days appeared. Bitch, I'll fight you to the death. Reacting, Anya Kapoor waved her hands in anger and rushed toward Orla Kinetic. Before Orla Kinetic had time to make a move, Rowan Kinetic, who had long disliked Liu Huan, extended his right foot and directly tripped the furious Liu Huan, causing her to spectacularly take a face plant. Seeing Liu Huan's wretched state, Orla Kinetic looked toward Tristan Kinetic with some pity. Sigh, her brother Yu had it too tough to have raised such an idiot for several years. She really admired him to the ground. Tristan Kinetic inexplicably understood the meaning in Orla Kinetic's eyes. His heart choked. He hadn't felt sad when saying the word divorce, so why was he feeling somewhat at this moment? Chapter 64 Tearing. Huaner, come back. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Mohan Kapoor scolded with a darkened face. Orla Kinetic didn't even cast a glance at the Kapoor lineage citadel, walking straight over to Arthur Kinetic. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Brother Yu, Brother Yang, Brother Fei, second brother, third brother. Orla Kinetic called out to them as she walked. Seamer, are you alright? Gwendolyn stepped forward and examined Orla Kinetic closely. Mum, I'm fine. I ran into a minor issue on the way, so I was delayed by a day. Orla Kinetic brushed it off in one sentence, without mentioning her encounter with Manager Yun and Boss Rajiv Varma. Good. Our seer has grown up, Alistair Kinetic said with a smile, nodding as he looked at the calm Orla Kinetic. The Mu family was reunited, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The Kapoor lineage citadel was the exact opposite, the faces dark as they glared resentfully at the Mu family. Alistair Kinetic, let's resolve the matters between the two children first. Once it's settled, and we leave, it'll be convenient for your family to enjoy your reunion, won't it? Seeing the Mu family crowded around Orla Kinetic asking questions, Mohan Kapoor had no choice but to interrupt them. Alistair Kinetic glanced at Mohan Kapoor, then turned and motioned for Tristan Kinetic to speak. Tristan Kinetic fell silent for a few seconds before saying, Liu Huan, let's part amicably. Over these years, I gave you everything I earned. I don't know how much is left, but I don't want it anymore either. You can keep it all. The child goes to you, and I won't pay a single credit in child support. As for the reason, you know best yourself. We'll go to the management center right now to process the paperwork. Less delays bring more complications. Hearing Tristan Kinetic mention again that he didn't want the child, the Mu family's expressions instantly turned grim. Ananya Kapoor looked at Tristan Kinetic in shock. She never expected that Tristan Kinetic really knew. She didn't object, but Mother Priya Kapoor, unaware of the truth, was unwilling to accept it. Money-grubbing as she was, Mother Priya Kapoor originally intended to use the custody dispute to bleed the Mu family dry. Hearing now that the Mu family didn't want the child and wouldn't pay child support made her heart ache as if a hole had been carved right out of her chest. No way. The child stays with my daughter and changes its surname to Liu. Child support will be 3,000 credits a month, not a single credit less. Mother Priya Kapoor jumped out and yelled. The Moo family was once again stunned by Mother Priya Kapoor's sheer nerve. They couldn't tell if Mother Priya Kapoor was here to back Nanya Kapoor up or to tear away her last shred of dignity. The Moo family's gazes converged on Tristan Kinetic once more. Tristan Kinetic was thoroughly disgusted by Mother Priya Kapoor's greed. Since Mother Priya Kapoor wouldn't stop jumping around, he saw no need to keep covering for Ananya Kapoor just for the sake of saving face. Auntie, this child isn't even mine. Why should I pay child support? I supported him before, because Ananya Kapoor was my wife. Now that Ananya Kapoor is divorcing me, on what grounds are you asking me to pay child support? Tristan Kinetic asked with calm composure. Tristan Kinetic's words exploded in everyone's minds like a landmine. Although the Moo family had guessed something earlier in their hearts, having it stated outright felt entirely different. Brother, you. The Moo family brothers called out in unison, their eyes filled with concern and fury. Tristan Kinetic shook his head and said to them, I'm fine. I've known about this for a long time. I was just deceiving myself and didn't speak up. Hearing Tristan Kinetic's self-deprecating comment, the Moo family's resentful gazes all turned toward Liu Huan. How dared this woman cuckold their brother? Seeing his younger brothers and sister staring at Liu Huan, Tristan Kinetic felt compelled to clarify. She married me after she was already pregnant. However, Tristan Kinetic didn't anticipate that his explanation would only make things worse, because this explanation made the Moo family even more furious. Hearing Tristan Kinetic's explanation, the Moo family misunderstood it again, thinking Tristan Kinetic had knowingly taken on another man's child. Among them, Elena Valerius had the strongest reaction. She couldn't accept that the son she cherished so deeply had suffered such a painful ordeal. Liu Huan, you bitch. How dare you treat my son like this? I'm going to tear you apart. Elena Valerius hated Anya Kapoor passionately now. As much as she had favoured her before, she despised her just as much now. With a swift step, she lunged in front of Ananya Kapoor and slapped her face twice. Clap, clap. Before Ananya Kapoor could even react, clear finger marks were printed onto her face. Her eldest aunt's technique is pretty good, quite symmetrical. Seeing a 5-finger print on each of Liu Huan's cheeks, Aurelia Kinetic even nodded in approval, her schadenfreude clearly written across her face. Wait, sister, could you tone down your expression a bit? After all, if word gets out about this, it won't look good for the Moo family either. The Moo family gave the gloating Aurelia Kinetic a complicated look, then turned their attention back to Lena Valerius, who was tearing into Liu Huan. Truth be told, they were just watching in case Elena Valerius got the worst end of the fight. It wasn't until Ananya Kapoor started wailing in pain that the Kapoor lineage citadel finally snapped back to reality. The news had been so mind-blowing that the Kapoor lineage citadel's minds had temporarily frozen. Hearing her daughter's screams, Mother Priya Kapoor's maternal instinct surged to the max, and with a howl, she charged forward. But before she could even reach Elena Valerius, a green vine bound her hands and feet. Let me go. Mother Priya Kapoor struggled while glaring resentfully at Aurelia Kinetic, saying in disbelief, You really are an Esper. Let you go. In your dreams, you want to help your daughter beat up my aunt just because she doesn't have a daughter here to help her. I am the daughter of the Moo family. You two are mother and daughter, and so are we. Your daughter is an Esper, and I'm an Esper too. Everything is fair and square even if we ask the base commander to judge. He wouldn't say otherwise, Aurelia Kinetic said with a light smile. Everyone in the living room felt that Aurelia Kinetic's words made sense. Only Mohan Kapoor felt that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was right away. Looking at Mother Priya Kapoor bound by vines, and his daughter scuffling with Elena Valerius, his gaze finally settled on the eager Moo family across from them. Mohan Kapoor knew that if he didn't stop this now, his family would be the ones suffering losses. Stop fighting. We'll do as Tristan Kinetic said. As he said this, Mohan Kapoor's heart bled. He knew that Alistair Kinetic had plenty of good things in his hands, and he had originally wanted to use this opportunity to extort some of them. In the end, it was all ruined by this idiot in his own family. At this moment, the glare Mohan Kapoor directed at Ananya Kapoor was hostile, as if she were an enemy. Others might not have noticed, but as a level 7 psychic type Esper, Aurelia Kinetic picked up on Mohan Kapoor's oddity immediately. Her eyebrows twitched, and she couldn't help sneering internally. This old man surnamed Liu's quite interesting. I wonder if Uncle noticed. She looked up at Alistair Kinetic, just in time to see a flash of surprise in his eyes before he instantly returned to normal. Looks like Uncle noticed old Liu's oddity too. Chapter 65 The Unexpected Truth. At Mohan Kapoor's raw, Liu Huan's body instinctively flinched. She stopped her scuffle with Elena Valerius and stepped back to stand beside the rest of the Kapoor lineage citadel. Elena Valerius also stopped fighting. After catching her breath with a few deep gasps, she glared hatefully at Ananya Kapoor before returning to stand by Alistair Kinetic's side. "Which of you two will step forward and explain?" Alistair Kinetic asked in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over Tristan Kinetic and Liu Huan. Before Tristan Kinetic could speak, Mother Priya Kapoor chimed in. "Tristan Kinetic, you are talking absolute nonsense and framing my daughter just so you don't have to pay child support." "Shut up," Alistair Kinetic snapped coldly, his voice laced with the pressure of an asper. Mother Priya Kapoor froze, finally closing her mouth. "Liu Huan, speak for yourself, lest anyone says our Mu family wronged you." Alistair Kinetic stared intently at Liu Huan, giving her no room to back down. Why are you forcing me? Don't you all want to know the truth?" "Fine, I'll tell you the truth. Dad, Mom, do you still remember Lu Feng? For sake of your son, you didn't hesitate to sell out your daughter. To marry your daughter, a massive betrothal gift was required. To earn that gift, Lu Feng went on mission after mission until one day, he never came back. A week after he died, I found out I was pregnant. He lost his life just to marry me, so I couldn't let his only bloodline die out." Anya Kapoor sobbed as she recounted her story. The Kapoor lineage citadel looked stunned, but there was not a trace of guilt on their faces. Seeing this, Orla Kinetic couldn't help but shake her head. Then, she noticed that except for her eldest uncle and her own dad, everyone else in the Mu family looked sympathetic. "Wait, what kind of plot development is this? Why are they actually sympathizing with her?" "Liu Huan, that is no excuse for your Kapoor lineage citadel committing marriage fraud and making my brother you take the fall for someone else's kid." Orla Kinetic's mocking words choked back the sobs Ananya Kapoor was about to let out. Wait, wasn't the Mu family supposed to sympathize with her for enduring humiliation for the sake of love? How did it suddenly turn into marriage fraud? Seeing Ananya Kapoor staring at her in complete bewilderment, Orla Kinetic sneered. "Liu Huan, to scam a betrothal gift for the Kapoor lineage citadel, you hid the fact that you were pregnant with another man's child and intentionally trapped my brother you into raising another man's kid. No, that's not how it was." Ananya Kapoor shook her head frantically, flatly denying it. "Denying it? If you weren't trying to scam the betrothal gift, you should have explained everything clearly to my brother you from the very beginning. If you had laid it all out clearly from the start, I might have actually believed in your unswerving love. Unfortunately, you didn't. You kept everyone in the dark, tricked my brother you into paying the betrothal gift, and made him take the fall to raise a child of you and your lover. Liu Huan, let me ask you, do you think you're the smartest person in the world? You satisfied your parents' demands by making my brother you pay a massive betrothal gift. You also safeguarded your love, giving birth to the fruit of love for the man you cherished most. And in the end, you even won my brother you's sincere devotion, having him support your maiden family and your bastard child. In this entire affair, the only huge sucker was my brother you. When you were alone, were you feeling immensely proud of yourself? How did you know you're talking nonsense? We're trying to drive a wedge between brother you and me." The moment the words left her mouth, Anya Kapoor realized her slip and hastily tried to refute it. However, everyone had already heard her previous sentence, making her denial seem utterly weak and feeble. The living room fell instantly silent, the heavy breathing of those present clearly audible. Countless pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the panicked Liu Huan. Suddenly her heart really a huge sucker. "Liu Huan, your acting skills are truly amazing. Just a moment ago, I almost believed you. I almost believed how hard and painful things were for you back then. I was even close to taking back my plan to get a divorce. And yet, you gave me such a grand surprise. In your eyes, all my dedication over these past few years was nothing more than me being an absolute sucker and an idiot," Tristan Kinetic said, staring fixedly at Liu Huan. Stared down by Tristan Kinetic's gaze, Anya Kapoor slowly lowered her head, no longer arguing. Mother Priya Kapoor, who had been arrogant earlier, now shut her mouth completely and made not a sound. Mohan Kapoor closed his eyes, then opened them a moment later and said to Alistair Kinetic, "Our Kapoor lineage citadel is in the wrong. We will return the betrothal gift. Please show mercy, Brother Mu." Alistair Kinetic didn't answer Mohan Kapoor, instead looking worriedly at Tristan Kinetic, whose emotions were spiraling out of control. At this moment, Elena Valerius rushed forward, hugging Tristan Kinetic and crying uncontrollably. "Ur, my poor Ur. How did you end up so unfortunate as to meet such a vicious woman?" Arthur Kinetic and the others also looked at Tristan Kinetic with concern. Tristan Kinetic was truly too pitiful. Hearing Elena Valerius scolding, Mother Priya Kapoor's mouth twitched a few times, but seeing the murderous glares from the Mu family members, she ultimately shut her mouth. After a long silence, Tristan Kinetic stood up unsteadily and said to Alistair Kinetic, "Dad, handle this matter as you see fit. I don't want to see you and Anya Kapor ever again. I'm going back to my room first." Seeing Tristan Kinetic's pale face and staggering steps, Orlai Kinetic silently followed behind him. Seeing this, Rowan Kinetic and a few others wanted to follow, but were stopped by Arthur Kinetic. His daughter had given him a hint before leaving, signaling him to stop anyone else from going. Although he didn't know the reason, Arthur Kinetic trusted that his daughter had a good reason for doing so. Alistair Kinetic paused slightly when he saw his younger brother's action, then his eyes flickered as he cast a deep, meaningful look at Orlai Kinetic. It seemed his little niece was quite extraordinary. In the end, the resolution negotiated between the two families was that the Kapor lineage citadel would return the betrothal gift, and Ananya Kapor would take her son and return to the Kapor lineage citadel. Meanwhile, as soon as Tristan Kinetic returned to his room, he collapsed weakly, heartbroken at the sight of him lying on the ground. Orlai Kinetic helped him onto the bed. Tristan Kinetic lay on the bed with his eyes closed, an indescribable despondency written across his face. Sigh. After sighing softly in her heart, Orlai Kinetic reached out her right hand and pressed her fingers against Tristan Kinetic's wrist. A strand of green energy flowed through her fingertips into Tristan Kinetic's body. After completing a full circuit, it arrived beside the ability seed within Tristan Kinetic's body. In the Wasteland world, every awakened Esper possessed an ability seed inside their body. The spiritual telekinesis attached to the green thread of energy saw Tristan Kinetic's ability seed shattered into several pieces, and only then did she realize the dissipation of an ability referred to the ability seed being crushed, rendering it unable to absorb or store ability power. Orlai Kinetic thought for a moment, then got up to pour a cup of water and brewed a leaf of Sylvan Nectar sweet tea. Sylvan Nectar sweet tea was the name Orlai Kinetic had specially given to the leaves from the tree in the small valley. "Brother, you have some tea." Orlai Kinetic offered no words of comfort, simply handing the tea to Tristan Kinetic. Tristan Kinetic didn't refuse. He reached out, took the cup, raised his head, and drained it in one gulp. As the tea flowed down his throat, a cool and refreshing sensation surged straight up to his crown. "Little sister." Chapter 66. Can I trust you? Tristan Kinetic looked at Orlai Kinetic in pleasant surprise. He had only taken a small sip of tea when he pleasantly discovered that the restlessness, stuffiness, and fatigue in his head slowly dissipated after that wave of coolness entered his mind. His somewhat turbulent spiritual sea also became clear and transparent, and his depressed and annoyed mood was swept away. "Little sister," Tristan Kinetic called out in a low voice again. He knew that the reason for all this lay in this cup of tea, and this cup of tea had just been handed over personally by Orlai Kinetic. Seeing the undisguised pleasant surprise in Tristan Kinetic's eyes, Orlai Kinetic's heart, which had been hanging all this time, finally settled down. She had truly been very worried before, and that Tristan Kinetic would become decadent because of this matter, and never be able to get over this hurdle. Now, it looked like he had pulled through. "Brother, do you believe me?" Suddenly, Orlai Kinetic asked in a deep voice with a tense little face, staring straight at Tristan Kinetic. Tristan Kinetic was momentarily stunned by Orlai Kinetic's question. Then, he reacted to the meaning behind Orlai Kinetic's words, recalling the magical tea he had just consumed. He answered with a solemn face, "I believe you." "Then can I trust you?" Orlai Kinetic continued to ask. Tristan Kinetic pondered for a moment before understanding the meaning in Orlai Kinetic's words, and his eyes locked directly with Orlai Kinetic's in a gaze. A moment later, Tristan Kinetic looked away first and then smiled at Orlai Kinetic. "Little sister, we are blood relatives. Brother Yu swears here that I will never betray little sister Orlai Kinetic. If I violate this oath, my ability will collapse and I will die." Hearing Tristan Kinetic's harsh oath, Orlai Kinetic did not stop him. In her past life, Orlai Kinetic had been a staunch atheist. But now, as a transmigrator herself, she no longer held firm to atheism. "Brother Yu, do you know the severity of your injuries?" Orlai Kinetic asked seriously. Tristan Kinetic glanced at Orlai Kinetic. He thought Orlai Kinetic's previous words were directed at that cup of magical tea. But Orlai Kinetic's current appearance made Tristan Kinetic realize that the previous tea and oath had nothing to do with it at all, and might be related to what would happen next. "Little sister, I can feel that my ability seed is shattered. Although I took the intermediate soothing potion at the very first moment, the soothing potion only managed to control the ability seed from shattering further. Wanting my ability to recover as it was before is simply impossible," Tristan Kinetic explained with a bitter smile. After being silent for a few breaths, Orlai Kinetic suddenly asked, "Brother Yu, did Uncle say if there is any way to cure you?" "He said so." "First, invite a high-level healing type esper to make a move, which has a 50% chance of curing it, and the other is to spend a huge amount of money to buy a high-level soothing potion to take. However, the high-level soothing potion only has a 40% chance of curing my ability collapse. However, the Moo family simply has no ability to accomplish either of these two methods right now, not to mention that the Moo family does not know any high-level healing type espers at all, let alone have the connections to invite such big figures to treat injuries. Even for the high-level soothing potions, there are none in the inner city right now. The only few intermediate soothing potions were also brought away by a mysterious person. Tristan Kinetic spoke out the news he knew. Hearing Tristan Kinetic's explanation, Orelai Kinetic finally understood why the Kapoor lineage citadel was in such a rush to have Ananya Kapoor divorce Tristan Kinetic. Because judging from the current situation, it was basically certain that Tristan Kinetic had no chance of recovering to his original state. Unable to be cured, Tristan Kinetic would have no value whatsoever. Ananya Kapoor was unwilling to spend her whole life living with such a good-for-nothing. Therefore, Ananya Kapoor couldn't help looking for an excuse to divorce him on these grounds, except that things turned out differently from what she had anticipated. After figuring it out, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help shaking her head. The Kapoor lineage citadel was far too impatient. Brother, whatever I do next must rot in your stomach completely, and you cannot tell anyone else. Do you remember that clearly? Orelai Kinetic reminded him with a solemn face. I remember it clearly, Tristan Kinetic answered affirmatively. Orelai Kinetic took out her ether wheatgrass from her cloth bag space stone, washed it, and handed it to Tristan Kinetic. This is a miraculous medicine. Heat it first, and then I will use wood-type ability to treat you. However, brother I must make it clear first that I will treat you with all my might, but to what extent I can cure you, I cannot guarantee. If you agree, we will start right now. If you are unwilling, just pretend that your little sister was never here. Orelai Kinetic had already planned it out. She would only help knead and blend the shattered ability seeds together, and she would not make another move afterward. The reason she had Tristan Kinetic take the ether wheatgrass was also to push most of the credit onto it, using the miraculous medicinal power of the ether wheatgrass to conceal some of the peculiar traits of her own wood-type ability. Orelai Kinetic had seen the principle of a tree standing out in the forest being destroyed by the wind far too often in her past life. In the Wasteland world, she did not want others to discover her abnormalities. After drinking the Silver Nectar sweet tea, Tristan Kinetic was not only unresistant to the ether wheatgrass taken out by Orelai Kinetic, but instead wore a look of anticipation. After Tristan Kinetic chewed and swallowed the ether wheatgrass slowly, the most direct sensation it gave him was that his whole body, from the capillaries to every single cell in his body, felt as comfortable as drinking a bottle of ice-cold cola under the scorching sun in deep summer. That refreshing feeling of coolness from head to toe made Tristan Kinetic's body, which had begun to fail due to his ability collapse, radiate new vitality once again. Little sister, don't speak. Lie down properly on the bed. I am now going to use my wood-type ability to guide the medicinal power of the ether wheatgrass to repair your ability seed. Don't make a sound, and don't disturb me, understand? Orelai Kinetic exulted with a serious expression. This was also her first time treating injuries using her wood-type ability. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Seeing Orelai Kinetic's expression, Tristan Kinetic also understood that what came next was the crucial part of the entire treatment process. Tristan Kinetic glanced at the bedside, casually picked up a clean cloth towel and stuffed it into his mouth, then lay down on the bed and blinked his eyes to signal that Orelai Kinetic could begin the treatment. Orelai Kinetic did not speak, only nodding. Resting her fingers on Tristan Kinetic's wrist, a wisp of invisible wood-type energy smoothly and orderly entered Tristan Kinetic's arm, and then extended along his arm toward his entire body. As soon as the wood-type energy entered Tristan Kinetic's body, it acted like a beacon, guiding the medicinal power of the ether wheatgrass that had already spread to every corner of his body to circulate through his body along a specific operating route for a full cycle before all converging into Tristan Kinetic's ability seed. Under the gentle soothing effect of the wood-type energy, Tristan Kinetic had already entered a state between half asleep and half awake. This was intentional on Orelai Kinetic's part. She was unwilling to let Tristan Kinetic know that besides her wood-type ability, she had also awakened a mental-type ability. And kneading and blending the shattered ability fragments together required carefully manipulating every single fragment using spiritual telekinesis. Once a fragment was placed in the wrong position, a fatal crisis would occur, which was not allowed to happen. 1 hour later, when the medicinal power of the ether wheatgrass guided by the wood-type energy had all converged into the ability fragments, a slender strand of spiritual telekinesis materialized into a tiny pair of tweezers beside Tristan Kinetic's ability seed. After carefully comparing the fragments with the tweezers, it placed them in specific positions. Next was the most crucial moment of the entire treatment. Chapter 67, Awakening. Ability fragments are not things in reality that can be glued together, nor are they tattered clothes that can be sewn with needle and thread. Most importantly, if something is glued incorrectly, it can be taken apart and re-glued. If clothes are mended poorly, they can also be taken apart and resewn. However, repairing the ability fragments only has one chance, and not even the slightest error is allowed. Aurelier Kinetic carefully placed two adjacent fragments together, and then used a new type of recovery energy formed by fusing wood-type energy and the medicinal power of ether wheatgrass to fill and wrap around the gaps between the two fragments. This recovery energy slowly bonded the two fragments together. Although the ability seed could not be used right now, it was at least better than fragments scattered everywhere. After the first success, the subsequent bonding of fragments became much faster. Time slowly passed. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 5 hours, Aurelier Kinetic finally finished gluing the ability box. At this moment, Aurelier Kinetic was pale-faced, sweat flowed recklessly without stopping, and her clothes had long been soaked. What was most fatal was that while bonding the ability seed fragments, her mental power was highly concentrated, and the small tweezers transformed by her spiritual telekinesis worked incessantly. Her mental sea was already depleted at this moment. After Aurelier Kinetic withdrew her spiritual telekinesis and wood element ability, she collapsed exhaustedly in front of Tristan Kinetic's bed. With a loud bang, it woke up the Mu family members who had been waiting outside Tristan Kinetic's room for a long time. Alistair Kinetic pushed the door open and rushed in first. Then, the Mu family members were surprised to find that Tristan Kinetic, whom they had been worrying about endlessly, was sleeping soundly in bed with a ruddy complexion. On the contrary, Aurelier Kinetic, who originally had a ruddy complexion and high spirits, had collapsed on the floor with a pale face at this moment. Although the Mu family members did not know what happened halfway through, Aurelier Kinetic's extreme weakness was real. "Seer, what is wrong with you? Don't scare Mom." Seeing this, Gwendolyn rushed forward, hugged her daughter, and started crying. "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Don't be afraid. Older brother will take you to the hospital for treatment right away," Caspian Kinetic said with some worry. "Care brings confusion." This was the exact manifestation of the Mu family right now. Arthur Kinetic, the only clear-headed person on the scene, suspected that his daughter had exhausted herself curing Tristan Kinetic. Alistair Kinetic was an intermediate Esper, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. He looked at Arthur Kinetic with startled suspicion, and the meaning of inquiry in his eyes was very obvious. With so many people around, although they were all family members, Arthur Kinetic did not want his daughter's uniqueness to become known to everyone. He hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded gently, not saying a single word or sentence the entire time. Seeing Arthur Kinetic's appearance, Alistair Kinetic couldn't help raising his eyebrows. "Yo-ho. My own younger brother is actually playing small tricks with me. Not bad, not bad. There's progress." Knowing the reason, Alistair Kinetic no longer hesitated and said to Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn, "Carry Zia back to her room, give her this bottle of recovery potion, and let her have a good rest. The little girl is just too tired from looking after you. You don't need to worry. Go find somewhere to play yourselves." Arthur Kinetic and Gwendolyn had already guessed what was going on, and did not refute. Gwendolyn took the recovery potion handed over by Alistair Kinetic, and Arthur Kinetic picked up Aurelier Kinetic, turning to walk towards a room on the second floor. Caspian Kinetic and the other brothers were somewhat confused, although they didn't know why, since the elders at home arranged it this way. It wasn't good to object, so they successfully left Tristan Kinetic's room and returned to the living room. As for the Kapoor lineage Citadel members, they had left long ago. This sleep of Aurelier Kinetic's lasted directly for 3 days. If it weren't for her normal breathing, Gwendolyn definitely would have sent her to the hospital. When she opened her eyes again, the first thing that came into view was Gwendolyn's face with sunken eye sockets and a haggard appearance. To say she wasn't moved would be a lie, at least at this moment. A warm current flowed through Aurelier Kinetic's heart. She couldn't help softly calling out, "Mom." The soft call woke Gwendolyn, who was letting her thoughts run wild. Her eyes immediately snapped back to focus on Aurelier Kinetic. "Seer, you're awake. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Tell Mom, and Mom will go cook it for you." Gwendolyn rattled off a bunch of questions. Aurelier Kinetic did not interrupt, nor did she show impatience. She kept a faint smile as she looked at Gwendolyn's haggard face, listening to Gwendolyn's caring and considerate words. Until Gwendolyn's words came to a pause, she opened her mouth to ask, "Mom, how many days have I been sleeping?" 3 days. "Seer, You slept for 3 days without eating or drinking. You worried me to death. I said I wanted to send you to the hospital for a checkup, but your dad still didn't agree. It made me so angry. Gwendolyn answered her daughter's question while complaining that her husband wouldn't listen to her. As soon as Aurora Kinetic heard this, she understood. Both the uncle and dad probably disagreed with sending her to the hospital. Mum could oppose dad's opinion, but when it came to uncle's words, her mom probably didn't dare to refute. She couldn't help finding it funny in her heart. Her mom was just a paper tiger who became completely helpless when encountering the head of the family, Alistair Kinetic. Mum, it's fine. I don't need to go to the hospital. Once I've rested enough, I'll be fine. Right, has brother you woken up? Fearing that Gwendolyn would feel uncomfortable inside, Aurora Kinetic hurriedly changed the subject and asked. Upon hearing her daughter mention her eldest nephew Tristan Kinetic, Gwendolyn instantly forgot about the matter of not sending her daughter to the hospital. You is awake. A day earlier than you. He woke up yesterday. I was busy taking care of you, so I just went to take a look and came right back. But I saw that your uncle, aunt, and dad were all very happy. It should be that your brother Yu's injuries are almost healed. Gwendolyn recalled and guessed. Aurora Kinetic looked at Gwendolyn, unable to help complaining in her heart. Old Mom's intuition is quite accurate. Just by judging a few people's moods, she guessed almost everything correctly. Simply awesome. It's good that he woke up. Mum, I'm fine. You should go out and tell Dad and the others so they won't worry. Seeing that only Gwendolyn was in the room, Aurora Kinetic guessed that some big event must have happened, leaving no one else with time to watch over her. Oh, right. Zia is awake. I should go tell your dad and your uncle them. After saying that, Gwendolyn hurried out, forgetting even to get something for Aurora Kinetic to eat. Fortunately, there were some snacks placed on the cabinet beside the bed. Aurora Kinetic didn't mind and started feasting directly. When Arthur Kinetic, Alistair Kinetic, and the others rushed into the room, they saw Aurora Kinetic's small mouth chewing on snacks. Ouch! How could I forget to bring food for Zia? Look at my memory. Seeing this, Gwendolyn knocked on her own head and turned to walk toward the kitchen again. Zia, how are you feeling? Arthur Kinetic and Alistair Kinetic asked at the same time. Aurora Kinetic was very clear on the meaning behind their words. She shook her head and said, Uncle, Dad, I'm fine. It's just that it was my first time helping, and I accidentally exhausted my mental sea, which is why I passed out. I know now, and I will pay attention to controlling the time in the future. After hearing Aurora Kinetic's explanation, Alistair Kinetic and Arthur Kinetic finally completely set down their hanging hearts. Although they had been telling the others that Aurora Kinetic was fine, in reality, they had no bottom line in their own hearts either. After all, this was the first time they had experienced such a thing. Chapter 68, Discussion. The next day, Aurora Kinetic was finally allowed to get out of bed. Yes, because she had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep for 3 days. Gwendolyn worried about her daughter and insisted that Aurora Kinetic rest in bed for another day. After getting up and washing up, Aurora Kinetic came to the living room to have breakfast. Seeing the somewhat shabby breakfast on the table, she looked up at the rather ugly expressions of the adults in the family and slightly frowned. Brother Yu has already recovered, right? What happened again? However, Aurora Kinetic did not ask much immediately. Instead, she lowered her head and ate earnestly, because of all things, eating was the most important. Although it was just some simple mutated beast meat porridge, it was still a pretty good meal in the Wasteland world. After finishing breakfast, Alistair Kinetic looked at the big family, and after a moment of silence, he said with a solemn expression, something happened to the Roth family estate in Central City. That peak level 7 spur of the Roth family estate encountered an ambush, their ability scattered, and they might not be able to hold on much longer. The expressions of the others did not change much, but the expressions of Arthur Kinetic and Tristan Kinetic changed drastically. Seeing this, Aurora Kinetic felt a thump in her heart. It seemed that the drastic change in the Roth family estate had affected the Mu family. Otherwise, the expressions of her father and cousin would not have become so ugly. Dad, you said last time that this person from the Roth family estate got a rare medicine and is expected to advance to level 8 Esper. At that time, he would be the top expert in Central City and the only level 8 Esper. Why now? Tristan Kinetic asked in astonishment. Hearing Tristan Kinetic's question, Alistair Kinetic was silent for a long time before saying helplessly, indeed. Half a month ago, when I went to see this person, he told me full of vigour that once he successfully advanced, the entire base would be within his grasp. But unfortunately, Dad, how is this possible? What on earth happened? Why did it suddenly? Tristan Kinetic asked with puzzlement. Indeed, half a month ago, us going out to wipe out mutated beasts was just a facade. and the purpose was to let this person take the rare medicine to advance. Because we were afraid of being discovered when advancing in Central City, we deliberately let a few families following the Roth family estate go out of the city into the wilderness to attract the attention of other families in Central City. However, I do not know who leaked the news. The others in Central City joined forces to set up an ambush, completely shattering the ability seed of this person from the Roth family estate, leaving them with not even a shred of possibility for recovery. Saying this, Alistair Kinetic found it a bit hard to believe such a confidential matter was actually let known, not to mention that the joint ambush succeeded. Big brother, what should we do now? Arthur Kinetic did not care about the Roth family estate. He only cared about what his own family should do next. The people of Central City were too far away for him, so he did not consider them at all. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how difficult things were for them, they still lived better than his own family. Besides, for the people of Central City, crushing him to death was like crushing an ant. Rushing up with his small physique would be courting death. Arthur Kinetic had never thought of sucking up to them for benefits, nor had he thought of sharing a piece of the pie when the Roth family estate met misfortune. Sigh, I used to follow that person from the Roth family estate, and now it is indeed troublesome. With the Roth family estate fallen, people like us either need to find a new backer, but the backer found at this time probably will not gain the other party's trust and will be marginalised in the future. Or we continue following the Roth family estate, but the two direct descendants of the Roth family estate are both Tier 6 primary, and the possibility of advancing to level 7 is not high. The last option is to leave this base and start over in another base. But wanting to go to another base is very dangerous. Alistair Kinetic carefully explained all three plans and their consequences. After all, this was a major event involving every member of the Mu family, and he simply could not decide alone. Alistair Kinetic, is the Roth family estate preparing to leave the base? Elena Valeria suddenly asked. Alistair Kinetic raised his head to look at his wife and nodded, saying, yes, the Roth family estate has been selling off their assets cheaply these past few days and is preparing to leave in a couple of days. Receiving Alistair Kinetic's confirmation, the Mu family members instantly became nervous. Big brother, I listen to you. Wherever you decide, I will follow. Arthur Kinetic readily expressed his thoughts. Alistair Kinetic looked at his younger brother and shook his head. This younger brother of his was good at everything, except that he relied on him too much. He used to worry about what he would do if something happened to himself. But now, he was not worried at all, because the little person sitting there without saying a word was much more reliable than his younger brother. Sir, what do you think about this matter? Alistair Kinetic suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned, except for Tristan Kinetic and Arthur Kinetic. For a moment they did not understand why Alistair Kinetic would take such a serious question to ask the youngest person in the family. Orlar Kinetic looked up at Alistair Kinetic and saw that the other party was looking at her with a sincere face, not a joke made on the spur of the moment. Oh ho, this was putting her on an equal footing to consult. Uncle, what is the success rate for the two people in the Mu family to advance to level 7 Esper right now? Orlar Kinetic did not answer Alistair Kinetic immediately, but instead asked an irrelevant question. Alistair Kinetic answered without hesitation. If that person from the Roth family estate had not met with misfortune, with that person's help, there would be a 50% success rate. As for now, there is only 30%. 30%. This success rate is too low. Orlar Kinetic tapped her index finger lightly on the table and said thoughtfully. At this time, in the eyes of the Mu family members, Orlar Kinetic had completely changed. Even Alistair Kinetic felt a sense of oppression like facing that person from the Roth family estate. At this instant, the Mu family members looked at each other, all revealing expressions of astonishment and disbelief. This action, this expression, this tone, was this still their family's daughter, niece, younger sister? This expression, this action, this tone, it was properly the image of a superior. Orlar Kinetic did not notice the abnormality of the Mu family members at all, and continued to ask, Uncle, have you inquired about how many families like ours are still willing to continue following the Roth family estate? 2 families. They must follow the Roth family estate, because they are in-laws with the Roth family estate. As for ones like mine, one family has already secretly defected to others, and another family is hesitating just like us. Alistair Kinetic said everything he knew. Uncle, what are you actually thinking right now? Orlar Kinetic looked up at Alistair Kinetic and straightforwardly asked the question in her heart. The success rate for them to advance to a level 7 Esper is too low. For me, a peak tier 6 Esper, to keep following them is really. Alistair Kinetic did not finish his words, but everyone understood the meaning behind them. Uncle, you want to break away from the Roth family estate. but you feel that you received promotion and help from that person of the Roth family estate in the past, so you cannot save face and are afraid that others will say you are ungrateful. Right. Orlair Kinetic hit the nail on the head and expressed Alistair Kinetic's truest thoughts in his heart. Alistair Kinetic nodded and did not refute Orlair Kinetic's statement. Breaking away from the Roth family estate is not difficult, but I'm afraid our actions must be a bit faster. We must leave before the Roth family estate members do. Moreover, before leaving, Uncle, you still have to make a trip to the Roth family estate. Go specifically to visit, and then first, most importantly, you must go and see that person and tell them your difficulties. Orlair Kinetic said her plan with a calm expression. Hearing Orlair Kinetic's proposal, Alistair Kinetic was still there pondering the feasibility of this matter. Chapter 69 The Old Fox and the Little Fox. Tristan Kinetic spoke up first. Little sister. Breaking away from them on the premise of not offending the Roth family estate probably won't be that easy, right? After all, my dad is a level 6 ability user, and even a fool wouldn't be willing to cast away such a strong helper, right? Hearing this, the crowd of the Moo family all nodded in agreement with Tristan Kinetic's statement. Even Alistair Kinetic had this thought, otherwise he would have gone to the Roth family estate long ago. Orlair Kinetic, however, smiled gently. We certainly wouldn't want to part with an extremely strong helper, but what if they aren't a helper, but rather a dragging, burdensome liability? What do you all think the Roth family estate would do then? Everyone froze, then looked at Orlair Kinetic in puzzlement, and Alistair Kinetic was no exception. Orlair Kinetic did not explain. Instead, with a flash, a thick vine instantly attacked Alistair Kinetic, leaving him with no time to dodge at all. With a miserable scream, Alistair Kinetic had already been struck by the vine. Paffer. Following that, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. Orlair Kinetic. Sir, big brother. Alistair Kinetic. Uncle. Little sister. For a moment, the living room descended into utter chaos. Elena Valerius and Tristan Kinetic's three brothers glared fiercely, their weapons already attacking Orlair Kinetic. Arthur Kinetic, Gwendolyn, and the others stood in the living room with blank and panicked expressions. Arthur Kinetic had just wanted to go over and support Alistair Kinetic when he was forced back by a move from Tristan Kinetic. All of you ungrateful wretches, stay away from my dad. Tristan Kinetic cursed with bloodshot eyes. Hearing Tristan Kinetic curse Arthur Kinetic, Orlair Kinetic's pretty face tightened. A vine lashed toward Tristan Kinetic as she roared, "Shut your mouth. Where did you get the nerve to dare curse my dad?" With two sounds of smack, smack, Tristan Kinetic was whipped to the ground, unable to move. By this time, Alistair Kinetic was covered in sweat from the pain, his cheeks completely devoid of colour. "Why?" Alistair Kinetic demanded with a ferocious expression, enduring the agonising pain. He never could have imagined that this niece whom he had doted on since childhood would suddenly deal him a fatal blow. Alistair Kinetic involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. Guarding against 1,000 things, it is hard to guard against a thief within one's own family. This is the way to break away from the Roth family estate. Uncle, right now both you and brother you have your abilities scattered. What kind of attitude do you think the Roth family estate will have toward you? Orlair Kinetic asked with a light smile. However, you shouldn't have. Alistair Kinetic wanted to say something, but at this moment he could no longer speak. Uncle, the Roth family estate aren't fools. Wanting them to willingly cast us aside is not that easy. With that, she took out the intermediate soothing potion and tossed it to Alistair Kinetic. Uncle, take it. You and I should go to the Roth family estate now. Dad, Aunt, pack your things right away. Early tomorrow morning. We must leave the base. Right, Uncle. Have you guys decided which base to go to? Catching the intermediate soothing potion tossed by Orlair Kinetic, Alistair Kinetic finally reacted and understood the deep meaning behind Orlair Kinetic's action. Amidst the stunned and angry gazes of the others, he calmly took the intermediate soothing potion. Alistair Kinetic, you can't drink it. Dad, you can't drink it. Elena Valerius, Tristan Kinetic, Ron Kinetic, and Silas Kinetic all cried out in shock at the same time. Arthur Kinetic and the others looked at Alistair Kinetic with expressions of awkwardness and bewilderment. Sir, accompany your uncle to the Roth family estate trip. Elena Valerius, Arthur Kinetic, you each go home and pack. Tomorrow morning, or at the latest tomorrow afternoon, we will set off from the West City Gate. Alistair Kinetic instructed with a stern expression. What are you eyeing for? You're decades old, yet you don't even have as much brains as Sir. You might as well just stay this stupid. Seeing that his younger brother still hadn't figured it out, Alistair Kinetic couldn't help but scold him helplessly. Uncle. Hearing her uncle scold her dad, Orlair Kinetic couldn't help but cry out to plead on his behalf. What are you crying out for? You're heartbroken just from me scolding him a couple of times. You brat, come support me already. You really knew how to lay it on. It hurt me to death. Let me tell you. Once I recover, I'm definitely going to catch you and spank your little bottom into 8 pieces. You dead girl. You really went all out. It hurts to death. Alistair Kinetic scolded Aurelar Kinetic with annoyance. Aurelar Kinetic rubbed her nose and muttered aggrievedly, "It's easy for you to say. If I didn't actually strike hard, how could we fool those old foxes of the Roth family estate? Besides, I only cracked your ability seed with a few fissures. Once we leave the base, take some wondrous medicine, and rest for a couple of days. You'll be fine. Because of this, look at Aunt, and Brother you, and the others. Just now they looked like they wanted to kill me. What am I even doing this for?" The crowd of the Moo family was shocked by the duo's flashy operations. Watching the two bickering and complaining while supporting each other as they walked out, everyone stood there completely dumbfounded. Seeing the direction the two were heading, suddenly, a flash of lightning went off in the minds of Tristan Kinetic and Arthur Kinetic. After reacting, the two exchanged glances, and a thought simultaneously flashed through their minds. The Moo family has produced another little fox, an old fox and a little fox, and it seems the little fox has even surpassed the master. Now those two foxes are going to put on a good show. In the past, they were always teased and belittled by Big Brother Dad, but now they could finally turn the tables. Just as Tristan Kinetic was chattering endlessly in his mind, an eerie, chilling voice drifted into the living room. "Brother you, to prevent arousing suspicion from the Roth family estate members, it's best if you lie in bed right now. A comatose state is best." Hearing this eerie warning, Tristan Kinetic pointed at Aurelar Kinetic, who had walked out the door, and mouthed to Arthur Kinetic, "Uncle, aren't you going to control your niece?" Arthur Kinetic spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, pointed outside again, and replied with his mouth, "I can't control her. Why don't you go find your dad?" Tristan Kinetic rolled his eyes, turned around, and went back into the room to fake an illness. As Alistair Kinetic's wife, although Lena Valerius had not reacted in the first moment, she had now come to her senses. She turned to Arthur Kinetic and said, "Little brother, you guys hurry back and pack. Tomorrow at 10:00 a.m. see you at the West City Gate. Earlier is better." Arthur Kinetic also knew the gravity of the situation at this point, and immediately responded, "All right, sister-in-law, we'll go back and pack right now." "Right, sister-in-law, I don't know if the base's points are still universally usable, so I plan to exchange all my points for nutrient fluids and various potions. Do you think that's all right?" "All right, these will be more convenient on the road. Points might not necessarily be useful once we're travelling. I'll have Yanner and Fair go exchange theirs right away too." Elena Valerius nodded in agreement. For a time, all members of the Moo family sprang into action. The younger boys, Ron Kinetic, Sealers Kinetic, Julian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic, hadn't fully reacted yet. Although their minds hadn't completely caught up, they were obedient. Whatever the adults arranged for them to do, they would do, so it didn't delay matters. "Yana, Fear, I'll transfer all my points to you too. You both go to the exchange hall and convert all the points into commonly used items like nutrient fluids, gene recovery potions, and gene hemostatic potions. Remember, be fast, go in batches, and don't attract people's attention. I'll pack things at home." Although they said tomorrow morning or afternoon is fine, to avoid any complications, we should leave the base earlier. Elena Valerius instructed in a low voice. "Amen, got it." Rowan Kinetic and Sealers Kinetic nodded in unison and then headed outward. Chapter 70, Roth Family Estate Manor. After more than an hour, Aurelar Kinetic supported Alistair Kinetic as they got out of their energy vehicle and stood at the main gate of a manor. The giant alloy iron gate was tightly closed, its surface coated with a layer of burgundy paint, giving it a somewhat retro vibe. The iron gate was densely covered with rivets and reinforced channel steel, with a small door left in the middle for individuals to enter and exit normally. Alistair Kinetic and Aurelar Kinetic were not members of the Roth family estate, and energy vehicles were not allowed to enter Roth family estate manor, so the energy vehicle that brought them could only park outside. "Who goes there?" Just as they walked to a distance of 50 meters from the main gate, a cold electronic voice came from a high platform next to the gate. Aurelar Kinetic looked up and saw a high platform resembling an ancient watchhouse standing 10 meters to the left of the main gate. Several openings were left directly in front of the high platform for guard and lookout purposes, and the high platform was also equipped with an automatic scanning device to detect people entering and leaving the manor. The inquiry was precisely issued by the automatic scanning device, and Alistair Kinetic took out a token, accurately tossing it into a groove next to the main gate. The moment the token snapped into the groove, An electronic prompt sounded immediately. Beep beep. Access token for this where Alistair Kinetic detected. The token is correct. Access to the manor is permitted. As the electronic voice ended, the small door slowly opened. Uncle, this gate looks somewhat extraordinary. Is there any special equipment installed? Orlar Kinetic supported Alistair Kinetic, glanced at the gate, and asked in a low voice. Seeing Orlar Kinetic asking him about the gate, Alistair Kinetic did not know the reason, but still answered in a low voice. The inside of the manor gate is wrapped with exposed energy barbed wire, which leads directly to the defense activation device inside the manor. Once someone attacks the gate, this defense system will automatically activate, and the spurs below level 3 will be directly electrocuted to death by the energy grid. After listening to Alistair Kinetic's explanation, Orlar Kinetic nodded to show she understood. The two passed through the small door and entered the manor gate, where a small energy shuttle was waiting, and a middle-aged man in his 40s was standing by the door of the vehicle. The man looked at the extremely weak Alistair Kinetic with astonishment, and asked in surprise, Brother Moo, what happened to you? Alistair Kinetic's bloodless face managed to squeeze out a slight smile as he said to the man, Steward Roth, please take me to see Lord. Seeing that Alistair Kinetic avoided talking about his injuries, the middle-aged man found it hard to keep asking, instead turning to look at Orlar Kinetic and asking in a deep voice, Alistair Kinetic, you're an old hand here and know the rules of the Roth family estate. Furthermore, you're clear about the current situation of the Roth family estate. Can you explain why you brought this little girl into the manor? Cough cough, Steward Roth, I know the rules of the manor, but with my current condition, I simply cannot come to the manor alone. This is my younger brother's daughter, my own niece. She was worried, so she came along with me. Alistair Kinetic coughed twice and explained feebly. Your niece, that little girl raised at your house some years ago, Sai. What was that little girl's name again? Oh, I remember now, her name is Orlar Kinetic, right? Steward Roth recalled for a moment, and finally asked, Yes, that's her name is Orlar Kinetic. Alistair Kinetic nodded to confirm. All right, since she is your niece, and you are heavily injured, I will ask for instructions first. If Lord allows it, we will make an exception and let her follow in. If Lord does not agree, there is nothing I can do. Steward Roth thought for a moment and said reluctantly, All right, sorry to trouble Steward Roth. Alistair Kinetic did not argue, but nodded in agreement. Whether in expression or attitude, he hadn't changed at all from before. Steward Roth walked away a little bit before making a phone call. I don't know what the two said on the phone, but a minute later, Steward Roth came over and said to Alistair Kinetic, Brother Moo, Lord is waiting for you in Roth Atrium. All right, please trouble Steward Roth to give us a ride. Alistair Kinetic requested sincerely. 10 minutes later, Orlar Kinetic supported Alistair Kinetic as they walked into a hall. The hall was very elegantly decorated, perfectly matching its name. Sitting in the main seat of the hall was an old man with greying hair and an aged face. Sitting on the right side were two middle-aged men in their 40s. Alistair Kinetic greets Lord, second young master, third young master. Alistair Kinetic stood at the lower position and bowed respectfully. Orlar Kinetic supported Alistair Kinetic, keeping her head down the entire time, perfectly portraying the image of an inexperienced, timid, and cowardly young girl. However, no one knew that the spiritual telekinesis of this seemingly timid and cowardly young girl had already enveloped the entire Roth family estate manor. From the towering trees in the manor to the dust and gravel on the ground, everything was inside her mind. The three people in the hall did not get up. The old man in the main seat said politely and weakly, Little Moo is here. What is going on with your body? Wasn't it still fine yesterday? Why does it look like? The two sitting on the right held their teacups the entire time, not even casting a single direct glance at Alistair Kinetic. Why does this attitude feel a bit weird? Orlar Kinetic had an indescribable feeling in her heart. The attitude of the Roth family estate felt somewhat discordant and very repulsive. Sighed Lord, yesterday you asked me to go home and prepare for evacuation. I went back and arranged things for my family, but today I was suddenly ambushed. With a single move, my ability collapsed. Although I immediately drank the soothing potion and temporarily stabilized my ability, it will probably be difficult for me to go fight mutated beasts in the future. Such a big event happened, and I did not dare to hide it, so I immediately had my girl support me over to tell Lord. I hope Lord will remain vigilant. Some people have gone crazy. Previously they only made moves in the wilderness, but now they even dare to make moves in the inner city. Then the next step Alistair Kinetic did not finish a sentence, but the meaning gave people food for thought. Hearing Alistair Kinetic's last sentence, second young Master Goliath Roth and third young Master Malachi Roth simultaneously raised their heads to look at Alistair Kinetic. The old man in the main seat frowned slightly, looked at Alistair Kinetic with some difficulty, and then asked in a deep voice, "Little Moo, the time set by the Roth family estate for leaving will not change. Can your body hold up? Also, how's your eldest son Tristan Kinetic's condition?" "Sigh, Lord, I'm afraid I cannot hold up, and my son also drifts in and out of consciousness with no improvement. Coming here today, I just want to ask Lord which base you plan to go to. Our injuries are heavy, and we cannot travel fast. We want to set off earlier and rendezvous with Lord on the way. In addition, I wonder if Lord has any connections in the new base to help us purchase an advanced soothing potion. Rest assured, Lord, regarding the point to purchase the potion, I guarantee that I will go through fire and water for the Roth family estate for the rest of my life and never decline." Alistair Kinetic pleaded with a sincere expression. On that bloodless face, a trace of entreaty was forcibly hung. Seeing her uncle's imploring expression, although Aurelier Kinetic knew today's events were fake and meant to deceive the members of the Roth family estate, deep down in her heart, she felt waves of dull pain. Looking at the demeanor of the three members of the Roth family estate, Aurelier Kinetic could be certain that her uncle must have suffered quite a few grievances in the Roth family estate in the past. HMPH, having already been suppressed to this extent by the other families, they were still putting on airs in front of their own people. This Roth family estate was simply utterly ridiculous. Chapter 71: A Ruthless Scheme. Leave in advance. Rendezvous halfway. Travel slowly. Three astonished voices rang out simultaneously in the Roth atrium. Aurelier Kinetic's powerful spiritual telekinesis had been shrouding the upper part of the hall, and seeing the three people's reactions, she felt somewhat surprised. Alistair Kinetic also looked at the three of them with a surprised expression. Was the request he made that outrageous? Why did they look so unwilling? However, a few seconds later, Alistair Kinetic and Aurelier Kinetic snapped back to reality. They were unwilling to let Alistair Kinetic leave the Roth family estate, and probably wanted to use Alistair Kinetic as cannon fodder on the road. "Cyro Moo, you were just injured. If you don't travel with the main force, it will be very dangerous. Besides, as you know, my Talia Roth is a level 5 wood-type ability user, so she can look out for you on the way, right?" The old man's words, entirely phrased as if he were looking out for Alistair Kinetic, almost made Aurelier Kinetic, who was supporting Alistair Kinetic, want to vomit. So much green tea. Fake and ashamedly fake. If they had truly cared, Talia Roth should have appeared the very moment Alistair Kinetic stepped into the Roth family estate manor. Alistair Kinetic was somewhat anxious in his heart. He never expected that the flesh wound ruse wouldn't make the Roth family estate let go. He was genuinely injured for real. Just as Alistair Kinetic was pondering what to say next, Aurelier Kinetic pleaded with a sorrowful expression, "Sir, you mean someone can cure my uncle's injury, right? May I ask where she is right now? How much money will it cost to ask her to heal my uncle's injury?" Aurelier Kinetic's pleading voice directly left the three members of the Roth family estate dumbfounded. Talia Roth was the old man's youngest daughter, and also the only healing type Esper in the Roth family estate. How could the Roth family estate be willing to let such a person help Alistair Kinetic heal his injuries? The old man initially wanted to refuse, but on second thought, it was right for Talia Roth to take a look, as he also had doubts about Alistair Kinetic's injury in his heart. After all, the timing was far too coincidental. "Alright, Alistair Kinetic, wait a moment. I'll have Yana come over to take a look at you right away." "Sigh, I'm getting old. Look at me, I didn't think of it for a moment. One really has to accept aging." The old man sighed with emotion. As for the authenticity of these words, opinions varied from person to person. "TH, sir, for this minor injury of mine, there's no need to trouble Miss Yana." Alistair Kinetic's eyes flashed as he declined. Seeing this, the three members of the Roth family estate exchanged glances and became even more insistent on having Talia Roth come to examine Alistair Kinetic, because Alistair Kinetic's attitude was highly suspicious. One side declined and said it was unnecessary to trouble anyone for a medical check, while the other side insisted on showing their concern and demanded that Talia Roth conduct an inspection. 20 minutes later, a beautiful woman in her 30s walked into the Roth atrium. "Dad, second brother, third brother." After greeting them one by one, Talia Roth nodded toward Alistair Kinetic as a gesture of greeting. The moment the other party stepped into the Roth atrium, Aurelier Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis focused heavily on her. A level 5 wood-type ability user, but her energy fluctuations were not very large, making it look like she had just entered level 5 not long ago. "Yana, you know Zyro Mu as well. Help him take a look. He was ambushed today and injured his ability seed. Although he took a soothing potion to temporarily stop his ability from collapsing, check his injuries carefully to see how they really are, the old man instructed with hidden meaning. Talia Roth was slightly startled, but she quickly reacted and replied with a faint smile, "All right, Dad. Miss Yun Yan, then I'll have to trouble you." At this moment, Alistair Kinetic was also feeling uneasy in his heart, unsure whether his injury could fool the other party's inspection. Just as Alistair Kinetic was worrying, Orelai Kinetic said to Alistair Kinetic with a serious expression, "Uncle, don't worry. Once Miss Talia Roth examines you, we can beg her to help us buy some medicine to take, and your injury will definitely get better." Aside from Alistair Kinetic, no one else could discern the true meaning in Orelai Kinetic's words. "All right, Uncle won't worry." Alistair Kinetic replied to Orelai Kinetic in a coaxing tone used for children, and even reached out to rub Orelai Kinetic's fluffy hair. The members of the Roth family estate didn't suspect such interaction at all. They only felt that certain rumours were indeed true. Alistair Kinetic really spoiled this niece far too much. Half an hour later, Talia Roth finished her examination and gently nodded toward the old man, indicating that Alistair Kinetic was indeed injured. Sighed Zyro Mu, "Here is a soothing potion and a recovery potion. Go back first and properly recuperate from your injuries. By the day of departure, I will send a car to pick you up. Rest assured, Zyro Mu, you have followed me for so many years, and I will not treat you unfairly." The old man signalled the housekeeper to hand the items to Alistair Kinetic. Alistair Kinetic took the items, never expecting that even at this stage, the Roth family estate would still let him leave. Orelai Kinetic did not speak, supporting Alistair Kinetic as they walked outward. However, her spiritual telekinesis clearly captured the expressions of the 4 Roth family estate members. "Yanner, was that brat's injury fake?" the old man asked in a cold voice. "Dad, it's not fake. He is indeed seriously injured, and there is simply no way he can fully recover in a short period of time," Talia Roth answered with certainty. After hearing Yun Yan's reply, the old man sighed. "Sigh, that's truly a pity. After all, this brat has no other background, and he was quite handy to use." Hearing the old man's praise, one of the 2 middle-aged men couldn't help asking, "Dad, this person surnamed Mu has severe injuries. If we bring him along, it will definitely slow down our speed." "Bring him? Why wouldn't we bring him? What speed will it affect? He walks his path, and we walk ours. If he can't keep up, he can just help us block the mutated beasts behind us," the old man said with a sneer. The other 3 were stunned, then burst into laughter. The 3rd young master gave a thumbs up and praised, "Dad, they don't say ginger gets hotter as it ages for nothing. This way, we get our reputation, and our troubles are solved. This move is high, truly high. Dad, won't this make him suspicious? This person surnamed Mu came to the manor today. It looks like he wanted to break away from our Roth family estate," the 2nd young master said with a frown. "HMPH, suspicious? So what if he suspects? I have never thought of letting these people go, including those with disloyal intentions. They've spent so much of the Roth family estate's resources, and now they still want to run. How is that possible? If they cannot contribute the very last drop of blood to our Roth family estate, then let them be thoroughly destroyed. I, Ezekiel Roth, will definitely not cultivate people for my enemies. 2nd and 3rd, you immediately go load the vehicles. Tonight, we will first transport the important things out through the west gate and hide them well, and then depart tomorrow at 8 in the evening. As for those fence-sitters, you don't need to worry about them. I will send people to handle them," the old man said ruthlessly. "Dad, didn't you say we would leave in a couple of days?" Talia Roth asked curiously. "HMPH, little sister, are you silly? You don't even understand this. That was a smoke bomb released by Dad to confuse others. By the time they react in a couple of days, we'll already be far away," the 3rd young master laughed. Hearing this, Orelai Kinetic, supporting Alistair Kinetic, had already taken a car and left the Roth family estate manor. When opening the car door to get into the energy vehicle, Orelai Kinetic looked up at the Roth family estate manor with deep meaning. "Truly ruthless and vicious, worthy of being a top-tier faction in Central City. It's just a pity that he ran into me," Orelai Kinetic sighed inwardly. "Seer, let's go." Seeing Orelai Kinetic looking at the Roth family estate manor, Alistair Kinetic reminded her, Let's go. We're going home to take our medicine." Orelai Kinetic turned around and said with a smile. At this moment, Alistair Kinetic had no idea that simply because he brought Orelai Kinetic to the Roth family estate manor this once, this obedient and cute niece in his heart would pull off some earth-shattering major stunt tonight. Chapter 70, 2 Getting Rich Overnight. At 9:00 p.m., a black figure slipped out of the Moo family. The black figure was extremely fast, running to the west gate in just over 10 minutes. When she reached the west gate and waited for almost an hour, what she saw was actually a line of energy vehicle fleets rapidly rushing out of the west gate. Lorelei Kinetic counted to herself secretly. Oh my goodness, more than 20 box-type energy vehicles. How many good things must this pack? Getting rich, getting rich. This young lady has gotten rich overnight. The Roth family estate truly lives up to being a top force in Central City. With no shortage of wealth, they've packed over 20 box-type energy vehicles. Such wealthy people. Truly filthy rich tyrants. However, starting today, these good things will change their surname. They no longer bear the surname Yun, but the surname Moo. Looking at this space most likely has no one who has awakened a spatial ability. Following behind the fleet, Lorelei Kinetic couldn't help but foolishly rejoiced to herself. You must know that in the morning, she was still worrying about the food, drink, and daily supplies for the whole family on the road after leaving the base. As a result, in the evening, the Roth family estate delivered it right to her door so thoughtfully. Lorelei Kinetic, thanks. Must thank them. The Roth family estate are all good people. Lorelei Kinetic very generously issued a good person card to the Roth family estate. The Roth family estate members, we thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Only you, this old six, could describe the act of robbing our supplies in such a fresh and refined way, and even generously issue us a good person card. It's simply defying the laws of heaven. In fact, Lorelei Kinetic initially did not plan to rob the Roth family estate. Who told the Roth family estate to be so vicious as to want to drive Alistair Kinetic to his death? Alistair Kinetic was the pillar of the Moo family, and family was Lorelei Kinetic's bottom line, and the Roth family estate, unconsciously, stepped on Lorelei Kinetic's bottom line, the bottom line of a dual element Esper. Furthermore, she was a rare level 7 psychic type Esper. Without knowing it, the Roth family estate had offended a low-key Esper big shot. Alas, the tragic and unlucky Roth family estate. This can only be said that the Roth family estate was too unlucky. The saying, he who commits many injustices is bound to self-destruct, pierced into the Roth family estate very precisely. Thus the Roth family estate's fleet drove out of the west gate and continued driving for another 3 hours before stopping at the edge of a hidden woods. Once the fleet stopped, the drivers and escorts all got out, gathered together, and began taking turns to rest. No one noticed that while they were resting, a black figure swiftly shuttled back and forth among the more than 20 energy vehicles. Our staying time at each vehicle would not exceed a minute. Soon, the black figure stopped shuttling. No one knew that while the people in the fleet were taking turns resting, the supplies loaded inside the vehicles had long been quietly and imperceptibly collected by Lorelei Kinetic into her space stone. When everything was over, Lorelei Kinetic couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering, then cast a mocking glance at the people of the Roth family estate fleet. Bar, this bunch of idiots from the Roth family estate actually dared to scheme against my uncle. This is the lesson this young lady is giving you. By the time Lorelei Kinetic, who had quietly accomplished a major feat, returned home, it was already past 4 o'clock in the morning. Extremely excited, she originally thought she wouldn't be able to fall asleep and would stay awake until dawn. But as a result, 2 seconds after touching the bed, she started snoring happily. Only when Lorelei Kinetic's snoring drifted out did Alistair Kinetic, who had been sitting in the room all along, finally set his mind at ease. At 8:00 p.m., he ate the mutated etherweed grass given by Lorelei Kinetic and spent 6 hours completely absorbing the medicinal power of the etherweed grass. Alistair Kinetic discovered that his previously dispersing ability had actually completely recovered, and even some hidden injuries left from past missions had healed together. This discovery made him too excited to sleep. He was just about to get up and grab a drink to celebrate. As a result, he discovered Lorelei Kinetic sneaking back home dressed entirely in black. If he hadn't been too familiar with the little girl's figure, he almost would have thought an enemy was launching a sneak attack on his home. What is this little girl running out to do instead of sleeping at night? Alistair Kinetic couldn't help muttering in his heart. At this moment, even if beaten to death, he would never have imagined that the obedient niece in his eyes had quietly and cleanly swept away half of the Roth family estate's property. From then on, the Roth family estate, having lost half of their property, completely embarked on the road of decline. Of course, that is a story for another time. At this moment, apart from Lorelei Kinetic, no one knew about this matter, and even few would have thought that this was merely a young girl's minor punishment for the Roth family estate. Soon, the sky became completely bright, and Alina Valerius went into the room to wake up Lorelei Kinetic, who was sleeping soundly. "Seer, little lazy pig, wake up quickly. We are about to set off and leave. Elena Valerius pinched Sear's little nose and teased with a smile. Here. Don't bother me. I still want to sleep. A drowsy Aurelar kinetic forcefully slapped away the mischievous hand on her nose. She completely failed to remember that today was the auspicious day to leave the base. Elena Valerius shook her head. Seeing that Aurelar kinetic was fast asleep and completely unable to get up, she couldn't help sighing. Mom, is younger sister still not up? Should I go call her? Silas kinetic saw Elena Valerius coming out of the room alone, looked up, and asked softly. Yesterday, after returning from the Roth family estate, Alistair kinetic had thoroughly explained the matter of Aurelar kinetic intentionally injuring him to Elena Valerius, Tristan kinetic, and the others, breaking it down piece by piece. Only then did Elena Valerius and the three brothers of Tristan kinetic realize that they had misunderstood Aurelar kinetic. Before Elena Valerius could answer, Alistair kinetic's voice rang in her ear from behind. Fire. Don't go call your sister. Let her sleep a bit longer. She went to sleep too late last night. The two of them simultaneously cast puzzled gazes toward Alistair kinetic. Silas kinetic, being quite mouthed for his age, turned his head and repeated doubtfully, went to sleep too late. How could this be? Last night, he saw with his own eyes that his sister returned to her room after 8:00. So how could she have gone to sleep too late? Could it be that she ran out to play later? Unable to figure it out, Silas kinetic shook his head and continued, Dad, today we are leaving the base, and there are still so many things not packed yet. It's fine, the few of us can pack. Your sister only came back at 4 o'clock, let her sleep a bit longer. Alistair kinetic explained a sentence. Hearing this, Elena Valerius and the three brothers of Tristan kinetic didn't speak anymore. Ever since they learned the reason why Aurelar kinetic intentionally injured Alistair kinetic, Aurelar kinetic appeared somewhat mysterious in the hearts of those few. At 10:00 a.m., Aurelar kinetic woke up fully rested. After washing up, she was hiding in the kitchen eating breakfast when Alistair kinetic's urging voice rang out in the living room. Zia, hurry up. Putting down her bowl and chopsticks, washing up, and tidying herself, Aurelar kinetic came into the living room. Zia, pack up your little things. We should set off. Just now, Stuart Bowes Roth called to say that the Roth family estate will set off at 8:00 p.m, telling us to get ready early and not get left behind. Alistair kinetic said with a calm face. Alistair kinetic originally thought that because he was severely injured, the Roth family estate would abandon him. Now it seemed he had not become an abandoned chess piece of the Roth family estate. Seeing Alistair kinetic's slightly hopeful gaze, Aurelar kinetic could only shut her mouth. She couldn't not shut her mouth either. Could she go tell Alistair kinetic, my spiritual telekinesis discovered that the Mu family is merely cannon fodder in the migration team blocking mutated beasts and pursuers for the Roth family estate? Leaving aside whether Alistair kinetic and the others would believe a 12-year-old girl like her, just regarding the spiritual telekinesis part alone, she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. She couldn't possibly tell them that she was a wood element and mental type ability dual element esper. Aurelar kinetic felt that once this news leaked out, what would greet her wouldn't be praise and envy, but rather all sorts of schemes and assassinations. If things went south, she might even be captured by certain forces for dissection and research, and her little life would be in a dangerous plight at any time and anywhere. Chapter 73 Abandonment. Hey, there are still so many things we can't take with us. What a pity. Elena Valerius looked at the various large items in the room that had to be abandoned, and couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. It had taken so much effort to set up a home, yet they had to leave again. Seeing the reluctant gazes of her aunt and uncle, Aurelar kinetic almost blurted out that they shouldn't leave, but she held back. She couldn't say those words because she didn't want to expose her ability level. Nor could she use the space stone to send these things away, because if she took them out later, she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. She could take things belonging to the Roth family estate, and when they arrived at the new base, she could falsely claim she bought them, but she didn't dare to take a single one of these items that she could recognize at a glance. Alas, hiding one thing was truly too difficult, let alone the fact that she was hiding two things. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Mu family had a meal at this base before all boarding a van-type energy vehicle. This was purchased by Alistair kinetic at a huge cost through personal connections, specifically to load supplies and people on the migration road. At the west gate, picking up Arthur kinetic and the others waiting by the roadside, the energy vehicle sped westward like lightning. Big brother, there are quite a few energy vehicles ahead. Are they people from the Roth family estate? Arthur kinetic saw the 7 or 8 energy vehicles driving fast on the road ahead. Alistair kinetic glanced at them and reminded him in a deep voice, they are not the Roth family estate, but other families attached to the Roth family estate. These families all have level 6 ability users, and even the Wank family has 2 level 6 ability users. They are currently favourites of the Roth family estate. Let's be careful and try not to conflict with them to avoid getting the short end of the stick. Hearing Alistair Kinetic's reminder, Arthur Kinetic's heart sank. At this moment, he began to feel somewhat uneasy inside. His daughter had told him she was a level 4 Esper, but based on the move Aurelia Kinetic used to ambush Alistair Kinetic, Arthur Kinetic guessed that his daughter's ability had probably already reached level 5. If Aurelia Kinetic knew that Arthur Kinetic had guessed half of it based on just a single move, she would probably exclaim, "Awesome! He managed to guess that I concealed the true level of my ability." Arthur Kinetic thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Brother, can you figure out Zier's ability level?" Alistair Kinetic looked at Arthur Kinetic with some surprise, and then asked doubtfully, "No, little brother, you're Zier's dad, and you don't know Zier's ability level." Hearing Alistair Kinetic's question, Arthur Kinetic answered somewhat awkwardly, "No, Zier told me she is a level 4 Esper, but I feel it's not quite right." At this, Alistair Kinetic fell silent. He wasn't very clear on Aurelia Kinetic's ability level either, but toward this younger brother of his, he was also somewhat speechless. Being a father like his younger brother made him feel somewhat. 4 hours later, the motorcade stopped behind last night's Roth family estate motorcade. One person got down from each vehicle, and for the Moo family, it was naturally Alistair Kinetic who went. At this time, Aurelia Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis once again enveloped the entire motorcade, and she happily discovered that the Roth family estate didn't seem to have noticed that the supplies on the vehicles were missing. "Oh ho, now there's a good show to watch," Aurelia Kinetic thought gleefully as she sat in the carriage. A dozen minutes later, Alistair Kinetic returned. "Little brother, driving will be divided into 2 groups in turns. You interest in Kinetic form a group to drive in the morning. Fanner and I form a group, and we drive in the afternoon. Today's situation is special. We still need to press forward for 2 more hours before resting. Later, Fanner will drive, and I will accompany him, keeping watch for mutated beast attacks." Alistair Kinetic spoke about the driving groups while signaling Alina Valerius and Gwendolyn to hand out nutrient fluids for dinner. After everyone took the nutrient fluid and drank it, Alina Valerius asked in a low voice, "Alistair Kinetic, didn't they say the wilderness at night is extremely dangerous, and we can't travel? Why must we press on travelling during the night?" Alistair Kinetic shook his head, signalling Alina Valerius not to ask, and turned to say to Shen Fan, "Fanner, our vehicle is ranked 42nd from the front and 5th from the back. You must remember the position and not get it wrong. 5th from the back." Hearing that their family's vehicle was ranked in this position, everyone's expressions became a bit unsightly. "Dad, you and Big Brother are both injured and completely unable to fight mutated beasts. The Roth family estate actually placed us in such a backward position. This is simply too Sealers," Kinetic muttered with a displeased expression. Arthur Kinetic and the others had the same thought, so their eyes all turned uniformly toward Alistair Kinetic. Alistair Kinetic gave a bitter laugh and explained helplessly, "My luck is bad. I drew 5th from the back myself. What can be done about it?" Hearing Alistair Kinetic's explanation, the Moo family fell silent. "Uncle, whose family is the lead vehicle? Whose family is the tail vehicle?" Just as everyone was feeling depressed and angry, Aurelia Kinetic's voice suddenly sounded. "The lead vehicle belongs to the Wank family, and the tail vehicle belongs to the He family. Why do you ask?" Just as Alistair Kinetic finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to react, and didn't continue. His originally calm gaze instantly turned cold and stern. Aurelia Kinetic's words reminded him. At this moment, he vaguely jolted awake to the realization that the vehicles of those 3 families were all in the safe middle area. In a motorcade, the leading vehicle is dangerous, and the final tail vehicle is also dangerous. The lead vehicle must be prepared for the danger of sudden attacks by mutated beasts at any time. The tail vehicle must be prepared for the danger of being bitten and dragged away by mutated beasts at any time. In fact, the lottery results had been known long ago. Her spiritual telekinesis not only saw the entire drawing process crystal clearly, but even the methods of how the Roth family estate cheated were seen crystal clear by her. Now, the reason she brought up this matter was simply to remind Alistair Kinetic that the Roth family estate was not entirely worthy of his complete trust. At this moment, Alistair Kinetic carefully recalled the drawing process and vaguely remembered that during the draw, not many Roth family estate members came, and those who did come were all collateral branches or in-laws of the Roth family estate. This was enough to show that the positions of the vehicles had been arranged by the Roth family estate long ago. Alas, after figuring it out, he couldn't help letting out a sigh. He felt that over the past 2 days, his understanding of the Roth family estate had twists and turns. Before Aurelia Kinetic injured him, He trusted the Roth family estate wholeheartedly. When they were at the Roth family estate manor, this trust decreased by 10%. When the Roth family estate sent word to leave early, he thought he was overthinking and had wronged the other party, and still felt somewhat guilty inside. After all, ever since attaching himself to the Roth family estate for more than 30 years, Ezekiel Roth of the Roth family estate had indeed taken quite good care of him. But now, recalling the vehicle position sequencing of the entire motorcade, his trust in the Roth family estate was slowly fading. Alistair Kinetic couldn't help shaking his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps this was what they called those involved are blind, while onlookers see clearly. He had lived in vain for decades, yet he wasn't as insightful as a teenager. In fact, this was also the weakness of the Moo family. In this wasteland world, who still talks about gratitude or kindness, the saying goes, one must not have the intent to harm others, but must have the intent to guard against others. In the wasteland world, one should place emphasis on guarding against others. In the wasteland world, survival is the absolute rule. As for how to survive, that depends on everyone's own abilities. Human life is not that important in the wasteland world. Chapter 74 Discovery. 10 minutes later, the convoy set off again. Lorelei Kinetic only had time to cast a cold glance at the convoy ahead. On her tense little face, the expression did not change at all, as if she'd seen far too many such things. In the wasteland world, everyone lived only for themselves. Lorelei Kinetic had integrated the original owner's memories, witnessed the ill intentions of the Varma Syndicate siblings, and killed boss Raji Varma and manager Jan who had ambushed her. The current Lorelei Kinetic was no longer an innocent and ignorant little girl. In this world, there was never any savior. Between people, there was no right or wrong, only differing interests. In order to survive, as long as an action was beneficial to oneself, it was right. On the silent road, the convoy charged forward rapidly. Lorelei Kinetic sat in the carriage with her family. Her spiritual telekinesis had long been retracted, and now her spiritual telekinesis only covered this fan-type energy vehicle. Seer, try to go out as little as possible, and do not expose your identity as an Esper. For whatever you need, try to let your brother and the others fetch it. Arthur Kinetic whispered instructions. Lorelei Kinetic did not object because she guessed that Alistair Kinetic and Arthur Kinetic intended to hide themselves and act as the trump card of the Moo family. All right, I know. Lorelei Kinetic nodded in agreement. Lorelei Kinetic understood, but that did not mean the other few boys understood. The first person to raise a question was Lucian Kinetic. Dad, why? Staying in the car all the time is very stuffy. Although our car has been modified, and it is nothing for people to be inside, not getting out of the car is just too difficult. Arthur Kinetic glared at his younger son in exasperation, and admonished him unhappily, shut your mouth. I only told your sister not to go to crowded places, and not to expose her identity as an Esper. It's not like she's not allowed to get out of the car. What are you shouting blindly about over there? That's right. You few be careful. When you get out to move around, don't let others coax you into blurting everything out. The few Moo family disciples were slightly stunned, and then exchanged glances. The inexplicable tension in their eyes instantly rose. Understood, Dad. Understood, Uncle. The wilderness was pitch black, with only the sparse starlight in the canopy of the Milky Way flickering with a faint light. The winding convoy threaded through the wilderness. On the rugged road, the headlights connected into a string of flowing starlight, seemingly echoing the distant galaxy in the sky. The energy vehicle's engine hummed lowly, and its solid tires crushed across the road, emitting a heavy, muffled sound. The headlights swept across the wilderness on both sides, tree shadows and mountain shadows retreating rapidly in the light and shadow. The entire convoy drove forward quickly, and firmly like phantoms in the dark night. Lorelei Kinetic fell fast asleep amidst the car's vibrations. This place was not far from the base, and was relatively safe, so she was not worried. 2 hours later, the convoy stopped. Have we reached the resting place? Arthur Kinetic discovered that the convoy had stopped, and hurriedly got out of the car to ask. Walking further ahead is Mutant Rabbit Slope, which is the territory of the mutant rabbit. There are a few level 4 mutant rabbits, and it's not very safe at night, so we have to rest here until dawn before leaving. You guys sleep easy. I keep watch tonight, and tomorrow daytime you can take over, Alistair Kinetic explained in a low voice. Suddenly, a commotion broke out from the Roth family estate convoy ahead, followed closely by rapid footsteps. Big brother, Arthur Kinetic called out in a low voice. Something big must have happened. I saw the second young master, and the third young master both go over there. Little brother, quick, get in the car quickly. Don't make a sound, Alistair Kinetic urged suddenly. No one went over to inquire, and no one went over to help. The last few cars of the convoy all entered an eerie silence. Even the children's quarrels and the adults' noise disappeared in that instant. If Orla Kinetic were awake, she would definitely know what the reason was. Unfortunately, this main culprit was currently on a date with Duke Shu, and Pigleg's nose sounded softly inside the carriage. Time passed slowly, and several hours quickly went by. The sun on the horizon slowly rose, and Orla Kinetic's snoring finally stopped. When she opened her eyes, there was still a momentary daze. A few seconds later, she sobered up, realizing this was inside the energy vehicle. She let out a long breath and nimbly got up from the soft cushion. She got out of the car to relieve herself, and then poured water to wash up. When everything was done, she came to a place more than 10 meters away from the energy vehicle, where Alina Valerius and Gwendolyn were cooking breakfast. It was a 3-in-1 coarse grain porridge made of potatoes, wild vegetables, and nutrient fluid. The amount for each member of the Mu family was 2 bowls. Orla Kinetic was small in stature, but her appetite was certainly not small. Ever since she awakened her ability, her appetite had been growing. 2 bowls of coarse grain porridge could only make her half full, but Orla Kinetic could not continue eating more. The Mu family had 4 espers, and everyone else was a genetic enhancer. Speaking of which, their strength was quite good, but their appetites were also not small. Seeing the few children trying their utmost to control their food intake, Alina Valerius and Gwendolyn lowered their heads somewhat helplessly. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Having just left the base, they didn't know what would happen later, and they didn't dare let the children eat their heart's content. Just after finishing the meal, someone came to pass a message, asking each family to send 1 person to the front for a meeting. Big Uncle, are we not leaving today? Orla Kinetic asked in surprise. Alistair Kinetic shook his head, then lowered his voice to instruct, "You guys don't run too far. Last night, something seemed to have happened on the Roth family estate side. In case they seize a little excuse to vent their anger on you guys, that would be troublesome." Hearing this, Orla Kinetic's heart gave a jolt, as she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have given the other party a huge surprise. It seemed the Roth family estate members were too slow-witted to have discovered it only now. Orla Kinetic, this vigilance is simply too slow-witted. Roth family estate. Who could have thought that you, number 6, have a spatial ability? With a show to watch, Orla Kinetic was always very proactive. "I'm getting back in the car to catch up on my sleep." Having said that, Orla Kinetic nimbly got into the car. Afterwards, her spiritual telekinesis followed closely behind Alistair Kinetic, walking towards the vehicles where the Roth family estate members were located. Alistair Kinetic followed behind the others, walking quickly toward the middle of the convoy, where there were 4 AVS the dedicated vehicles for 4 important figures of the Roth family estate. Not a single person spoke along the way. Last night, the Roth family estate's commotion was not small. Ordinary people might not have heard anything, but to espers whose 5 senses were much sharper, they had heard 2 or 3 parts out of 10. Beside Alistair Kinetic was Sanjay Sharma, the head of the 4th to last Sharma clan citadel. Sanjay Sharma was a level 5 esper. Seeing him take 2 quick steps closer to Alistair Kinetic, he asked in a low voice, "Brother Mu, what happened ahead? Do you know?" Alistair Kinetic glanced at Sanjay Sharma, shook his head to indicate he didn't know, and at the same time blinked his eyes to signal the other party to shut up and stop talking. Sanjay Sharma just wanted to continue speaking, but looking up and seeing the Roth family estate RV parked not far away, he dejectedly closed his mouth. Alistair Kinetic and the others stood in a spacious open space. Orla Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis made a circle around, roughly counting that there were over 60 people in the open space. Aside from Alistair Kinetic, she only knew 1 person among these people, and that was the manager of the Roth family estate. What startled Orla Kinetic was that among these people, aside from espers, there were also genetic enhancers. The person with the highest ability level was level 6, of which there were 5 people. The lowest was level 3, numbering about a dozen people. The rest were level 4 and level 5 espers. There were not many genetic enhancers, totaling a little over a dozen. Because she didn't understand them well, Orla Kinetic didn't know how to judge their strength. However, based on the front and back positions, where they stood together, and the murderous aura emanating from their bodies, she basically judged the strength of 2 people rivaled a level 5 ability. Chapter 75, Base 78. At this moment, Orla Kinetic had to admit that the Roth family estate hid its secrets remarkably well. A few minutes later, Ezekiel Roth walked down from the RV with his 2 sons. Although it couldn't be seen on his face, Orla Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis could clearly sense that the old man of the Roth family estate's injuries had mostly healed. Lying in the vehicle pretending to sleep, Orlai Kinetic felt a sudden thump in her heart, and she almost jumped up in shock. This old man of the Roth family estate was playing the pig to eat the tiger. What was he trying to achieve? Over here, Ezekiel Roth looked at the crowd, pressed his palm down slightly to make a gesture for quiet, and the people who had been gathered together chatting in low voices immediately shut their mouths. Everyone, first of all, I am very grateful that you trust the Roth family estate and are willing to follow us. Secondly, calling everyone here today is primarily for just one matter. Our Roth family estate is prepared to go to base 78. From here to base 78, we will pass through 3 major bases along the way, which are base 54, base 62, and base 45. Not counting winter maintenance, the entire journey will take more than 2 months. For safety, we may spend the winter in these 3 bases. Some people might ask why we don't just stay in these 3 bases. I will tell you the reason now. First, these 3 bases are very prosperous and populous, and their territories have already been carved up. It is probably impossible for us to go in and get a share of the pie. If we defect to one of the factions, living under someone else's roof probably won't be very comfortable either. Second, the reason we are going to base 78 is because I received reliable news. The head of base 78 has gone missing, and various factions there are currently reshuffling. At that time, we can make a strong entry, because in base 78, only the base head is a level 7 Esper, and now the person is missing. The highest level of others is a level 6 ability user, and the total number of level 6 ability users does not exceed 6. You tell me, isn't an opportunity like this, which allows everyone to ascend to another level, a good one? After listening to Ezekiel Roth's explanation, the crowd immediately began to discuss in low voices. Most people were filled with hope about going to base 78. 6 level 6 ability users were fewer than the number in their own team. Ezekiel Roth looked at the discussing crowd below. He did not stop them, on the contrary. He seemed very pleased with this kind of discussion. After a few minutes, Ezekiel Roth raised his palm again and pressed it down, signaling everyone to stop discussing. The crowd stopped discussing once more and all looked at him. Next, there's only one thing I want to talk about, and that is how each family will contribute manpower and effort when encountering mutated beasts on the road, and how the harvest will be distributed. First, the convoy will organize a hunting team, and our family will voluntarily contribute people to join the team. A Roth family estate will have 20 people participating. As for how many people each of your families is willing to contribute, discuss it among yourselves. Joining is not mandatory. Of course, if you don't join the hunting team, naturally you have no right to share the prey. I think everyone agrees on this point, right? That's for sure. Without putting in any effort, how could anyone share the prey obtained through others risking their lives? Someone echoed loudly. All right, since everyone agrees, then I will continue. First, mutated beasts hunted independently belong to the hunter, and others are not allowed to snatch them. Of course, it can be traded. For joint hunting by multiple people, distribution will be based on the amount of effort contributed. Finally, what I want to say is that if you don't have vehicles to load the mutated beasts you hunt, you can place them on the Roth family estate's vehicles. For this migration, the Roth family estate specially prepared several empty vehicles for everyone. Of course, this cannot be free either. After all, we provided drivers and energy vehicles. I believe everyone can understand collecting a small fee, right? Lord Jan makes sense. Paying a little fee is only right. Someone spoke up in agreement. Not a single person at the scene sensed any abnormality. Lying in the vehicle and watching this scene with her spiritual telekinesis, Orlai Kinetic, however, frowned. She always felt that things shouldn't be like this. The Roth family estate had lost more than 20 vehicle loads of goods, but now it was explained by the old man Jan as being specially prepared for these people. This was unreasonable. If not for the more than 20 vehicle loads of supply still quietly lying inside the space stone, Orlai Kinetic might have actually believed the old man's nonsense. As expected, experience trumped youth. In just a few hours, the other party had already figured out a countermeasure. Suddenly, as if startled, Orlai Kinetic bolted upright. Her movement startled Caspian Kinetic, who was originally sleeping not far away. Caspian Kinetic had driven last night and kept watch with Alistair Kinetic after parking, so he was currently catching up on sleep. Little sister, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Caspian Kinetic asked with some concern. Hearing Caspian Kinetic's caring words, Orlai Kinetic finally came back to her senses, and she quickly denied it. It's nothing, brother. Go back to sleep. I just suddenly remembered something, so my movement was a bit too abrupt. Caspian Kinetic looked at Orlai Kinetic with some worry. He could guess that his sister wasn't telling the truth, but since she wouldn't say, he had no other way. It was impossible to force her to speak. All right, then I'm going back to sleep. Call me if anything happens. Finished speaking, Caspian Kinetic lay back down to rest. At this time, Orlar Kinetic's brows were tightly knitted. Thinking for a moment, she groped around her sleeping spot and pulled out a pencil and a notebook. Flipping to a blank page, Orlar Kinetic used the pencil to draw a diagram in the notebook. Ezekiel Roth Peak Level 7 Spur. Second Young Master Goliath Roth Level 6 Ability User. Third Young Master Malachi Roth Level 6 Ability User. Fourth Young Miss Yun Level 5 Ability User. Then, what about the eldest Young Master Yun? The four major families of Central City set an ambush to attack Ezekiel Roth. Logically speaking, there must be one side winning and one side losing, or both sides suffering heavy losses. However, the other three families of Central City did not spread any news of victory. As for the Roth family estate, rumors spread that Ezekiel Roth was ambushed and his ability collapsed. However, she discovered that Ezekiel Roth's injuries had already healed significantly. So what was going on here? If this matter itself was a lie, then everything could be explained. Ezekiel Roth intentionally leaked that the Roth family estate had obtained a miraculous medicine and that he was about to advance, forcing the other three families of Central City to make a move against him. The three major families of Central City ambushing Ezekiel Roth might be true, but because it was orchestrated by Ezekiel Roth, both sides should have fought to a draw, or perhaps Ezekiel Roth won by just a tiny bit. Afterwards, Ezekiel Roth took advantage of the momentum to announce that the Roth family estate would withdraw from the base. Presumably, the other three families paid a substantial amount of supplies. Otherwise, how could the Roth family estate have left so smoothly? Then what was the purpose of Ezekiel Roth spreading the news that he was heavily injured? This was the point that Orlar Kinetic could not figure out no matter how hard she thought. Was it merely to test the loyalty of these people under his command? Was there really any need for that? Also, asking everyone to put their supplies on the Roth family estate's vehicles, was it really just to not waste energy vehicles and to win over people's hearts? Or was it to use this to fish out the person who stole the supplies? Thinking of either possibility, Orlar Kinetic felt a chill in her heart. This Ezekiel Roth was too cunning. He had played everyone right in the palm of his hand. Could that eldest young Master Yun, who had never appeared, be the hidden trump card that the Roth family estate kept in the dark? Chapter 76 School for Superpowered Individuals. No, I must get away from the Roth family estate as soon as possible. This was the first time Orlar Kinetic felt a sense of crisis since awakening her ability. The Roth family estate gave her an extremely dangerous vibe. Orlar Kinetic had a bit of a headache. She couldn't voice this feeling of hers out loud, nor could she convince the Mu family. Wanting to leave the Roth family estate was truly quite difficult. Strength ultimately, it was because her own strength was still too weak. If her strength was sufficient, none of this would be a problem. In the face of formidable power, all problems are like paper tigers. Before Orlar Kinetic could figure out how to tell everyone about keeping away from the Roth family estate, Alistair Kinetic returned. Brother, what did the Roth family estate say? Arthur Kinetic asked hurriedly upon seeing Alistair Kinetic. Alistair Kinetic didn't speak. Instead, he pointed to the vehicle carriage, gesturing for everyone to get on before talking. After the family boarded the vehicle one after another, they saw Orlar Kinetic sitting inside, looking at him with wide, bright eyes. Little sister, you're finally awake, Lucian Kinetic teased. I'm awake, Orlar Kinetic answered solemnly, making Lucian Kinetic feel embarrassed to tease her any further. Don't interrupt. Let your uncle speak. Gwendolyn smacked Lucian Kinetic playfully, interrupting the others' amusement in watching the two siblings bicker. The convoy is forming a hunting team and allowing families to volunteer to join. Alistair Kinetic spoke first about the team formation. The Mu family was stunned, then turned to look at Alistair Kinetic in unison. Arthur Kinetic pondered briefly and asked in a deep voice, Eldest brother, did you sign up? No, I made up an excuse saying you and I are both injured and don't have the strength to join the hunting team, so I turned it down. Alistair Kinetic shook his head and explained. Eldest brother, you were right to refuse. Our family can't handle any more trouble. Arthur Kinetic agreed with a nod. However, because of this, our future supplies might be a bit tight, Alina Valeria said with concern. It's all right, eldest aunt. When we rest, us brothers can search for wild vegetables nearby and hunt some small animals. We should be able to scrape by, Julian Kinetic comforted. The others didn't object, clearly agreeing with Julian Kinetic's proposal. Joining the hunting team was simply too dangerous. A single slip-up could cost them their lives. In addition, Lord Yun announced our migration destination today, Base 78. What? Base 78. When Tristan Kinetic heard Base 78, he couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Brother Yu, do you know about Base 78? Is it far? Seeing Tristan Kinetic's reaction, the other turned to look at him hurriedly, and Lucian Kinetic blurted out the question. Seeing the family's eyes focused on him, Tristan Kinetic had no choice but to share what he knew. Dad, uncle, when I was injured and unconscious in the hospital, I vaguely heard people talking about Base 78. They said that half a year ago, Base 78 suffered an attack by a beast tide. Base 78 chief engaged in a fierce battle with a peak rank 7 mutated beast, and in the end, both the chief and the mutated beast suffered mutual destruction. The mutated beast died, but the chief was severely injured, with his fate unknown. What? A beast tide attack? Everyone in the Mu family gasped in shock. Beast tides were horrific. A beast tide had once breached a base, and the people inside became food for the mutated beasts. Many Espers didn't manage to escape. Alistair Kinetic, hearing Tristan Kinetic's explanation, Elena Valerius called out in a trembling voice. Gwendolyn was also trembling as she leaned closer to Arthur Kinetic. Eldest brother, Arthur Kinetic looked at Alistair Kinetic and called softly. I know. Keep this strictly within our family and don't spread it outside, lest it causes panic and brings trouble from the Roth family estate. Besides, since the Roth family estate dares to migrate there, they must be prepared. During this migration, we will pass to 3 bases along the way. I'll try to find an opportunity to leave this convoy. We don't know the exact details of how to pull this off yet, so keep your mouth shut tight. Don't let anything slip, otherwise we might. Alistair Kinetic whispered instructions, while making a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, the Mu family's hearts chilled. Understanding the gravity of the matter, they all nodded in agreement. The convoy will pass through 3 bases, uncle. Do you know which 3 bases they are? What is the exact situation of these 3 bases? Can we join one of them? Aurelier Kinetic asked upon hearing that they would pass 3 bases along the way. Alistair Kinetic glanced at Aurelier Kinetic and answered gravely, Base 54, Base 62, and Base 45. Out of the 3 bases, Base 54 primarily produces energy vehicles and owns quite a few mines. There are many gold attribute Espers, fire attribute Espers, and earth attribute Espers in the base, which is jointly managed by 3 families. Base 62 focuses mainly on agriculture. It's said that the chief and his wife of Base 62 are both rank 8 Espers. The chief is a thunder attribute Esper, while his wife is an agriculture-focused wood-type ability user. Therefore, Base 62 established farming manners, and there are many wood-type ability users in the base. Most importantly, Base 62 is controlled entirely by the chief's family. Base 45 is located near the coast, specializing in seafood and hunting marine mutated beasts. This base has many water attribute Espers, and is managed by the Esper Alliance. After listening to Alistair Kinetic's explanation, Aurelier Kinetic fell into silent thought. Logically speaking, since she possessed a wood-type ability, going to Base 62 would be the best choice. However, her wood-type ability was different from agricultural wood-type abilities, so going to Base 62 was not actually the ideal option. As for Base 45, which hunted marine mutated beasts, Aurelier Kinetic felt that her family members were not quite suited for it. Uncle, among these 3 bases, is there a school specifically opened for Espers? Aurelier Kinetic continued to ask. Dear, why do you ask this? In fact, every large base has a school like that. Even Base 58, where we used to live, had one. But this school isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. We don't even meet the most basic threshold to get into this school. Alistair Kinetic thought for a moment, and said with a bitter smile, A threshold? Is this school a private school, where ordinary Espers can't attend? Aurelier Kinetic asked in confusion. Sire, the Esper Academy isn't a private school. It's jointly established by several top factions in the base, and its primary purpose is to train Espers for these families. Entering this school requires meeting 3 conditions. First, one must have a recommendation from a high-level Esper. This alone disqualifies ordinary low-level Espers from entering. Second, the student must be exceptionally talented, reaching rank 3 ability before the age of 10. Third, exorbitant tuition fees that ordinary families simply cannot afford. Alistair Kinetic shook his head, feeling helpless. Aurelier Kinetic remained silent for a long time, only uttering a sentence that left everyone unable to refute. This is fundamentally a targeted feeder school dedicated to cultivating the next generation for major factions. Chapter 77, Drinking the Enlightenment Tea. Uncle, have you decided which base to join? They say it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If we follow the Roth family estate to Base 78, you might have no small opportunities, Orelai Kinetic pondered for a moment before asking with a smile. Sierra, we aren't going to Base 78 this time. Even if we go to Base 78 and defeat the local factions there, making the Roth family estate the leader of the base, we would still just be dependents living under someone else's roof. Joining another base midway might still mean depending on others, which isn't much different from going to Base 78, except for whether we are valued or not. Going to Base 78 to fight over territory won't be an easy task. As for which base to join, let's get through the current difficulty first. In truth, Alistair Kinetic couldn't make up his mind right now either. Although he didn't want to go to Base 78, he didn't know anything about the other 3 bases, so he could only take it one step at a time. Actually, what Alistair Kinetic worried about most was that the Roth family estate wouldn't let them leave, and would insist on making him go to Base 78. When the time came, if he was sent to charge ahead and fight to the death against Base 78 native forces, he might end up as cannon fodder, dying without a place to be buried. Fighting for power and gain when had it ever not been done by stepping on other people's flesh and blood. A single general's success is built on tens of thousands of bones. This was no joke, but a stark reality. Hearing that they weren't going to Base 78, everyone's fear finally eased. Starting tomorrow, my body will gradually grow weaker and weaker. To accommodate my condition, the speed of our energy vehicle will get slower and slower. Do you understand? Alistair Kinetic suddenly said with a serious expression. The others exchanged glances, all understanding the implication behind Alistair Kinetic's words. Dad, if that's the case, you can't keep night watch or take shifts driving with Caspian Kinetic, or else the secret will be exposed. Also, if our speed slows down, we will definitely end up as the last vehicle, trailing behind the entire convoy. Won't that be dangerous? Tristan Kinetic asked with concern. Eldest brother, it's fine. Let Dad lie down in the vehicle, and I'll team up with you. If the Roth family estate needs anything, let Uncle handle it. Besides, it's not like Dad is truly immobilized. As long as we don't encounter a life-threatening crisis, he won't be exposed. Rowan Kinetic spoke up suddenly. Everyone thought it over. To avoid going to Base 78, this inferior plan was their only choice. Uncle, how long will it take to drive to the nearest base? Base 54, Orelai Kinetic asked in a low voice. If there are no delays along the way, it will take about 20 days to reach Base 54. But if we stop to rest or encounter mutated beasts, the time at 7 in the morning, the convoy set off again. This time, Orelai Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis did not cover the entire convoy, but instead settled directly on the Roth family estate's motorhomes. She wanted to know the Roth family estate's plans, so she intended to eavesdrop on the motorhomes. After all, no one in the Roth family estate would imagine that a psychic-type Esper was eavesdropping on them. Dad, 4 to 5 people in total joined the hunting team. 1 person from the Wang family signed up, while the Mu family didn't sign up at all. It's said to be because Alistair Kinetic and Tristan Kinetic's injuries are quite severe, rendering them unable to participate in combat against mutated beasts. Second Young Master Goliath Roth reported in a low voice inside Ezekiel Roth's motorhome. Ezekiel Roth raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Yan Yan. Yanner, when you checked on Alistair Kinetic yesterday, were his injuries actually severe or not? I noticed today that his complexion looked quite good, not like he was severely injured. Do you think Alistair Kinetic found out about something? Is he intentionally pretending to be injured so he can break away from the Roth family estate and avoid going to Base 78? Dad, I secretly checked him with my ability yesterday. Although Alistair Kinetic's ability seed hasn't shattered into pieces, its surface is covered in cracks. To heal those cracks, either a high-level wood-type ability user must forcefully help him merge the cracks with their ability, or he must take a rare medicine, and it must be a wood element rare medicine. Dad, do you think the Mu family has the connections to invite a high-level wood-type ability user, or any way to obtain a wood element rare medicine? Think about our family this time. If you hadn't accidentally obtained a wood element rare medicine years ago, passing through this difficulty wouldn't have been so easy, Talia Roth said calmly. Ezekiel Roth and Second Young Master Goliath Roth thought it over, and felt Yan Yan's words made sense. The Mu family didn't have such connections or financial power. Dad, how about tomorrow night I find a way to test Alistair Kinetic? Then we'll know for sure. Third Young Master Malachi Roth, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly suggested. Hearing Third Young Master Malachi Roth's words, the other 3 members of the Roth family estate all looked at him. How will you test him? Second Young Master Goliath Roth asked. Isn't the convoy passing through Wild Boar Ridge tomorrow? We can rest early tomorrow, and then organize the hunting team to go to Wild Boar Ridge to kill mutated wild boars, Third Young Master Malachi Roth said with a smile. That still won't work. Alistair Kinetic didn't join the hunting team, Talia Roth reminded him. Whether he joined or not doesn't matter. I have beast-attracting powder in my hands. When the time comes, I'll send someone to quietly sprinkle the beast-attracting powder near the Moo family. I think at a moment of life or death, whether Alistair Kinetic is injured or not will be proven with one test, Third Young Master Malachi Roth sneered. Listening to the Roth family estate's plan, Aurelia Kinetic sneered in her heart. Roth family estate. You refused the path to heaven and insisted on charging into the gates of hell. After her mind raced, Aurelia Kinetic came up with a countermeasure. She decided to pay them back in their own coin. Having learned of the enemy's underhanded trick, Aurelia Kinetic withdrew her spiritual telekinesis. She quietly glanced at the Sylvan Nectar sweet tea and etherweed grass inside the space stone. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a small bag of Sylvan Nectar sweet tea leaves and handed them to Lena Valerius. Aunt, this small bag contains a kind of rare medicine. Steeping it into tea and drinking it is good for the spiritual sea. How about brewing it in the morning for our family to drink as tea? However, don't let outsiders drink this tea, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, I don't have much of this rare medicine on hand, so we must use it sparingly. What? This bag of leaves is a rare medicine. Seer, who told you this? Have you been scammed? Elena Valerius took the bag, opened it, and looked inside. Seeing an unfamiliar bag of leaves, she asked suspiciously. Elena Valerius's words drew the attention of everyone from the Moo family sitting in the vehicle cabin. Despite being stared at by so many eyes, Aurelia Kinetic remained calm and composed, showing not the slightest hint of guilt. It's true, I found it in a hidden small valley, and I've already drunk it, Aurelia Kinetic answered with utmost certainty. Elena Valerius originally wanted to ask more, but Alistair Kinetic glared at her and instructed, the child is showing filial piety, why ask so much? Just throw the tea leaves into the kettle and brew a pot. Once we drink a few sips, won't everything be clear? Everyone realized this only then. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. Why argue over it right now? Gwendolyn reacted extremely quickly. Before Alistair Kinetic had even finished speaking, she was already holding out the hot water kettle to Lena Valerius. Half an hour later, the members of the Moo family were astonished to find that their spiritual seas indeed felt much more comfortable. The most obvious effect was not on the four people like Aurelia Kinetic who had awakened an ability, but on Elena Valerius and the other genetic enhancers. Seer, this, Chapter 78 Superpower Growth. Inside the Moo family carriage, Aurelia Kinetic said to Elena Valerius, Aunt, brew a pot every day for the family to drink. Don't worry about wasting it. Increasing our strength is what matters most. When it's finished, let me know, and I'll get you more. All right. Elena Valerius happily agreed. Uncle, starting now, I'm going to absorb energy to grow my ability. Try not to disturb me if possible. I'll finish tomorrow afternoon, Aurelia Kinetic said in a low voice. Okay, you go ahead with your business. By the way, do you still have any energy stones? If not, I have a few left here, Alistair Kinetic asked suddenly. Hearing Alistair Kinetic's words, Elena Valerius looked up at him in surprise. She knew those were the family's last few energy stones, kept for emergency backup, yet Alistair Kinetic was offering to give them to Aurelia Kinetic. However, since Aurelia Kinetic had just given her a bag of tea leaves, she couldn't bring herself to voice an objection. Aurelia Kinetic didn't know what Elena Valerius was thinking. She gave Alistair Kinetic a firm answer. I do. By the way, Uncle, take these energy stones for yourself. With that, she handed Alistair Kinetic a small pouch containing 10 energy stones. In truth, if this had been before, Aurelia Kinetic definitely wouldn't have had any. However, as luck would have it, Aurelia Kinetic had discovered 2 alloy boxes among the Roth family estate's 20-odd supply carriages. One alloy box held non-attributed energy stones, while the other held 6 smaller boxes containing energy stones of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as thunder-type energy stones. Previously, Aurelia Kinetic hadn't known why the thunder-type energy stones were stored separately, but she guessed the Roth family estate had specially collected them to trade at base 62. Alistair Kinetic had never imagined that a simple line of concern about whether Aurelia Kinetic had energy stones would result in him receiving a bag of energy stones from her instead. Seer, Uncle, the family needs energy stones everywhere. You should oversee their distribution. As for where they came from, I picked them up along the way, Aurelia Kinetic said with a smile. Alistair Kinetic thought, picked them up along the way. Little girl, if you're going to brush me off, at least come up with a better excuse. Like hell I believe you. Seeing Alistair Kinetic you're just brushing me off look, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help but lower her head, covering her mouth as she giggled softly. The rest of the Moo family. Sister, you really have amazing luck, Caspian Kinetic said, looking at Orelai Kinetic with envy. Little sister, you're freaking awesome. Lucian Kinetic squeezed past Julian Kinetic, who was sitting next to Orelai Kinetic, to sit beside her. Pulling on her sleeve, his eyes were full of admiration. Seeing her brother's longing gazes, Orelai Kinetic wasn't stingy either. She immediately pulled out another bag of energy stones and handed it to Caspian Kinetic. Brothers, divide these energy stones among yourselves. Seer, sister, uncle, brothers, it's fine. I still have more energy stones. Right now, our main focus should be boosting our strength. Once the energy stones are used up, we can always earn more. Only by increasing our strength can our safety be better guaranteed, Orelai Kinetic explained. Hearing this, everyone in the Moo family understood that Orelai Kinetic was right. Following that, the Moo family went completely quiet, except for those driving. All the remaining Moo family members were inside the carriages absorbing the energy from the energy stones. With an egg-sized wood-type energy stone held in each hand, Orelai Kinetic closed her eyes and began absorbing energy from the energy stones with all her strength. This was only possible because her ability level was high now, expanding and strengthening her meridians, flesh, and bones. Otherwise, with her previously narrow and delicate meridians, she would have exploded and died long ago from being unable to handle the strain. Warm and gentle wood-type energy flowed and circulated slowly inside her body. Almost the moment it completed a full cycle, Orelai Kinetic felt as though her body was like dirty clothes being pounded and washed clean. As intense pain washed over her, a layer of black grime reappeared on the surface of her skin, sticky, greasy, and emitting a foul, rancid stench. The stench nearly knocked her out, but her reaction was extremely fast, realizing that her body was expelling impurities once again. Last time, she had washed in the pool in the small valley, but inside the carriage this time, things weren't nearly as convenient. And during the terrible smell, Orelai Kinetic blurted out, "Take your time, I'm heading out first," and vanished on the spot. The people sitting in the carriage didn't object, as the stench had nearly overwhelmed them as well. Dad, little sister is absorbing energy from energy stones just like us. How could her body Rowan Kinetic asked in surprise. Alistair Kinetic shook his head. He didn't understand either and couldn't answer the question. In truth, what they didn't know was that Orelai Kinetic had secretly given herself a special boost by eating a stalk of mutated etherweed grass, leading to what had just transpired. To avoid being spotted by anyone, Orelai Kinetic pushed her speed to the absolute limit. So as not to fall behind, she ran in the direction the convoy was heading. After dashing like lightning for 2 hours, Orelai Kinetic finally found a small stream at the foot of a mountain. Yes, it was just a tiny stream, there was no river at all. Orelai Kinetic, who was utterly miserable from the foul odour, wasn't picky at this point. She picked a small water pool and stepped right in. Only after she had washed clean and changed her clothes did she inspect her current surroundings. Surrounding her were continuous rolling small hills, and beyond those hills stood several steep, towering mountains. Orelai Kinetic estimated that running to the base of those large mountains would take her about 2 hours. Could the area ahead be the Wild Boar Ridge the Roth family estate mentioned? Orelai Kinetic squinted as she studied the large mountains ahead. A thought flashed quickly through her mind. Should I go check out Wild Boar Ridge first? They say know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Besides, if there are good things at Wild Boar Ridge, I could beat them to it. At this thought, the action-oriented Orelai Kinetic immediately took charge. With a surge of force from her feet, she sprinted down the bumpy main road toward Wild Boar Ridge. She wouldn't have known without running, but as soon as she activated her wood element ability and began sprinting, Orelai Kinetic discovered that her wood element ability had grown once again. Her wood element ability, originally at level 6, had surged straight to the peak of level 6 after absorbing 2 egg-sized wood-type energy stones, leaving her just a paper-thin margin away from level 7. As long as she poked through that paper-thin barrier, her wood element ability would reach level 7. Noticing the change in her wood element ability, Orelai Kinetic hurriedly inspected her spiritual sea. Seeing that her spiritual sea had grown 1/10 larger than before, she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. It was as though the sunlight in the sky no longer felt scorching, the noisy ambient sounds of the mountain forest receded, and everything within a 10-kilometer radius of her body became crystal clear. The sound of the wind, the rushing stream, and the panting of mutated beasts were all distinctly audible. Her 5 senses had once again been magnified by 1/10. The spiritual telekinesis in her spiritual sea was cool, perfectly harmonious, and completely unhindered, without a trace of disorder remaining. So this was the benefit of a spiritual sea breakthrough. It wasn't a jump in brute power, but an elevation of state of mind. To her surprise, Orlae Kinetic discovered that after consuming the only stalk of mutated ether wheatgrass, her mental type ability had reached the peak of level 7, just a single step away from level 8. While the growth of her ability was a good thing, Orlae Kinetic could clearly feel that her spiritual sea had developed a resistance to ether wheatgrass. Eating more ether wheatgrass would have no effect on her whatsoever. Sigh, what a truly sad thing. Orlae Kinetic sighed silently. Chapter 79 Mutant Little White Pig. Sigh, so it has no effect then. I'll just look for new miraculous herbs next time. It seems taking miraculous herbs builds up a tolerance. Shaking her head, Orlae Kinetic suppressed her regretful mood. Looking at the distant mountain, Orlae Kinetic activated her ability again and set off running. 2.5 hours later, Orlae Kinetic paused to catch her breath and stopped, standing at the foot of the mountain. Oh my gosh, this really is running oneself to death looking at distant mountains. Orlae Kinetic didn't climb the mountain right away. Instead, she habitually extended her spiritual telekinesis up the mountain. Soon, Orlae Kinetic raised an eyebrow in surprise and couldn't help muttering softly, "There's something strange about this place. Why is it so quiet?" She looked at the lush weeds both down and up the mountain. The vast forest on the mountain was verdant, making the place look full of life. Orlae Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis slowly moved up toward the mountainside. Soon, she spotted a sounder of mutated wild boars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. There were actually 11 mutated wild boars, 2 adults, 5 half-grown boars, and 4 small piglets. This was likely one big family. The wild boars' tusks, over half a meter long, gleamed in the afternoon sunlight, striking fear and shivers into the heart. The 2 adult wild boars appeared to weigh around 4,000 to 5,000 jin. Just as Orlae Kinetic was taking in this family, her spiritual telekinesis spotted another group of mutated wild boars. A few giant beasts wandered slowly in the shadows of the woods, the surrounding vegetation long since trampled into slush beneath their hooves. These mutated wild boars were fully 3 times the size of the adult she had just seen. Thick mud covered their shiny black bristles, drying hard over their entire bodies like a layer of heavy armor. 2 tusks, over half a meter long, curved into ferocious arcs, their tips shining with a cold glare. The blood-red eyes scanned their surroundings as heavy grunts escaped their snouts, wafting a foul stench through the air. Suddenly, one of the mutated wild boars sniffed the air ahead. With an awoo, it stomped its front hooves heavily, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Accompanied by raspy roar, its huge body lowered its center of gravity and charged off in another direction. The actions of these mutated wild boars astonished Orlae Kinetic. She had initially thought this group had discovered the other one, but when she saw the direction of the wild boar's charge, she realized that wasn't the case. Following the direction of the wild boar's charge, Orlae Kinetic saw their opponents, a pack of mutated wolves with glowing green eyes. A pack of mutated wolves. Orlae Kinetic looked toward the direction the wolves came from deep within the mountains. Were the mutated wolves from deep in the mountains coming out to claim territory? What had happened deep inside the mountains? Orlae Kinetic couldn't help frowning. This was not a good sign. Ow! Suddenly, the leading wild boar let out a call, as if realizing it was outmatched and calling for reinforcements. Before Orlae Kinetic's thoughts could settle, an answering ow echoed from halfway up the mountain. Holy crap, have mutated wild boars gotten this smart? Realizing they're outmatched, they immediately call their boar buddies for backup. Orlae Kinetic was completely incredulous. Her spiritual telekinesis traced the direction of the responding wild boar's cries, and then she witnessed a scene she had never seen before. On the other side of the mountainside was a muddy pit covering over a dozen moo, filled with murky sludge. Dozens of mutated wild boars were wallowing in the mud pit right now, ranging from large to small, with around a dozen adults. What struck Orlae Kinetic as most unforgettable in her life was that above the mud pit sat a huge stone platform, and lying atop it was a snow-white little pig. This snow-white little pig weighed about 30 or 40 jin. Compared to the massive mutated wild boars weighing thousands of jin around it, it appeared so tiny and cute. Wait, cute. Why would I use that word to describe this pig? As soon as Orlae Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis approached the stone platform, she saw the snow-white little pig that had been lying down suddenly stand up on all 4 legs. This it detected my spiritual telekinesis. The mutated little white pig's movement instantly made Orlae Kinetic tense up. A mutated little white pig that could detect her spiritual telekinesis. What level must it be? Orlae Kinetic hardly dared to think deeply about it. However, the sense of danger the mutated little white pig gave off wasn't very high. Orelai Kinetic pondered for a moment and roughly guessed the mutated little white pig's mutation level. It was likely a level 6 mutated wild boar, and its mutation differed from other mutated wild boars. While other wild boars mutated in physical size and brute strength, the mutated little white pig's mutation was likely in mental power and sense of smell. This little fellow must have eaten something good, just like those mutated catfish in the underground river. Thinking of this, Orelai Kinetic felt a surge of excitement inside. Her spiritual telekinesis immediately bypassed the mutated little white pig and spread out around the stone platform to search thoroughly. 3 minutes later, Orelai Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis paused at an area 200 meters behind the stone platform. There, scattered in disarray, lay several half-chewed pieces of blood ginseng. Yes, blood ginseng, a miraculous herb that replenished vital energy and blood. A few hundred meters away from the blood ginseng, several snow-white snow ginseng grew sparsely. These two types of ginseng shared a similar sound in Chinese, but were written with different characters and had different colors. Naturally, their effects differed as well. Blood ginseng, as the name implied, was blood red like fire, and its greatest effect was supplementing vital energy, and blood snow ginseng was snow white like jade. Its effect was to calm the mind and soothe restlessness, capable of suppressing mental agitation, especially showing miraculous effects against mental frenzy caused by mental collapse or genetic collapse. Orelai Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis hovered above the two small patches of miraculous herbs for a moment, before looking back at the mutated little white pig crouching on the stone platform. Seeing this, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help feeling pained and sighing. Sigh. People usually say a fine cabbage ruined by a pig. Here at Wild Boar Ridge, it was miraculous herbs chewed up by mutated wild boars. What a terrible waste of God-given treasures. After her lament, Orelai Kinetic's mind quickly got to work. The miraculous herbs she had in hand had just lost their effectiveness, so these two kinds of miraculous herbs would fill the gap perfectly. It was just that this mutated little white pig would be a bit tricky to deal with. Just as Orelai Kinetic was pondering how to avoid the mutated little white pig to secretly dig up the blood ginseng and snow ginseng, a shrill cry resounded through all of Wild Boar Ridge. Awoo. Following the shrill cries, Orelai Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis only saw a white blur flash past, and the mutated little white pig on the stone platform instantly vanished. Holy crap, that speed was almost catching up to wind-type ability Esper. Right after complaining, Orelai Kinetic's mind took a quick turn. Oh my gosh, just now I was worrying about how to avoid the mutated little white pig, and now the mutated little white pig ran off on its own. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? Action outstripped thought. While Orelai Kinetic's mind was still processing, her body was already charging like lightning toward the ginseng patch halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, the mutated little white pig was commanding its wild boar minions to fiercely corner and intercept the pack of mutated wolves. It had no idea that a thief was raiding its back garden. By the time it defeated the pack of mutated wolves and returned to the stone platform, Orelai Kinetic, the thief, had long since vanished without a trace. Of course, that was a story for later. The mutated little white pig didn't know it yet. Chapter 80: The Ginseng Thief. At this moment, the setting sun in the sky was like blood, and Wild Boar Ridge was shrouded in a strange dark red. The air was filled with the fresh fragrance of trees, the stench of rotten leaves, and the pungent smell of the mutated wild boar. On the mountainside, the mutated wild boar pack and the mutated wolf pack, two mutated overlords, were engaging in a life-or-death battle to defend and seize territory. The mutated wild boar pack consisted of brute force beasts whose bodies had swelled to twice the size of ordinary wild boars, their skin encased in mud and as hard as old rhinoceros hide. The bristles on top of their heads were as thick as steel nails and stood on end. Their tusks were curved like short knives, gleaming with a cold white light, and sticky saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. At this moment, in the middle of this group of mutated wild boars, a 34-inch snow-white little pig was lying flat on the back of a mountain-sized mutated wild boar king. The mutated wild boar pack, which originally had fierce gazes, continuously scraped the ground with their front hooves, and were preparing to launch their respective attacks, changed after the mutated little white pig arrived. The boar pack instantly underwent a change. Instead of running and attacking blindly, under the command of the mutated little white pig, they quickly formed an encirclement and surrounded more than 100 mutated wolves. The mutated wolves were known for their unity and craftiness. Their bodies were slender and nimble, and their grey fur was mixed with slight black stripes, almost concealing them in the shadows of the trees under the colour of the setting sun. The Wolf King's pointed ear stood erect, and its hearing was sharp. Its dark green pupils flickered in the setting sun, floating like will-o'-the-wisps. When it discovered that the formation of the mutated wild boar pack had changed, awoo sounds ran out one after another. After a long and eerie howl, The wolf pack quickly dispersed in a fan shape, confronting the mutated wild boars face to face. In an instant, the decisive battle broke out. The mutated little white pig let out a shrill howl. An adult mutated wild boar in front of it took the lead and rushed toward the mutated wolves, its 1,000-gen body causing the ground to tremble repeatedly. The mutated boar pack followed closely behind like a heavily armored legion, their hooves thundering as they crashed unstoppably into the mutated wolves facing them head-on. The mutated wolves were very smart. A portion of them met the mutated wild boars head-on, easily leaping up with the flexibility of their bodies to avoid the boars' front tusks. While dodging the boars' frontal attacks, their sharp claws quickly reached out, fiercely scratching at the boars' eyes and throats. The other portion rolled their bodies and lay low, biting onto the boars' legs and refusing to let go. No matter how wildly the boars shook, they absolutely would not loosen their jaws. The mutated wild boar pack fiercely counterattacked, their tusks sweeping horizontally to toss the wolves high into the air. Their heads violently rammed, causing the wolves' bones to crack and internal organs to bleed. Their thick hind legs kicked fiercely, crushing the wolves' skulls. The leading mutated wild boar was even more invincible, sending several mutated wolves flying with a single shove and toss, and with a flick of its tusks, it disemboweled a mutated wolf, causing blood to gush out like a waterfall. The battlefield quickly became a purgatory for the mutated beasts. The wolves' howls were shrill, and the boars' roars were violent. The sounds of roaring, bone cracking, and flesh tearing mixed together into a chaotic mess. Everywhere were bodies twitching on the ground, with severed limbs, tusks, and broken fur scattered all over the place. The stench of blood in the air was so thick it could not be dispersed. This was a life and death battle with no way out. On one side, they had to protect their homeland. On the other side, for the sake of their survival territory, they had to fight desperately. Listening to the howls of the mutated beasts, Orla's Kinetic heart thumped wildly and continuously with tension. It was seriously too terrifying, right? She found that she was simply snatching food from the tiger's jaws, a typical case of people dying for wealth just as birds die for food. Orla's Kinetic didn't have time to carefully dig up these rare medicinal herbs. Using both hands with force, she savagely pulled out a dozen old and large blood ginseng and snow ginseng. Without even looking at them, she threw them with their mud into the space stone, and then leaped with a few bounds, fleeing the scene of the crime. For safety, after running for half an hour, Orla's Kinetic even jumped into a small stream, washing her body from head to toe, and changed her clothes, throwing the old ones into the space stone. The purpose was to completely eliminate the scent of the rare medicinal herbs on her body. After all this busy work, the time had already reached 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the convoy slowly came into her view. Looking at the convoy, and then looking at Wild Boar Ridge in the distance, a meaningful faint smile hung on the corner of Orla's Kinetic's mouth. Tonight was going to be very lively. She didn't know who the final winner of Wild Boar Ridge would be. However, the mutated little white pig was a level 6 mutated beast that had developed intelligence. Such a mutated beast was not something that could be easily provoked. A level 6 mutated wild boar that had developed intelligence, leading a pack of hundreds of level 5, level 4, and level 3 mutated wild boars. Its strength was evident. Although it had fought a life and death battle with the mutated wolves today, it was precisely because of this that the manic violence of the mutated beasts was stimulated. Coupled with her sneaky base stealing antics, the mutated little white pig at this moment was probably frantically looking for a venting outlet. At this time, if the Roth family estate's hunting team went up, it would be just right after figuring this out. The smile on Orla's Kinetic's small face could not be suppressed no matter what. Orla's Kinetic did not approach the convoy immediately. She silently circled around and finally returned to the Mu family's energy vehicle. Orla's Kinetic discovered that the ranking of the Mu family's energy vehicle had become the 4th from last. Without alarming anyone, she carried a bundle of dry firewood back to where the Mu family was cooking. After the convoy stopped, Julian Kinetic built the stove, Silas Kinetic and Lucian Kinetic gathered firewood, and Alina Valerius and Gwendolyn were responsible for cooking and boiling water. Arthur Kinetic, Tristan Kinetic, Rowan Kinetic, and Caspian Kinetic took turns driving and escorting the vehicles. This was what the Mu family had discussed in the morning. As for Alistair Kinetic, he had already started to appear less frequently since the morning. Seeing Orla's Kinetic return with a bundle of dry firewood, the Mu family members did not crowd around her, acting as if Orla's Kinetic had just gone out to gather firewood after the vehicle stopped. Putting down the dry firewood, Orla's Kinetic took the kettle handed over by Gwendolyn and directly tilted her head back to gulp down a lot of water. Drink slower. If it's not enough, your auntie still has more here. Alina Valerius looked at Orla's Kinetic's action of drinking water and said softly with heartache. Putting down the kettle, Orelai Kinetic smiled at Alina Valerius and reminded her in a low voice, "First, Aunt, Mom, cook something simple, boil some water, and move quickly. Tonight is not going to be peaceful." Hearing Orelai Kinetic's reminder, Alina Valerius and Gwendolyn did not ask for the reason, but directly accelerated their movements. At noon, the convoy did not stop to rest, and everyone just drank nutrient fluids. Originally, they planned to cook some coarse grain porridge and stew a pot of mutated beast meat for the evening. Now Alina Valerius decided to cut the mutated beast meat into small cubes, put them into the coarse grain porridge, and cook everything in one pot. The other stove happened to be used to boil water and make tea. While Orelai Kinetic and the others were busy cooking, the Roth family estate was organising a hunting team, preparing to set off for Wild Boar Ridge to kill the mutated wild boars. As for Wild Boar Ridge, this battle for territory had already stopped, ultimately ending with the victory of the mutated wild boar in defending its territory. Out of more than 100 mutated wolves, only 20-odd managed to escape in the end. The mutated wild boar pack had won, and should have been celebrating wildly. But after the mutated little white pig returned to the stone platform and discovered that the 2 ginseng plots had been robbed, "Ew, the mutated little white pig howled frantically, echoing throughout the entire Wild Boar Ridge. The mutated little white pig, detestable ginseng thief, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors, not sign /degrees. A few breaths later, as if receiving an order, the mutated wild boar pack frantically scampered about everywhere in Wild Boar Ridge. Because of the mutated little white pig's command, the mutated wild boar pack would definitely find that detestable ginseng thief. Chapter 80, When a Good Opportunity. Orelai Kinetic put down the firewood and then jumped onto the carriage. She needed to rest after running around all day and even acting as a thief once. She hadn't felt it at the time, but once the tight string in her mind relaxed upon returning, Orelai Kinetic felt exhausted all over. Lying weakly in the carriage, Orelai Kinetic's body was resting, but her spiritual telekinesis was still at work. Her spiritual telekinesis stayed inside Ezekiel Roth's RV. "Second child, third child, have you two discussed who will lead the team to Wild Boar Ridge, and who will guard the caravan?" Ezekiel Roth asked in a deep voice, sitting on a chair inside the RV. "Dad, we've discussed it. We'll go to Wild Boar Ridge together first, and then second brother will take the hunting team up Wild Boar Ridge to kill mutated wild boars. As for me, I'll lure some mutated beasts back to the caravan side. Even without joining the hunting team, I still have a chance to kill mutated beasts. Don't you think so, Dad?" Third young Master Malachi Roth sneered. "All right, since you've already discussed it, I won't interfere. Just keep a proper sense of proportion and don't mess things up, especially you, Third. Don't go too far. After all, they are people who have followed the Roth family estate for 23 years. After listening to third young Master Malachi Roth's plan, Ezekiel Roth didn't object, only giving a few understated admonitions. "Dad, don't worry. I just want to teach those disobedient people a small lesson, so that no one else follows their example in the future." Third young Master Malachi Roth said indifferently. It was as if his plan to sprinkle beast-attracting powder and lure mutated beasts to attack the Moo family was just a trivial matter. Hearing this, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help wanting to curse. The Roth family estate was rotten to the core. They really wanted to act like Oz while setting up a memorial arch for chastity. Clearly knowing these people had given decades to the Roth family estate, yet the result was after cursing inwardly for a while, Orelai Kinetic saw second young Master Goliath Roth and third young Master Malachi Roth leading over 50 people rushing toward Wild Boar Ridge. She discovered that 30 of those people were actually the ones hauling supplies that night. Well, the Roth family estate was punishing these people, making them atone for their crimes with meritorious service. Interesting. However, what would happen if this confident hunting team ran into a group of mutated wild boars with nowhere to vent their anger? Orelai Kinetic, I'm so looking forward to it. There's a good show to watch. Mutated little white pig. These hateful humans must have stolen my snacks. Little ones, get them. Don't let a single one go. Half an hour later, the hunting team stood at the foot of Wild Boar Ridge. Second young master, doesn't this Wild Boar Ridge feel a bit wrong today? Do you hear the commotion on the mountain? Wang Yuan, a level 6 ability user from the Wang family, frowned and reminded. Before second young Master Goliath Roth could speak, third young Master Malachi Roth teased, Wang Yuan, it's just Wild Boar Ridge. What's there to be afraid of? Just among our hunting team, there are 4 level 6 ability users, and 1 level 5 ability user. With such a strong team, those mutated wild boars will scatter in fright when they see us. Right? Third young master is right. A few mutated wild boars are simply easy pickings. A sharp-mouthed, Monkey-cheeked middle-aged man flattered. Forget it, since we're already here. Let's go up and take a look. If there's any abnormal situation, we'll just leave. Second young Master Goliath Roth thought for a moment, and said smoothly. Second young Master Goliath Roth led dozens of his spurs charging up Wild Boar Ridge. Soon, they rushed halfway up the mountain. Looking at the chaotic clearing, where countless dismembered limbs of mutated wild boars and mutated wild wolves lay, the members of the hunting team froze for a few seconds before bursting into ecstatic cheers. Second young Master, what great luck. Judging by this, these mutated wild boars must have just finished a fight. We've got easy pickings, Gideon couldn't help saying. Second young Master Goliath Roth stood at the edge of the clearing, his robe snapping loudly in the airflow. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help smiling. Not bad. It looks like the battle stopped not long ago. Everyone, don't dawdle. Quickly pack up these mutated beasts and cut off anything usable. All right. We listen to Second Young Master. Second Young Master's luck is indescribable. Hanging out with Second Young Master means running into such pie-in-the-sky matters. Someone bootlicked and flattered. In the hunting team, some envied this guy's ability to butter up, while others rolled their eyes and silently cursed him as a sycophant. Just as everyone was working with great enthusiasm, following 2 consecutive howls, a small mountain-like mutated wild boar rushed over, leading a group of mutated wild boars. Mutated wild boar. These hateful bipeds. We haven't even caught the ginseng thief yet, and now they come to steal our spoils of war. Too much. The leading mutated wild boar abruptly lowered its head, its tusks flashing with a cold light, and charged at the members of the hunting team with an impact force of over a ton. The remaining wild boars followed closely behind, rampaging in groups. Wherever they passed, bullfick trees snapped with a crunch, boulders shattered, and the ground was trampled into deep pits. What the heck? Didn't so many mutated wild boars die here? Why is there still a group of mutated wild boars on Wild Boar Ridge? Miscalculated. Wild boars are probably infested on this Wild Boar Ridge. Gideon grumbled inwardly while meeting the leading mutated wild boar head-on. Seeing this surging group of mutated wild boars, Second Young Master Goliath Roth was also stunned. This number far exceeded their estimation. Third, there are too many mutated wild boars. Go call for help. Second Young Master Goliath Roth hinted. Hearing this, Third Young Master Malachi Roth turned and ran down the mountain. Unfortunately, although his movements were fast, the mutated wild boar's movements weren't slow either. The mountain forest trembled, and dead leaves fell rustlingly. A dark mass of several mutated wild boars happened to block Third Young Master Malachi Roth's path down the mountain. Each of them was over 2 meters tall, their blood-red pupils locking onto Third Young Master Malachi Roth as deep roars issued from their throats. Seeing this, Third Young Master Malachi Roth raised an eyebrow. He was just worrying about how to lure a few mutated wild boars back, and these few had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Third Young Master Malachi Roth was no longer in a hurry to go down the mountain. He stimulated his ability, and the wind swirls at his fingertips suddenly surged, transforming into dozens of sharp wind blades that pierced toward the mutated wild boars with a piercing screech. Swoosh! The wind blades precisely sliced open the necks of the 2 boars in the front row. Black blood spurted out, hissing and smoking as it splashed on the ground. The wild boars howled in pain and collapsed with a crash, the thick limbs twitching a few times before going still. I didn't expect this guy to actually be a wind-type ability user. No wonder he volunteered to be the bait. What a pity. Whose idea wasn't it to target? Why did he have to target my family? There's no help for it. There's only getting rid of thieves for a day, not guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. For the sake of my family, I can only sacrifice you. You really are a good person. Aura Kinetic, hiding in the dark, couldn't help issuing a good person card to Third Young Master Malachi Roth. Third Young Master Malachi Roth killed 2 mutated wild boars with wind blades, but he didn't continue using them. Instead, he stimulated his wind-type ability and ran down the mountain. Seeing this, the mutated wild boars showed no intention of retreating. Instead, their companions' blood enraged them, and they trampled over their companions' corpse to continue charging at Third Young Master Malachi Roth. Wind gathered under Third Young Master Malachi Roth's feet, his figure dodging sideways like an afterimage. At the same time, he waved his right hand, sending a dozen wind blades stabbing toward the rushing mutated wild boars. What a good opportunity. It wasn't in vain that I just lay down and sneaked out again. Is it easy for me to kill you? Seeing this, Aura Kinetic hiding in the dark, couldn't help praising inwardly. Chapter 80, To the Death of Young Master Yun. Third Young Master Malachi Roth would never have dreamed in his wildest dreams that while he was scheming against the Mu family, His name had long since been placed on Orlai Kinetic's blacklist. Just as the wind blade thrown by third young Master Malachi Roth struck a mutated wild boar once more, a streak of white light flashed rapidly before his eyes. Third young Master Malachi Roth's nerves instantly tightened. The white shadow was like an arrow, its slender tusks glinting with a cold, icy light as they slashed straight toward third young Master Malachi Roth's chest. Third young Master Malachi Roth's pupils constricted abruptly, and his wind-type ability burst forth wildly. A pale cyan airflow rose from the soles of his feet as his legs sank down, and then the airflow surged up, forcing his body to slide sideways by more than half a foot at the very last second, barely dodging the white light's attack. Just this single move startled third young Master Malachi Roth into retreating over 10 feet. Only then did he clearly see what on earth that streak of white light was. That was a snow-white mutated little white pig, with snow-white fur and a snow-white body. Though tiny, its speed was terrifying to the extreme. Third young Master Malachi Roth was somewhat regretting it at this moment. He had originally thought that Wild Boar Ridge only had some ordinary mutated wild boars, which was why he had so confidently followed along. Now, would someone please tell him why there was a special mutated little white pig at Wild Boar Ridge? After launching a single attack, the mutated little white pig had already flown back onto the back of its mount. Third young Master Malachi Roth stared at the mutated little white pig with a guarded expression. The mutated little white pig glanced at the few mutated wild boars that had died under third young Master Malachi Roth's windblade. Its originally crimson eyes instantly turned blood red. After howling twice, the mutated little white pig charged at third young Master Malachi Roth once again. Seeing this, third young Master Malachi Roth hurriedly retreated swiftly with the wind. To dodge the mutated little white pig's attacks, his figure fluttered evasively among the trees, his wind-type ability leaving behind several afterimages in the woods. Seeing that third young Master Malachi Roth kept darting through the forest, the mutated little white pig's tiny body directly plunged into the woods to pursue him. Its 4 short little legs bounced off the tree trunks, each push causing the bark to burst apart, and its speed was so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to discern. Hiding in the dark, Orla Kinetic watched the scene, and in her heart, she had to admit, the people nurtured by major factions truly possessed remarkable strength. Although this third young Master Malachi Roth was sinister and vicious, his wind-type ability was indeed formidable, making one unable to help but admire him. Seeing that the mutated little white pig was relentlessly pursuing him, third young Master Malachi Roth felt his anger so rapidly. A mere mutated beast actually thinks this old man can't do anything to you. What a joke. He suddenly gave a low shout, increasing the output of his wind-type ability. Soon, wind-type energy swirled around his body. As the airflow spun faster and faster, countless pale cyan wind blades continuously rotated around his body, subsequently weaving into an airtight web of wind blades. When the mutated little white pig rushed into attack, its tusks had just grazed past his web of wind blades when they were slashed by the wind knives, leaving a deep white mark. A wail. Feeling the white mark left by the wind blade on its tusks, the mutated little white pig let out a burst of angry roars. Hearing these roars, Orla Kinetic inexplicably felt a sense of danger in her intuition. Before she could figure out where the sense of crisis came from, she inexplicably felt in her mind, no, this little guy is probably going to unleash a major move. Retreat. The word retreat suddenly flashed through her mind, and Orla Kinetic instinctively made a few leaps, retreating outward. On this side, following the mutated little white pig's 2 AO cries, the mutated wild boar herd that had been fiercely fighting the hunting team acted as if they had received an order. They all abandoned their opponents and turned to run without a single trace of hesitation. The members of the hunting team were instantly stunned upon seeing the mutated wild boar suddenly leave. Seeing that his web of wind blades had injured the mutated little white pig, third young Master Malachi Roth was just about to increase his wind-type ability when a sense of crisis surged into his heart. Not good. Third young Master Malachi Roth dodged and retreated out of instinct, only to see a fireball shooting straight toward him. At that speed, he simply couldn't dodge it. No. Accompanied by a miserable scream, third young Master Malachi Roth was struck by the fireball. The fireball first ignited from the hem of his clothes, then instantly leaped to his chest, and then exploded with a boom, a crimson wave of fire wrapping around his entire body. Good heavens, tenacious little guy can actually breathe beast fire. Hiding in the distance, Orla Kinetic trembled all over as she watched this terrifying scene. Good grief, I really am a reckless fool, actually daring to go steal this little guy's treasure. No way, I have to run fast. If the little guy discovers that I'm the ginseng thief, then my end. Orla Kinetic glanced at the miserably wailing, frantically darting human torch, and her body couldn't help but shudder slightly. Seeing his younger brother wrapped in fire, Second young Master Goliath Roth shouted anxiously. Third brother, roll on the ground a few times to put out the fire first. Just as he wanted to continue speaking, the mutated little white pig charged directly at him. Second young master, let's go quickly. This is a mutated beast that has attained spiritual intelligence, Gideon hurriedly urged. When the others heard that the mutated little white pig was a mutated beast with spiritual intelligence, their expressions all changed drastically. Run quickly, someone shouted loudly, and then everyone ran toward the foot of the mountain. No one noticed that the two words run quickly were not shouted by anyone in the hunting team at all. That's right, this was shouted by Orelai Kinetic while hiding in the dark. It wasn't because she was acting like a saint wanting to save these people, but rather that the migrating team could not afford to have too few personnel, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Just as Orelai Kinetic was luring the hunting team members into running away, a powerful aura came from afar. Sensing the somewhat familiar aura, Orelai Kinetic understood that the commotion here was too big and had alerted Ezekiel Roth. As expected of a peak tier 7 Esper, that powerful aura made one feel a trace of threat. Orelai Kinetic looked at the mutated little white pig that was relentlessly chasing second young Master Goliath Roth, and a trace of guilt couldn't help but well up in her heart. Forget it. Reminding the little guy can be considered repaying the favor of the bludgeoning it gave her. Mutated little white pig, you shameless bipedal beast. Who gave you bludgeoning? You clearly stole it. Little guy, why aren't you hurrying to run for your life with your little brothers? Someone's father is coming to demand your life. Orelai Kinetic spiritual telekinesis directly charged into the mutated little white pig's pig brain. The mutated little white pig was stunned, then asked, "Who are you?" Unfortunately, Orelai Kinetic neither understood its beast language nor had the time to listen to it. After giving the reminder, she had already avoided Ezekiel Roth and detoured from the other side to return to the motorcade. Having gone crazy with killing, a mutated little white pig also sensed the powerful aura coming from afar at this moment. Ayo! After letting out an ayo cry, a white flash of light appeared, and it instantly fled without a trace. Following this cry, the mutated wild boars that had been hiding not far away began their true flight for survival. A few minutes later, when Ezekiel Roth arrived, third young Master Malachi Roth had long since been burned into a pitch-black charred corpse. Seeing the charred corpse and thinking of the son who had been full of confidence before him just an hour ago, Ezekiel Roth couldn't help letting out a long roar. Ah, who is it? Who killed my son? I'm going to wipe out his entire family. Seeing that Ezekiel Roth had arrived, the members of the hunting team all ran back. Hearing Ezekiel Roth's painful long roar, the members of the hunting team all shivered collectively. They didn't dare to step forward and tell Ezekiel Roth that third young Master Malachi Roth had been burned alive by the beast fire of the mutated little white pig. Second young Master Goliath Roth stood dishevelled in front of the hunting team. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. No one knew that before third young Master Malachi Roth was hit by the mutated little white pig's fireball, his spiritual sea had already been quietly shattered by someone. In other words, even if he hadn't been burned to death by the beast fire, he would have died from a collapsed spiritual sea. Chapter 83 Investigation. The news of third young Master Malachi Roth being burned to death by the beast fire of a mutated wild boar completely spread throughout the entire convoy the next day. On this day, the atmosphere of the entire convoy was extremely low, with no one speaking loudly, let alone laughing or playing around. Everyone went about their business silently and carefully, afraid that a single careless move would disturb the Roth family estate, bring bad luck, and invite trouble onto themselves. The Moo family naturally heard the news as well, and aside from silence, they did not say any extra words. Over these past 2 days, they had vaguely felt a hint of malice. When Alistair Kinetic heard that third young Master Malachi Roth died from the beast fire, his very first thought in his mind was, serves him right. Because from the eyes of third young Master Malachi Roth, he had felt naked malice. Then, his second feeling was that the little girl of his own family must have taken action in this matter. Because the time Orelai Kinetic went out for a stroll and came back to rest after dinner yesterday was roughly around the exact time third young Master Malachi Roth set out for Wild Boar Ridge and died in the fire. They say no one knows a son better than his father, but as for this niece of his, the one who understood her best could only be none other than himself. He understood this little girl too well. Ever since Orelai Kinetic went to the Roth family estate manor once, Orelai Kinetic's attitude toward the Roth family estate had been extremely unkind. Alistair Kinetic guessed that inside the Roth family estate manor, Orelai Kinetic must have discovered something. Although she did not say it out, her actions made Alistair Kinetic understand that the Roth family estate wanted to be unfavourable to him, and might even want his little life. With the Roth family estate scheming against him like this, Orlai Kinetic would definitely not let the matter rest, and yesterday, when his niece ran out for a trip, she must have gone to prepare a backup plan first. Orlai Kinetic uncle, you think way too highly of me to actually misunderstand me like this. If I say I didn't do it, do you believe it or not? I was just thinking of myself and took a bath, that's all. As for stealing the ginseng and angering the mutated wild boar, that was purely an accident, mainly because the thing was too good and too fragrant. My hands refused to listen to command and couldn't hold back. Alistair Kinetic, alas, I'm getting old. Now I actually have to rely on my niece for protection. It's a bit exciting. Is there such a thing? Some people live off their fathers, some live off their mothers, some live off their wives, some live off their brothers, some live off their children, while I'm the most awesome person in history who lives off his niece. Is anyone envious? Moo family, brother dad, uncle, where is your face? How can you say words like this without even blushing a little? On this side, because of his son's tragic death, Ezekiel Roth was so furious that he turned the entire Wild Boar Ridge mountain upside down, and the convoy stayed here for an extra day because of this. On the second night, Alistair Kinetic hesitated for a long time before asking falteringly, Seer, does this matter have anything to do with you? Uncle, what are you talking about? I am just a little girl who's never gone out, and I haven't even seen a few living mutated beasts. Besides, I was inside the carriage the entire day today, and I didn't even step down from the carriage. You actually think that I... Tusk uncle, you dare to think it, but I don't even dare to admit it. Orlai Kinetic interrupted Alistair Kinetic's probing. In this matter, the culprit was a mutated wild boar, and it could only be the mutated little white pig. What did it have to do with her Moo family? No matter how cunning Ezekiel Roth was, he would never have imagined the pride of the Roth family estate, the little Jude of the Roth family estate, seemingly died in the beast fire of a mutated wild boar, but actually fell victim to Orlai Kinetic's sneak attack first before being struck by the beast fire. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Only women and villains are hard to deal with. On the second night, the Roth family estate no longer went to Wild Boar Ridge and notified everyone to depart at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. After hearing the news, Orlai Kinetic's hanging heart did not settle down. The Roth family estate had lost a direct line young master. How could they give up so easily? Such calm could only mean one thing. The Roth family estate was preparing a big move. After figuring this out, Orlai Kinetic's spiritual telekinesis arrived inside Ezekiel Roth's AV once again. On this day, apart from Ezekiel Roth looking as if he had aged 10 years overnight, lying motionless on the bed in grief and sorrow, the rest of the Roth family estate did not make any abnormal movements. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time flew by. 5 days passed quickly, and Ezekiel Roth finally walked out of his heartbreaking despair, recovering a little bit of spirit. That night, Ezekiel Roth called second young master Goliath Roth and Talia Roth together into the RV. Dad, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Talia Roth asked with a concerned expression. Ezekiel Roth shook his head and replied listlessly, I'm fine. I won't die for the time being. Hearing her father's reply, Talia Roth instantly stopped talking in awkwardness. Second young master Goliath Roth, who had originally prepared to step forward, quietly put down his right foot that had just been raised slightly. Dad, adhering to the principle of saying more makes more mistakes, saying less makes fewer mistakes, and saying nothing makes no mistakes, second young master Goliath Roth shouted once, then stood there silently and said no more. Looking at this second son of his who couldn't squeeze out a fart with 3 sticks, Ezekiel Roth asked with some mental exhaustion, Second, how's the matter I asked you to investigate going? Hearing Ezekiel Roth's question, second young master Goliath Roth hurriedly took a step toward the center. Lowering his head, he answered in a deep voice, Dad, during the period when little brother had the incident, Wang Ping, the younger brother of Gideon from the Wang family and a level 6 Earth-type ability user, had always been in the convoy and never left the convoy for even half a step. As for Wang Yuan, he has always been killing mutated wild boars in the hunting team, and there are witnesses for this. That level 6 ability user from the Chan family also joined the hunting team and was fighting desperately with mutated wild boars at Wild Boar Ridge at that time. As for the only level 6 ability user who didn't join the hunting team, Alistair Kinetic, he has been hiding in the Moo family's energy vehicle and hasn't stepped down from the vehicle for even half a step. Oh, did anyone see them with their own eyes? Since several level 6 ability users in the convoy all have alibis, then tell me, who killed your younger brother? Don't tell me it was a mutated wild boar. I don't believe it. Your younger brother is a level 6 wind-type ability user. If he couldn't beat them, couldn't he run away? Do you know how fast a wind-type ability user speed is? Answer me. Hearing second young Master Goliath Roth's reply, Ezekiel Roth was so furious that he loudly questioned him inside the RV. Dad, Wang Ping and Boss Chain both have witnesses. As for Alistair Kinetic, according to the people in the vehicles ahead and behind the Moo family, at dinner time in the afternoon, they saw Alistair Kinetic's wife, Elena Valerius, carry a bowl of rice to the vehicle. Second young Master Goliath Roth explained. Hearing this, Orlai Kinetic couldn't help muttering in her heart, "Damn it, this old schemer truly lies up to being the leader of one of the 4 major forces of Base 58. He really has discernment. Even this couldn't fool him. What a pity. No matter how much he suspects, this old fellow will never guess it's on me." Just thinking about it is quite amusing. Sitting in the vehicle, Alistair Kinetic saw Orlai Kinetic's expression turning ugly for a moment, tightening up the next, and then snickering, as if the little girl was sneaking a peek at some novel. Orlai Kinetic did not know yet that simply because her facial expressions were too rich, she almost dropped her disguise in front of her uncle. After second young Master Goliath Roth finished explaining, he quickly lowered his head again and continued to play the role of a speechless quail. Seeing second young Master Goliath Roth like this, Ezekiel Roth continued powerlessly, "Second, what was your younger brother's final wish? Do you know?" Hearing Ezekiel Roth's question, second young Master Goliath Roth almost jumped up and cursed his mother. His younger brother was burned to death by beast fire. Under that kind of circumstance, Ghost knew what his final wish was. This old man couldn't be kept anymore. Although he had always favored the third son, now the third son was dead. Why did he still have to torment himself for a dead person? Second young Master Goliath Roth wanted to rebel in his heart, but in reality, he could only lower his head and take the scolding. However, no one noticed the hint of hatred deep in second young Master Goliath Roth's eyes. Chapter 84 Advancement again. Next, you know what you should do, right? Hearing Ezekiel Roth's words, second young Master Goliath Roth looked up at Ezekiel Roth and asked with some hesitation, "Dad, there aren't many level 6 ability users in the convoy. Do we really need to move against Alistair Kinetic now? After all, he is a level 6 ability user. Move against him now? No, that would let him off too easily. I've changed my mind. I won't move against him right now. However, you must arrange for someone to keep an eye on the Moo family." Originally, the younger brother felt that Alistair Kinetic was actually feigning illness and needed to be disciplined, so he wanted to lure a mutated beast to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, forcing those restless people to behave themselves. As for now, I'm going to take the Moo family to Base 78. If it weren't for Alistair Kinetic, how could my third son have met with disaster? Besides, seizing territory requires plenty of people. Deep hatred surged in Ezekiel Roth's eyes, as if Alistair Kinetic were his mortal enemy. Orlai Kinetic never expected that the Roth family estate would give her such a huge surprise. Her original plan was for Alistair Kinetic to fake an injury and peacefully leave the Roth family estate, go to a slightly more prosperous base, buy a house, and live a plain and stable life with the family. As a result, the Roth family estate was unwilling and insisted on binding the Moo family to the Roth family estate sinking ship. Therefore, she hinted and guided Alistair Kinetic to continue feigning illness, forcing the Roth family estate to proactively abandon Alistair Kinetic. This method resulted in third young Master Malachi Roth's plan to lure a mutated beast to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Having no choice, in order not to become the slaughter chicken, she had no choice but to eliminate third young Master Malachi Roth, who came up with the idea. The one who came up with the idea was dead. She thought the Roth family estate would calm down a bit. After all, she had used this method to warn Ezekiel Roth. However, Orlai Kinetic depressedly discovered that perhaps she was too gentle, as no one took this warning to heart. Instead, they intensified their efforts to drag the entire Moo family down to hell. This left her somewhat speechless. It also made her somewhat impressed by the Roth family estate's utter stubbornness. Orlai Kinetic hesitated slightly. Should she strike now and give the Roth family estate an unforgettable lesson? Or should she continue playing dumb, seize every single second to raise her family's strength somewhat, and finally completely resolve Ezekiel Roth at the end? After all, Ezekiel Roth was the pillar of the Roth family estate. After pondering for a moment, for the sake of safety, Orlai Kinetic decided to adopt the latter approach and raise their strength first. Her mental type ability was currently at the peak of level 7, and advancing further would make her a level 8 Esper. By that time, what would Ezekiel Roth even count for? In the Wasteland world, strength is everything, and the strong are supreme. Anything else had to come after raising one's strength. Orlai Kinetic pondered for a moment, and finally retrieved 3 stalks of blood ginseng, and a few stalks of etherweed grass from the space stone. She intended for the Mu family members to consume these etherweed grasses. Blood ginseng was a miraculous medicine for increasing and replenishing blood chi. Moreover, its medicinal effect was mild, not as violent as some other miraculous medicines. Since she was now immune to etherweed grass, she had to switch to eating blood ginseng instead. She first washed the etherweed grass clean with clear water, and then handed it to Alistair Kinetic, Arthur Kinetic, and Tristan Kinetic. Uncle, Dad, Brother you. This is etherweed grass. It is useful for enhancing abilities and also has a soothing effect on the spirit. You'll see. Each person can only consume 2 stalks. Tonight, you can eat 1 stalk first to test it and see the advancement effect. The 3 members of the Mu family looked at the miraculous medicine handed over by Orli Kinetic, not knowing what to do for a moment. They were well aware of how important miraculous medicine was to them. But to accept a little girl's gift so unburdenedly, even though this little girl was their own daughter, niece, cousin, they still felt somewhat embarrassed. See your younger sister. All right, hurry up and take them to raise your strength. Our Mu family is in great danger right now. After saying that, Orli Kinetic forcefully shoved the etherweed grass into the hands of the 3 men. The 3 men lowered their heads to look at the etherweed grass in their hands, then silently accepted it. Seer, what about you? Do you still have miraculous medicine in your hands? Now that we've taken the etherweed grass, you wouldn't be left without any miraculous medicine, right? Arthur Kinetic asked with some concern upon seeing that his daughter had given away all the etherweed grass. It's fine. Etherweed grass is basically useless to me now. A couple of days ago, I found other miraculous medicine to replace the etherweed grass. Orli Kinetic raised the blood ginseng in her hand and explained with a smile. She carefully washed the blood ginseng clean. Its appearance was similar to ordinary ginseng, except its color was red. Shaking off the moisture, Orli Kinetic picked up a stalk of blood ginseng and began to bite into it. Orli Kinetic devoured the entire stalk of blood ginseng down to the last scrap and drop of juice. She discovered that aside from a faint medicinal fragrance, the taste of the blood ginseng was extremely similar to a raw carrot that could be eaten fresh. It wasn't considered very delicious, but neither was it too bad. A hint of light sweetness carried a trace of mild spiciness. Most importantly, Orli Kinetic found that after consuming a stalk of blood ginseng, her entire body became warm and cozy. Especially wherever the blood ginseng juice flowed, wisps of warm currents dispersed everywhere, washing over her meridians, muscles, and entire body like warm, gentle spring water. A stream of pure blood chi rushed wildly along her blood vessels. Wherever it passed, her meridians turned crimson red, and the surging blood chi scoured her entire body like a breached river. Amidst the steaming blood chi, a faint red glow gradually emerged around Orli Kinetic. Her pitch black hair fluttered slightly, and her aura instantly skyrocketed. The window-papered layer stuck at the peak of level 6 was forcefully shattered, with a bang by the stream of blood chi. The fine stream of blood chi rushed out of the gap and began to scour the meridians of a level 7 Esper. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I don't know how much time passed, but the medicinal power of the blood ginseng was gradually digested completely. The blood chi on Orli Kinetic's body was full yet not floating. Her muscles appeared even tighter and tougher. Her entire body was nourished by the blood chi, and her meridians were even more warm and comfortable. Orli Kinetic closed her eyes, a look of joy appearing on her face. Her Wu-type ability had advanced from level 6 to level 7. Circulating her blood chi slightly, Orli Kinetic nodded in satisfaction. The effect was not bad, making it worth her while to have acted as a thief for once. At this moment, Orli Kinetic became much clearer and more articulate about the role of blood chi, and only then did she understand. An Esper's advancement is not just about absorbing the energy inside energy stones or taking some blood chi potions. Miraculous medicines that replenish blood chi like this would have unexpected effects. This was a new method for ability advancement. Finding such mild miraculous medicines in the wild and taking them directly was much more cost-effective than selling them to a base. Feeling the might of her level 7 ability, Orli Kinetic slowly opened her eyes. Seer, younger sister. The moment she opened her eyes, what she saw were the caring, worried, and joyful faces of the Mu family, and what her ears heard were their calls. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Brother you guys. Orli Kinetic looked at everyone in puzzlement. Chapter 85 Comprehensive Improvement. Seer, did you level up? Arthur Kinetic asked with a hopeful look on his face. Dad, how did you know? Orli Kinetic asked somewhat strangely, as she had just opened her eyes and hadn't told everyone yet. Humph, how did I know? Don't you know the commotion you made when you leveled up just now? Alistair Kinetic snorted angrily. Uncle, was the commotion I made just now very big? Can people outside feel it? Orli Kinetic asked anxiously, feeling somewhat worried. It's fine. Although the commotion was a bit big, we are in the carriage, and it's night, so no one should notice. But next time you level up, you can't do it in the carriage, Alistair Kinetic reminded her. Orla Kinetic shook her head and explained, Uncle, it definitely won't happen again. Leveling up is not that easy. The further along you are, the more the required energy increases exponentially. Who knows when I'll have to wait until my next level up. Hearing this, Alistair Kinetic felt it was indeed the case, and he couldn't help shaking his head with a chuckle. I was just worried and lost my composure. Right, Seer, for safety. When we take the etherweed grass, you should stand guard nearby, just in case. Alistair Kinetic told Orlar Kinetic his plan. It wasn't that he was scared, but rather that it would be safer this way. All right, once I get familiar with the ability I just leveled up, let's start tomorrow. Right, Uncle, I have blood ginseng here that replenishes Kai and blood. Aunt and my mom and the other genetic enhancer can eat it, which can increase their Kai and blood values. Orlar Kinetic took out 2 stalks of blood ginseng and handed them to Gwendolyn and Elena Valerius. Smelling that faint medicinal fragrance, Alistair Kinetic couldn't help praising. Good stuff. This medicinal scent is at least 23 years old. Elena Valerius and Gwendolyn looked at the blood ginseng in their hands, smiling from ear to ear. Finally, they could also improve their strength. Little sister. Little sister. Little sister. Seeing the blood ginseng in the hands of their aunt and their own mother, Caspian Kinetic, Julian Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic couldn't help shouting. Seeing the hopeful and eager looks of her older brothers, Orlar Kinetic smiled and nodded, saying, There is. Everyone has some, don't worry. It's just that you guys need to stagger the time you eat it, and you can't eat too much the first time. I'm worried the medicinal properties are too heavy, and your bodies won't be able to handle it. Hearing Orlar Kinetic say that everyone had some, the 3 brothers of the Mu family embarrassedly scratched their heads. Caspian Kinetic, how embarrassing. I actually asked my younger sister for blood ginseng. Julian Kinetic, younger sister is so good. She always remembers us. Lucian Kinetic, wow, my strength is also going to improve. Younger sister is so awesome. She can even find such wonderful and rare medicine. Orla Kinetic, my brothers are so funny. They actually thought I would forget them. 3 days later, the Mu family took turns taking etherweed grass and blood ginseng in the carriage. Not only did all of Alistair Kinetic's old hidden injuries fully heal, but even his ability entered the peak of level 6. Missing only an opportunity, his ability could enter level 7 and become a high-level Esper. Feeling the surge in Kai and blood in his body, as well as the ability full of energy, Alistair Kinetic couldn't help laughing out loud. Alistair Kinetic also had the qualification to impact becoming a high-level Esper. Over so many years, how many Espers wanted to cross this step, only to be blocked outside by that hurdle? Alistair Kinetic clearly felt the changes in his body. This stock of blood ginseng not only fully replenished the Kai and blood deficient in the first half of his life, but also completely cured the hidden injuries left by countless battles. The surge in Kai and blood gave him the cornerstone for leveling up between level 6 ability and level 7 ability. It is not a simple ability advancement. It is a qualitative change for an Esper. If blood ginseng changed his Kai and blood, then etherweed grass not only expanded his spiritual sea, but also appeased his somewhat righteous spiritual sea. Sia, thank you, Alistair Kinetic said with red eyes and sincere gratitude. Alistair Kinetic understood that if it weren't for the blood ginseng and etherweed grass that Orla Kinetic took out, his ability would only be able to stop at level 6. Haven't you seen that among so many level 6 ability users in base 58, in nearly 30 years, not a single person has been able to cross that hurdle? Uncle, we are family. Orlar Kinetic's simple sentence made Alistair Kinetic smile with satisfaction. Indeed, they were family. Sia, everyone's strength has improved this time. Next time the hunting team goes out, should we go try out our skills? Arthur Kinetic asked with a joyful expression. Yes, Arthur Kinetic, an Esper who had remained completely stagnant for ages, had actually leveled up this time. He wanted to go outside and show off. Dad, keep a low profile. Haven't you noticed that the people in the front and back cars are acting strange? Not wanting to dampen Arthur Kinetic's spirits, Orla Kinetic had to change the subject and remind him. Hearing Orla Kinetic's reminder, Lucian Kinetic chimed in first. Exactly. Dad, uncle, younger sister is right. That Sioux family in the front and that Shamar clan citadel in the back have been acting very strange these past 2 days. Suai's mom guards our stove every time Aunt cooks and refuses to leave. She even asked me why I didn't see Uncle getting out of the car to eat, and whether Uncle's injuries had gotten more serious. The Sanjay Sharma family in the back is even worse. He actually mocked her car speed for getting slower and slower, asking me if our car's position would be swapped with his tomorrow. Hearing Lucian Kinetic-S words, Arthur Kinetic frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Brother, what do these two families mean? Are they monitoring us?" Alistair Kinetic nodded and calmly replied, "That's right, you guessed it. They are indeed monitoring us." Why? Arthur Kinetic didn't quite understand. Alistair Kinetic didn't answer Arthur Kinetic, but instead cast his gaze on Orlar Kinetic. The Moo family hadn't noticed, but I don't know since when, whenever there were big or small matters at home, they had to ask for Orlar Kinetic-S opinion. "Seer, what do you think?" Alistair Kinetic asked. "Uncle, the Roth family estate sent 2 Perns to probe. Before figuring out your injuries, they probably won't tear off their masks and make him move. After all, crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, killing the donkey after it's done grinding, will shake the morale of the convoy. The Roth family estate won't dig their own graves for the time being. Right? How many days will it take for the convoy to reach base 54? Can you estimate it?" After explaining, Orlar Kinetic also asked about the itinerary. "At this speed, it will take about 16 more days, Tristan Kinetic answered. 16 days. After pondering for a moment, Orlar Kinetic said to Alistair Kinetic and the others, "Uncle, Dad, Brother you, look, it will still take 16 or 17 days to walk to base 54. Your realms have just improved, and there is temporarily no possibility of further improvement. It would be better to focus recently on actual combat." Actual combat? "Little sister, we have to drive to Harrow on our way during the day. At night is the active time for mutated beasts. We simply don't have time to participate in actual combat." Tristan Kinetic looked at Orlar Kinetic in confusion and asked in a low voice. "That doesn't matter. The daytime shift rotation remains unchanged. It's just that when resting at night, you can take turns going out with me to engage in actual combat with mutated beasts, thereby improving your practical combat experience. How about it? Is anyone willing to go?" Orlar Kinetic raised an eyebrow and looked at everyone with a teasing expression. "Go, definitely go. Not going is." Chapter 86 Practical Application. Night in the Wasteland was a silent slaughterhouse with no starlight, no temperature, only boundless darkness, and unexpected events that could happen at any moment. Mutated insects and beasts might be hiding in every inch of the dark shadows, and no one dared to wander outside at night. The earth was cracked like a spider's web, and the withered land occasionally oozed eerie tree shadows. Scorching solar radiation was the eternal keynote of this world, and the wind seemed to be a companion of the radiation, wailing mournfully in the dark night. It drilled through the gaps in the ruins, whispering like countless wronged souls. It passed through the endless wilderness, covering the faint sounds of the mutated beast in the darkness. The wrestling of mutated insects, the harsh scraping of sharp claws against metal, and the distant, low roars of beasts came one after another, making one's scalp tingle. "Little sister, are we really going to the woods ahead?" Tristan Kinetic asked tremblingly as he heard the rustling wind in the wilderness, and the increasingly close roars of beasts. Tristan Kinetic had often gone on missions in the past, and had spent nights in the wilderness, but back then, the teams were led by powerful experts, not like now, where there were only him and Orlar Kinetic. Our waves of beast roars came from far to near. Orlar Kinetic listened quietly for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "Brother you, can you tell what kind of mutated beast it is?" Tristan Kinetic was stunned for a moment, then calmed down to listen to a few sounds, and softly replied, "It's a wolf." "Mutated wolf," Orlar Kinetic murmured, involuntarily recalling the pack of mutated wolves that had fought for territory with the mutated wild boar at Wild Boar Ridge. She remembered that only a dozen or so of that pack of mutated wolves had managed to escape in the end. To verify her guess, Orlar Kinetic-S spiritual telekinesis quickly swept toward the roaring sounds. Sure enough, a dozen or so bruised and battered mutated wolves appeared within her spiritual telekinesis. Oh my! Such luck was truly one of a kind. Such a group of defeated soldiers was just right for the Moo family to practice their skills. Orlar Kinetic glanced at Tristan Kinetic and said in a low voice, "Brother you, the number of mutated wolves is small, and they are all injured. Hurry up and call my dad and the others over so we can all pitch in together and strive to wipe out this wolf pack in half an hour." "What? The number is small, and they're injured? Sister, how do you know? You didn't see wrong, did you?" Tristan Kinetic asked in surprise. "Brother you, can you call people first or not?" Orlar Kinetic didn't answer Tristan Kinetic-S question, instead saying impatiently. Hearing Orlar Kinetic-S impatient tone, Tristan Kinetic knew he had committed a taboo. Little sister had a secret, and a big one at that. This was an open secret within the Moo family. People, after all had their own secrets. "All right, I'll call little uncle and the others right away." With that, Alistair Kinetic hurriedly sent a text message to Arthur Kinetic and sent his location over. Sister, it's done. All right, let's climb the tree first to avoid them. After saying that, Orlar Kinetic flicked the vines in her left hand, wrapping them around a large tree a few meters away. Swinging by the vines, a few seconds later, Orlar Kinetic was already sitting steadily on the tree trunk. Seeing Orlar Kinetic's movements, Tristan Kinetic was instantly dumbfounded. No way, little sister's vines could be played like this. Most importantly, why didn't little sister bring him along when she went up the tree? What happened to the bond between siblings? What happened to us being each other's favourite? It was tested out so quickly by a pack of mutated wolves. Seeing Tristan Kinetic standing foolishly without moving for a long time, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help asking in a low voice, Brother you, what are you doing? Do you want to deal with a pack of mutated wolves all by yourself? Hearing Orlar Kinetic's question, Tristan Kinetic, who was mourning their sibling bond, snapped back to reality. Hearing the wolf howls close at hand, Tristan Kinetic was startled into a shiver, and quickly sprinted to the base of the nearest large tree, climbing up it with a few swift movements. Seeing Tristan Kinetic's flurry of actions after waking up, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of her heart. Rather you could actually zone out while killing a mutated beast in the wild. She had no idea how he used to get by on missions. Could it be that people were just giving him leeway out of respect for their eldest uncle? Orlar Kinetic didn't know that her guess was actually pretty much spot on. Leaving aside these two people hiding in the trees on the convoy side, because it was Orlar Kinetic's first time leading people out at night, nobody in the Moo family went to sleep, instead sitting quietly in the carriage and waiting in silence. Ding ding. The text message notification sound on Arthur Kinetic's bracelet broke the silence of the carriage, and the gazes of the Moo family instantly converged on Arthur Kinetic's bracelet. Arthur Kinetic opened his bracelet and glanced at the message content and location. Brother, you're sent a text message saying they found a group of injured mutated wolves. Only a dozen or so. Zia wants us all to go practice our skills. Hearing Arthur Kinetic's explanation, Alistair Kinetic recalled hearing the hunting team members talk a few days ago about the fierce clash between the mutated wild boar and the mutated wolves at Wild Boar Ridge. All right, you all go. Be careful, I'll stay and guard the vehicle. Alistair Kinetic gave a low instruction, and the others nodded, then silently got out of the car and headed towards the direction of Orlar Kinetic and Tristan Kinetic. 20-odd minutes later, Arthur Kinetic and the others hurried along and finally found the location of Tristan Kinetic and Orlar Kinetic. The wolf howls made one's spine chill involuntarily. Dad, this place is so terrifying. It was Lucian Kinetic's first time going out at night, and hearing the wolf howl scared him so much that his voice changed. Zia, where are you two? As soon as Arthur Kinetic's voice fell, a rustling sound came from the bushes opposite them. Dozens of gloomy green, ghost fire-like wolf eyes appeared before the Moo family. The mutated wolves lined up in a row, surrounding the crowd in a fan shape, their low snort sounding like dull knives grinding against a whetstone. Dad, little Uncle Sealers Kinetic, and Lucian Kinetic were the youngest and had never seen such ferocious mutated beasts before. They were so scared that their voices trembled when calling out. The mutated wolf king standing in the middle was as robust as a small calf, with spines on its spine, protruding fangs, and scarlet vertical pupils revealing madness. The rest of the mutated wolves were either limping and festering or one-eyed and deformed, with bizarre and ferocious appearances that made one's hair stand on end. Don't be afraid. We cannot lose in momentum. The more afraid we are, the more ferocious the mutated wolf will be, Arthur Kinetic reminded in a low voice. Seeing the few two-legged beasts before it, the Wolf King let out a disdainful cry, and then ordered the wolf pack to attack. The siege began, and the pack of wolves shot out like cannonballs. They had a clear division of labour, as if they had discussed it beforehand which ones would attack from the front, and which ones from the flanks, who would pounce and bite the neck, and who would tear at the legs and feet. Seeing the division of labour among the wolf pack, Orlar Kinetic couldn't help but admire them. As expected of high IQ mutated beasts, if not for the fact that they were all injured, the Moo family might not necessarily have been able to wipe them out. Brother you, go help Brother Faye and little Yun. Leave that Wolf King to me. Having said that, Orlar Kinetic didn't wait for Tristan Kinetic to reply as a vine rapidly wrapped towards the Wolf King. This Wolf King was a level 6 mutated beast. Although injured, Orlar Kinetic didn't dare to take it lightly at all. Although her ability had advanced, it was her first time fighting a large-scale battle against the mutated Wolf King at night. Mutated beasts had very tenacious vitality, and wouldn't die from minor injuries, but her own body couldn't afford to recklessly engage in a hard fight with the mutated beast. Chapter 87, Killing the Wolf King. Ow. The mutated Wolf King felt the threat brought by the vines, and its entire wolf body leaped forward, dodging the entanglement of the vines. Bind. Orelai Kinetic let out a soft cry. Green light burst from the palm of her left hand, and the green vines surged forward fiercely like branches growing wildly after a rainstorm. The baby thick vines were covered in barbs, carrying vibrant vitality, and swiftly coiled towards the limbs of the Wolf King. Ow. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, the Wolf King let out a long howl facing the sky, its voice shaking the fallen leaves to fly wildly around. It leaped fiercely, and its steel-like sharp claws swung rapidly towards the vines. With a crisp sound of Kyla, the vines shot out by Orelai Kinetic were grabbed in the middle and smashed to pieces by the sharp claws of the Wolf King. The newly born vines instantly turned into juice-laden debris, and the remaining vines seemed to have life, retreating quickly upon sensing danger. What sharp claws! Feeling the intention of the vines in her left hand to shrink back, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help praising. On this side, the Moo family and the wolf pack had already engaged in a melee. Seeing the vines retreat, the Wolf King didn't even wait for the vines to land before launching another forward pounce, changing its target directly to Orelai Kinetic. Seeing this, Orelai Kinetic sneered coldly. Beast. You have some guts. You actually dare to attack. Then, the wood-type ability in the palm of her left hand surged wildly. In an instant, the original baby thick vine turned into 4 thick vines, which coiled towards the 4 legs of the Wolf King respectively. Orelai Kinetic was still not at ease with just the vines. Seizing the opportunity, the hand crossbow bound to her right arm directly shot a bolt towards the right eye of the Wolf King. The animal's instinct made the Wolf King perceive fatal danger, and at the last moment, its pouncing motion leaped upwards by a foot. Orelai Kinetic's vines missed, and the crossbow bolt also failed to hit the right eye of the Wolf King. However, although the crossbow bolt didn't hit the right eye, it hit its neck. This truly was a case of unintentional success. Ewu, ewu, ewu. The injured Wolf King howled furiously without stop, never expecting that it, a dignified mutated Wolf King, would be injured by this 2-legged beast in front of it that didn't have 2 tails of meat. The furious Wolf King pounced towards Orelai Kinetic regardless of everything, vowing to bite to death the 2-legged beast in front of it that had injured it. Seeing that the vines were a step slow and failed to entangle the Wolf King, and the position of the crossbow bolt was also different from her target, Orelai Kinetic couldn't help sighing in her heart. Sigh. I have the realm in vain, but my actual combat experience is just not good. Otherwise, my ability level is clearly 1 level higher than the Wolf King, yet I can't instantly kill the mutated Wolf King. It's really so embarrassing to say it out loud. Fortunately no one saw it. Otherwise it seems I still need to practice more in actual combat in the future. Orelai Kinetic completely forgot that she was only a 12-year-old little girl, and children of her same age probably still hovered around level 2 or level 3 in their ability levels. On this side, the battle between the Moo family members and the wolf pack had already entered a white-hot stage. Suddenly, a mutated wolf with eyes glowing in eerie green light flew into the air and lunged towards Tristan Kinetic. Seeing the mutated wolf descending like Mount Tai, Tristan Kinetic hurriedly lowered his body and rolled to the side, his head barely dodging the attack of the mutated wolf, but his arm was grazed by the wolf's claws, and the intense pain almost made Tristan Kinetic cry out. He clenched his teeth, lowered his body, and dashed under the mutated wolf. With a sound of patchai, the alloy knife smoothly sliced across the wolf's belly. Amidst the splashing of black blood, all the internal organs of the mutated wolf spilled out. Damu! The mutated wolf wailed as it fell down, then twitched its wolf body twice, and finally became motionless. Seeing that the mutated wolf was killed by him, Tristan Kinetic touched the wound on his arm, forcefully suppressed the pain, and turned to kill other mutated wolves. At this time, the other Moo family members had long stood back to back, blades and swords flying together as they started a melee with a pack of mutated wolves. Under their feet they stepped on mutated severed limbs, and their clothes were splashed with endless wolf blood. The strong gamey smell and pungent smell of blood from the mutated wolves rushed straight into everyone's nasal cavities, but the Moo family members at this time couldn't care less about all this. The bloodshot eyes were staring fixedly at the wolf pack surrounding them. On this side, seeing that the wolf pack had surrounded the Moo family, Orelai Kinetic's breath hitched, and cold sweat broke out directly on her forehead. If there were casualties among the Moo family here, she would be hard-pressed to absolve herself of the blame. Orelai Kinetic exhaled a foul breath, muttering to herself, "It seems that today I won't be able to continue practicing my actual combat skills." The next second, instead of retreating, her body advanced. Wood-type ability was frantically injected into the 4 vines, and she gave a low, soft reprimand. Bind. The 4 vines instantly grew wildly, wrapping around the four legs of the mutated Wolf King like ropes. At the same time, the shadowless needle condensed by spiritual telekinesis fiercely pierced towards the center of the Wolf King's brows. Ow, 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 the Wolf King roared frantically while desperately shaking its head, as if wanting to shake something out of its head. It was just a pity that the shadowless needle condensed by spiritual telekinesis had no physical form at all. It was a soul attack and could not be shaken out. Seeing that the Wolf King was hit, Orlai Kinetic pulled hard on the vines entangling its four legs, and the mutated Wolf King was immediately dragged into a stagger, instantly losing its offensive momentum. Orlai Kinetic's eyes flashed, and the hand crossbow in her right hand shot another bolt. With a sound of poo, the crossbow bolt finally hit the target this time. With a loud crash of honggong, the mutated Wolf King collapsed to the ground. Hearing the sound, and seeing that the Wolf King was killed, the pack of wolves couldn't help howling one after another. Ow, ow, ow. After a few howls, the remaining mutated wolves instantly scattered in all directions. After a few breaths, the place that had just been a melee between humans and wolves only left a few incomplete wolf corpses. Wolf blood flowed all over the ground, and the thick smell of blood made people want to vomit. The severed limbs, broken bones, and broken claws of the mutated wolves were scattered everywhere. The Moo family members slumped on the ground, covered in blood and filth, panting heavily. Their hands holding the knives trembled unceasingly, and their eyes held complex emotions of exhaustion, lingering fear, and excitement. Among them, Silas Kinetic, Lucian Kinetic, Elena Valerius, and Gwendolyn were all fighting head-on against such powerful mutated beasts in the wilderness for the first time. Excitement and fear each occupied half of their eyes. A wave of lingering fear surged in Orlai Kinetic's heart. She found that she had overestimated her own strength and underestimated the ferocity of the injured mutated wolf, almost causing a catastrophe. She knew that the easy consecutive promotions had made her a bit cocky, thinking that she was omnipotent and could easily take down a tiny mutated beast. Little did she know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Aunt, Mom, brother, how are you? Are you injured? Orlai Kinetic couldn't care less about looking at the Wolf King's corpse, and quickly rushed in front of the four people. Sizer, we are fine, just a bit exhausted. We'll be fine after resting for a while. Hearing her daughter's worried question, Gwendolyn answered while panting. Elena Valerius and the others raised their hands weakly and waved them to indicate they were fine. Seeing everyone collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, Orlai Kinetic didn't urge them, but began to pack up the remains on the ground by herself. The wolf skin is useful, peel it off. The wolf teeth are useful, snap them off. The wolf claws are useful, chop them off. As for the wolf meat, they didn't dare take it at all, since they had sneaked out originally to avoid the people of the motorcade. Bringing a pile of wolf meat back, wouldn't that be confessing without being pressed? Chapter 88 Unexpected. Alright, the smell of blood here is too strong, and will easily attract a mutated wild boar. We need to leave quickly, otherwise, given our current condition, we won't have the ability to fight a mutated beast again. A few minutes later, Tristan Kinetic stood up and urged. His arm was injured, so he couldn't exert any strength at all, nor could he help Orlai Kinetic pack up. Hearing this, Elena Valerius and the others also knew the situation was urgent. They hurriedly got up to skin the pelts, chop off the claws, and snap off the teeth. After each took a little bit, they quickly left the chaotic battleground. No one noticed that Orlai Kinetic stealthily put the mutated Wolf King into the space stone. Half an hour later, the Moo family quietly returned to the convoy's lodging area. You're back. How did it go? Alistair Kinetic looked at the Moo family members boarding the vehicle one by one, and asked in a low voice. Phew, not bad. It was a group of injured mutated wolves. However, although we won, everyone sustained some minor external injuries to varying degrees. Elena Valerius replied in a low voice. Dad, you didn't see how savage those mutated wolves were, especially that Wolf King. It's a pity we only got some wolf pelts, wolf claws, and wolf teeth. We didn't dare bring anything else back at all. What a waste, Silas Kinetic said with an expression of both excitement and heartache. Very savage. Indeed. It was so terrifying. My legs are still weak right now, Elena Valerius affirmed. Alistair Kinetic looked perplexedly at Orlai Kinetic and Tristan Kinetic. He knew that only they could resolve the doubts in his heart. Uncle, I'm sorry. I thought too simply, thinking they were just a group of injured mutated wolves, and that wiping them out would surely be very easy. As a result, I didn't expect that besides the Wolf King being a level 6 mutated beast, the other injured mutated wolves were basically level 3 and level 4, and there was even a level 5 one.